This is a world where beast taming is respected. Everyone will awaken their talents at the age of 18 and have the ability to contract powerful pets. However, I am the odd one out. I have not yet awakened my talent and am destined to fall to the bottom of society and be laughed at by the world. At the moment when I was almost in despair, I bound myself to the Mythical Pet System. I took the opportunity to open a pet shop. The red flame chicken that refined the strange fire, the little skeleton that became a god through killing, and even the legendary real dragon, phoenix, and black tortoise all became the pets in my shop. First-time customers were full of doubt. Are you crazy? A low-level slime costs 3 million. However, when they saw with their own eyes this slime devouring everything and evolving into a king, their shocked expressions made me realize that I had overturned their worldview. This is not just a pet store, but the beginning of a legend. Are you crazy? The market price of the lowest grade slime is only 3,000 yuan, and you actually want it for 3 million? Are you crazy about money? The girl widened her beautiful eyes, stared at me in disbelief, and said angrily, "You are simply a black shop." Facing Shun Yinyan's anger, I remained calm and said with a smile, "Let me remind you, this is not an ordinary slime, but the future king of slimes. No matter how much you brag, it's still just a slime. The king of slime can't change the fact that it is the lowest pet beast." Shun Yinyan sneered and said, "Unless my brain is broken, I will spend 3 go buy a slime for 1 million. Shun Yinyan obviously regarded me as a liar, and thought to herself, who would be stupid enough to spend 3 million to buy such a thing? What's more, the one Shun Yinyan wants to contract is the initial pet beast, and the slime can only grow up to the 3rd level of awakening level. It is not as good as some unawakened beasts and has no fighting power at all. If Shun Yinyan really contracts this slime, her future will be completely ruined." I looked at Shun Yinyan's angry look and felt that her angry look was very beautiful. I smiled slightly and said, "This slime is absolutely worth the money. 3 million is not much. If you are not interested, then I can only express my regret. I don't intend to persuade. Only I know how much potential this seemingly ordinary slime has." After hearing my words, Shun Yinyan calmed down and asked, "Excellent value for money? Then tell me what is so special about this slime. 3 million can buy several slimes. A cub with star potential." I saw that Shun Yinyan was already attracted, so I continued, "This is a slime that can grow infinitely. As long as it devours enough resources, it can not only reach the star level, but also surpass the moon level and the sun level. Even king level. King level." Shun Yinyan's eyes widened in shock. The principal of the Magic City Beast Mastering University is also a king-level beast master. Are you saying that this slime can possibly reach the king level? Shun Yinyan obviously understood what the king level meant. It was a terrifying existence that could destroy a city. In the era before beast masters appeared, it was called a natural disaster. And I actually said that a slime can reach this level? Wait a minute, Shun Yinyan suddenly thought of something. You said this slime can consume unlimited resources to grow? Yes, you can verify it yourself. I replied confidently. That's what you said. Shun Yinyan took out an aqua blue crystal from his arms. Then, Shun Yinyan said seriously, "This is the blue crystal, a silver-level water resource. If this slime can really swallow it, I will admit that what you said is true. If you dare to lie to me, I will report this illegal shop to the Beast Masters Association." I opened the lid of the container, and Shun Yinyan threw the blue crystal in without hesitation. The moment the slime saw the blue crystal, he was immediately attracted. He rushed forward and wrapped the blue crystal with his soft body. Shun Yinyan stared at it for a while, then suddenly exclaimed, "This blue crystal actually melted?" The blue crystals continued to melt in the slime's body, turning into pure water energy, which is completely integrated into the slime's body. Immediately, the slime's aura suddenly became stronger, and a large amount of water surrounded it, flowing continuously with its thoughts. I smiled and said, "As expected of a silver-level resource, the slime's level has been directly upgraded from Awakening Level 1 to Awakening Level 5, and its potential level has also been raised from Awakening Level 3 to Awakening Level 9. Moreover, it has also comprehended a silver-level skill, Water Ribbon." Shun Yinyan was a little confused. Although the blue crystal was precious, could it really bring about such a significant improvement? Not only did the slime's strength and potential greatly increase, but he also learned silver-level skills. Shun Yinyan moved closer to the container, observed it carefully, and finally confirmed that everything I said was true. "So," I asked with a smile, This slime is priced at 3 million. Are you going to buy it? Shen Yinyan looked at the slime, and the doubts in her heart gradually dissipated and finally turned into a strong heartbeat. Buying it for 3 million would definitely not be a loss. Buy, Shen Yinyan said without hesitation. Swipe your card. No problem. I smiled and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally sold my first pet. With a successful card swipe, my bank card balance increased by 3 million. At the same time, a system prompt came to my mind. Achievement achieved. Sold the first pet. Reward. Beast taming space opened up. A random SSS-level beast taming talent. Do you want to claim it? Get it directly. I chose without hesitation. The beast control space has been successfully opened. You have awakened the SSS-level beast control talent, Dark Hell. Feeling the beast taming space in my mind and the talent, Dark Hell, engraved in my soul, an indescribable excitement surged in my heart. My name is Lu Yu, and I was originally an ordinary worker on Blue Planet. Because I saw a comment on YouTube that there were no good beast taming videos, I came to this beast taming world. It has been 18 years since I traveled to this world. Since I have no talent source, I have been unable to awaken my beast controlling talent and become a beast controller. 2 months ago, I took the college entrance examination and failed. I only got into a liberal arts college. Even my girlfriend of 3 years, by Yuewei, broke up with me. The future is dark. However, there is always a path, and the emergence of the system allowed me to open this pet shop. Today I sold my first pet beast, and I finally became a beast master. Although I am only at the awakening level now, I already have the opportunity to change my destiny. On the other side, Shen Yinyan formally contracted with slime. Only through the detailed information from the contract did she truly realize the value of this slime. The talent of Devour alone is enough to allow slimes to grow infinitely. Maybe the king level is not the end of it. Shen Yinyan looked at me and couldn't help but said, Store manager, this slime is worth much more than 3 million, right? You can obviously sell it for more. I smiled calmly and said, There is more to life than just what you have in front of you. I'm not interested in money. Just think of it as my investment in you. Hearing my words, Shen Yinyan felt more guilty and whispered, I'm sorry, I questioned you just now. It doesn't matter, I said with a smile. Congratulations, you contracted a slime and became a real beast master. Yeah, Shen Yinyan hugged slime, her eyes full of expectations for the future. At this moment, the door of the pet shop slowly opened, and a familiar figure came in, Bai Yuewei. Bai Yuewei was obviously stunned when she saw me, and couldn't help but said, Lu Yu? Shen Yinyan blinked and asked me in a low voice, Do you know her? I glanced at Bai Yuewei lightly and replied, She is my ex-girlfriend. Shen Yinyan was a little surprised, thinking that this girl was actually the store manager's ex-girlfriend. Shen Yinyan compared them quietly and felt that she was better than Bai Yuewei in terms of appearance and figure. So I couldn't help but ask, The store manager is so good. How could you break up with him? Bai Yuewei sneered. Excellent. He has not even awakened his talent for beast control. He is destined to be unable to become a beast master. He has not been admitted to the Beast Control University in the college entrance examination. Can such a person be considered outstanding? This is impossible, Shen Yinyan retorted excitedly. How could the store manager casually sell me such a precious slime cub? He is definitely a beast master. Slime. Bai Yuewei glanced at the slime in Shen Yinyan's arms. Afterwards, Bai Yuewei couldn't help laughing and said sarcastically, Slime is the lowest level of pet beast. It can only reach the 3rd level of awakening after adulthood. The entire group cannot even reach the extraordinary level. You actually call this trash as precious? Shen Yinyan's face turned red with anger at these words. She had already regarded this slime as a family member and said angrily, You don't understand. This is a specially bred mutated slime with greater potential than any pet beast. Powerful. Bai Yuewei looked at her, then turned to Lu Yu and said sarcastically, Lu Yu, you didn't lie to this little girl, did you? My face darkened and I said coldly, Bai Yuewei, if you want to buy a pet, you are welcome at any time. If you are here to cause trouble, please leave immediately. Bai Yuewei was stunned. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Then, Bai Yuewei looked around and realized that this pet store was most likely opened by Lu Yu. She sneered and said, Okay, then I'd like to see what good stuff you have in this shabby store. Don't blame me for being picky. I sneered and said calmly, There are many excellent pets in my store. I'm just afraid you can't afford them. I remember your pet talent is B-level Soul Flame, right? That's right. Bai Yuewei said in a cold tone. I can contract pets of the undead and fire types. Do you have any undead pets here? Without hesitation, I took out a transparent container. In the container was a pale skeleton with a faint blue soul fire flickering inside the skeleton. Seeing this, Bai Yuewei's face suddenly changed, and she said angrily, Luyu, you dare to play tricks on me? This is just a low-level little skeleton, as trash as a slime. Do you think I would contract such a thing? I frowned and responded coldly. This is a little skeleton that can become stronger by constantly killing enemies. It is destined to become the undead emperor in the future. Bai Yuewei was stunned for a moment, then smiled disdainfully. Is this how you deceive this little girl? Use the same lie to brag about that slime? If you think I will be deceived, you are totally wrong. The store manager didn't lie to me. Shun Yinyan retorted without any hint of weakness. My slime can swallow up all resources and keep growing. You don't understand at all. I believe the store manager. This little skeleton must also kill enemies. The talent to become stronger. After Bai Yuewei heard this, the sarcasm on her face deepened. Devouring resources and becoming stronger while killing? How could such a heaven-defying talent appear in the lowest pet beasts like slimes and little skeletons? Do you think I will believe this? What a lie. Tell you, I'm a student at the Demon City Beast Control University. Shin Yinyan glared at her without giving in. Do you think you are the only one who can get into the Demon City Beast Control University? I didn't expect there to be someone as short-sighted as you in our school. Bai Yuewei suddenly lost interest and said coldly, in order to support my ex-boyfriend's business, I bought this little skeleton. She thought to herself that this kind of little skeleton was only worth 1 or 2,000 at most, and she didn't care about the money at all. I said calmly, 3 million. Every penny is a lot. 3 million. Bai Yuewei looked at me in shock, feeling humiliated, and said coldly, Are you crazy? You dare to offer 3 million for a little skeleton that has a market price of 1 or 2,000. Shin Yinyan blinked, feeling that this scene seemed familiar. I didn't care about her reaction and said coldly, If you don't buy it, get out. I've already said that this is a little skeleton destined to become the undead emperor. If you can't see its talent, you don't have enough knowledge. Don't unreasonable comment. Bai Yuewei was shaking with anger and sneered. I don't understand. I am a genius who got into the Demonic Beast Control University with almost full marks in the Beast Control Theory class. Before you broke this shop, I had already selected a Dragonborn cub. It's ridiculous to think of trash like slimes and little skeletons as treasures. In that case, I'll let you see the real high-level pet beasts. Bai Yuewei immediately called the phone. Manager Yang Qing, I decided to buy the Dragonborn pet beast just now. Please send it to the Mythical Pet store. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yuewei sneered and sat on the sofa, sipping tea leisurely. Shun Yinyan worriedly whispered to Lu Yu. Store manager, that is a Dragonborn beast. Why is it worth nearly 1 million? And it will at least be close to the stars when it becomes an adult, right? I didn't care and said calmly. Dragonborn beast? It's just a lizard with some dragon blood. Even a real giant dragon can't compare to this little skeleton. That's right. It's not as good as my slime. Shin Yinyan agreed firmly. Not long after, a truck stopped outside the pet store, and a young man walked in holding a container. When Yang Qing walked into the store, his eyes were immediately attracted. As a beast master, Yang Qing possesses a rare talent, the Eye of Data, which allows him to see the potential attributes and talents of pet beasts. It is precisely because of this talent that his pet shop has always been prosperous. However, the data about slimes and small skeletons that caught Yang Qing's eyes at this moment shocked him. The slime in front of him possessed an astonishing potential to awaken to the 9th level, and that talent, the special growth type devouring, simply overturned his understanding of the slime. This means that as long as there are enough resources, slime can continue to break through limitations and become extremely powerful. Yang Qing was shocked, but also felt regretful that this slime had already been contracted. When Yang Qing's gaze shifted to the seemingly ordinary little skeleton, his heart couldn't help but beat faster, and he realized that he might have discovered something even more shocking. Chapter 3. This is another little skeleton with a special and growable talent. It can continue to become stronger through killing. Such a talent is destined to make it the future Skeleton King. Yang Qing looked at the little skeleton in front of him. His heartbeat quickened, and he felt extremely shocked. In the wilderness, countless ferocious beasts lurk, and in the secret realms, alien races surround. The Beastmaster has too many enemies to kill. A talent like this, which allows one to become stronger by killing, will surely lead the little skeleton to the top. When Yangqing found out that the little skeleton had not been contracted, his heart was in turmoil. He immediately made up his mind to buy the little skeleton no matter what the price. Yangqing looked around and gradually understood the situation. The little skeleton was placed in a transparent container, and it was obviously the cub that this pet store was going to sell. At this moment, Bai Yuewei's voice interrupted his thoughts. Manager Yangqing, you are here. Is the dragon pet I ordered in this container? Yangqing barely recovered from the shock of the little skeleton and responded absent-mindedly. Yes, this is a flame lizard with a trace of dragon blood. It can reach the 10th level of extraordinary when it grows up and may break through to the first level of stars. The price is 800,000. I want this flame lizard, Bai Yuewei said without hesitation, then swiped the card to complete the transaction and quickly signed a contract with the flame lizard. Lu Yu secretly complained to himself, this so-called dragonborn is just a larger lizard. After adulthood, it is only the 10th level of transcendence, and the possibility of breaking through to the first level of stars is not great. How can it be sold for 800,000? Bai Yuewei held the flame lizard in her arms, feeling the information coming from the contract, and suddenly she felt a sense of superiority. Then Bai Yuewei said proudly, Lu Yu, did you see that? My fiery lizard is the real high-level pet. Your little skeleton is only worthy of submission in front of it. However, Yangqing ignored her boasting, walked past her, and came to Lu Yu with an extremely sincere tone. Excuse me, is this little skeleton for sale? I am willing to pay any price. Just ask you to sell it to me. Lu Yu looked at Yangqing. A smile appeared on his lips, and he asked lightly, Do you want to buy a little skeleton? That's right. Yangqing answered firmly, Please make an offer. I want to contract this little skeleton no matter what. Bai Yuewei was shocked when she saw this, and couldn't help but said, Manager Yangqing, are you crazy? This is just a low-level little skeleton. Only those beastmasters who have awakened the lowest level F-level talent will choose to contract this kind of pet. You are an extraordinary beastmaster. Why did you buy it? Bai Yuewei couldn't understand what was happening. In her opinion, Yangqing, as a beastmaster who reached the extraordinary level in college and opened a large pet store, had a promising future and was likely to reach the star level or even higher in the future. How could such a person be so obsessed with a little skeleton? Yangqing sneered and responded, Lo, you don't understand this little skeleton at all. It has awakened a special talent that can grow, killing. As long as it kills the enemy, it can infinitely strengthen itself. This talent is destined to make it an unprecedented skeleton monarch. How dare you say it is low? Bai Yuewei felt stung by the indifference in Yangqing's words, and she realized how ridiculous her previous self-righteousness was. She was speechless, and the sense of superiority in her heart collapsed instantly. Yangqing continued, I have awakened the sea-level beast taming talent Data Eye, and I can tell at a glance that this little skeleton is special. Its talent allows it to continuously evolve through killing, improve its potential, and even comprehend new skills. I may not be able to encounter another one like this in my lifetime, so I must seize the opportunity. Bai Yuewei's face turned pale. She had heard of the Eye of Data. Although this rare sea-level beast-taming talent was only sea-level, its specialness was comparable to that of an A-level talent. A beastmaster who awakens this talent has a greater advantage than ordinary people and can easily discover the hidden potential of his pet. Bai Yuewei felt extremely regretful. She had just been qualified to buy this little skeleton, but she missed this opportunity. Bai Yuewei looked at Lu Yu tremblingly, her voice trembling. Lu Yu, is what they said true? Lu Yu shrugged and said calmly, I told you a long time ago, but you just didn't believe it. Lu Yu, why didn't you remind me? Bai Yuewei asked almost in tears. This little skeleton should have been my beast. I have awakened the B-level talent Soul Flame, and I am the most suitable person to contract it. Lu Yu looked at her coldly, with sarcasm in his tone. How ridiculous. Do you think I would beg you to buy such an excellent little skeleton? Bai Yuewei, you are not worthy. Chapter 4. Lu Yu's cold words exploded in Bai Yuewei's ears like thunder, and her eyes gradually turned red. Thinking that she might have missed a future skeleton emperor, her heart was in pain. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lips tightly, looking extremely fragile and helpless. Lu Yu ignored her disappointment and turned to look at Yangqing and asked calmly, My guest, are you sure you want to buy this little skeleton? Yangqing looked determined and answered without hesitation. Of course. Manager, please name a price. 3 million. Lu Yu said casually, without any fluctuation in his tone. Yang Qing was slightly startled, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. 3 million? Manager, are you sure this little skeleton is only worth 3 million? Lu Yu smiled slightly and nodded calmly. Yes, do you want to buy it? Yang Qing was filled with ecstasy. 3 million yuan was enough to buy a little skeleton with such unlimited potential. It was like picking up a treasure from heaven. He responded excitedly, Of course. I'll swipe my card now. As the transaction was completed, Lu Yu's account balance instantly exceeded 6 million. At the same time, Yang Qing immediately signed a beast taming contract with the little skeleton. Holding the little skeleton in his arms, his heart was filled with excitement and beautiful visions of the future. The store manager is so generous that he sold such a precious beast cub for only 3 million. I, Yang Qing, will always remember this kindness in my heart. Yang Qing laughed, feeling very grateful. Yang Qing knew very well that this little skeleton would be a turning point in his destiny, and Lu Yu was undoubtedly his greatest benefactor. Seeing Yang Qing successfully contract with the little skeleton, the last bit of luck in by Yue's heart also dissipated. She finally realized that even if Yang Qing was arranged by Lu Yu, it would be impossible to sacrifice a contract position to contract a low-level little skeleton in her eyes. Thinking of this, Bai Yue's face flushed, and she finally couldn't suppress her inner desire. Her voice trembled a little. Lu Yu, do you have pets like the little skeleton and slime in your store? Lu Yu chuckled and replied, jokingly, Pet beasts like slimes and little skeletons are available in my store, as many as you want. Bai Yue's eyes flashed with hope, and her tone was filled with urgent pleading. Then after I reach the extraordinary level and open up a second contract position, can I still come to you to buy a pet? Lu Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said mercilessly, No, I have already given you a chance. Now I will no longer do business with you, and I will not sell any pets to you. You. Bai Yue's reason collapsed instantly, and flames of anger and hatred burned in her eyes. Then Bai Yue roared, Lu Yu, you are just a waste who has not awakened the talent of beast control. Even if you can train these excellent pet cubs, can you protect them? Without strength, these precious pets will only bring you disaster. Then I won't bother you. Lu Yu's voice was as cold as frost. Besides, I have awakened my talent for beast control. As Lu Yu finished speaking, Bai Yue's pupils suddenly shrank. Bai Yue was shocked to see that behind Lu Yu, an endless dark space suddenly emerged. The darkest space was filled with the most ominous atmosphere, as if even the Lord of Demons could be imprisoned. That kind of hell-like pressure makes people's hearts palpitate. Yang Qing was also shocked by this terrifying power, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He struggled to hold on, his voice trembling. What a terrifying talent this is. Its pressure seems to be incapable of even the Lord of Demons escaping. Shen Yinyan's eyes were full of shock and awe. She suppressed the fear in her heart and exclaimed, This kind of pressure definitely surpasses the A-level talent. Could it be that this is the top S-level beast-controlling talent? Hearing the word S-level, Bai Yue almost collapsed, her heart filled with regret and inferiority. Her beloved beast taming talent once made her extremely proud, but in front of this terrifying S-level talent, it seemed so insignificant. S-level talent represents an endless future and unlimited power. Any beast master who awakens an S-level talent can at least become a regional overlord or even control the power of an entire country. In the 3 major beast taming academies of Xia country, beast tamers who have awakened S-level talents are rare, enough to look down on the entire world. However, Lu Yu's expression was even more complicated. What he awakened was not an S-level talent, but the legendary SS-level talent Dark Hell. Bai Yue looked at Lu Yu desperately, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Lu Yu, are you really so heartless? We were in love for 3 years. Is this relationship really not important to you at all? Lu Yu looked at her indifferently and said in a callous tone, You were the one who proposed the breakup. Please leave now. You are not welcome here. Bai Yue smiled sadly and wanted to say something more, but she finally realized that Lu Yu in front of her was no longer the person she could control. He has power and a future that she cannot look up to, and she has lost the qualification to talk to him. Realizing what she had missed, Bai Yue left the store in despair, with deep regret and endless pain. Lu Yu continued to drink tea calmly. Bai Yue's departure had no impact on him. Yang Qing and Shen Yinyan looked at each other and smiled, feeling very happy in their hearts. They understand that they are lucky not to offend Lu Yu like Bai Yuewei did. Otherwise, when they open up a new contract position in the future, they will not be able to buy pets in this mythical pet store, which will be an irreparable regret. Especially Shun Yinyin. Thinking of her initial doubts, a blush appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but feel a little admiration for Lu Yu's calmness and maturity. Store manager, let's add your contact information, Shun Yinyin suddenly said. She has a beautiful face, a curvy figure, and her youthful aura makes her look particularly charming, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Yang Qing on the side also smiled and took out his mobile phone. Lu Yu readily agreed. Shun Yinyin is a freshman at the Demon City Beast Control University. The Demon City Beast Control University is one of the 3 major beast control schools in the Xia Kingdom. There are countless second-generation beast masters and talented beast masters in it, all of whom are potential customers in the future. As the owner of a pet store, Yang Qing, although he is a peer, Lu Yu does not think that he will become a competitor. On the contrary, his customers can be completely converted into his own customers. Looking at Shun Yinyin and Yang Qing, Lu Yu seemed to have seen a large number of customers come to his store to buy pet beast cubs due to their recommendations. After exchanging contact information, the two said goodbye and left one after another. Manager, thank you, Shun Yinyin said softly. I will train my slime well, and I will never let you down. Lu Yu smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to it. After watching the 2 people leave, Lu Yu stretched out, sat back on the sofa comfortably, and continued drinking tea, feeling extremely relieved. On the first day of business, he not only sold 2 pet beasts, but also awakened the powerful talent of beast control, and also had a balance of 6 million in his account. Lu Yu opened the system panel and began to carefully select the initial beast. There are a large number of pet beasts to choose from in the system mall. Pet beasts such as small skeletons and slimes are completely free and do not require any points. With the turnover of selling 2 pet animals, Lu Yu has obtained 600 points, and every 10,000 yuan in turnover is converted into 1 point. Now, Lu Yu has 600 points, and his choices have greatly increased. Since his awakened Dark Hell is a dark talent, contracting a dark beast will be the best choice. World-destroying demonic dragon, 600 points. Fallen angel, 580 points. Demon Lord, 570 points. Hellhound, 550 points. Facing the numerous legendary pets in the system mall, Lu Yu fell into deep thought. He was thinking about which one he should choose as his initial pet. Chapter 5. Although Lu Yu has opened up a beast taming space and awakened the extremely rare SSS-level beast taming talent Dark Hell, he cannot truly be called a beast tamer because he has not yet contracted any pet beasts. As he was about to take this step, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Lu Yu browsed carefully in the system mall, looking for the initial beast that was suitable for his contract. The 3-headed dog of hell? It's just a guard dog of hell. It doesn't suit my temperament. I don't need a guard dog. Demon Lord? He's too ugly. He's really affecting the appearance of the city. Fallen angel? Well, it's a good choice. He is evil by nature, and just like the little skeleton, he becomes stronger through killing. Lu Yu paused and thought for a moment. But soon, Lu Yu shook his head. I need to guard the pet store, and in the outside world, I am just an awakened beast master who has just opened up a beast control space. Fallen angels are good, but they are not suitable for me. Besides, its appearance is still far inferior to the 12-winged archangel of the holy system. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Yu finally made up his mind. World-destroying demon dragon. Exchange it directly. The price of the world-destroying dragon was exactly 600 points, which exhausted all of Lu Yu's savings. This made him hesitate for a moment, but he soon felt relieved. With the system, what am I afraid of? At most, I can sell a few more pet cubs. As the system prompt sounded, a young magic dragon about half a meter tall appeared in front of Lu Yu. The dragon's entire body was a deep pitch-black color, and its ferocious hooves and black bone wings gave it a strong deterrent aura, as if the king from the dark abyss had descended. Lu Yu stared at the young dragon intently, his eyes flickering with joy. This world-destroying dragon not only looks majestic and powerful, but also has unlimited potential. According to the system, this young dragon will grow into a giant beast when it grows up with the power to destroy everything. Lu Yu's mind moved, and the detailed data of the world-destroying demon dragon appeared before his eyes. Its attributes, skills, and talents were displayed one by one, making Lu Yu more certain of his choice. The world-destroying demon dragon possesses both dark and dragon attributes, and is naturally endowed with unparalleled growth potential. The Destroyer Dragon's talent, Darkborn, enables it to continuously absorb the power of darkness to strengthen itself, while Dragon gives it the power to become the natural enemy of all dragons, and it can plunder all the power of the opponent by killing dragons. These talents allow the Destroyer Dragon to have a growth rate and combat power beyond the norm. The World-Destroying Dragon also possesses 4 powerful skills, including the Dragon Breath of Destruction that can release the aura of destruction, the Dark Dragon Eyes that contain endless darkness and pressure, and the Dragon Body that can absorb the power of darkness to strengthen itself. What is even more shocking is that the World-Destroying Dragon also possesses the Red Star skill, Dragon Dark Domain, which can construct a violent domain to suppress and destroy all enemies. Looking at these amazing abilities, Lu Yu couldn't hide his excitement. The potential of the Overlord level 10. As long as it reaches adulthood, the world-destroying Demon Dragon will be the Overlord level 10 and can break through to the Holy Spirit level at any time. The beast taming levels in this world start from the Awakening level and extend all the way up to the Extraordinary level, Star level, Dark Moon level, Sun level, King level, Overlord level, and Holy Spirit level. The legendary Holy Spirit level and above can reach the realm of God. And the Overlord level Beastmaster is almost the pinnacle of this world. Contract. Sign the contract directly. Lu Yu signed the beast taming contract with the world-destroying Demon Dragon without hesitation. After the beast taming contract was completed, the world-destroying Demon Dragon rubbed Lu Yu's palm affectionately, and the hard and rough scales brought a unique touch. Lu Yu felt an unprecedented close connection, and he had a telepathic connection with this world-destroying dragon. Dark Hell. Infuse the boundless power of darkness. Lu Yu immediately activated his beast taming talent and infused a large amount of dark source power into the body of the world-destroying Demon Dragon. Roar! The world-destroying Demon Dragon roared excitedly, absorbing the power madly. The aura of the world-destroying Demon Dragon rapidly increased, rising all the way from the 3rd level of Awakening to the 10th level of Awakening. Its body also expanded until it was over 2 meters tall, emitting a majestic aura. Looking at this huge, destroying Demon Dragon, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. Destroying Demon Dragon gets smaller. Roar! The destroying demonic dragon responded and quickly shrank back to 0.5 meter tall. This was the basic application of one of its talents, Dragon Body, which allowed it to freely adjust its size. The world-destroying dragon flew onto the table and rested peacefully. Lu Yu sat on the soft chair and picked up the teacup, feeling extremely comfortable. Lu Yu looked at the world-destroying demonic dragon from time to time, feeling more and more hopeful that the future would be full of hope. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 6. Night fell quietly. Shen Yinyan took the subway back to the Magic City Beast Control University with slime in her hands and a large amount of water resources purchased from the Beast Control Resource Company in her arms. As one of the 3 top beast-controlling universities in Xia Kingdom, the female dormitory of the demonic beast-controlling university is particularly luxurious. Dormitory 301 is a small villa. Each girl has a separate room. The spacious living room is exquisitely decorated and equipped with all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances. As soon as she opened the door, Shen Yinyan was warmly greeted by her best friend, Du Riyun, who was sitting on the sofa. Yinyan, welcome back. Du Riyun rushed forward with a smile and gave Shen Yinyan a big hug. Shen Yinyan smiled, pinched Du Riyun's baby-fat cheeks, and asked, "Where are Xiaoying and Xiaoi?" Du Riyun pouted, muttering dissatisfiedly about being pinched, and then shouted loudly, "Xiaoying, Xiaoi, Yinyan is back." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the 2nd floor slowly opened, and Chuing and Zhang Yi walked down the wooden stairs side by side. However, Chuing noticed the slime in Shen Yinyan's arms at a glance, and her brows suddenly frowned. "Shen Yinyan, we had already discussed it when we entered school. Except for the pet animals contracted by ourselves, we are not allowed to keep any ornamental beasts in the dormitory." "Sex beast? What do you mean by bringing this slime back?" "I didn't violate the dormitory rules." Shen Yinyan responded calmly. Chu Ying's eyes were sharp. "You didn't violate it? Do you want to tell me that you contracted this slime?" Du Riyun hurriedly interrupted. "How is that possible? Nyan has awakened the A-level beast-controlling talent, Heavy Water, which is the best among us. How could she contract with a slime of the lowest level?" However, Chuing did not intend to give in and said firmly, "No matter what, non-contracted beasts cannot stay in the dormitory overnight. so send this slime away. Shen Yinyan shook his head gently. I said, I have not violated the dormitory rules, and I don't intend to. Chu Ying's strength made Shen Yinyan feel a little dissatisfied. Chu Ying awakened her beast-controlling talent relatively early. She became a beast controller in high school and is now at the 10th level of awakening. She has also contracted a gold-type pet beast Steel Wolf with the potential to become a star. In an environment where strength is valued at the Demon City Beast Control University, Chu Ying's strength obviously gives her more say in the dormitory. Seeing Shen Yinyan's attitude, Chu Ying's eyes gradually turned cold. Shen Yinyan, you didn't really contract this slime, did you? Zhang Yi also shook his head. Isn't it possible? With A-level beast control talent, Yin would not make such a stupid decision by contracting a slime. Durian saw the clues and asked with a trembling voice. Yin, is this slime really your initial beast? Shen Yinyan nodded and admitted frankly. Yes, I contracted the slime, so I brought it back. It didn't violate the dormitory rules at all, because the slime is my pet beast. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Yinyan thought, and a beast-controlling circle appeared, and the slime was taken back into the beast control space by her. Then, Shen Yin summoned it again and held it in her arms tenderly, with a face full of doting. Seeing this scene, Du Ruyun and Zhang Yi looked at each other, with shocked looks in each other's eyes. Du Ruyun quickly advised, Yin, don't be stupid. You have only contracted with slime for 1 day. Although the contract will be backfired if you terminate the contract now, it only takes a year to recover. Shen Yinyan shook his head slightly and said firmly, I will not terminate the contract. Slime is the most suitable starting beast for me. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Chu Ying stood up coldly, looked down at Shen Yinyan with disdain in her tone. I originally thought that you had awakened your A-level talent for beast control and would become a network of people I could rely on in the future. But now it seems that I was completely wrong. Your stupid decision has completely ruined your future. Du Ruyun hurriedly retorted, Xiaoing, even if Yin makes the wrong decision, she is still our friend. You shouldn't say that to her. Chu Ying snorted coldly and said indifferently, people who waste their talents are not qualified to be my friends. Zhang Yi couldn't help but scolded, Xiaoing, what you said is too much. Chu Ying sneered. She contracted a slime and still wants to be my friend? Do you think she is worthy? Zhang Yi was choked by her words and was speechless for a moment. She knew Chu Ying's character, which was arrogant and strong, and extremely realistic. If she didn't value the talents of her 3 roommates, Chu Ying would never associate with them. Slime? It's just a trash pet. Chu Ying said coldly, Shen Yinyan, I don't care if you contracted this slime. I don't want to see this kind of trash pet again. Shen Yinyan stared at Chu Ying with firmness in her tone. No matter what you say about me, I don't care. But slime is definitely not a garbage pet. Its specialness and growth are something that people like you will never be able to understood. Chu Ying seemed to have heard some big joke and sneered. Slime is a garbage pet. This is a recognized fact. Do you still want to refute it? Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously. Yin, have you been deceived? Where did you buy this pet beast? How much did it cost? Shen Yinyan shook his head. I was not deceived. I bought the slime at the Mythical Pet store near the school. The store manager was very nice. I only spent 3 million to buy this slime. 3 million? Du Ruyun's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief. One slime costs 3 million? That is definitely a black shop. Zhang Yi closed her eyes, carefully sensed the slime's breath, and then said in surprise, this slime's level is actually the 5th level of awakening. Du Ruyun was even more shocked. Didn't it say that the highest level of slime can only reach the 3rd level of awakening? If you want to improve it further, you must spend a lot of resources to evolve, but that is not worth the gain. Chu Ying still sneered. So what if you awaken to the 5th level? A slime is just a slime after all, and its combat power will definitely be at the bottom of the same level. Du Ruyun and Zhang Yi nodded silently, agreeing with Chu Ying's point of view. Even if a slime improves its level, its potential still cannot exceed the awakening level, which means that the skills it masters are only at the black iron level. The racial skills of star-studded beasts are usually silver level. The huge gap between the 2 levels means that slimes will not be able to gain the upper hand in battle. Trash pets will always be trash. Chu Ying snorted coldly, turned around, and prepared to leave. Shen Yinyan looked at Chu Ying calmly and suddenly said, since you look down on my slime so much and think it is trash, you might as well open your eyes and take a good look at its special features. After that, She took out a large amount of water resources from the beast control space. These are 30 silver-level resources, blue crystal, and 3 gold-level resources, red water beads, with a total value of 1.6 million. Shen Yinyan said in a deep voice. Chu-Ying, the value of the resources you spent on cultivating the Iron Wolf, it's already exceeded 2 million, right? So what? Chu-Ying looked at Shen Yinyan with disdain, unable to understand her logic. You don't want to say that after using these resources, the slime will be stronger than my steel wolf, right? Shen Yinyan nodded solemnly, and then fed all 30 blue crystals to the slime without hesitation. Chapter 7. Hey! The slime let out a joyful cry and excitedly swallowed the 30 blue crystals handed over by Shen Yinyan in one gulp. Through the slime's aqua-blue, transparent body, you can clearly see 30 blue crystals melting rapidly in its body, as if ice and snow dissipate instantly when it encounters fire. Durian widened her eyes, unable to believe her eyes. 30 blue crystals, all melted? Her cognition was completely overturned by the scene before her. As the blue crystal melted, the slime's aura suddenly changed drastically. Jiang Yi could hardly believe his perception and murmured in surprise. The level of the slime is increasing rapidly. Awakening level 6, awakening level 7, and still increasing? Oh my god, it has reached the awakening level 10. Jiang Yi was shocked and said, how is this possible? I have cultivated the illusion butterfly that I contracted for 3 months, and it has only awakened to the 6th level now. Even Chu-Ying couldn't ignore the rapid growth of the slime. A trace of shock flashed in her eyes, but she still said disdainfully, so what if it is the 10th level of awakening? Slime is still a slime after all. Its potential is at most awakening level. It only has the realm, but no potential. It will be a waste no matter how much resources are spent. However, Jiang Yi suddenly exclaimed, no, the slime's aura is still getting stronger, and its potential seems to be increasing, and it is performing the silver-level skill, Water Flow Ribbon. Then, Jiang Yi denied himself. No, that's not right. This is the higher-level skill of Water Flow Ribbon, the gold-level skill, Water Blue Silk. Du Ruoyun was stunned. How can a slime comprehend a gold-level skill? Chu Ying's face turned pale. Unless the potential of the Iron Wolf she contracted was raised to manhwa level, it would be impossible for it to comprehend gold-level skills. The potential of the Iron Wolf is only at the first level of stars. If it wants to upgrade to the manhwa level, the resources required are an astronomical figure that is unimaginable. Not to mention that Chu Ying's current beast-controlling space cannot accommodate a manhwa-level pet. Jiang Yi continued to observe the slime, and suddenly said, the slime's aura has changed. Not only has it become much stronger, but its intelligence also seems to have improved. Jiang Yi's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, is this the potential that has been raised to the extraordinary level? Shen Yinyan smiled slightly, looked at the slime's breath gradually calming down with satisfaction, and said, yes, the potential of the slime has now reached the 10th level of the extraordinary level. This is impossible. Chu-Ying shook her head in disbelief. You only used 30 blue crystals, resources worth no more than 1 million. There is no way you can increase the potential of slime to the extraordinary 10th level. Shen Yinyan smiled lightly and responded, nothing is impossible. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to me. Moreover, the potential of the 10th level of extraordinary is not my end. Slime's current potential has been reached. The limit of extraordinary level can be broken through to numerous stars with just one trigger. After saying that, Shen Yinyan fed a red water bead to the slime without hesitation. In an instant, the slime's aura changed dramatically again, and the atmosphere in the entire room changed. Jiang Yi felt it most clearly. She exclaimed, this is the potential of Fanxing. In front of Jiang Yi's eyes, a stream of crimson water condensed in front of the slime, gradually taking shape with its thoughts. This is the Qishui spear. Jiang Yi's voice was full of disbelief. Slime has actually mastered another gold-level skill? Aqua Blue Ling and Red Water Spear, 2 gold-level skills. Slime is already invincible at the awakening level. Durian said in shock. Her heart had been completely subverted. Shen Yinyan looked calm and fed the remaining 2 red water beads to the slime. As the red water beads are digested, the slime's potential reaches the 9th level. Shen Yinyan nodded with satisfaction. This kind of slime is worth at least 6 million, and she only spent a total of 5.6 million. There is no doubt that this is a great success. Chu Ying stared at the slime, feeling a sense of oppression in her heart for the first time, which made her feel unbelievable. She couldn't accept that the weakest pet could make her feel threatened. Shen Yinyan looked at Chu Ying calmly and said coldly, "You said before that I contracted a slime and am not worthy of being your friend. That sentence is still valid." Chu Ying pursed her lips tightly and suddenly felt a trace of regret in her heart. She realized that Shen Yinyan had cultivated the slime to the 10th level of awakening in just one night, and its potential had reached numerous star levels, which meant that Shen Yinyan's strength had surpassed hers. In the near future, the gap between Chu Ying and Shen Yinyan will become wider and wider, even reaching the point where she will be unable to catch up. This thought made Chu Ying feel suffocated. Durian hugged Shen Yinyan in surprise and said excitedly, "Yinyan, you are so amazing." Shen Yinyan responded with a smile, I spent 3 million to buy slime, and it was absolutely worth it. The Mythical Pet Shop is not a black shop, do you understand?" Durian nodded repeatedly, his beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. "I know. That store seems to be called the Mythical Pet Store, right? I'm going to go there to buy pets in a few days." The next morning, Lu Yu woke up from his sleep and started washing. Later, Lu Yu gently touched the scales of the world-destroying demonic dragon and teased his initial pet beast. The world-destroying demonic dragon responded lazily and then continued to sleep. It did not have the majesty that a demonic dragon should have at all, but looked a little cute. Lu Yu opened his phone out of boredom and saw the message from Shen Yinyan at first glance. She recounted in detail what happened in the dormitory last night. The slime's level has been raised to the 10th level of awakening, and its potential has reached the 9th level of the starry sky. Lu Yu looked at the news and nodded with satisfaction. The training is good. It is indeed a slime that has awakened the devouring talent. As long as there are enough resources, it can become stronger. When Lu Yu saw the end of the news, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This is because Shen Yinyan mentioned that Durian was the only one in the dormitory who didn't have a contracted pet yet, and she planned to come to the Mythical Pet Store to buy an initial pet in the next few days. "It seems that good business has already come to our door." Lu Yu secretly smiled in his heart. He was not in a hurry. Lu Yu continued to feed the dark source power of the world-destroying demonic dragon. Feeling the feedback from the world-destroying demonic dragon, and the beast-controlling space was also constantly expanding. Based only on the feedback from the world-destroying demonic dragon, my beast control space has reached the 5th level of awakening, and the area has expanded to 500 square meters. Lu Yu thought with a proud smile on his face. Compared with beast masters of the same level, Lu Yu's beast master space is extremely special. Not only is it filled with pure dark source power, its area is also 100 times larger than that of ordinary beastmasters. An awakened beastmaster usually only has 1 square meter of beast taming space, but Lu Yu's beast taming space has reached 100 square meters when he awakened to the 1st level. Now Lu Yu, who has awakened to the 5th level, has expanded his beast taming space to 500 square meters, which is comparable to the area of several houses. At this rate, I will be able to break through and become an extraordinary beastmaster in a few days. Lu Yu was full of anticipation. Time passed quickly in this anticipation, and in the blink of an eye it was already afternoon. The door of the pet shop was suddenly pushed open, and a flamboyant young man strode in. Chapter 8 Subspecies of Black Dragon. This is the world-destroying demonic dragon. After Luo Zhe walked into the Mythical Pet Shop, he immediately looked around and saw the ordinary furnishings around him, with a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. When he saw the world-destroying dragon, his eyes lit up. Luo Zhe looked at Lu Yu carefully and determined that Lu Yu's realm was only awakening level. He immediately revealed an unscrupulous expression. There was also a hint of contempt. Lu Yu frowned slightly, considering that everyone here is a guest, and said, "Sir, do you have any needs?" As Luo Zhe looked at the world-destroying dragon, he could no longer suppress the admiration in his eyes. Such a handsome world-destroying dragon perfectly fits Rose's aesthetic. As an heir of the Luo family, a beast-taming family in Demon City, Luo Zhe has received the most orthodox elite beast-tamer education since childhood, and he could see the extraordinariness of the world-destroying demon dragon at a glance. It's definitely not just the appearance that fits the aesthetic. The body of the world-destroying demon dragon seems to contain a terrifying dragon power, which makes Luo Zhe feel a little desire. Luo Zhe said without hesitation, "Manager, your sub-dragon pet is pretty good. How about this? You name a price and I'll buy it." Asian dragon species? Lu Yu looked strange, as if he had heard some joke, and said, "This is not some sub-dragon species, but a demon dragon species that surpasses the giant dragon species, a true world-destroying demon dragon. Demon dragon? The world-destroying demon dragon? Luoze was slightly startled. Looking at the restrained aura of the world-destroying demonic dragon, he couldn't help laughing and said, I think you are crazy. The top giant dragon species is a king when it grows up, not to mention the magic dragon species that is as famous as the divine dragon species. The magic dragon species is a hegemon when it grows up. You are a young black dragon, but your level has reached the 10th level of awakening. You are still so small, obviously a young sub-dragon species. Short-sighted, Luoyu was too lazy to say more. The more Luoze looked at the world-destroying dragon, the more he liked it. He said, You haven't answered my question yet. Are you going to sell this subspecies black dragon? Just name a price. I have plenty of money and can afford it. Sorry, this is my contracted beast. I won't sell it. Luoyu shook his head. Is that true? Luoze sighed slightly. He knew that a pet of such good appearance must have been contracted. He immediately asked, Do you have any other pet cubs here? Of course there are. Luoyu said calmly, It's just that the price may be a bit high. I told you I have plenty of money. Luoze frowned and found that there was no pet display cabinet in the slightly shabby pet shop, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Will a pet shop like this really have the pet he wants? My awakened beast taming talent is the B-level black flame. It would be best if I could contract a dark or fire pet. Do you have any? Let me make it clear first. I don't want low-level pets with poor potential. Although Luoze had doubts in his heart, he still took the attitude of giving it a try and said slowly, Of course there is. Luoyu had a calm expression as he casually took out a container and placed it on the table. Luoze couldn't help but check it carefully. His face suddenly turned black, and he said coldly, How dare you play tricks on me? We are an honest shop and will never play tricks on any customer. Luoyu said calmly, What do you mean by that? Luoze pointed at the container and cursed. You are fooling me with a low-grade red flame chicken? Who do you think I am that you asked me to contract a red flame chicken? Ha, red flame chicken? I think it's too low-end even if it's served on the table. This is not an ordinary red flame chicken. Luoyu smiled, not caring about Luoze's tone at all, and said, This is a red flame chicken that can devour flames, and can even devour the strange fire between heaven and earth, and completely control the power of strange fire. Just imagine, a red flame chicken that controls the bone-white cold fire and the devil's evil fire. Isn't it destined to be invincible? Swallow the flames and control the strange fire? Luoze's heart trembled. If such a pet really existed, it would be a bright and glorious way to invincibility. When Luoze looked at the red flame chicken, its silly and cute appearance, pecking at its tail feathers from time to time, immediately made Luoze give up his thoughts and said coldly, The red flame chicken controls the strange fire. It's amazing that you can come up with such a lie. If there really is such a pet, the price is at least tens of millions. Even I can't afford it. Luoyu seemed to understand something, and said with a faint smile, Oh, I see. It turns out that he is a poor guy. You're looking for death. Luoze's face flushed, and he was so angry that he almost summoned his pet. He looked at the destroying dragon beside him and said, I will never buy this red flame chicken. How about this? You cancel the contract with this black dragon subspecies, and I will help you make up for the damage caused by the cancellation of the contract. I've told you before, the world-destroying dragon is my pet, and I will never sell it to you. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Luoyu suddenly stood up, his eyes sharp, and said, If you don't really want to buy a pet, get out of my store. What's your attitude? I'm a consumer. Luoze frowned and could no longer bear it. He instantly summoned his pet, a first-level extraordinary black-feathered crow. A powerful aura was released, and the air was corroded by the power of darkness, making a crackling sound. Luoze said coldly, Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me in this way? I am willing to contract your black dragon subspecies pet. It will be your honor. Go away or die. Luoyu looked cold. Roar! As if sensing the anger of its master. The world-destroying demon dragon resting on the table suddenly opened its eyes and looked coldly at Rose and the black-feathered crow beside him. When Luoze met the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon, he felt his whole body stiffen, as if he had seen the darkest horror in the world, and his whole body began to tremble unconsciously. Black Feather Crow. Rose panicked and shouted. Stop shouting. Luoyu said indifferently. Your black-feathered crow is almost dead. Luoze was startled, and when he looked around, he found that the black feather crow was wrapped in an endless dark force, which was constantly corroding it. The black feather crow's aura was also getting weaker. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, but found that the other party did nothing. Just a glance killed the black-feathered crow that he was proud of in an instant. Luoze suddenly remembered what Lu Yu said. Could it be that this world-destroying black dragon is not any subspecies of black dragon, but a true species of demon dragon? When Rose thought of that possibility, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. Countless beastmasters, if they could contract a giant dragon, would surely become an extremely powerful beastmaster. If you can master the complete method of breeding dragons, it will allow a family to rise strongly. For example, the Lu family, the #1 beast-controlling family in Magic City, is one of the 3 major dragon-controlling families in Xia country. The descendants of the dragon-taming family would only know how to contract giant dragons as beastmasters. They would no longer call themselves beastmasters, but would call themselves dragon tamers. As for the demon dragon species, it is an existence that surpasses the giant dragon species. As famous as the divine dragon species, it represents the dark side of the dragon clan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The guardian dragon of our Xia country is a divine dragon. How could this young black dragon have the same majestic bloodline as the guardian dragon? Chapter 9, Why Should I Mess with Him? He has contracted a dragon. Rose's eyes were full of disbelief. But the scene before him provided infinite proof for Lu Yu's words. If it wasn't for the magic dragon, how could it have killed the extraordinary black-feathered crow in one glance with its 10th level awakening? You must know that the black-feathered crow has the B-level beast control talent Black Flame on its body at any time, so it can fight even against an extraordinary 3rd level enemy. Black Feather Crow, come back soon. Rose didn't care about too much. If he hesitated for a few more seconds, his black feather crow would really die. Through the connection of the contract, Luoze instantly took the black feathered crow back to the beast taming space, but his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly sense that countless dark source forces were surging in the beast taming space and continuously seeping into the space barrier. The entire beast taming space was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse at any time. What kind of power is this that can penetrate the barrier of space and destroy my beast-controlling space? Luoze was extremely anxious. Unspeakable panic filled his heart, making him look at Lu Yu with fear, as if he saw a cruel demon. When the dark source power was exhausted, Luoze looked at his broken beast control space, and his heart was bleeding. Just to repair the damage to the beast control space, he had to spend millions to buy space resources. Luoze looked at Lu Yu deeply regretting his offense, but without any anger. That's a species of demon dragon. If it grows normally to adulthood, it will be at the overlord level. The gap was so huge that Rose couldn't even feel hatred. He didn't dare to delay any longer and crawled out of the pet shop. Roar! The world-destroying dragon yawned, feeling extremely bored. The extraordinary black-feathered crow was suppressed with just a glance. Such a weak opponent really made the world-destroying dragon lose its motivation, and it couldn't even warm up. Lu Yu touched the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, feeling the rough and hard feel of the dragon scales, and chuckled. You will always encounter a strong enemy in the future, and maybe you will confront the dragon head-on. Oh! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of anticipation, and a few drops of saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, as if saying, "The dragon is so delicious. When can I eat it?" Lu Yu laughed in silence. He remembered that the world-destroying dragon possessed the gift of demon dragon and was the natural enemy of all dragons. A giant dragon? A divine dragon? It is nothing more than the nourishment for the world-destroying demon dragon to become stronger. Demon City Beast University, the first affiliated hospital. Luoze walked out weakly, with a look of lingering fear on his face. What a terrifying dragon, Luoze said in fear. I almost died. When he thought of the evil dragon, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. That's a species of demon dragon. It is destined to grow into a dominant dragon, comparable to the divine dragon species. Lu Yu has contracted with the world-destroying demon dragon. Luoze doesn't think that Lu Yu's realm is the same as it seems, just the awakening level. The pets that an awakened beast master can contract have the highest potential of the star level. A demon dragon with overlord level potential? I'm afraid the beast master will explode before the contract is concluded. As for those beast masters from dragon taming families, The reason they can contract giant dragons as their initial pets is that it is because of their beast taming talent that they are completely bound to the dragon species and will only contract one giant dragon in their lifetime. Even so, only by awakening the S-level dragon talent can one contract a giant dragon species with king-level potential. He can't possibly have an SS-level beast taming talent, right? Luo Zhe shook his head and thought to himself. It has been at least 7 or 8 years since Xia country has seen an SS-level beast taming talent appear, right? Luo Zhe didn't think any more and took a set of medical bills. He felt painful when he settled the bill. The precious space resources, a large amount of medicine, and the treatment of auxiliary beasts all added up to more than 5 million. This is 5 million, enough to buy a potential 7th-level pet cub. Luo Zhe took a deep breath and felt extremely regretful. He wanted to slap himself twice and thought to himself, why did I provoke him? He has a contract with a magic dragon. Luo Zhe was about to leave the hospital when he was met with a pair of eyes that looked like Leng Yin. He just felt that his body was a little stiff, as if it was frozen by the cold flames. Luo Zhe recognized the person in front of him, his nominal brother, the recognized next head of the Luo family, Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan's aptitude is the strongest in the current Luo family, and he has awakened the A-level beast taming talent Cold Flame. The fire beast taming talent can only be manifested once it reaches A-level, transforming into a kind of strange fire. To some extent, Luo Tianyan is a person with special abilities who controls strange fire. Even without the help of a pet, Luo Tianyan's combat power should not be underestimated. Among the junior students at the Magic City Beastmaster University, Luo Tianyan was also among the best. The most important thing is that Luo Tianyan is only 21 years old, but he is already a star-level Beastmaster. Brother. Luo Zhe was stunned and could only salute respectfully. Facing this extremely outstanding brother, no matter how proud Luo Zhe was, he could only feel ashamed of himself. Tell me, who beat you up like this? Luo Tianyan looked cold and said, you are also a descendant of the Luo family. Since you have been humiliated outside, I will help you get back at your level. The news that Rose had escaped to the hospital had already spread throughout the Magic City Beastmaster University. Many students were wondering who could have beaten Rose like this. As a second-generation royal, Rose already enjoys a lot of resources. Among sophomores, he is considered to be in the upper-middle level. The Black Crow he contracts with also has star-level potential, so he can be considered top-notch. The realms of Rose and Black Feather Crow have even broken through to the extraordinary level. Such a young, extraordinary Beastmaster was actually beaten and fled? No thanks. Luo Zhe quickly shook his head and said, brother, don't provoke him. Our Luo family can't afford to provoke him. Shut up, Luo Tianyan scolded. Although my Luo family is not the most powerful family in the Magic City, it is not something that anyone can bully. Except for the top families, such as the dragon-controlling family Lu family. Who can my Luo family not afford to offend? Even our Luo family can't afford to offend him. Luo Zhe shook his head. Impossible. Luo Tianyan frowned and said, tell me, who did you offend? A Beastmaster who has a contract with a demon dragon. Luo Zhe took a deep breath and said, with just one look, my Black Feather Crow was defeated. Even my beast taming space was almost shattered by the dark source power. If the other party had not shown mercy, my beast taming space would have been destroyed long ago. What? Demonic dragon species? Luo Tianyan was shocked and could no longer remain calm. This level of power was completely beyond his imagination. Killing the Black Feather Crow in one glance is easy as long as you are strong enough. But, according to the beast taming contract, can we directly destroy the beast taming space? Any Beastmaster would be terrified by such a terrifying method. Chapter 10. Refining Cold Flame. Is this a red flame chicken? For a Beastmaster, the beast taming space is the absolute foundation. If the beast taming space is completely destroyed, no matter how high the level of the beast tamer is, he will be completely disabled. Luo Tianyan smiled bitterly. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that only pets of the divine dragon species and the demon dragon species could do this. A Beastmaster who has contracted a demon dragon species, let alone the Luo family. Even the 3 major dragon-controlling families would have to think carefully. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Luo Tianyan suddenly said, Luo Zhe, lead the way. What? Luo Zhe looked stunned and asked, where are we going? Take me to see that senior and apologize. Luo Tianyan scolded. A beast master who has contracted a demon dragon. Do you want to implicate the entire Luo family? There are no eternal enemies in this world. Don't you understand this principle? If it is said that when Luo Tianyin first heard that Luo Zhe was seriously injured, he still wanted to get back at Luo Zhe and save face for the Luo family. Now, this thought completely disappeared. A beast master who has a contract with a demon dragon is someone that even the Luo family cannot afford to offend. The strongest person in the Luo family is a king-level beast master, facing an adult demon dragon. Even a king level 1 would have no chance of winning. Luo Zhe's face turned pale. He finally understood that the opponent's dragon was only in its infancy and at the 10th awakening level, but its strength was so terrifying. What if they reached the growth stage, or even adulthood? An adult demon dragon is a dominant being. One breath of dragon can destroy a city. Luo Zhe offended the other party. If the magic dragon reaches adulthood in the future and a dominant magic dragon comes to take revenge, the entire Luo family will be buried with him. Just thinking about it made Luo Zhe shudder a little, and he quickly said, "I'll take you there right away." At this time, Lu Yu was calmly drinking tea and feeding the world-destroying demon dragon with preserved fruits from time to time. Suddenly, he noticed Luo Tianyin and Luo Zhe walking into the pet shop one after another, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. "I spared your life out of kindness and did not destroy your beast-taming space. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also want to bring people here to mess things up," Lu Yu said coldly. "No, no." Luo Zhe saluted in panic and said quickly, "I dare not have such thoughts. I brought my brother here to apologize to the senior on behalf of the Luo family." "Senior? Apologize?" Lu Yu looked strange and didn't explain anything. The dragon, Luo Tinyin, looked at the world-destroying demon dragon resting on the table and felt that the body of the young demon dragon seemed to contain the deepest and most boundless darkness, which made the innate fire cold flame in Luo Tianyin's body tremble slightly, especially those tightly closed eyes, which made Luo Tianyin feel palpitating. He didn't dare to imagine how horrible and tragic it would be when the dragon's eyes opened. He was afraid that he would be swallowed up by the darkness and burned to death in an instant. No wonder he defeated the black feather crow with just a glance. After all, Rose's vision is too narrow, and he cannot perceive the horror of this young dragon. Luo Tianyin sighed secretly. As Luo Zhe finished speaking, he took a step forward, holding a gift box in his hand, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior, this is a platinum-level space resource sky crystal. This small gift is Luo Zhe's apology for offending you. Please accept it. My lord, please forgive Luo Zhe for his crime." Platinum level, space resources. Sky controlling crystal? This one alone costs over millions. The biggest function of the sky control crystal is to expand the beast control space. Theoretically, as long as you have enough sky controlling crystals, the beast controlling space can be expanded infinitely. Lu Yu did not expect that Luo Tianyin would give out the sky control crystal as soon as he made a move. This could be described as extremely generous. It seems that the other party really apologized sincerely. "Put it down." Lu Yu felt much better and nodded. "I didn't intend to pursue it, you can rest assured." Senior is so generous, but my Luo family cannot remain silent. Luo Tianyin quickly shook his head and respectfully placed the sky-controlling crystal on the table. Luo Zhe stood aside at a loss. Luo Tianyin is the designated young patriarch of the Luo family, but he can only treat Lu Yu with respect and act like a junior. How could Luo Zhe not know? According to Luo Tianyin's judgment, Lu Yu was definitely not an awakening-level beast master, but a veteran dragon master who had hidden his strength. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened his eyes. An array of dark source power wrapped around the sky-flying crystal. With the help of the contract, he placed the sky-flying crystal into Lu Yu's beast-controlling space, and then continued to close his eyes and rest. Luo Tianyin broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, he looked into the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon unconsciously. Even though the world-destroying demon dragon did not release any power, Luo Tianyin felt his whole body stiff and his scalp numb. What a terrifying dragon! I am a first-level beastmaster at the star level, but facing this 10th-level awakening dragon, I was completely suppressed and couldn't even muster the slightest desire to fight. Those eyes are definitely the eyes of a demon dragon, pregnant with extreme darkness and great terror. Unfathomable. Luo Tianyin took a deep breath and said, "Senior, Since you have opened a pet store, do you have any excellent pet cubs? I recently broke through the star level and just opened the third pet control position. What talent have you awakened? Luyu asked. Senior, I have awakened the A-level beast taming talent Cold Flame. Luo Tianyin said respectfully. Oh, Lung Yin. Luyu chuckled and said, A-level attribute talent can already be called a supernatural power. Your Cold Flame talent should be considered a kind of strange fire, right? Senior, you have a keen eye. Luo Tianyin said sincerely. Unfortunately, my Cold Flame is a kind of cold fire, which is not very compatible with most fire-type pets. I have searched many times, but it is difficult to find a suitable pet. That's right. I have a pet that's perfect for you. Luyu laughed, took out the container again, and said, This red flame chicken, only 3 million. I'll sell it to you. He was worried about how to sell the red flame chicken. Although no points are required for redemption, if the items cannot be sold for a period of time, the system will punish them by deducting points. Yes, Luo Tianyin said respectfully, I'll buy this red flame chicken. Lu Yu's expression darkened. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally tell what Luo Tianyin was thinking when he agreed so readily. He immediately scolded him. Do you think I'm kidding you? Do you think I'm making things difficult for you by selling you the red flame chicken? I don't dare. Luo Tianyin smiled bitterly and said, But the red flame chicken is a pet that is too low level. Even a beastmaster with F-level fire talent may not be able to contract it. This red flame chicken is born with the ability to refine all flames for its own use, even strange fires, including your cold flame. Lu Yu snorted coldly, pointed at Luo Zhe, and said, I once wanted to sell the red flame chicken to him, but he was ignorant and looked down on the red flame chicken. He insisted that I cancel the contract with the world-destroying dragon, which angered me. If you don't believe in the potential of the red flame chicken, you can release your cold flame and let the red flame chicken devour and refine it. You will know after a try. Refine all flames, even strange fire? Luo Tianyin's heart trembled. He glanced at Luo Zhe and got a positive response from the other party. He immediately believed it about 70. In order to get a more accurate conclusion, Luo Tianyin released his innate fire, and the temperature in the room instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees. When the red flame chicken sensed Lung Yan's presence, it felt a force of attraction and was immediately extremely excited. It broke through the restrictions of the container and swallowed Lung Yan into its stomach like a whale swallowing water. In an instant, refined. Chapter 11. Breakthrough to the extraordinary level. Destroy souls and kill dragons. Luo Tianyin's face was as pale as paper, and the strange fire formed by his beast taming talent Cold Flame was swallowed by the red flame chicken. Since the red flame chicken was not the pet contracted by Luo Tianyin, it naturally caused a considerable backlash. However, when the red flame chicken began to emit cold flames, Luo Tianyin was shocked beyond words. He actually refined the cold flame. How can this be a red flame chicken? This is the Flame Emperor. Luo Tianyin was shaking with excitement, full of ecstasy, and hurriedly said, Senior, I bought this red flame chicken. I want to contract it now. Is that okay? Can. Lu Yu had no objection. How could it be? Luo Zhe was struck by lightning, his heart filled with regret, and he said in a lost voice, It can even devour Lung Yin and use it for its own benefit? What kind of horrible talent is this? Luo Zhe realized that this red flame chicken that refined the strange fire should have been his pet, but because of his short-sightedness, he missed it. As for the selling price of 3 million, Luo Zhe went to the hospital and spent 5 million on medical expenses to repair the almost broken beast-controlling space. Looking at Luo Tianyin paying money nonstop and eagerly concluding a beast-taming contract with the red flame chicken, how could he have the demeanor of the young patriarch of the Luo family? Luo Zhe's heart suddenly felt like it was being cut by a knife, and even his injuries were affected, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, infinite regret emerged and completely defeated self-esteem. Bang! Senior! Luo Zhe suddenly knelt on the ground, his expression extremely painful, tears of regret flowing uncontrollably, and he shouted, Please give me another chance. I have already regretted it. Please forgive me. Seeing Luo Zhe kneeling humbly, even Luo Tianyin couldn't help but be moved. It's no use even if you kneel down. Lu Yu looked indifferent and said, I won't hold you accountable for your crime, but that doesn't mean I forgive your offense. You should never dare to set your sights on the destroying demon dragon. Luo Zhe was in great pain, but he knew clearly that he had lost the opportunity to change his fate. Rose, go back. Luo Tianyin couldn't help but sigh and said, "You are already an adult, and you must be responsible for your actions. Remember, the senior will no longer pursue your guilt. If you dare to have other ideas, I will kill you directly." I see. Luo Zhe seemed to have lost his life. He bowed respectfully to Lu Yu and left like a walking corpse. "Senior," Luo Tianyin said respectfully, "the potential of the red flame chicken is extremely exaggerated, and its value is definitely more than 3 million. I will remember this kindness in my heart, so please rest assured, senior." Of course, he didn't think that Lu Yu didn't know the true value of the red flame chicken. The significance of the price of 3 million is just an investment. Luo Tianyin is a smart man. He knows Lu Yu's intention and is willing to appreciate it. Especially knowing that Lu Yu had contracted a young demon dragon, a beast master destined to reach the pinnacle of beast taming. The only way to get closer to him was if he accepted the investment from the red flame chicken. "No problem." Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I don't necessarily need you to do anything. If you don't have enough strength, you can't do anything for me. Well, now that you have signed a contract with the red flame chicken, you can leave." Luo Tianyin looked at Lu Yu, then at the world-destroying demonic dragon. He didn't know what he was thinking about, so he asked respectfully, "Senior, you have a contract with the demonic dragon. Do you have any relationship with the Lu family, one of the 3 major dragon-controlling families?" "Lu family?" Lu Yu looked inexplicably and said indifferently, "The Lu family, and I have no relationship for a long time." "Yes." Luo Tianyin didn't dare to ask more questions. He bowed respectfully and left. But an idea came into his mind. Perhaps it's not that the senior and the Lu family have no relationship, but there is grudge between them. Even if it's the dragon taming family, if they offend a beast master who has a contracted magic dragon, they'll be hurt, right? Luo Tianyin thought secretly. After watching Luo Tianyin leave, Lu Yu's mind sank into the beast-controlling space, mobilizing his source power to refine the platinum-level resource sky-controlling crystal. For a beast master, the beast taming space is the foundation. The power of the beast taming space will also bring about changes in realm. As the sky-controlling crystal continued to be refined, Lu Yu's beast-controlling space also began to expand. As a beast master who has awakened SSS-level talent, the ordinary beast master space after awakening to the first level is only 1 square meter. But Lu Yu's is 100 square meters, a difference of 100 times. After the world-destroying demon dragon reached the 10th level of awakening, it could no longer upgrade its level. All the power of dark hell it absorbed was converted and fed back to Lu Yu. Before refining the sky-flying crystal, Lu Yu's realm had already reached the 5th level of awakening. As the sky-controlling crystal continued to melt, Lu Yu's beast-controlling space expanded again, from 500 square meters to 1,000 square meters. Awakening to the 10th level, it seemed that it had reached a bottleneck. The sky control crystal was still being refined and integrated, but the beast control space did not continue to expand until it reached a real limit. Boom! The beast controlling space suddenly exploded and expanded 10 times. The area of the beast control space is 10,000 square meters. Extraordinary first level. To rely solely on absorbing the spatial energy of the sky control crystal to improve the level of the beast tamer, this behavior is really extravagant. Lu Yu shook his head and smiled, but he didn't care. It's just a platinum-grade sky-controlling crystal. With a slight movement of his mind, he opened the system space and directly purchased 30 diamond-grade sky-controlling crystals. You have purchased 30 sky crystals, diamond-grade, consuming 300 points and currently have 0 points left. 30 sky-controlling crystals with even deeper colors fell into Lu Yu's beast-controlling space. One of them melted instantly, allowing Lu Yu's beast-controlling space to expand again. Final freeze frame. 100,000 square meters. It is indeed a diamond-grade sky-controlling crystal, a high-level resource with a unit price of 10 credits. I only consume 10% of a crystal to reach the 10th level from the first level of Transcendental. Once I completely refine a sky-controlling crystal, I will probably be able to directly break through to the first level of the star level. Feeling the vast beast-taming space in his mind, Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised. He could feel that he now possessed extremely powerful strength. Even the SSS-level talent Dark Hell engraved in his soul had grown countless times. Lu Yu even discovered that the Dark Hell was divided into 2 layers. The demonic energy rose, and the shadows sank, turning into a double hell. The upper layer was a demonic prison, and the lower layer was a second dark prison. The Destroying Dragon. Dark Hell. Through the connection of the beast taming contract, Lu Yu continuously fed the extremely pure dark source power in the Dark Hell to the world-destroying dragon. Countless dark source forces poured in, and the world-destroying dragon greedily absorbed and devoured them, transforming all the dark source forces into its own power. The aura of the world-destroying dragon is growing stronger. In just a moment, he broke through to the extraordinary level. As long as Lu Yu breaks through to the star level, the world-destroying demon dragon will also break through and possess even more terrifying power. The beast you contracted, the world-destroying demonic dragon, has broken through to the extraordinary level and mastered the red star skill, dragon-slaying demonic soul. Slay the dragon demon soul, red star level skill. The boundless darkness turns into the demon soul's servant. The dark demon dragon soul manifests, destroys the soul, and slays the dragon. Chapter 12. The Dragon Controlling Family? The natural enemy of all dragons. When the system prompt sounded, Lu Yu was immediately surprised. After the world-destroying demon dragon broke through the extraordinary level, actually comprehended another skill, a red star skill comparable to the dragon dark domain. Slay the dragon demon soul, destroy the soul, and slay the dragon. As expected of the dragon clan's natural enemy, the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh that any dragon-type pet, even a subdragon species, is synonymous with powerful. The pure dragon species created 3 glorious and prosperous dragon taming families, which were even independent of the beast tamer system and were called dragon tamers, which were extremely noble. Divine dragon species? It is also the guardian dragon of Xia country. However, no matter whether it is a subdragon, a giant dragon, or the legendary divine dragon species, in front of the world-destroying dragon, I am afraid that their only fate is to become food. Roar! The world-destroying dragon was very pleased with himself, but then he looked at Lu Yu with some pity, as if to say, I am a dragon. When can I eat dragon meat? As a demon dragon, it has never eaten a single bite of dragon meat since its birth. This makes the world-destroying demon dragon feel very ashamed, and it almost doesn't dare to call itself a demon dragon. One day, I will let you, the dragon species, eat as much as you want. Lu Yu touched the head of the world-destroying demon dragon and suddenly recalled what happened 12 years ago. That year, he was only 6 years old. Lu Yu, we adopted you only because we were attracted by the S-level dragon talent in your body. Your parents died after losing the competition for the position of family head. You are an abandoned child. What value do you have other than that strand of S-level dragon talent? This strand of S-level dragon talent essence can be extracted just for your brother. Don't you love him very much? You wouldn't be unwilling to give your talent to your brother, right? Don't worry. After you lose the source of your talent, your future will completely depend on your brother. Your brother will become an unprecedented double S-level dragon talent and can contract 2 top dragons at the same time. He is destined to become the most invincible dragon master in the world and revive the reputation of my Lu family as a dragon master. As for you, you have lost your original talent and will live your life as a waste. It wasn't that he didn't have the talent for taming beasts when he first traveled through time. It was that it was taken away from him. That unforgettable pain is still deeply engraved in Lu Yu's heart and soul, even after 12 years, and he has never forgotten it. Many thoughts flashed through my mind and turned into sighs. With Lu Yu's current extraordinary strength, even if he contracted the world-destroying demon dragon, he would not be able to shake the deeply rooted dragon taming family. But Lu Yu believed that it would not take long before he could look down on the Yulong family from a high position. Continue to practice. Lu Yu touched the head of the world-destroying demon dragon and spoke softly. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt Lu Yu's emotions, and his pair of dark dragon eyes were filled with determination. There is no time limit for cultivation. Lu Yu suddenly realized that almost 2 days had passed since he began to absorb and refine the sky-controlling crystal and let the world-destroying demon dragon absorb and refine the dark source power. And the Beastmaster and his pet had jointly broken through to the 10th level of transcendence. Period. The boundless dark power was absorbed by the world-destroying dragon. The original power of the SSS-level beast taming talent, Dark Hell, is undoubtedly the best training resource for the world-destroying demon dragon at present. The level of the world-destroying demon dragon has also reached the limit of the extraordinary level. Extraordinary 10th level. In terms of strength, it has improved more than 100 times. What surprised Lu Yu was that even though the world-destroying demon dragon had reached the limit of its current realm, its aura seemed to be getting stronger. Is this the destroying demonic dragon trying to make its foundation more solid? Lu Yu noticed this and was immediately pleasantly surprised. He thought to himself, perhaps when my own realm breaks through the star level, the world-destroying demon dragon will break through the realm shackles and instantly break through to the second or even third level of the star level. Immediately, Lu Yu thought again that he had been practicing for 2 consecutive days, during which time no guests came. This is definitely not good news. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh slightly, thinking to himself, even though I opened the Mythical Pet Shop near the Magic City Beast Taming University, it is a newly opened pet shop after all, so the business is still not very good. He turned on his phone and found another message from Shun Yinyan. Shun Yinyan, store manager, my roommate has already left for the Mythical Pet store. You have to arrange the best pet beast cub for her. Below this message, there is also a cute emoticon of a cat stretching its paws. Lu Yu could completely relate to the playful look on Shun Yinyan's beautiful face when she sent the message. He was suddenly surprised and said to himself, Shun Yinyan's roommate is already on the way? 2 days ago, Shun Yinyan mentioned that her roommate Du Ruyan did not have a contracted initial pet beast yet, and made it clear that he would come to the Mythical Pet store to buy a contracted initial pet beast in the next few days. Du Ruyan knows the special characteristics of slime, and it is almost certain that he can complete a business. I am now an extraordinary beast master, and I have already opened the second beast master position. Unfortunately, I don't have any points at all now, so I can't exchange for a pet that is comparable to the world-destroying demon dragon to make a contract. Lu Yu shook his head and sighed to himself. I need to sell at least 2 more pet cubs to get 600 points. My second pet should be comparable to the destroyer dragon, right? Although pet cubs such as slimes, little skeletons, and red flame chickens also have amazing talents, they will sooner or later realize their potential and strength. Compared with the world-destroying dragon, there is almost no comparison. Not long. Lu Yu clearly sensed that outside the Mythical Pet Shop, there was a beautiful girl standing there. Du Ruyun wore a light white shirt, which outlined her youthful figure. Under the light pink skirt, her straight calves were white and slender. She wore white over-the-knee socks and brown leather shoes. She looked like a pure college student. Du Ruyun looked at the signboard of the Mythical Pet Shop, blinked slightly, and whispered in a somewhat complaining tone. It's true that Nian Yin is so focused on training in the beast control space that she doesn't even have time to accompany me here. Although there was a little resentment, Du Ruyun also knew that with Shun Yinyan's current awaken level of Beast Master, the slime's level and potential had been cultivated to the extreme by her. The awakening level beast control space is very fragile. If the slime becomes stronger, Shun Yinyan's beast control space will bear the brunt and may be on the verge of collapse. Only when Shun Yinyan breaks through and becomes an extraordinary level beast master can he continue to cultivate slimes. Shun Yinyan was admitted to the Demon City Beast Control University, one of the 3 major beast control universities in the Xia Kingdom, and contracted a slime with extraordinary potential. What reason did she have not to work hard? I'm so envious. Durian pursed his lips and whispered. Slime can become stronger as long as it swallows resources. It can directly swallow water-type resources and then feed them back to the beast-controlling space. Some common water-type resources can be compared to space. It doesn't take long for Nian Yin to break through to the extraordinary level. Durian knew very well that contracting a pet beast like a slime could completely change the fate of a beast master. Now, she also stood at the door of the Mythical Pet store, facing an opportunity to change her destiny. With Durian's character, he was usually calm and generous, but now he was a little hesitant and actually felt a little timid. Suddenly, Du Ruyun saw a tall and handsome young man standing in the pet shop, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. You are Nian Yan's friend, right? Lu Yu smiled gently and said softly, You have been standing at the door for so long. Don't you plan to come in? Chapter 13. Devil's Prison, Dark Prison. Extremely rare auxiliary system. Du Ruyun met Lu Yu's eyes, feeling the other party's teasing, and for some reason her pretty face turned slightly red. She quickly said, I didn't stand there for long. She rarely interacted with boys, so she quickly walked into the Mythical Pet Shop. Durian originally thought that since this pet store called Myth could breed pet cubs like slime, it must at least be a large pet store, right? After walking in, she suddenly realized that the area of this pet store was indeed a bit small, less than 100 square meters, and even a little shabby. Even the store manager was different from what Durian had imagined. He was not a middle-aged uncle, but a person of the same age as herself, and a tall and handsome young man. This young store manager had a gentle and friendly temperament, which made Du Riyun want to get closer to him. When she blushed slightly and looked directly into the eyes of the young store manager, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Those eyes seemed to contain an extremely deep black color. Lu Yu was slightly startled and quickly retracted his gaze. After breaking through to the extraordinary level, Lu Yu's awakened SSS-level beast taming talent Dark Hell underwent a transformation and turned into a double hell. After all, it is the legendary SSS-level talent. Lu Yu doesn't know whether this change is good or bad. The power of the Dark Hell after its transformation is simply too strong. Even if it is hidden in the soul, a clue will be revealed. If you look directly into Lu Yu's eyes, you will vaguely glimpse the existence of the Dark Hell. The left eye is the devil's prison. The right eye is the dark prison. As long as Lu Yu deliberately restrained his eyes, the devil's prison and dark prison in his eyes would disappear in an instant. I heard from Yin Yin that you haven't signed a contract for the initial beast yet. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, Du Riyun came back to her senses and said quickly, I just awakened the B-level beast control talent, Holy Light, before the college entrance examination, which can enhance the auxiliary ability of the pet. Assistance department? Lu Yu nodded and said, No wonder you haven't contracted a primary beast for so long. Auxiliary pets are very rare, not to mention light pets. Pets that specialize in auxiliary abilities are many times rarer than undead pet cubs. Du Riyun has awakened the Holy Light talent and is destined to grow into a supporting Beastmaster. This kind of Beastmaster has a very high status in society. In the future, whether you become a medical Beastmaster or serve as an auxiliary in a Beastmaster team, you will be given great attention. However, it is extremely difficult for a medical or auxiliary Beastmaster to grow. Just the first step of contracting the initial pet will stun many people. In fact, the school has already arranged it for me, but the light attribute auxiliary pet cubs are too rare. There are also several freshmen who have awakened A-level auxiliary talents and are higher in rank than me. They can only wait in line. There are also sophomores and juniors ahead of me, and several of them are also in the auxiliary department. They are also in urgent need of contracted auxiliary pets. Du Riyun explained. Even they have to wait in line, so I have to wait even longer. Said so. She was also a little bitter. Looking at my roommates, they all signed contracts with their initial pets, and their strengths continued to improve. But she couldn't become a true Beastmaster. Even though she is usually calm, cheerful, and confident, only Du Riyun herself knows the anxiety and bitterness in her heart. Lu Yu nodded slightly. The channel for purchasing pet cubs at the Magic City Beast Taming University is actually one of the many large pet stores in the Magic City. One has to queue for a long time before one can wait for a star-level auxiliary pet cub. What's more, it's specifically an auxiliary beast tamer cub with light attribute. Yamavrait. Only after confirming Du Riyun's choice of major will the Magic City Beast University place the order, and large pet stores will start breeding suitable cubs, right? In fact, most of the auxiliary pets are monopolized by major families and forces. Given the strategic position of auxiliary beastmasters, those big families would naturally unite and control the supply of auxiliary pets in order to attract auxiliary beastmasters to join. Any team of beast tamers, even a beast tamer corps, will be directly upgraded to a higher level in strength as long as an auxiliary beast tamer joins. Not only will they fight more bravely, but they will also have no worries. Also, if an auxiliary beastmaster wants to contract a suitable pet cub, there is another way, that is to join the army. Joining the Xia Kingdom's army and becoming a military beastmaster means fighting against the extremely brutal alien legions. The mortality rate is horribly high. Du Riyun raised her head slightly and whispered, Manager, do you have any pet cubs that meet my requirements? Of course there is. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded. For other pet shops, even large ones, it may be difficult to get them, and they may even have to be booked in advance and bred in time. But for Lu Yu, it was not difficult at all. With a thought, he took out a transparent container and placed it on the table. Du Riyun couldn't help but feel excited. When she looked into the container, the greater her expectations were, the deeper her disappointment became. In the container, a green worm was wriggling continuously. Du Riyun was speechless for a while. Lu Yu smiled and said, Yes, this is exactly a lowest level insect pet, the green cotton worm. Du Riyun pursed her lips and looked into Lu Yu's eyes. She still couldn't get angry. She even felt a little aggrieved and whispered, Are you bullying me, store manager? She naturally recognized the cottonworm. High school textbooks taught that among all pets, the cottonworm could no longer be described as low-level. It was at the bottom of the food chain. Any kind of bird or pet can treat cottonworms as food. Among tens of thousands of cotton bollworms, not even one may grow to adulthood. Even among adult cottonworms, only a very small number can reach the first stage of awakening. However, after being cultivated, the cottonworm has one chance to emerge as a cocoon. Once it successfully emerges from the cocoon, it will evolve into a blue cotton butterfly and can reach the third level of awakening when it reaches adulthood. Only the cotton butterfly that has evolved from an adult cocoon can be comparable to slimes and skeletons. It is conceivable how weak the cotton bollworm species is. Lu Yu had not anticipated Du Ruyun's reaction and said with a smile, "This is not an ordinary cottonworm, but a cottonworm that can evolve infinitely through cocooning." Infinite cocoon evolution? Du Ruyun was slightly startled. That's right. Lu Yu put the green cottonworm on his hand. The green cottonworm, which was less than the thickness of his little finger, squirmed on his palm. This green cottonworm has a special growth talent of cocooning. What do you think? The cottonworm uses different resources. When the cottonworm absorbs it to the limit, it will transform into a cocoon and evolve. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Du Ruyun's depressed mood became excited again. She thought of the slime contracted by Shun Yin Yin. Didn't he also have similar talents? In comparison, the green cottonworm's cocooning talent seems to be more intuitive and related to evolution. For pet beasts, a successful evolution will definitely bring about a transformation. If this is a cottonworm that can evolve into infinite cocoons, then the future of this cottonworm is absolutely immeasurable. Du Ruyun's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "If I feed the cottonworms light resources and use the beast taming talent, holy light, to nourish them from time to time, will the cottonworms shed their cocoons and evolve into light-type auxiliary beasts?" "Right, Li, you know that." Du Ruyun pondered. If what Lu Yu said was true, then this cottonworm was definitely the most suitable pet for her. It could even be said that any awakened beastmaster would not refuse to contract such a cottonworm. The cotton moth, which possesses the talent of cocooning, already has unlimited possibilities to some extent. As for deception, even if the cottonworm does not have this cocooning talent, since the cottonworm itself is too weak and has not even awakened to the first level, the contract can only be terminated within 1 month, and the initial pet cannot be contracted. Du Ruyun estimated that it would take her several months to wait in line, and there would be almost no impact. She immediately made the decision to buy the contracted cottonworm. Chapter 14, Infinite Cocooning. Is the cottonworm going to evolve? Store manager, how much does this cottonworm cost? Du Ruyun's pretty face was full of seriousness. Even if he made up his mind, Du Ruyun couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous when he thought that he would contract a cottonworm. When she thought of Shun Yin Yin's contracted slime, her slightly shaken determination became firm again. Du Ruyun secretly thought, when Yin Yin was contracting the slime, she should be in the same mood as I am now, right? Lu Yu smiled and said, "Cottonworm, sincere benefit of 3 million. Hearing this, Du Ruyun felt extremely strange. How can there be a connection between a cottonworm and a selling price of 3 million? Du Ruyun did not hesitate. After all, the price of slime was also 3 million. Before she came to the Mythical Pet Shop, she had already prepared herself mentally and had also prepared the funds. Du Ruyun's scholarship and savings add up to about 5 million. Even if it costs 3 million, there will still be 2 million left, which is enough to purchase light resources and cultivate cotton moths. Du Ruyun was extremely sure that as long as what Lu Yu said was true, any beastmaster would not hesitate at all when paying for such a green cottonworm that could evolve infinitely through cocoons. Soon the deal was done. There was another 3 million in Lu Yu's bank card. The balance on the card exceeds 12 million. Even in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, this is considered a huge sum of money and is enough to buy a house in full. Compared with the balance of 12 million, the 300 system points that were credited to his account made Lu Yu in a very good mood. As long as he sells one more pet cub, Lu Yu will be able to collect 600 points in exchange for a cub that is comparable to a world-destroying dragon, and contracted as a second pet. The cottonworm. With mixed and uneasy feelings, Du Ruyun signed a beast-taming contract with the green cottonworm. Feeling the information coming from the contract, her eyes became brighter and brighter. The beast-taming contract will not lie. Special growth-enhancing talent, cocoon transformation. Du Ruyun took a deep breath and said with certainty, The potential of the cottonworm is definitely not worse than that of the slime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Luyu looked at her with interest and said with a smile. Satisfy. Du Ryun's eyes moved slightly, and she said softly, Manager, thank you. I will cultivate the cottonworm well. Luyu smiled slightly and said, Now you know that I am not bullying you, right? Feeling Lu Yu's teasing gaze, Du Ryun's pretty face almost turned red. Thinking of her previous suspicion, she felt an unspeakable guilt surge in her heart and whispered, I'm sorry, manager. Fine. Lu Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't mean to blame you. When your friend contracted the slime, he said that my shop was a scam. The sale of cottonworms was undoubtedly the smoothest transaction so far. Sure enough, letting customers recommend and spread the word is currently the best business model. Lu Yu said secretly, A black shop? Du Ryun's face turned red, and she seemed to have doubted it as well. In the following time, Lu Yu followed the principle of being childish and told Du Ryun that there were many things that needed to be paid attention to during the cultivation, cocooning, and evolution of cottonworms. Du Ryun listened obediently, nodding from time to time like a chicken pecking at rice. He also took out his tablet and recorded it carefully. After leaving the Mythical Pet store, Du Ryun first went to a trading house and purchased a lot of light resources before taking the subway back to Shanghai University. Girls' dormitory, dormitory 301. Pushing open the door of the villa, Du Ryun found that the living room was empty. When he walked to the rear courtyard, he saw Shin Yinyan wearing a cute pink swimsuit, revealing her fair arms and thighs, and her wet hair sticking to her cheeks. As the slime swam in the swimming pool, countless water currents suddenly rose up and turned into a reddish stream of water that surged more than 10 meters high. Slime is becoming more and more skilled in controlling the red water spear. Du Ryun was a little envious. The Chi Shui spear was a gold-level skill, and only pets with manhwa-level potential could usually master it. Proficient in the red water spear, you can even allow slimes to leapfrog and challenge extraordinary pet beasts. Not to mention, in addition to the red water spear, slime also mastered the gold-level skill, Aqua Blue Ling. The extremely gorgeous water-flowing damask has extremely powerful strangulation and piercing power, and it is both offensive and defensive. Only then did Shin Yinyan notice Du Ryun. She picked up the slime and walked out of the swimming pool. Dots of crystal water droplets flowed down the white skin. Slime was hugged tightly, almost out of breath, and struggled to fall into the pool. I'm back. Du Ryun stepped forward and hugged her, letting the water droplets wet his shirt. He pressed her body tightly against her youthful body and said with a smile, Yin Yin, your slime has become stronger again. Shin Yinyan was in a good mood and said, By the way, didn't you go to the Mythical Pet store? What cubs did the store manager prepare for you? Even if Shin Yinyan didn't ask, Du Ryun would show it generously. She walked under the pavilion and printed the summoning circle on the stone table with a slight thought. Shin Yinyan looked at it expectantly, but was suddenly stunned. Seeing the summoning circle disappear, leaving only a small green insect, she couldn't help but said, This is a green cottonworm? Yes. Du Ryun nodded, carefully held the cottonworm in his hand, and said softly, The store manager said that this green cottonworm has the same potential as slime. The pet beast cub raised by the store manager is really unusual. Shin Yinyan shook his head slightly and couldn't help but sigh. I thought slime was exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect cottonworm to be even more outrageous. I feel the same way. Du Ryun pursed his lips slightly and said softly, However, the store manager is really nice. Although I doubted him, he didn't care at all. Yes, the store manager is very good. Shin Yinyan nodded repeatedly, couldn't help but smile, and looked at Du Ryun. At this moment, the two beautiful girls reached a consensus. Jiang Yi walked over and saw the cottonworm Du Ryun was holding in his hand. He couldn't help but blinked and said in surprise, Rin, you went to the Mythical Pet store to buy pet beast cubs, and you just bought a cottonworm. Come back. Since I bought it from the Mythical Pet store, this is definitely not an ordinary cottonworm. Shin Yinyan looked solemn and said, Rin, this cottonworm must have some special talent, right? Yeah. Du Ryun looked at the green cottonworm, full of soft colors, and said, The green cottonworm can evolve into infinite cocoons. I bought a lot of light resources, and combined with my beast control talent, Holy Light, it allows the cottonworm to evolve into an auxiliary butterfly pet. Infinite cocoon, evolution? Jiang Yi was shocked and said, This special talent is no less than slime's devouring, right? Congratulations. Shin Yinyan smiled lightly and said, You don't have to wait for the school's arrangements. From now on, you will be an auxiliary beast master. Auxiliary beast masters generally have little fighting ability. However, I will protect you. Zhang Yi couldn't help but said. Then are you going to start cultivating cottonworms now? Du Ruyan took out the resources from the beast control space, and a white light suddenly shone under the pavilion. The silver-level resource, glowing leaf, the gold-level resource, healing grass, and a platinum-level resource, clear lightstone. Zhang Yi was surprised and said, the total of these resources must be close to 2 million, right? Well, I spent 2.12 million. Du Ruyan said with a gentle expression. The store manager said that the cottonworm evolved for the first time and can absorb resources better during the cocooning period. He suggested that I try to buy more resources to help green cottonworm evolution. As she said this, she fed a glowing leaf to the cottonworm. Zhang Yi was in mixed emotions. She looked at the cottonworm and could not tell any difference between it and ordinary cottonworms. Even some birds and animals on the trees in the courtyard were ready to move. If the slime had not blocked them with the water blue silk, they would probably come over at any time to prey on the cottonworms. It was hard for Zhang Yi to imagine that such a seemingly ordinary cottonworm could possess a cocooning talent comparable to that of a swallow and could evolve infinitely. Watching the cottonworms gnawing on the glowing leaves, Du Ruyan showed an expectant expression. After eating a piece of glowing leaf, the cottonworm was full and lay lazily on the stone table. That's it. Zhang Yi blinked. Immediately, her eyes widened, and she discovered that the cottonworms had begun to spin silk and make cocoons. Black iron level skill, silk spinning. This is also the only racial skill of green cottonworm. Shen Yinyan exclaimed. The cottonworm is going to evolve. Chapter 15 Moonlight Butterfly. Little Skull's Road to Becoming an Emperor. The green cottonworm completely forms a white cocoon and completely wraps itself in it. Du Ruyan thought for a while and released his beast control talent, Holy Light. Suddenly, Holy Light shone out, and the white cocoon was perfectly integrated into the Holy Light. All other light resources are also shrouded in Holy Light. Many light resources worth more than 2 million are continuously decomposed in the Holy Light and continue to flow into the white cocoon. The store manager said that the first evolution will take at least an hour. Du Ruyan pursed his lips slightly and said, the more resources there are, the longer it will take. The evolution of cottonworm may take 2 hours. Then you want to maintain the Holy Light all the time? Zhang Yi couldn't help but said, with your current strength, it is difficult to maintain the talent of beast control for such a long time, right? Shen Yinyan said softly. I believe her. Du Ruyan closed his eyes, followed the connection of the beast control contract, and felt the rising breath of cottonworms. He felt that all the hard work was worth it. Time passes slowly. 2 hours later. Click, click. The cocoon is cracked. Zhang Yi exclaimed. Is it about to break out of the cocoon? The cottonworm is about to evolve. Shen Yinyan stared at the cocoon and said softly. Zhang Yi had a strange look on his face. Normally, even if the cottonworm evolved into a cotton butterfly, it would only be a target for the slime and the little skeleton's cotton butterfly. She also contracted a butterfly pet, which was a spiritual phantom butterfly that could create illusions and had a certain charm. She knew even more clearly how weak the green cotton butterfly was among butterfly pets. Zhang Yi thought again that Du Ruyan even spent more than 2 million worth of light resources for the evolution of the cottonworm. It would be ridiculous if it took more than 2 million worth of resources to evolve a blue cotton butterfly. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the evolution of this cottonworm would definitely not be that simple. At least, it will never evolve into a blue cotton butterfly. Snap! Finally, the cocoon broke completely. From the crack, a pair of white butterfly wings appeared, as if formed by the gathering of light. The pure white butterfly wings slowly stretched out, and a large amount of white and smooth light bloomed. This pure white butterfly, only the size of a palm, slowly flapped its wings and flew up, landing in the palm of Du Ruyan's hand. Du Ruyan's pretty face was pale with fatigue, but she showed a relieved smile. She sensed the connection of the beast taming contract and also learned the name of this pure white butterfly pet. Moonlight Butterfly. Level. Awakening level 10? Zhang Yi carefully sensed it and said in shock. Ruyan, tell me quickly, what level of potential has the cottonworm reached after its evolution? Du Ruyan whispered. The potential of Moonlight Butterfly is the 10th level of Starry Sky. The potential of the 10th level of stars. Shen Yinyan said in surprise. The potential of your moonlight butterfly is even higher than that of my slime. Okay. Moonlight butterfly noticed Du Ryun's weakness and slowly shed a large amount of holy light. Gold level skill, holy brilliance. Jiang, he said in surprise. It can heal injuries, soothe fatigue, and eliminate many negative effects. Even among gold level auxiliary skills, it is the best. There's more. Du Ryun regained his energy and chuckled. Okay. The moonlight butterfly sheds brilliance, no longer a holy color, but a faint silver color. Gold level skill, light of the silver moon. Jiangyi was shocked and said, under the silver moon, the pet beast's thinking speed will become faster, and it will be able to obtain various bonuses. Its strength and speed will all be increased. This is the most precious group gain skill. Ruyan, congratulations. Shen Yinyan said sincerely. Moonlight Butterfly has 2 gold-level auxiliary skills, Holy Glory and Silver Moonlight. In the future, if you join any beast-controlling legion, you will directly receive a large amount of resources. To a certain extent, a powerful auxiliary beast master, especially an auxiliary beast master who understands group gain, is the core of a beast master legion. Although Du Ruyan has just become a beast master, there is already such a trend, and his future is limitless. Du Ruyan smiled happily and said softly, my Moonlight Butterfly has no fighting ability. Shen Yinyan smiled and said, don't worry, I will protect you. Babble. Slime jumped on the stone table, saying that his strength should not be underestimated, and he would definitely protect the Moonlight Butterfly. The Moonlight Butterfly landed on the slime's head. Du Ruyan and Shen Yinyan looked at each other and smiled. This scene is absolutely beautiful. In the corner of the courtyard, Chu Ying stood there quietly, taking a deep look at the slime and the Moonlight Butterfly, and a feeling of loneliness could not help but pour out of her heart. She never thought that it took her several years to train Iron Wolf to the 10th level of awakening, but in just a few days, it would be surpassed by Shen Yinyan and Du Ruyan. Both slimes and Moonlight Butterflies are pet beasts with unlimited future. On the other hand, Chu Ying's Iron Wolf, which she was once proud of, now seems so mediocre. The far suburbs of Magic City. A livestock slaughterhouse. Countless bloody scenes took place in the slaughterhouse. Yang Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down next to the slaughter table with the little skeleton. The little skeleton holds a pitch-black long sword, which is transformed from the little skeleton's undead aura. Gold-level skill, Death Blade. Normally, the flesh and blood of a living being killed by the Death Blade will be completely corroded. Yang Qing took the little skeleton and killed chickens in the slaughterhouse for 2 days. However, he did not dare to use the true power of the Death Blade and only used it as an ordinary butcher knife. Brother Yang Qing, this batch of broiler chickens is coming. You have to be prepared. The middle-aged woman at the side spoke loudly, causing the other slaughter workers around to laugh. Brother Yang Qing is an extraordinary beast master. He has killed 100,000 chickens in the past 2 days. Do I need you to remind me? I heard that Brother Yang Qing is a top student who graduated from the 2nd Beast Taming University in Magic City and also runs a large pet store. He is really promising at a young age. Working with Brother Yang Qing, I don't have much work to do. But Brother Yang Qing is also very generous and shared all his salary with us. Killing 100,000 chickens in 2 days, Brother Yang Qing's heart is colder than the knife in the slaughterhouse. You've been killing chickens for 10 years, and you still have the nerve to say that? The entire chicken-killing area of the slaughterhouse is filled with a happy atmosphere. Yang Qing smiled helplessly and said, brothers and sisters, today is my last day to kill chickens. A slaughterhouse worker couldn't help but ask, young man Yang Qing, are you going to quit? It's true that it's a waste of talent for a superclass beast master like you to work in our slaughterhouse. No. Yang Qing shook his head and said, I'm going to kill a pig. Many slaughter workers looked at each other in confusion. They really couldn't understand why Yang Qing had always slaughtered chickens and now wanted to switch to slaughtering pigs. No beastmaster would choose a job like a butcher, which is not a decent one. Killing a chicken is dirty enough. What about pig slaughtering? Yang Qing didn't explain and continued to work diligently all day. In just 1 day, Little Skeleton killed 100,000 chickens. When night fell, Yang Qing applied to the slaughterhouse to move to the pig slaughtering area. Considering Yang Qing's own strength and slaughtering efficiency, the application was naturally approved quickly. I killed more than 100,000 chickens. Although they were all broilers that had not even awakened to the first level, the little skeleton's strength had also reached the third level of transcendence. Yangqing looked at the little skeleton beside him, not caring about the bloody smell on his body at all, and said happily, "Kill pigs for a few more days, and then switch to slaughtering cattle. Even, use this as a springboard to obtain a slaughter certificate. Go to a more advanced slaughterhouse and slaughter a large number of awakened or even extraordinary beasts." He could already imagine that if he slaughtered another 100,000 pigs and 100,000 cows, the little skeleton's level would probably reach the 10th level of the extraordinary level. What if we slaughter another 100,000 awakened beasts? Not only will the little skeleton reach the 10th level of the star level, but Yangqing will also break through to the star level. The future is promising. Surrounded by blood, Yangqing had no complaints, only hope for the future. Chapter 16 New Customer Source. I only serve the high-end pet market. Mythical Pet Shop. Luyu looked at the message on his phone and nodded from time to time. Du Ryun evolved the cottonworm into a moonlight butterfly. Yangqing's little skeleton seems to have been trained well. However, Yangqing's operation is too bold. He ignored the manager of a large pet store and went directly to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens and pigs. Luyu was shocked. The evolution of the cotton moth into the moonlight butterfly is naturally worth congratulating. Luyu could feel the joy and gratitude in Du Ryun's words. What really surprised Luyu was that Yangqing actually went to work in a slaughterhouse. The little skeleton you contracted is the future skeleton emperor. You are so humble. You promised to become the emperor of killing, but you are going to be a butcher? Luyu chuckled and shook his head, sighing. However, the slaughterhouse can indeed maximize the killing talent of the little skeleton, directly making up for quality with quantity. Luyu is very optimistic about Yangqing's future. By contracting the little skeleton, one could change the other party's fate. After all, Yangqing's own qualifications were not high, and no matter how special the data I was, it was only a C-level talent. This means that Yangqing's cultivation speed is definitely not as good as that of B-level talent. If Yangqing had awakened his B-level talent, he would probably have been admitted directly to the 3 top beast taming schools instead of graduating from the 2nd beast taming university in Magic City. Of course, it was because of the awakening of the C-level talent data that Yangqing chose to contract the little skeleton. In Luyu's opinion, Yangqing has a very good character and has also contracted the little skeleton. Yangqing's path to taming beasts has been completely opened up, and his future is limitless. Luyu could fully foresee a scene in which Yangqing slaughtered millions of chickens, pigs, and cows to prove his truth through slaughtering and become a Manhwa level or even Yuri level beastmaster. At this time, Yangqing sent another message. "Manager, a customer just contacted me, and I have recommended them to the Myth Pet Shop." Luyu was even more satisfied with Yangqing. "You kid, you are very smart. He is short of customers now. In the future, the customers of Yangqing's pet store can be completely converted into my customers," Luyu said secretly happily. He was about to put down his phone and prepare to receive guests when Luo Tingyan sent a message. "Senior, my sister has just awakened her talent for controlling beasts. I plan to take her to the Mythical Beast shop. Is that okay?" Luyu laughed heartily. "Everything is fine. Of course," Luyu said immediately. He drank a sip of tea, suppressed his excitement, sat on the soft chair, and waited patiently. Roar! The world-destroying dragon absorbs the source power of the dark hell to make its realm more stable. If it weren't for the limitations of the beast taming space, the world-destroying demon dragon could break through to the star level at any time. Even if I have a diamond-grade sky-controlling crystal, it will still take at least 5 days to break through. Luyu shook his head slightly and said soothingly, "You will be able to advance soon. Don't worry." Roar! The world-destroying dragon nodded repeatedly. In fact, it was already very satisfied. Judging from the inherited memory, the infancy and growth period of the world-destroying demon dragon are both extremely long, often measured in tens of thousands of years. After becoming Lu Yu's contracted pet, it has only been a few days, and the world-destroying demon dragon has broken through to the 10th level of the extraordinary level. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? At this time, outside the Mythical Pet Shop, Jiang Shorong stood outside the door and couldn't help frowning. If Yangqing hadn't strongly recommended him, Jiang Shorong would probably have turned around and left. Even so, when Jiang Shorong saw that the Myth Pet Shop was so small, less than 100 square meters, he still felt that he was being looked down upon and couldn't help but feel a nameless anger. This Yongqing is just an extraordinary beastmaster. How dare he tease me? Jiang Shorong snorted coldly. Even if you open a large pet store and you dare to offend my Jiang family, what's the big pet store? The Jiang family is a century-old family in Magic City. Their strength should not be underestimated. The head of the family is even a sun-level beast tamer. As a member of the Jiang family in Magic City, even though Jiang Shorong's status in the family is not high, he is still very proud. Although he was extremely unhappy with the pet shop recommended by Yongqing, Jiang Shorong had no reason to attack Yongqing if he didn't go in to take a look. He had no choice but to control his temper and walked into the mythical pet shop. When Jiang Shorong saw Lu Yu, his brows furrowed even more tightly, and he asked, "Are you the manager of this pet store?" "That's right." Lu Yu smiled slightly. Although he noticed that Jiang Shorong's mentality was not right, since he opened his pet store, Lu Yu was naturally professional. He knew that everyone who came was a guest, so he said, "Dear guest, do you have any needs?" Jiang Shorong looked at Lu Yu and said coldly, "You are a young boy who is still wet behind the ears. You don't go to college, but run a pet store? Is your Shenhua pet store a branch of Yongqing's pet store?" "Yongqing is one of my clients." Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, knowing that Jiang Shorong was introduced by Yongqing. Judging from Jiang Shorong's attitude, he seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with the Myth Pet Shop. The Mythical Pet Shop has nothing to do with Yongqing's pet shop. If I have to say, the Mythical Pet Shop that I run currently only targets the highest-end pet market. Lu Yu said in a deep voice. "High-end pet market?" Jiang Shorong sneered and said, "Your pet store is so small. How high-end can it be? The environment can't determine anything." Lu Yu shook his head and said, "Since it's a pet store, it's natural to judge by the pet cubs on sale. You're just a young boy, but you're so arrogant." Jiang Shorong sneered. Lu Yu did not comment and said, "Sir, what kind of pet do you want to buy?" Jiang Shorong thought of the family's mission and said, "I am here on behalf of the Jiang family. Our Jiang family is planning to expand the pet breeding field and breed special pets that belong to our Jiang family. We need a pet with high-quality genes. I was originally planning to go to Yongqing's pet shop, but Yongqing recommended me to come to your place. A pet with high-quality genes? Of course I have some here." Lu Yu nodded confidently, also feeling a little surprised. This time, the customer purchased the pet not for his own contract, but for reproduction and breeding. Lu Yu remembered that many large families had their own exclusive pet races. For example, the dragon-controlling family Lu family had the only friendship of the Red Dragon clan towards the human race in the dragon world. Even the family totem is a giant red dragon. To a certain extent, an exclusive pet race represents the totem of a family. As long as the core descendants have suitable talents, they will contract the family's exclusive pet. Even the Luo family has its own exclusive pet race, a very precious elemental pet, the purple fire spirit that can easily transform into elements. According to rumors, the Luo family seemed to occupy a special secret realm of fire. In the purple flames, there was a chance that a purple fire spirit would be born. However, the potential of the purple fire spirit was not high. When it reached adulthood, it was only at the 10th level of transcendence. It was not compatible with Luo Tianyan's talent Cold Flame, so Luo Tianyan did not make a contract with the purple fire spirit. "Do you have a pet with good genes?" Jiang Shorong asked suspiciously. "If that's the case, take it out and let us see it." Lu Yu didn't say anything. He took out a transparent container and placed it on the long table. Jiang Shorong took a look and felt furious. He looked directly at Lu Yu and said coldly, "I am here on behalf of the Jiang family. How dare you play tricks on me? Do you really think that there is no one in my Jiang family? Isn't the gene of this pet high quality?" Lu Yu frowned slightly. Jiang Shorong was furious. He pointed at the transparent container and said angrily, "This is clearly a low-level goblin. How dare you say that a goblin has high-quality genes?" Chapter 17. Reproduce and you will become stronger, goblin ancestor. Jiang Shorong looked at the ugly, short, green-skinned monster in the container, and the anger in his heart could not be suppressed at all. Goblin. As we all know, goblins are not pets native to the blue planet, but a species of aliens from an alien dimension. 300 years ago, an alien passage was opened in Xia country, connecting to the alien world where the goblins lived. The goblin clan was ecstatic. They led a million-strong goblin army and launched a massive attack on Blue Star through alien channels, wanting to turn the entire Blue Star into a breeding ground for the goblin clan. The entire Xia Kingdom was in panic. When the beast-taming army of Xia Kingdom arrived, they were surprised to find that the goblin army numbering up to 1 million, was so weak that they were barely able to withstand a single blow. Adult goblin warriors are only at the first level of awakening. A goblin general, who is 1 in 100, awakening level 2. Goblin generals. Each of them commanded an army of 100,000 and were awakened to the 3rd level. What surprised the Xia army the most was that the Goblin Emperor, who was known as the strongest, was only at the 5th level of awakening. The entire invading Goblin army was destroyed in an instant. The entire Goblin kingdom became a subordinate race of the Xia kingdom, with a status similar to that of slaves. The most arduous underground mining industry basically relied on goblins as labor. Jiang Shurong felt insulted, and his face flushed just thinking about the possibility that the Jiang family's exclusive pet species in the Magic City would be goblins in the future, and even their totems would become goblins. Jiang Shurong instantly summoned his pet, which was a 6th-level extraordinary Kanglen fox. At this moment, the anger in Jiang Shurong's eyes seemed to be about to burst out at any time. "My dear guest, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yu frowned and said, "Don't you want to know what's so special about this goblin?" "Unnecessary," Jiang Shurong said in a cold voice. "You had the chance to get in touch with my Jiang family in Magic City. I gave you the chance, but not only did you not cherish it, you also insulted my Jiang family." Lu Yu's expression also turned cold in an instant. He was about to say something when a young man with eyes as cold as ice and fire slowly walked in from outside the pet shop, accompanied by a girl in a red dress. The Jiang family in the Demon City? What a great majesty! Luo Tianyan's voice was icy, and a frosty cold flame quietly emerged. Under Lung Yan's pressure, the Kanglen fox shrank and trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Shurong's body suddenly stiffened. He looked at Luo Tianyan, who was standing beside him, and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Luo, why are you here?" He bowed quickly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The Luo family is a big family in Demon City, and the head of the family is a king-level beastmaster. What is a king? In some small countries, a king-level beastmaster can already be called king. Have your own palace and army. Even in Xia country, a king-level beastmaster is truly among the upper class of Xia country and enjoys many privileges. Compared with the Luo family in Demon City, the Jiang family is nothing. Even many of the Jiang family's industries rely on the support of the Luo family to operate steadily. The Magic City is a super first-tier city in Xia country. Even though the Jiang family has a sun-level beast tamer as its mainstay, there are still many families like the Jiang family in the entire Magic City. The Luo Tianyan in front of him is the recognized future young master of the Luo family. Not to mention Jiang Shurong, he was just a small manager of the Jiang family. Even if the head of the Jiang family was here, he would not dare to offend him in the slightest. Luo Tianyan ignored him, walked straight to Lu Yu, bowed and said, "Senior." The girl in the red dress beside him blinked her watery eyes and quietly observed Lu Yu. Luo Jingqing was surprised to find that Lu Yu was completely different from the old man she had imagined, but a handsome and tall young man. When Luo Jingqing looked at the sleeping black dragon on the table, she couldn't help but take a few more glances and thought to herself, "Is this the dragon species my brother mentioned?" The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon opened slightly. Luo Jingqing's delicate body trembled slightly. Through the slit in her eyes, she seemed to see the most terrifying and dark hell in the world. Cold sweat broke out, slightly wetting her red dress, revealing her snow-white skin. When she came to her senses, she found that the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to have never been opened, so she quickly looked away. Luo Jingqing suddenly remembered that Luo Tianyan once said that this pitch-black dragon almost killed the black-feathered crow with just a glance. This evil dragon can even directly destroy the opponent's beast-controlling space, based on the connection of the contract. "Senior." Jiang Shurong looked at Lu Yu in disbelief, almost unable to believe his ears, and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Luo, why do you call him senior?" "Shut up." Luo Tianyan frowned slightly and said coldly, "Did I let you speak?" Jiang Shurong's face was filled with humiliation, but he didn't dare to make any rebuttal. If the head of the family knew that he had offended the young patriarch of the Luo family, his end would definitely not be good. Luo Tianyan looked down at him and said indifferently, "Your Jiang family is really majestic. Senior Lu is treated as a distinguished guest by even my Luo family. How dare you be so disrespectful?" Hearing this, Jiang Shurong's body was shaking like a sieve. Even though he didn't understand the situation, at least he knew one thing. The young manager of the mythical pet shop was someone he could not afford to offend. He still hunched over, not daring to look up. With such an attitude, where is the arrogance from before? Luo Tianyan looked at Lu Yu and said respectfully, "Senior, this is my sister Luo Jingqing." Luo Jingqing turned her eyes away from the world-destroying demonic dragon and said with a bow, "Senior, just call me Jingqing." "Good." Lu Yu nodded slightly. Originally, when Jiang Shorong summoned his pet to vent his anger, Lu Yu was in a bad mood, and the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon almost opened instantly. After all, not only was he offended, he also lost a customer. It wasn't until Luo Tianyan brought Luo Jingqing over that Lu Yu felt a little better. At least he could still sell a baby pet. Huh. Luo Jingqing looked at the container and was immediately surprised. She almost understood Jiang Shorong's anger. She had heard that the Jiang family was planning to breed a family-exclusive pet race. Goblins are the exclusive race of the family? Just thinking about it makes me feel humiliated. Luo Tianyan also took a look, but his expression did not change at all. After contracting the red flame chicken, he dared not underestimate any pet cubs bred by Lu Yu. A red flame chicken can refine the strange fire. This goblin must be extremely special. "Senior, are you selling this goblin?" "I'll buy it," Luo Tianyan said immediately. Lu Yu said with a faint smile, "You haven't even asked about the goblin's specific situation, so you want to buy it?" Luo Tianyan said sincerely, "I believe in you, Senior." "Senior, I'm very curious. Is there anything special about this goblin?" Luo Jingqing asked curiously. Even Jiang Shorong couldn't help but look up. He vaguely realized that the goblin might really be extremely special. If not for this, why would the young master of the Luo family and the little princess of the Luo family attach so much importance to it? Lu Yu took back the container and stood on the table in panic, like a skinny, ugly monster goblin. This goblin has a special talent. It can reproduce offspring and gain qualifications and strength from them. In other words, the more offspring a goblin has, the stronger its strength and potential will naturally be. Lu Yu chuckled and said, "The most important thing is that as the goblin's potential and strength continue to increase, the probability of giving birth to high-quality offspring will also greatly increase, forming an extremely virtuous cycle." The words fell. Luo Jingqing opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed, "In time, won't this goblin be able to breed an extremely powerful race? And the goblin itself will become the ancestor of this race, with strength that surpasses the entire tribe." Chapter 18: Jiang Shorong's Regret, Refining the Strange Ice Fox. To reproduce and create a race? Jiang Shorong's heart beat faster as he stared at the skinny and ugly goblin on the table, but he no longer had any contempt or disgust for him. He even had a crazy idea. He wants to contract this goblin. Jiang Shorong could already foresee that in order to cultivate an extremely powerful race, the entire Jiang family's resources would be tilted towards him. Not to mention, the stronger the overall strength of the created race, the higher the potential and realm of the goblins will be. This is simply an extremely smooth path to becoming stronger. When Jiang Shorong came to his senses, he found that Luo Jingqing and even Luo Tianyan's eyes were full of eagerness. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured over him, and Jiang Shorong instantly woke up. Such a special pet, even if it is a goblin, is not something that his Jiang family can own. If Jiang Shorong bought it, I'm afraid the entire Jiang family would be destroyed. Even if he has contracted a goblin, he must terminate the contract, and the goblin will definitely be taken away. The world of beast taming has never lacked cruelty. Jiang Shorong couldn't help but feel infinite regret in his heart. If he put aside his arrogance and directly purchased the contracted goblin, I'm afraid that only the Jiang family knows the secret of the goblins. It has been breeding quietly for decades, and by the time it is born, the trend has already been established. "Senior," Luo Tianyan said sincerely, "Senior, please sell this goblin to my Luo family." He was no longer acting in his own name, but in the name of the entire Luo family. Luo Tianyan knew very well that when the Luo family bought this goblin, the entire Luo family might be bound to Lu Yu. He knew that Lu Yu might have some grudge against the Lu family, one of the dragon-controlling families. So what? Apart from anything else, once Luo Tianyan trains the red flame chicken, he will be able to take charge of the Luo family. Even if the Luo family is not as powerful as the Lu family, with all their connections and channels, they will have no problem competing and protecting themselves. What's more, if the Luo family can cultivate a powerful pet race with goblins, it will be the foundation of the family. The three great dragon-controlling families are so powerful. Isn't it because of the giant dragon species? Luo Tinyan's eyes had a hint of ambition. In the future, if we can breed a group of goblins that are comparable to dragons, our Luo family will be comparable to a dragon-controlling family. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers of the same species? Can. Lu Yu had no objection. The goblins had already been exchanged and could not be returned. So who couldn't he sell them to? Even though Luo Tianyan was loyal to him, if he could make the Luo family rely on him, Lu Yu would have nothing to worry about in the Demon City. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "However, you must arrange for a beast master to sign a contract with the goblins. Can you do that?" As he said this, Lu Yu couldn't help but glance at Luo Jingqing next to him, thinking that the combination of a beautiful woman and a goblin, isn't this too weird? Luo Jingqing looked at the goblin with excitement. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she naturally had a good vision and knew that any pet cub could not compare to the potential of the goblin. Even if it is totally incompatible with the beast taming talent, it seems that it is not impossible to choose a contract. Luo Tinyan blocked her gaze and said, "I will notify my confidant to come over now. Please wait for a moment, senior." "Elder brother," Luo Jingqing said dissatisfiedly. "Why don't you let me contract a goblin?" Luo Tianyan looked at her seriously and said, "Jingqing, I'm afraid that the goblin was just something that Senior cultivated casually. Do you really think that Senior can't cultivate a pet cub that's suitable for you?" From some details, Luo Tianyan could tell that they attached great importance to the pet cubs, such as red flame chicken and goblin, which they believed could change their destiny. However, the young store manager in front of him seemed to have never cared about them. Luo Tianyan never regarded Lu Yu as a young man, but thought that Lu Yu might be the reincarnation of a powerful beast master, or even someone who had traveled through the barriers of the world. If not, the demon dragon species that Lu Yu contracted and the heaven-defying cub he casually took out could not be explained at all. Goblin? Cultivate casually? Luo Jingqing blinked slightly and asked in surprise, "Senior, do you have any other pet cubs here?" "Of course there is." Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, "What kind of pet cub do you want?" Hearing this, Luo Jingqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief and no longer had any attachment to the goblins. After all, goblins were too ugly, and they only had special talents for breeding. She didn't want to stare at a goblin breeding scene all day long. It didn't match her image as a beautiful girl. Luo Jingqing pursed her lips and thought for a while, then said, "I have awakened the A-level beast-controlling talent Ice Soul, and I want to contract an ice-type pet cub, preferably one that can absorb strange ice like my brother's red flame chicken." Having said that, Luo Jingqing also felt that her request was a bit excessive. Even if it can be cultivated, it will probably take a long time, right? "Can." Lu Yu chuckled and took out a container casually. A slightly icy breath seeped out of the container. Jiang Shurong missed the opportunity to contract a goblin and was extremely curious about the pet cubs bred by Lu Yu. However, when he first looked at the transparent container, he felt it was extremely ridiculous. He was so confused that he said, "This is an ornamental pet, an ice fox?" Ice fox? In the extremely cold north, ice foxes are purely ornamental pets. Unlike slimes and skeletons, although the ice fox can reach the third level of awakening when it reaches adulthood, it cannot comprehend even a single skill. In terms of combat power at the same level, the ice fox is definitely at the bottom. Jiang Shurong wanted to mock them, but when he saw the serious expressions on Luo Tianyan and Luo Jingqing's faces, he immediately realized that maybe he was the clown. "That's right," Jiang Shurong reacted and thought to himself. Even goblins can develop such special talents, so how can ice foxes be an exception? This ice fox probably has a very special talent. Could it really be like Luo Jingqing's request and be able to absorb strange ice for its own use? In some extreme environments, strange fire, strange water, even strange ice and strange thunder may be born, which are normal natural phenomena. Jiang Shurong had only heard that there were pets that absorbed the power of strange fire and strange water, thereby greatly increasing their strength, but he had never heard that there were pets that could control the many strange fires and strange waters born in nature. On the contrary, if it were possible to refine pets that could refine strange fires and strange waters, then wouldn't the many strange fires and strange waters in nature that could not be mobilized but had extremely powerful powers be the resources for these pets to become infinitely stronger? Just thinking about it, Jiang Shurong felt it was exaggerated. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Tianyin, but met a pair of cold eyes. He felt panic and said quickly, "Mr. Luo, I will never mention what happened today. Please rest assured." Luo Tianyin did not answer, but looked at Lu Yu and said, "Senior, can this ice fox refine strange ice?" "Clever." Lu Yu smiled, saving him the trouble of explaining. At Luo Tianyin's signal, Luo Jingqing has already displayed her A-level beast taming talent Ice Soul, and a cold current containing the ultimate power of Ice Soul is flowing in front of Luo Jingqing. Squeak! The ice fox sensed the extreme attraction coming from the Ice Soul. How could it hold back? Just bite off most of it in one bite. In an instant, refined, Luo Jingqing's pretty face turned pale, but she found that the ice fox in front of her had actually refined the power of Ice Soul, and its pure white fur was stained with a hint of light blue. "Senior." Luo Jingqing was so excited that she said, "I want to buy this ice fox. Please help me." "Can." Lu Yu agreed and said, "The price of ice fox and goblin is 3 million each. If you were sincere, 6 million. Luo Tianyin paid directly. Looking at the bank card balance, it has become more than 18 million. System points also increased by 600 points, directly reaching 900 points. Lu Yu's mood suddenly improved. He suddenly realized that slimes, little skeletons, red flame chickens, green cottonworms, goblins, ice foxes. So far, he has sold 6 pet cubs. Achievement achieved. Sold 5 pet cubs cumulatively. Reward: a random SS-level beast taming talent. Do you want to receive it? Yes/no. Chapter 19, the second SSS-level talent, God-killing Skyfire. Lu Yu was extremely shocked. A second SSS-level beast taming talent? Beast masters who have awakened 2 talents are extremely rare. What's more, both beast taming talents are at the highest SSS level. It's simply against the will of heaven. Receive, Lu Yu said without hesitation. You have awakened the SSS-level beast taming talent God-killing Skyfire. As the system prompt sounded, Lu Yu could clearly sense that an SSS-level talent no less powerful than Dark Hell was engraved in his soul. A terrifying, deep purple flame was brewing in the soul, emitting an aura that seemed to be able to burn everything. SSS-level talent. God-killing heavenly fire. A terrifying sky fire that can kill even gods. Lu Yu was very satisfied and thought to himself, "It seems that for my second beast, I don't need to contract a dark beast. I can choose a fire beast." Compared to other attributes, the fire attribute is definitely the best in terms of destructive power. Not to mention, Lu Yu's current points are no longer the original 600 points, but 900 points. If you exchange it for a pet cub, the cub purchased with 900 points may have potential that exceeds that of the world-destroying dragon. Senior, Luo Tianyin looked at Lu Yu and felt that facing an extremely scorching divine flame, the A-level beast taming talent Cold Flame, engraved in his soul, actually trembled unconsciously. Cold Flame? Are you actually afraid? It was as if he was facing a higher being and was almost offering up his piety. Luo Tianyin simply couldn't understand. He felt Lung Yan's trembling and was also under tremendous pressure. His body was constantly oppressed and cold sweat covered his forehead. What's wrong? Lu Yu vaguely sensed something. With the SSS level status of the God-killing Skyfire, even if only a trace of its aura was revealed, it would not be something that an A-level beast taming talent could withstand. What's more, Luo Tianyin's Cold Flame is also a fire talent. In the face of the God-killing heavenly fire, the only option is surrender. As the aura of the God-killing heavenly fire disappeared, Luo Tianyin felt relieved, his eyes filled with fear. Luo Tianyin was extremely certain that Lu Yu had definitely awakened an extremely advanced talent for fire-type beast taming. S-level? SS-level? Or rather, the legendary SSS-level talent? Just by letting out a little bit of his innate aura, my Lung Yin almost surrendered out of fear. Luo Tianyin couldn't help but tremble in his heart, thinking, at least SS-level fire talent, it's possible that it's even SSS-level. Thinking of that possibility, Luo Tianyin felt his breathing quicken. He didn't dare to think about it any further and bowed to Lu Yu as if nothing had happened. Lu Yu smiled. He admired Luo Tianyin very much. Know when to advance and when to retreat, and understand when to lose. Such quality is undoubtedly very precious. Little Ice Fox. After the transaction was completed, Luo Jingqing directly contracted the Ice Fox. Sensing the information coming from the contract, Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes slowly lit up. I couldn't let go of the ice fox and was full of hope for the future. Lu Yu chuckled and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "I am so satisfied. Senior is so amazing." Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and she said excitedly, "Senior, I really can't imagine how you trained an ice fox. An ice fox that can refine strange ice is just like my brother's red flame chicken." Luo Tianyin gave her a reproachful look. Couldn't she be more respectful towards her seniors? He soon realized that Lu Yu did not show any displeasure, so he felt relieved. 2. Luo Tianyin thought to himself, "Senior, how magnanimous you are. If it weren't for touching your bottom line, why would you get angry so easily?" Not long. A boy who was only 16 years old walked in. The young man's name was Luo En, and he was the confidant that Luo Tianyin had called over. Luo Tianyin pointed at the goblin on the table and said, "Contracted." "Yes." Ron's expression remained unchanged, and he was extremely determined. He actually made a contract with the goblin directly. Sensing the information from the contract, his eyes were filled with excitement, and he knelt down and said, "Thank you, young patriarch, for the reward." Lu Yu was a little surprised and said, "He seems to be very loyal to you." Luo Tianyin only said one sentence, and Ron contracted a goblin without hesitation. This level of loyalty is not uncommon. Luo Tianyin shook his head and said, "His name is Luo En, the illegitimate son of the previous head of the family. He and his mother have been wandering outside for many years and only recently returned to the family." Luo Jingqing said, "Luo En's mother was secretly executed by the previous head of the family's wife. He returned to the Luo family with hatred." Listening to what Luo Tianyin and Luo Jingqing said, hatred unconsciously appeared in Ron's eyes. Lu didn't say much and looked at Ron deeply. As the abandoned child of the Lu family, a royal family of dragons, he could fully understand Ron's situation. Ron's enemy is the previous head of the Luo family, perhaps a king-level beastmaster. Faced with such a powerful enemy, if Ron was willing to face reality, he would probably have discovered long ago that there was no chance of his revenge being successful. Contracting with the goblin undoubtedly gave him a chance for revenge. For this glimmer of opportunity, he could only tread on thin ice, trying every means to hide his hatred and constantly accumulate strength. "You don't have to thank me." Luo Tianyin shook his head and said, "This goblin was trained by Senior Lu. Not only you, but also me and Jingqing have received great kindness from Senior Lu." "Thank you, Senior," Ron said sincerely. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and did not respond. Jiang Shorong looked at Luo Jingqing and even Luo En, who had successively contracted such excellent pet cubs. Thinking that he still had a contract position, he could no longer bear it, and hurriedly said, "Senior, I also want to buy a pet cub." "Not for sale." Lu Yu was extremely indifferent and said, "I was originally planning to sell the goblin to you, but you missed this only chance." Jiang Shorong's face turned extremely pale. He wanted to say something, but was overwhelmed by regret. Luo Tianyin looked at Lu Yu, not knowing what he was thinking, but an invisible murderous intent emanated from him unconsciously. Jiang Shorong, however, was tense all over, trembling slightly under the cold, murderous intent. He vaguely realized something. Did he know too many secrets? Goblins who become stronger by reproducing, red-flamed chickens and ice foxes who refine strange fire and strange ice, and the illegitimate son of the previous head of the Luo family who wants revenge. Jiang Shorong suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost his way of survival. Lu Yu was too lazy to look at it any longer, so he just waved his hand casually, ordering him to leave. With a slight movement of his mind, the entire pet shop was under his absolute control. Luo Tianyin, Luo Jingqing, Luo En, and Jiang Shorong seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force and were instantly pushed out of the pet shop. Luo Tianyin looked shocked. What is the means of this invisible force? Escape! Jiang Shorong rode on the back of the Kanglan fox without any hesitation, and the Kanglan fox fled at the fastest speed. However, Jiang Shorong met Luo Tianyin again. In front of a star-level beastmaster, the extraordinary Jiang Shorong would not even have a chance to escape. The scattered cold flames seemed to burn his soul. Inside the mythical pet shop, Lu didn't care at all about Jiang Shorong's fate. If Jiang Shorong was willing to listen to him a few more times, or suppress his temper and wait for Luo Tianyin to come over, he would naturally believe him and even have a chance to contract a goblin. From then on, fate changed completely. Pity. Jiang Shorong's behavior made him lose everything. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Lu Yu shook his head gently, without any mercy. He quickly put these thoughts aside, and his mind moved slightly. A wisp of purple flame flowed in the palm of his hand. SSS-level beast, taming talent, god-killing skyfire. I now have 900 points, which is enough to exchange for a second beast. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. If Dark Hell is the strongest dark talent, it can create a hell that can easily imprison even the demon lord. Then, the god-killing skyfire represents the pinnacle of fire talent. God-killing heavenly fire. This is an extremely brutal beast-taming talent that possesses the most destructive power. Even gods would be burned to death. In order to correspond to the god-killing heavenly fire, Lu Yu naturally had to exchange for a fire-type pet cub. Lu Yu suddenly felt infinite expectations. The pet cubs that were exchanged for 900 points were all adults, that is, Holy Spirit-level beings. Chapter 20 Contracted Elemental Life. Purple Flame Emperor Bird. In the system as long as the score is over 500, it can be a pet comparable to the world-destroying dragon. Adulthood means reaching the 10th level of Overlord. More than 800 points? As long as you reach adulthood, you are at the Holy Spirit level. In terms of bloodline, it is more terrifying than the world-destroying dragon. 5,000 points? You become a demigod when you become an adult. That is already in existence that can be called a descendant of God. In the system Lu Yu had even seen beings that were gods as soon as they were born. Once reaching adulthood, they possess incredible power. Unfortunately, the price is too expensive and I can't afford it at all. Even Lu Yu could only watch with envy. However, Lu Yu believed that as long as he continued to run the mythical pet shop, sooner or later he would accumulate enough points to exchange for those mythical beast cubs that were born as gods. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and couldn't help but let out a worried roar. Lu Yu smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. Even if the pet cub I exchange has a higher bloodline than you, I will not forget to train you. After all, you are my original pet. Do you understand? Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded repeatedly. Feeling Lu Yu's touch, a pair of dark dragon eyes showed an expression of enjoyment. Immediately, Lu Yu opened the system and after some keyword screening, he tentatively selected several pet cubs whose attributes and prices were perfectly matched. Purple Flame Emperor Bird, 900 points. Red Flame Dragon, 900 points. Blue Luan Flame Bird, 900 points. Red Lotus Flame Beast, 900 points. Lu Yu looked at the system forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, and fell into deep thought. Red Flame Dragon, just give up. I have already contracted the world-destroying demon dragon of the demonic dragon species. The Scarlet Flame Divine Dragon belongs to the divine dragon species. Although it is strong enough, it is naturally incompatible with the world-destroying demon dragon. Putting them together will have a negative impact on each other. The Scarlet Flame Dragon will try every possible means to hunt down the world-destroying demonic dragon. Conversely, the world-destroying demonic dragon will also be unable to resist and want to devour the Scarlet Flame Dragon completely. Lu Yu immediately ruled out one option. The world-destroying dragon is the dragon abandoned by the Dragon Clan. The Red Flame Dragon is a noble dragon. The two can be called natural enemies. Let's rule out the Red Lotus Flame Beast as well. It's too ugly. The Red Lotus Flame Beast looks like a turtle, and its shell is covered with shallow pits similar to craters. Lu Yu has normal aesthetic taste and really can't accept it. The Blue Luan Flame Bird seems pretty good, and it has a trace of Phoenix bloodline. But the Blue Luan Flame Bird is more interested in people with pure minds. It seems a bit incompatible with me. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. He has even made a contract with the world-destroying dragon and awakened the SSS-level dark talent, Dark Hell. It has nothing to do with purity of mind. If the compatibility is incompatible, it will definitely have a negative impact, seriously affecting the effect of the beast taming talent and the growth of the pet. The contract with the pet has always been something that requires extreme caution. At last, Lu Yucai looked at the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. He had already made up his mind. If the Purple Flame Emperor Bird wasn't suitable, he would lower the level and look at the pet cub that was priced at 800 points. Lu Yu didn't care. Anyway, the selling price was more than 800 points, and he would be able to reach the Holy Spirit level when he reached adulthood. Strictly speaking, their bloodlines were of the same grade. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird is actually an elemental life form. Lu Yu looked at the introduction of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird and was immediately pleasantly surprised. He made a decision immediately and said, Purple Flame Emperor Bird, Exchange it directly. You have exchanged for the pet cub, Purple Flame Emperor Bird. 900 points have been deducted, and the remaining points are 0 points. A system prompt sounded, and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, which was made up of lavender flames all over its body, with extremely clear flaming feathers and tail feathers made of purple flames slowly drooping, appeared in front of Lu Yu, looking extremely luxurious and beautiful. Cry! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird tilted its head and cast a slightly confused look. Too luxurious. Lu Yu took a deep breath, and his first feeling was that this Purple Flame Emperor Bird was truly magnificent. This is a kind of beauty that transcends race, and even has an indescribable holiness. If it were placed in ancient times, it would be considered a national totem. There would even be rumors that the person chosen by the Purple Flame Emperor Bird would become the emperor. Any living creature facing such a noble and gorgeous Purple Flame Emperor Bird would probably feel ashamed. Lu Yu saw that the body of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird seemed to be shaking slightly, and the whole body looked extremely unreal. This means that the body of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is truly made entirely of purple flames. During the battle, all the purple flames that make up the Purple Flame Emperor Bird can be released at will, and can even be taken back with a thought, with almost no consumption. As long as there is a wisp of purple flame left, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird will never die. Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Attributes: Fire Element. Level: Awakening Level 1. Potential: Holy Spirit Level 2. Talent: 1. Flame Spirit. As an elemental life form, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is composed of purple flames. As long as there is a trace of purple flame, it will exist forever. 2. Purple Flame, the Lord of all fires, can absorb all fire resources, and even refine all strange fires, infinitely strengthening itself. Purple Flame never extinguishes and can be recalled at any time. 3. Emperor Bird. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird symbolizes imperial power and is an extremely noble creature. Any creature with less potential than the Purple Flame Emperor Bird will be suppressed by its aura. Skills: 1. Flame Feather, Amethyst Level Skill, releases a feather made of purple flames, with powerful destructive and cutting power. 2. Flame Soul, Red Star Level Skill, the boundless purple flame collapses and condenses, transforming into the Flame Soul Emperor form, and all attributes are greatly enhanced. 3. Purple Flame Field, Red Star Skill, creates a flame field that burns everything, suppresses, burns, and incinerates all enemies within the field. 4. Flame Burial, Red Star Skill, instantly releases all flames to completely burn the enemy's body, soul, and even traces of its existence. Status: Healthy, not contracted. Looking at the attributes of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, Lu Yu's heart became extremely hot. This is too powerful. The potential of the second level of Holy Spirit. As long as you reach adulthood and fully develop your potential, you can reach the second level of Holy Spirit. Lu Yu is very satisfied with the potential level of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Things to know: the Holy Spirit level Beast Tamer is already the strongest existence on Blue Star. For example, the Guardian Dragon of the Xia Kingdom is only at the first level of the Holy Spirit grade. Even the Divine Eagle, the Guardian Eagle of the Divine Eagle Nation, is only a second level Holy Spirit level rank, comparable to an adult Purple Flame Emperor Bird. In such a big blue planet, there are only 6 most powerful countries that possess Holy Spirit level national guardian beasts. As long as the Purple Flame Emperor Bird grows up, it will surpass the Xia Kingdom's national dragon and possess strength equal to or even surpass that of the national guardian eagle. By then, if Lu Yu wanted, he could even raise his arm and establish a 7th kingdom comparable to the 6 kingdoms, with the Purple Flame Emperor Bird as his totem, and ascend the throne to become a lofty emperor. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird actually has 3 talents? Lu Yu couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, the talent of Flame Spirit is the racial talent of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird as an elemental life. Its entire body is made of purple flames. As long as a wisp of flame is not extinguished, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird will be immortal. The talent of Purple Flame can absorb all fire resources, even strange fire for its own use. The talent of Emperor Bird? It is even more of an emperor's qualification, born with the power of an emperor. Anyone with less potential than the Purple Flame Emperor Bird will be suppressed. In Lu Yu's opinion, the 3 talents of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird are simply invincible. When he looked at the skills of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, He was extremely shocked. There is only one purple crystal level skill, and the other three skills are all red star level? Lu Yu was amazed. Even the world-destroying dragon, at the first level of awakening, only had one red star level skill, and the other three skills were all purple crystal level. Not to mention, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's only amethyst level skill is equivalent to the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's normal attack, releasing a flaming feather to cut and burn the opponent. With the Purple Flame Emperor Bird as the gift of elemental life, the flaming feathers it releases can be retracted at any time. What if hundreds or thousands of feathers were released instantly? Such power is comparable to Red Star skills. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird actually has a second form. Once the Red Star level skill, Flame Soul, is released, it will transform into the Flame Soul Emperor, and its strength will skyrocket instantly. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the next Purple Flame domain, which was a match for the Dragon Dark domain of the world-destroying Demon Dragon. It was a very powerful domain skill. When he saw the last skill of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, he felt his mouth dry and his heart was pounding. Red Star skill, Flame Burial. Instantly release all the purple flames, burning the opponent's body, soul, and even all traces of his existence. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself, if it were any other fire-type pet, even if it didn't die after using the skill Flame Burial, it would be extremely weak. However, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is an elemental life form, and every wisp of purple flame has a soul imprint, and every wisp of purple flame can be retracted at any time. This desperate skill actually consumes almost no energy. Many thoughts flashed through my mind. He already knew how powerful the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was. Contract. Direct contract. Without any hesitation, Lu Yu signed a beast taming contract with the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Chapter 21. The Imperial Power of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Is the giant dragon watching? Cry. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird felt the connection of the beast taming contract and landed on Lu Yu's shoulder very intimately. The extremely blazing purple flame did not make Lu Yu feel any burning sensation, but instead made him feel very warm. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared, but suddenly he felt relieved, and the feeling of suffocation disappeared. Before Lu Yu formally contracted the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, the Transcendent Level 10 world-destroying demon dragon, facing the Awakening Level 1st Level Purple Flame Emperor Bird, actually felt an invisible sense of suppression and could only exert 90% of its strength. Until the contract was concluded, the world-destroying demon dragon and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird became partners. Under Lu Yu's deliberate control, the imperial power of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird no longer affected the world-destroying demon dragon, and that invisible suppression dissipated. Roar! The world-destroying dragon felt very aggrieved. The bloodline and talent that it was proud of were actually suppressed by the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. I'm not willing to accept this. The self-esteem as a demon dragon was quietly damaged. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and said, when I sell another pet, I will buy resources for you to improve your bloodline potential. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon nodded in satisfaction and rubbed Lu Yu's palm gently with its head. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. If the world-destroying dragon showed its true form, it would be dozens of meters tall. If other people knew the posture of such a huge dragon, they would probably be so shocked that they would be speechless. Lie! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird looked at the world-destroying demon dragon, its eyes full of nobility, flashing with interest. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird spread its purple wings and quietly landed on the head of the world-destroying demon dragon. No matter how the world-destroying demon dragon struggled, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird refused to come down. It was not until Lu Yu's mind moved slightly that the Purple Flame Emperor Bird landed on the back of the world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The world-destroying dragon showed a pitiful expression. Although the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is not very powerful now, it will improve sooner or later. At the same level, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is definitely stronger than the world-destroying demon dragon. The world-destroying dragon can only yield, otherwise he will suffer in the future. Lu Yu shrugged helplessly, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Although he could give direct orders, why should he interfere with the interactions between pets? He took a look at the Purple Flame Emperor Bird and couldn't help but feel surprised. The appearance of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird is undoubtedly very dignified and noble. Is he a dark character? On the other hand, the world-destroying dragon, which has a handsome and ferocious appearance and has always presented itself as a majestic and powerful dragon to the outside world, now seems like a punching bag. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the days ahead would be very interesting for this beast-taming duo. Purple Flame Emperor Bird, come here. Lu Yu waved his hand, and when the Purple Flame Emperor Bird flew into the air, he directly summoned the SS-level beast-taming talent, God-killing Skyfire. It was the same purple heavenly fire, but it made the Purple Flame Emperor Bird feel infinite desire. In terms of level, the God-killing heavenly fire is countless times higher than the Purple Flame. Even if it is a god, he will be killed. Strands of the God-killing heavenly fire continuously merged into the body of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. As the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was immersed in the process of absorbing the God-killing heavenly fire, the color of its feathers actually deepened a bit. Lu Yu did not stop the active supply until the Purple Flame Emperor Bird reached the 10th level of awakening. Next, if the Purple Flame Emperor Bird wanted to break through the realm, it had to absorb the source power of the God-killing heavenly fire on its own. Rather than the immediate combat power of the pet, Lu Yu wants to fully develop the pet's potential. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked outside the pet shop and suddenly let out a low roar, his dragon eyes filled with indifference. Lu Yu looked over and vaguely felt a gust of wind blowing past, which then disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "What did you find?" Roar! Roar! The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon were cold, indicating that he had just sensed the breath of the dragon. That gust of wind was controlled by the giant dragon. As a demon dragon, its perception of the dragon clan will never be wrong. The dragon's peeping? Lu Yu looked cold. He instantly figured out the truth, that only the 3 great dragon-controlling families in Xia country had the means to secure stable contracts with giant dragon species. Among the 3 great dragon-controlling families, only the Lu family is located in the Magic City and is also related to Lu Yu. Are you finally unable to sit still? Lu Yu sneered and said, "It's no secret that I'm a beast master." Huh? If you knew that I've awakened my talent for beast control, you would definitely be unable to sleep or eat, right? You would definitely want to kill me right away, right? Roar! The eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon were full of desire. Perhaps you can have your first meal of dragon meat. Lu Yu's eyes were deep. Magic City, city center. A luxurious villa with a garden full of various plants. A ferocious dragon, completely red and nearly 20 meters in size, was resting lazily. Lu Hunda walked in quickly and looked at the red dragon that exuded a powerful aura, and couldn't help but reveal a look of awe. As the steward of the Lu family, one of the dragon-controlling families, and belonging to the patriarch's lineage, Lu Hunda knew very well that this red dragon was the patriarch's beast. As a dragon tamer, even the patriarch of a dragon-taming family can only contract with one giant dragon. When it comes to the number of contracted beasts, dragon masters are far inferior to orthodox beast masters. But any dragon master has a very honorable status. After all, the dragon contracted by the dragon master is at least a giant dragon. Any giant dragon can crush several beasts of the same level and easily challenge higher-level beasts. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Hunda also contracted a giant dragon, which was a swift-flying dragon, and would reach the manhwa level when it reached adulthood. He himself is an 8th-level beastmaster in the starry sky, so the swift wind dragon is naturally stuck at the 10th level in the starry sky. Even so, facing a true manhwa-level beast, the swift wind flying dragon can easily defeat it. Lu Hunda saluted respectfully to the huge red dragon, walked to the pavilion in the garden, bowed and said, "Madam." Under the pavilion, there sat a noble lady who was dressed elegantly, had a well-maintained face and wore light makeup. She was the wife of the head of the Lu family of this generation, Suyaji. "Go ahead." Suyaji looked at the manicure on her hands and said indifferently, "Over the years, I have only asked you to be responsible for one thing, and that is to monitor that little beast Lu Yu. Even though his parents are dead, their assets are still missing. Do you have any clues?" Lu Hunda was a little suffocated and knelt on the ground respectfully. But he knew clearly how cruel the methods of this gorgeous woman in front of him were. "Madam, I have no clues about Lu Yu's parents' assets." Lu Hunda said hurriedly, "What I want to report is that Lu Yu opened a pet store near the Magic City Beast Taming University. Lu Yu himself has reawakened his talent for beast taming and has also contracted a subspecies black dragon." "What?" Suyaji stood up suddenly, her eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent, and she said in a cold voice, "Not only has he awakened his talent for beast control, but he has also contracted a subspecies black dragon." What happened to Lu Yu? Lu Yu's talent source has clearly been extracted. He even dared to contract a subspecies black dragon as a pet. This is simply an insult to our Lu family bloodline. Lu Hengde didn't dare to say it. Based on his observation, the one Lu Yu contracted was most likely a giant dragon, or even the descendant of a demon dragon. Su Yaji took slow steps and stepped on Lu Hengde's head with her expensive high-heeled shoes. She said coldly, "No matter what Lu Yu's parents left behind, since he dared to become a beastmaster, he can't be kept. Do you understand?" Lu Hengde said respectfully, "I will kill Lu Yu tonight. No matter what secrets he hides, I will find them out and present them to my wife." Chapter 22. Kill the swift wind flying dragon. The dragon dark domain rises. Nightfall. Lu Yu was resting on the sofa, and the world-destroying demon dragon was lying beside him, resting its head on his arm, being extremely well-behaved. The purple flame emperor bird was resting on the dragon's back, its luxurious tail feathers drooping on the sofa. Suddenly, bang! The glass door of the pet shop was shattered all over the floor. Lu Yu stood up slowly, his eyes as cold as a glacier. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared, its eyes filled with extremely violent, murderous intent as it stared closely at the middle-aged man riding the swift wind dragon outside the pet shop. Lu Yu recognized this person, the butler of the lineage of the head of the Yulong family, Lu Hengde, a powerful dragon master of the 8th level of the star level. Lu Yu directly took the purple flame emperor bird back to the beast taming space. The purple flame emperor bird had only awakened to the 10th level. Facing a star level 8th level dragon tamer, it would be easily harmed. Lu Yu looked at Lu Hengde, smiled, and said, "Are you so impatient?" During the day, Lu Hengde revealed his whereabouts. At night, he came directly with the dragon. "I really don't want to waste any time." Lu Hengde stood on the back of the swift wind flying dragon, looking down at Lu Yu standing at the door, and said in a cold voice, "After you left the family, you could have lived an ordinary life. You could have gone to a liberal arts college, and the family would no longer care about a poor ant like you. But you should never, ever have awakened your talent for beast control and dreamed of becoming a beast control master. How arrogant! You think you can control everything, and when you find something beyond your control, you rush to destroy it." Lu Yu just found it funny and sneered. "One of the 3 major imperial dragon families, the Lu family. Since I left the Lu family, I have made up my mind that one day, I will completely destroy the Lu family." Destroy the Lu family? Lu Hengde seemed to have heard a huge joke and said coldly, "Just you? A waste whose talent source has been taken away. With just the Lu family, do you think you are qualified to dig out the source of my talent?" Lu Yu sneered. "Although I don't know how you awakened your talent for beast control, you must have paid an unbearable price. Let me guess, you surrendered your loyalty and faith to the angel? Or did you trade your soul with the devil?" Lu Hengde looked straight at Lu Yu, trying to find a flaw in Lu Yu's expression. Even if the source of talent is taken away, it is not impossible to recover. In the vast world of beast taming, there are infinite possibilities. If Lu Yu had not become a beast master, making Su Yaji feel a little threatened, Lu Hengde would not have come directly to kill Lu Yu. Lu Hengde noticed that Lu Yu's expression did not change. He looked at the world-destroying demon dragon beside Lu Yu and said with a look of sudden realization, "I see. You gave everything to the demon dragon and became its most loyal servant. Am I right? What's it to you?" Lu Yu frowned and spoke in a cold tone. Not to mention that Lu Hengde is just one of the housekeepers of the family head's lineage. Even if the current head of the Lu family, the nominal adoptive father, came to ask, Lu Yu would not explain a single word. "You shouldn't have anything to do with dragons." Lu Hengde released a fierce killing intent and said in a cold voice, "You should know that the giant dragon and the evil dragon are old enemies. You left the Lu family, but the head of the family is not without tolerance. He is still willing to let you go. You colluded with the evil dragon, which is a betrayal of the Lu family and the giant dragon clan." "Betray?" Lu Yu smiled, his expression extremely cold. He recalled the scene 12 years ago when his innate essence was taken away from him, and said coldly, "I have said it before, I will completely destroy the Lu family. I have never felt that I am a member of the Lu family. As for the giant dragons, perhaps the giant dragons are a superior race in your eyes. But in my eyes, They are nothing more than food. Presumptuous. Lu Hengde was furious and could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He said coldly, "You want to destroy the Lu family and dare to blaspheme the Dragon Clan. You deserve to die. Even without the mistress's order, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Roar! The swift-winged dragon roared angrily. It also understood Lu Yu's words. A fierce, murderous intent flashed in its dragon eyes. Countless strong winds surrounded the swift-wind dragon, making it look extremely majestic, like a king of wind. Countless sharp blades of wind condensed in an instant. Lu Yu looked calm. Facing hundreds of wind blades, he was extremely composed. Lu Hengde smiled and laughed. "I have been watching you. Even though you have awakened your talent and contracted the descendant of the dragon, you have just become a beast master, right? Facing my swift wind flying dragon, you won't even have the ability to resist." "Yeah." Lu Yu was very calm, looking directly at Lu Hengde and said, "The swift wind flying dragon? One of the weakest dragon species, just a low-grade food." "Shut up." Lu Hengde was instantly enraged. The swift wind flying dragon is indeed the weakest of the giant dragon species, and it can only reach the first level of manhwa when it reaches adulthood. However, having contracted with the Dragon Clan and becoming an honorable dragon master was what Lu Hengde was most proud of. How could he allow himself to be insulted? The innate power of taming beasts was mobilized in an instant. B-level talent Hurricane, hundreds of wind blades became even more violent, shooting out in a spiral shape, as if they were going to cut Lu Yu into pieces. Lu Hengde was filled with murderous intent, but suddenly he was stunned. Why did Lu Yu remain unmoved when facing the oncoming wind blade? Why didn't he fear? Why didn't he tremble? Why didn't he beg for mercy? How can he be so calm? In those dark eyes, there was even a hint of disdain. Boom! A horrific explosion was heard. Lu Hengde's pupil shrank, and he said in shock, "This is a demon dragon." In his sight, a pair of huge black bone wings completely covered Lu Yu. Hundreds of wind blades collided and cut, but did not leave any traces on the bone wings. When the bone wings unfolded, Lu Yu stood there indifferently. Behind Lu Yu, there stood a demon dragon that was more than 10 meters tall and exuded a terrifying and dark aura. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared with infinite murderous intent, and its eyes were filled with extreme cruelty. Lu Hengde trembled slightly, as if he saw the ultimate darkness in the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Yu took a slow step and said indifferently, "Lu Hengde, since you know what happened back then I will use the most violent means to completely destroy you." Boom! Endless dark source power is hidden in the darkness. Within a radius of several kilometers, all elements and vital energies became extremely violent in an instant. In the boundless darkness, Lu Hengde regained some consciousness. Looking at the horrific scene that seemed like hell, his mind froze and his body trembled uncontrollably. Territory. This is the dragon's territory. Lu Hengde lost his voice and said, "How can the descendant of the demon dragon you contracted possess the dragon domain?" The descendants of the demon dragon are at most comparable to giant dragon species, and this demon dragon descendant is only at the 10th level of the extraordinary level. The dragon domain is a power that only true divine dragon species and demon dragon species can master. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and the feeling of fear completely took over his heart. When did I say that the one I contracted was a descendant of the demon dragon? Lu Yu said indifferently, "Remember this. This is a species of demon dragon that feeds on giant dragons. The demon dragon of destruction." Countless violent darkness completely submerged Lu Hengde. Roar! The swift wind dragon wanted to drive the wind element, but found that all the wind elements were suppressed, and it could not mobilize any power at all. Even moving the swift wind dragon has become a luxury. When it tried to struggle, it was met with a pair of cold and brutal dragon eyes. The ferocious and sharp hoof claws pierced the head of the swift wind dragon, and dragon blood spurted out from the wound. Roar! The swift wind dragon's consciousness became faint, but with the last bit of his sight, he saw the world-destroying demon dragon open its bloody mouth and continuously swallow the dragon blood that spurted out. A hint of satisfaction appeared in its indifferent and brutal dragon eyes. In despair, the wind dragon died completely. On the other side, Lu Hengde fell to the ground, his body in tatters, corroded by the dark aura beyond recognition. with not a single intact piece of skin on his body. Lu Hengda stared at the dead swift-wind dragon, feeling the end of the beast taming contract. When he saw the world-destroying demon dragon swallowing the swift-wind dragon's flesh and blood in big gulps, Lu Hengda's self-esteem as a dragon master was trampled into pieces. Lu Yu looked down at Lu Hengda and said slowly, "Die." He raised his foot, aimed at Lu Hengda's head and stomped down hard. Until his death, Lu Hengda could not believe that he would be crushed so easily by Lu Yu. Achievement achieved. Kill a beastmaster enemy. Reward: a random red star resource. Do you want to receive it? Yes/no. Chapter 23 Red Star Resource. Devil's Heart. A random red star resource? Lu Yu was shocked. Any Crimson Star level resource is second only to the Mysterious level, and is many times more precious than the Diamond level and Amethyst level resources. In the system mall, to redeem a red star resource, you need at least 500 points. Receive. Lu Yu didn't hesitate at all and chose to receive it directly. He looked at the world-destroying dragon not far away and became secretly excited. If possible, Lu Yu naturally hopes that the randomly obtained red star resources can be used by the world-destroying demon dragon. You have obtained the red star resource, Devil's Heart. Demon's Heart. A red star level resource. It contains all the dark insights of an adult demon lord in his lifetime. After being used by a dark pet, depending on the degree of absorption of insights, one or more dark purple crystal level skills can be transformed into red star level skills. Lu Yu immediately checked the system mall and found that the price of Devil's Heart in the mall was exactly 500 points. He can only earn 600 points by selling 2 pet cubs. Just by killing Lu Hengda, he got a red star resource worth 500 points, which happened to be suitable for the world-destroying demon dragon. It was definitely an unexpected surprise. Not far away, hiccup, the world-destroying dragon burped. Most of the several-meter-tall swift-wind flying dragon had been eaten by it. The world-destroying dragon shrank its body comfortably and turned back into a half-meter-tall baby dragon. Lu Yu walked over, collected the remaining body of the swift-wind flying dragon, and said helplessly, "I'll keep the remaining dragon meat for you. If you are hungry, go to the beast taming space and eat it yourself." He also breathed a sigh of relief, as the dragon meat feast that had been promised earlier was finally fulfilled. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon rubbed Lu Yu's thigh affectionately and squinted his eyes comfortably. The taste of the swift wind dragon is really good. You. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly and dealt with the scene as quickly as possible. Looking at the damaged street, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He called Luo Tianyan directly and said, "I had a fight in front of the pet shop. The ground is a bit damaged. Come over and deal with it. I'll go to rest first." He ignored Luo Tianyan's reaction, hung up the phone directly, yawned, walked through the broken glass door, and restored the glass door with a casual wave of his hand, as if nothing had happened. In the area of the pet shop, he is invincible and can do many incredible things. 10 minutes later, Luo Tianyan rode the tall red flame wolf king to the door of the pet shop. He saw the closed glass door of the pet shop without any complaints. When Luo Tianyan saw the streets that were almost in ruins and smelled of blood, his heart skipped a beat and he said in shock, "What kind of horrific battle could have destroyed the streets like this?" When he stepped into it, he only felt the extreme darkness. His mind became extremely depressed. He thought to himself, "What a terrible dark aura. Is this the senior's magic dragon taking action? Wait, this is..." Luo Tian saw the pool of blood that spread for 10 meters, gently picked up a little with his fingers, and said in shock, "This is the blood of a purebred giant dragon. This is a swift-wind flying dragon among the giant dragon species. There seems to be some leftover meat left." He instantly imagined the battle scene in his mind. There was not a trace of dragon blood on the ground, which meant it was a one-sided crushing. After being defeated, the swift-wind dragon became the blood food of the world-destroying dragon. Just thinking about it, Luo Tianyan couldn't help but feel terrified. He was extremely glad that he brought Luo Zhe to apologize and that he also established contact with Lu Yu afterwards. Otherwise, the Luo family would provoke such a brutal enemy and might be completely destroyed in the future. The swift-wind flying dragon. Is it really the Lu family, one of the dragon-controlling families? Luo Tianyan seemed to have thought of something and fell silent. He thought to himself, "It seems that the senior and the Lu family are at war to the death." Now that he has chosen his side, Luo Tianyan will not regret it. After all, no matter how powerful the Lu family is, it is impossible for them to let the dragons they have cultivated escape. On the other hand, Luyu can actually change Luo Tianyan's fate. Unless it is the top-level giant dragon species, it cannot compare with my red-flamed chicken. Luo Tianyan shook his head and thought to himself, the top dragon species is a precious dragon that can only be contracted by the highest level of the Lu family. Just give me some time and wait for the red-flamed chicken to absorb many different fires and grow up. If it is of the same level, even the top dragon species will be able to fight. Not to mention, the Luo family also has Luo Jingqing, who has contracted an ice fox that is comparable to the red-flamed chicken and can absorb and refine strange ice for his own use. The goblins who have a contract with Ron will surely create an extremely powerful race. Luo Tianyan can fully foresee that with the support of these three people, the Luo family will grow into a powerful family comparable to the Yulong family. How could he regret it? Luo Tianyan did not hesitate any longer and made a phone call to ask the Luo family to send people to clean up and repair the streets, mainly beastmasters who had contracted water and earth-type pets. After a busy night, the whole street was clean and tidy, as if nothing had happened. Senior, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Luo Tianyan bowed respectfully to the pet shop, then turned and left. The next day, Lu Yu slowly woke up and found that the world-destroying demon dragon was not beside him, but was in the beast-taming space, guarding the remaining half of the dragon body of the swift-wind flying dragon. Whenever he felt hungry, he would take a few bites of dragon meat with an expression of great satisfaction. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird was very disgusted and stayed away from it. Lu Yu was speechless for a while and thought to himself, is the world-destroying demon dragon a little protective of its food? He touched the world-destroying dragon with his mind. Roar! Sensing Lu Yu's thoughts, the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly showed an expression of surprise and flew directly away from the body of the swift-wind dragon. It seems that I have misunderstood the world-destroying dragon. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. With the look of a world-destroying dragon, how could it be protective of its food at all? Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was about to leave the beast-taming space. Etc. Lu Yu's mind moved slightly, and he retrieved the devil's heart, floating it in front of the world-destroying dragon. The still beating, hideous, and terrifying black heart made the world-destroying dragon feel an incomparable desire. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon raised its head with a pitiful look, as if saying, Master, do you really want to give it to me to eat? You eat it! Lu Yu smiled and said, don't you always want to improve your strength? This demon heart can improve your skill level. As long as all your skills reach the red star level, and you work a little harder, it shouldn't be a problem to break through the potential level to the first level of the Holy Spirit level. Roar! The world-destroying dragon was extremely excited. Holy Spirit level. It couldn't help but glance at the purple flame emperor bird. If its potential reached the Holy Spirit level, even if it was at the same level, it would not be weaker than the purple flame emperor bird. In the eyes of the world-destroying demon dragon, it is Lu Yu's original pet, which means it is the big brother in the beast-taming team. How could it be weaker than the later purple flame emperor bird? Must stand up. But Lu Yu was about to say that this demon heart, after all, is the perception of a demon lord and must be filled with an extremely dark and brutal will. So one should be cautious when absorbing it. The world-destroying dragon was impatient and opened its ferocious mouth to swallow the devil's heart into its stomach. Suddenly, countless cruelty, bloodiness, and brutality, contained in a demon lord's entire understanding of the way of darkness, all poured into the soul of the world-destroying dragon. Chapter 24, Skill Transformation, Evil Dragon Eyes, Demon Dragon Body. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared, and a pair of dark dragon eyes flashed with pain and cruelty. Lu Yu was helpless. Before he could finish his words, the world-destroying dragon swallowed the devil's heart and was immediately attacked by the devil's heart. Any demon lord is synonymous with cruelty and tyranny. They are naturally extremely friendly to the demon world and can easily understand the rules of the demon world. He is even favored by the demon world, has his own lordship, commands countless demons, and can open the boundary channel of the demon world with a thought, invade, and slaughter other worlds at will. The system sells a demon lord's cub for 570 points, which is only 30 points lower than the world-destroying dragon. This means that the status of the demon lord is almost as good as that of the world-destroying dragon. They are both of the same level, and when they reach adulthood, They are at the 10th level of Overlord. Lu Yu had read in his high school history textbook that 300 years ago, the passage to the demon world was opened. Unlike the goblins that were instantly destroyed, the demon war that took place after the passage to the demon world was opened almost destroyed a powerful country comparable to the Xia kingdom. That passage to the demon world, which was opened up in the ancient elven kingdom, caused endless slaughter and even created a fallen race in the demon world, the night elves. Even though the boundary passage was eventually sealed, the ancient elven kingdom could not bear the losses of the war. Too many powerful people fell, and due to the lack of successors, it completely declined. The demon's heart, as an extremely precious red star level resource, contains all the insights of a demon lord about darkness. There are too many violent emotions in it. Even the world-destroying dragon can hardly bear it. Roar! Even though his will was contaminated, the world-destroying dragon still triggered the dragon's fighting instinct to fight against the demon will left in the devil's heart. The dragon's dark domain instantly unfolded, and the deep, dark source power circulated within the domain, eventually converging on the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Even so, the world-destroying dragon still felt overwhelmed. An endless tyranny and evil flowed in the dragon's eyes. Boom! A majestic and brutal dragon soul emerged from the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. It was only after breaking through the extraordinary level that the world-destroying demon dragon was able to comprehend the red star skill, the demon dragon soul, that was powerful enough to destroy souls and slay dragons. Lu Yu could clearly see that a large amount of brutal demonic power was shrouding the demon dragon soul, as if it was mumbling and polluting. After all, it has only been a few days since the birth of the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. The demon's heart contains the insights of a demon lord for thousands of years. With the strength of the 10th order of the world-destroying demon dragon, it is still quite difficult to completely refine it. He made a quick judgment. It would take at least half a month for the world-destroying dragon to completely refine the demon's heart. During this period, one has to endure unspeakable pain. To this, he had expected this. The dark element is the most cruel and tyrannical attribute. If one wants to completely refine the red star level dark resources, how can one do so without paying a price? Lu Yu took a deep breath, and his pair of dark eyes revealed extreme darkness and extreme evil intent. The terrifying dark hell appeared in an instant, completely suppressing the demonic power emanating from the demon's heart and even the incomplete demon soul. Even the demon lord, with his deep evil intent, is as weak as an ant when facing the dark hell. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly woke up, filled with fear. Eat it! Lu Yu sighed helplessly. After refining the dark hell, the demonic source power, which had become much milder, was infused into the world-destroying dragon. Roar! The world-destroying dragon was extremely surprised and madly absorbed the demonic power and the large amount of insights contained therein. From time to time, he looked at him with joy, as if to say, "The master is so awesome." I don't know how much time has passed. The world-destroying demon dragon closed its eyes. Its body and soul were wrapped in the devil's power, as if it was a terrifying demon from the abyss. Some kind of miraculous transformation was happening on the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. Along with the last trace of the devil's origin, it was all absorbed by the world-destroying dragon. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon let out a hearty roar, but its eyes were like those of a demon, filled with evil and cruelty. An incomparably dark aura lingered on its dark and ferocious dragon body. The destroyer dragon you contracted has completely refined the red star level resource, Devil's Heart, and the dark dragon eyes have transformed into evil dragon eyes. The dragon body has transformed into the devil dragon body. Evil dragon eyes, red star level skill, eyes that contain endless evil demonic intent, and the tyrannical and cruel might of an evil dragon. A single glance can destroy the soul, and can also inflict endless mental pollution. Devil dragon body, red star level skill, the boundless power of darkness and demonic power flow into the dragon body. This is an extremely powerful and terrifying dragon body that contains the ultimate evil. Lu Yu looked at the system prompt and nodded with satisfaction. Refining a demon heart created two red star skills, namely the evil dragon eyes and the demon dragon body. Even the world-destroying demon dragon seemed to have undergone some changes. Its ferocious black dragon body was tainted with a bit of evil and madness. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt his own changes and couldn't help but reveal a simple smile. He laughed with his dragon mouth open. He could already imagine the scene of establishing hegemony in Liu Yu's beast taming team in the future. The latecomer? It will never exist. Liu Yu looked at the state of the world-destroying demon dragon and sighed helplessly, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the world-destroying demon dragon was not affected, but only its life form had undergone slight changes, but it could not affect its mind. I have completely refined and purified the devil's heart. How can there be any negative effects? Liu Yuming suddenly realized it, and had a better understanding of the SSS-level beast taming talent Dark Hell. He felt that this beast taming talent was truly incredible. Not to mention the Demon Lord. I'm afraid any existence that controls darkness will only end up being completely suppressed in front of the Dark Hell. It is a pity that the dragon breath of destruction of the world-destroying demon dragon has not undergone any transformation and is still at the amethyst level. According to Liu Yu's perception, the dragon breath of destruction has also absorbed a lot of the devil's essence and reached the threshold of transformation. As the world-destroying demon dragon grows, it will sooner or later undergo a transformation. The world-destroying demon dragon rubbed Liu Yu's waistband, and the saliva at the corners of its mouth seemed to be flowing out. It looked at him eagerly, as if saying, "The devil's origin is really delicious, master. Do you have any more?" "There is none left," Liu Yu said unhappily. "You should first practice dragon breath of destruction well, and while the power of the devil's origin is still there, transform dragon breath of destruction to the red star level." Roar! The world-destroying dragon felt a little lost. When you transform dragon breath of destruction to the red star level, you will be ahead of the purple flame emperor bird in terms of skills. Liu Yu smiled slightly and said, "The purple flame emperor bird also has a skill that is at the purple crystal level." Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon widened its eyes and immediately became full of fighting spirit. It came to Liu Yu's beast taming space and wantonly released and cultivated the destructive dragon breath. All the aftermath was absorbed and suppressed by the dark hell. Liu Yu burst out laughing. There was actually one thing he hadn't said. The flame feather of the purple flame emperor bird seemed to be a purple crystal level skill, but the special nature of the purple flame emperor bird itself as an elemental life form meant that the power of the flame feather would be comparable to that of a red star level skill. However, it is a good thing that the world-destroying dragon is so easy to fool. Looking at the scene of the world-destroying demon dragon's arduous training, Liu Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Who would complain that their pet is too powerful? The strength of the world-destroying dragon must be as strong as possible. Chapter 25. The pony drives the cart, and the goblins begin to multiply. Roar! Within the beast-controlling space, the world-destroying demon dragon was still spewing dragon breath without restriction. Any breath of dragon contains the ultimate destructive power and can kill a star-level pet in an instant. As the world-destroying demon dragon continued to adapt, in addition to the violent destructive mood, the destruction dragon's breath was also vaguely tainted with a hint of demonic intent. Liu Yu estimated that as the world-destroying demon dragon completely integrated this demonic will, the amethyst-level skill, Dragon's Breath of Destruction, would truly transform. The extraordinary level 10 beast taming space reaches 100,000 square meters. Such a huge beast-controlling space is comparable to an ordinary 10th level Mingyue grade space. Accommodating the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird is naturally not a problem. At this time, the purple flame emperor bird was not far away, quietly watching the arduous training of the world-destroying demon dragon. She exudes elegance and splendor from time to time, like a princess. However, Liu Yu could see that the purple flame emperor bird unconsciously exuded majesty and nobility, making it more like an emperor. Elemental life is the most mysterious form of life. People only know that elemental life is born in nature. Rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, thunder, and fire may all give birth to consciousness and become elemental life. Liu Yu kept thinking deeply and thought to himself, the purple flame emperor bird is undoubtedly a life born from a powerful strange fire and turned into a pet. However, the temperament of the purple flame emperor bird is really too special. Perhaps there are other factors for the birth of the purple flame emperor bird. He stared at the purple flame emperor bird intently, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird blinked and flew to Lu Yu's shoulder. Its head, with a wisp of luxurious purple feathers, gently rubbed Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. He touched the feathers of the purple flame emperor bird, each of which looked like a work of art. All his thoughts disappeared. He could clearly feel that the purple flame emperor bird exuded childishness and innocence, and truly regarded him as a father. This emotion was extremely real. That is enough. Magic City, Luo family. In the courtyard of a villa, Luo Jingqing was kicked out. She angrily asked through the fence, "Why did you kick me out? I'm your sister." Ahem. Luo Tian stood at the other end of the fence, couldn't help coughing, and said awkwardly, "Ron and I have important things to do. You are not suitable to stay here." "Ha!" Luo Jingqing snorted and said with some disdain, "What's the important matter? Isn't it just to help the goblin pony drive the cart to reproduce with those extraordinary or even star-level female beasts? Do you really think I don't know anything?" Okay, you're the smartest, okay? Luo Tianyin was quite helpless, as Luo Jingqing was completely right. Luo Tianyin has been doting on this younger sister since she was a child. Although the sister is in her rebellious period, she is still a lady from a noble family. Many family elders praise Luo Jingqing. However, Luo Tianyin knew that as long as she was at home, Luo Jingqing would show her spoiled side. Luo Jingqing just turned 18 this year, and she has awakened an A-level beast taming talent that is not inferior to his. She has embarked on the path of a beast tamer and has grown into a beautiful girl. He no longer had the admiration he had for Luo Tianyin as a child, which made him feel sad. Although Luo Tianyin was helpless, he still couldn't bear to say harsh words to his sister, and sighed. "Anyway, you're still young. You can't watch the scene of goblin reproduction. Do you understand? I'm not little anymore." Luo Jingqing snorted softly and unconsciously straightened her chest, which was not only quite heavy, but also trembled slightly. She said, "It's just a reproduction of the beasts. I don't even want to watch it." Luo Tingyin didn't bother to pay attention to her and said solemnly, "The special talent of goblins can create a tribe. When I become the head of the family in the future, the tribe created by goblins will be the foundation of my Luo family. You are a little girl, so don't make trouble, okay?" "I know." Luo Jingqing snorted. "What about my ice fox? I can't just train the goblins and ignore my little ice fox, right?" "Don't worry. I have already ordered the strange ice and strange fire from the family's resource hall. Both the ice fox and the red flame chicken will be trained today." Luo Tianyin said, took a look at his phone, and said happily, "Well, the strange ice and fire resources have arrived." "Really?" Luo Jingqing showed a look of surprise. She instantly summoned her pet, the ice fox, and took the ice fox directly to the Luo family's resource hall. Luo Tianyin did not follow and turned back to the courtyard. There were still many traces of madness in the entire courtyard. The Red Flame Wolf King immediately came up to him. Luo Tianyin glanced at the goblin and couldn't help but show pity. The goblin was lying on the ground in a spread eagle position, as if he had lost all his life. He looked even thinner, with dark circles under his eyes, and his lips were so dry that they were about to crack. Not far from the goblins, there were 5 extraordinary-level female pets and 3 star-level female pets. These female pets are of different races, including monkeys, pigs, wolves, tigers, and there is even a sub-dragon species of polar ice lizard among them. If it weren't for the Red Flame Wolf King suppressing them, the goblins would never have succeeded. Luo Tianyin was helpless. The goblin race was too weak. No pet beast would take it seriously. These female pet beasts were not that resistant. After taking specific medicines, the bellies of these female pets bulged slightly, with expressions of shame and anger visible to the naked eye. Even Luo Tianyin couldn't help but show an apologetic expression and said helplessly, "When the goblins grow up, they will definitely treat you well." Several female pets ignored it. Goblin becomes stronger? How is that possible? Luo Tianyin didn't say anything. Many beast tamers had simple views on choosing a mate and were naturally inclined to admire more powerful beings. In the future, when the goblins grow into the manhwa level, the daytime level, or even the king level, these female pets who first gave birth to offspring for the goblins will definitely not regret it. Young Patriarch. Ron walked over and saluted respectfully. Use all the prepared resources. It would be best if these female pets give birth to cubs today. Luo Tianyin ordered. Yes. Ron spoke respectfully and gave the special resources he had prepared to speed up the formation of cubs to several female pets that had successfully conceived. The goblin special talent is called reproduction. When the potential and strength of the goblin are lower than those of the female pets, the cubs born will inherit the mother's race. Conversely, a purebred goblin will be born, inheriting the goblin's own potential. Ron explained it carefully and said, as long as they are the offspring of goblins and have goblin blood, a portion of their potential and strength will be fed back to the goblins, making them infinitely stronger. Luo Tianyin had long known about the goblin's special talents, but he was still amazed at the magic of the reproduction talent, which simply went against the laws of pet reproduction. After these pets give birth to cubs, they are directly placed in the pet shops affiliated with the Luo family, or directly contracted by the geniuses of the affiliated families for free. Luo Tianyin said in a deep voice, in the early stage, we must make the goblins grow quickly regardless of the investment. And you, the level of the beast master, must also be improved. You cannot restrict the growth of the goblins. Do you understand? Yes. Ron nodded respectfully. He looked at Luo Tianyin with determination and gratitude flashing in the depths of his eyes. If he had not become Luo Tianyin's confidant, he would probably never have the chance of revenge. Now, after I have contracted the goblin, I will just wait for it to grow up a little bit, and then I can fully expose the goblin's special talent to the Luo family and use the Luo family's resources to quickly become stronger. By then, even if the previous head of the family came forward, it would be of no avail. You don't have to thank me. Luo Tianyin shook his head and said, you just need to know that if it weren't for Senior Lu, you would never have the opportunity to contract a goblin. Even for me, it was only because of Senior Lu's favor that I was able to contract the red flame chicken and have the opportunity to become a top beastmaster. As he said this, a glimmer of hope flashed across Luo Tianyin's eyes. He was very clear about his talent. He had awakened an A-level beast taming talent. Although he could be considered a genius, he had to cooperate with the Luo family's full training to have the opportunity to become a king-level beast tamer before his death. After becoming a king, the future is completely blocked. The contract with the Red Flame Chicken gave Luo Tianyin the opportunity to become a top king, or even break through to the Overlord level. Chapter 26, Strange Fire Ranking, Strange Ice Ranking, Beast Taming Talent Evolution. As the designated young master of the Luo family, Luo Tianyin is very clear-headed. He knows deeply that no matter how high your potential is, it must be turned into strength to be meaningful. The Luo family is not a monolithic entity, and my position as the young patriarch has not been finalized. Before I have sufficient strength, no matter the special features of the red flame chicken, goblin, or ice fox, I cannot let anyone know. Luo Tianyin said solemnly. Ron responded respectfully and looked solemnly at the female pet not far away whose belly was getting bigger and bigger, hoping that the goblin's potential would be improved after the cubs were born. You go and look after those pets. I'll have the Scarlet Flame Wolf King assist you. Luo Tianyin said seriously. He saw Luo Jingxing coming towards him carrying a space container and went straight to meet her. Elder brother. Luo Jingxing was excited and quite happy. She said, you actually exchanged for 6 kinds of strange ice and 6 kinds of strange fire. The most precious strange fire and strange ice are even ranked on the strange fire list and strange ice list. Even if they are at the bottom of the list, they are precious enough. You have used up all your contributions to the family now, right? But she knew that as long as one was on the list, no matter it was strange fire, strange ice, or strange thunder, they all possess power comparable to A-level talent. Many strange fires, strange ices, etc., even if they cannot be refined and used, can be used to strengthen pets. After absorption, they can enhance the foundation, and there is a chance to comprehend the principles of strange fires and strange ices, and thus comprehend skills. It's definitely used up. Luo Tianyin took over the space container, which was divided into 12 grids, storing a strange fire and a strange ice, respectively. The two extreme forces would not have any contact in the container. He sighed deeply. Exchanging these 12 kinds of strange fire and ice had exhausted all his contributions. If it were in the outside world, even if you spent tens of millions, you might not be able to buy these strange fires and ices. On the strange fire list, number 97, Red Heart Earth Fire. On the strange ice list, number 99, Purple Mysterious Extreme Ice. Luo Jingxing said excitedly. I didn't expect that my ice fox could refine Purple Mysterious Ice the first time it absorbed strange ice. Luo Tianyin shook his head and said, Jingqing, the red heart earth fire, and the purple mysterious extreme ice are both prepared by me for Senior Lu. I will take out these two kinds of fire and ice separately and send them to Senior Lu later. Ah! Luo Jingqing was a little dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, Brother, this is a precious strange fire and strange ice that are ranked on the strange fire list and strange ice list. You are actually going to give it away. Jingqing, you have to understand the value of the red flame chicken, the ice fox, and the goblin. Luo Tianyin looked extremely serious and said, You and I are from the Luo family, so you should be knowledgeable. However, pets like the red flame chicken and the ice fox that can absorb and refine strange fire and ice are something I have never seen before. Believe me, if Senior Lu cooperates directly with the Luo family, the price of the red flame chicken and the ice fox will definitely be more than hundreds of millions. Luo Jingqing was silent for a while, and she knew that every word Luo Tianyin said was indeed true. The higher the position, the more you can see the value of the red flame chicken and the ice fox. Especially the goblins, whose value is even greater than that of the red flame chicken and the ice fox. Looking at the selling price, whether it is the red flame chicken, ice fox, or goblin, they all only cost 3 million. Luo Jingqing glanced at the purple mysterious eyes in the container reluctantly and finally said softly, Brother, let's give both the red heart earth fire and the purple mysterious eyes to Senior Lu. Very good, Luo Tianyin said gently. Even if we give away this red heart earth fire and purple mysterious extreme ice, we each still have 5 kinds of lower-level strange fire and strange ice that can be refined by the red flame chicken and ice fox. Besides, we have all awakened A-level beast control talents, and we can all be on the strange fire ranking and strange ice ranking, so there is no need to belittle ourselves. Brother, I'm not reluctant. Senior Lu let me contract the ice fox, and I'm very grateful. Luo Jingqing smiled playfully and said, Besides, you bought this purple mysterious ice. You want Senior Lu to remember my kindness, right? Luo Tianyin smiled and said lovingly, It's good that you know. Next, the two of them each opened the summoning circle and released the red flame chicken and ice fox. The red flame chicken refined the cold flame, and the ice fox refined the ice soul. These are all the strange fires and ices that can make the list. The red flame chicken that mastered the cold flame and the ice fox that mastered the ice soul reached the first level of the extraordinary level and the third level of the awakening level respectively. Let's get started. Luo Tianyin smiled slightly. Next, he opened the grids of the space container one after another, and the red flame chicken and ice fox impatiently began to devour and refine the strange fire and ice in them. The aura of the red flame chicken and the ice fox became increasingly powerful, but also gradually became more complex. Raw! Luo Tianyin's eyes widened, and he said in shock, The red flame chicken is using cold flame as the core to fuse the other 5 refined strange fires. Ice fox too, with ice soul as the core. You want to fuse a more powerful alien ice? Luo Jingqing couldn't help but be amazed. The changes in the ice fox undoubtedly exceeded her expectations. Luo Tianyin sighed. It seems that the potential of the red flame chicken and the ice fox is definitely not what we perceive. It seems to be even more powerful and exaggerated. As the refining and fusion continued, Luo Tianyin saw a silver strange fire suddenly emerge on the body of the red flame chicken. Feeling the information coming from the beast taming contract, Luo Tianyin exclaimed, This is Mythical Cold Fire. Mythical Cold Fire ranked 82nd on the strange fire list. The ice fox has also fused together Blue Soul Extreme Ice. This is the Blue Soul Extreme Ice that ranks 89th on the alien ice list. Luo Jingqing was extremely shocked. She sensed carefully and suddenly found that her A-level beast taming talent Ice Soul actually received feedback from Blue Soul Extreme Ice in the opposite direction and became even more powerful. Luo Jingqing looked towards Luo Tianyin, but saw a pair of silver eyes full of shock. How could she not know that Luo Tianyin had also undergone the same change? After a long time, Senior Lu has truly blessed us with a great fortune. Luo Tianyin was excited, but he smiled bitterly and said, I can feel that the strange fire refined and fused by the red flame chicken will make my beast taming talent cold flame stronger. When the red flame chicken's strange fire is strong enough, with a lot of feedback, my beast taming talent will even evolve to S-level. Luo Jingqing couldn't calm down for a long time and whispered, Any beast master who awakens S-level talent is a true child of destiny, destined to become a hegemon. Who would have thought that just contracting a pet can make the beast master's talent transform? Luo Tianyin took a deep breath and sighed. I thought that the red heart earth fire and the purple mysterious extreme ice were great gifts. But, compared to the good fortune given by Senior Lu, the red heart earth fire and the purple mysterious extreme ice, which are at the bottom of the ranking, are nothing. If I can transform into an S-level talent in my lifetime, an S-level ice talent can rank in the top 10 on the alien ice list. Luo Jingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a look of longing. At this time, the realm of the red flame chicken has reached the 10th level of the extraordinary grade, and its potential has even reached the 10th level of the manhwa grade. The level of the ice fox is awakening level 10, and its potential is star level 10. After all, the strange ice that the ice fox fused was of the lowest level. If it were to be fused with a higher level of exotic ice, the ice fox's potential would exceed the star level, and Luo Jingqing's beast taming space would not be able to accommodate it. Manhwa level potential? Transcendent level 10th order strength. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled, not caring at all. Compared to the good fortune of evolving the beast taming talent to S level, it's nothing. The improvement of potential and strength will eventually be traceable. The evolution of the talent for taming beasts? There is almost no precedent. The few examples that can be followed all used at least amethyst level or even red star level resources to achieve transformation. Only overlord level beastmasters are qualified to use amethyst level resources. Red star resources? Even if it is the guardian dragon, a holy spirit level existence, there may not be many opportunities to use it. Jingqing, I will go to visit Senior Lu in person. You should practice hard at home and strive to break through to the extraordinary level as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the ice fox refines another kind of strange ice, your beast control space will most likely be broken. Luo Tianyin said seriously. No. Luo Jingqing hugged the ice fox and nodded obediently. Chapter 27. Refining the Red Heart Earth Fire. The Flame Bird's True Form. Senior Lu. Luo Tianyin placed the spatial container on the table and said respectfully, "This is the Red Heart Earth Fire and the purple mysterious extreme ice that are listed on the different fire list and different ice list. Please accept them, Senior Lu." Huh? This isn't a festival. Why are you giving me a gift? Lu was a little confused. He naturally knew about the strange fire list, strange ice list, and other lists. In addition, there are also the thunder list, treasurewood list, divine wind list, etc. The red heart earth fire and the purple mysterious extreme ice, the strange fire and strange ice on the list, are equivalent to a platinum level resource in value, and they are the best among the platinum level resources. Platinum level resources are usually only available to sun level beastmasters. As an extraordinary beastmaster, Lu Yu should use bronze level resources, which is the most cost effective. However, in the system all, the lowest level of resources, that is, the platinum level, is sold for 1 point. Limited by Lu Yu's system permissions, he currently only has the lowest level, so the system all is not complete, and there are no resources such as strange fire and strange ice for sale. As for purchasing, with his funds of less than 20 million, regardless of whether he has the channels or not, according to the market price, it is only enough to buy one red heart earth fire. If I use the Luo family's channels, I would have a chance to buy another piece of purple mysterious ice. In other words, the gift Luo Tianyin gave this time was more valuable than the original apology, the platinum-grade sky-controlling crystal, and was worth at least 20 million. Of course, Lu Yu can exchange for a large number of sky-control crystals at any time, but he cannot exchange for Red Heart Earth Fire unless he continues to complete achievement tasks and upgrade system permissions. It's just a small way of repaying the senior's kindness. Jingqing and I discovered that after refining the strange fire and strange ice, the red flame chicken and ice fox can actually feed back to our beast taming talents. Over time, our beast taming talents can even evolve. Luo Tianyin was extremely sincere and said softly, "The original price of the red flame chicken and ice fox was only 3 million. How can we not know about the investment you made in us? This small gift is just a token of our appreciation. You don't have to bear any burden." After listening to Luo Tianyin's words, Lu Yu gradually understood. It can actually make the beast taming talent evolve. Lu Yu was also a little surprised, and then he sighed slightly, thinking, "My beast taming talent is the highest SSS level. I wonder if there is still a possibility of evolution." He thought about it carefully, and finally took Luo Tianyin's gift and said, "Then I'll accept it. Please don't despise me, senior." Luo Tianyin bowed slightly. "How could I dislike it?" Lu Yu shook his head. Luo Tianyin delivered the gift and quickly said goodbye. It was true that he only came here to give gifts, and he came in person to express his respect. Looking at the red heart earth fire in the container, Lu Yu was very satisfied. After all, the red heart earth fire could be used by the purple flame emperor bird. On the other hand, the purple mysterious ice is completely useless. Lu Yu didn't care and came out with the god-killing heavenly fire and the red heart earth fire. The red heart earth fire should have been an extremely violent, strange fire, capable of even triggering a volcanic eruption, but at this moment it was extremely well-behaved, huddled into a ball. Cry. The purple flame emperor bird sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and flew over quietly. Looking at the red earth fire, a hint of desire flashed in its eyes. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Judging from the reaction of the purple flame emperor bird, this red heart earth fire seemed to have a significant effect on it. Lu Yu originally thought that the purple flame emperor bird had been absorbing the source power of the god-killing heavenly fire and should not have any desire for low-end exotic fire such as the red heart earth fire. He seemed to be wrong. Sensing the purple flame emperor bird's desire, Lu Yu naturally would not be stingy and directly fed the purple flame emperor bird the god-killing heavenly fire and the red heart earthly fire together. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird was very happy. It directly absorbed the red earth fire and began to refine it. After observing the purple flame emperor bird, Lu Yu finally understood that the effect of the red heart earth fire on the purple flame emperor bird was actually not that great. However, at the core of the red heart earth fire, there is a core fire source. As long as the source of fire is not extinguished, the pure earth fire can continue to regenerate. By refining this wisp of fire, you can complete the purple flame. The aura of the purple flame emperor bird continued to grow stronger. Boom! Breakthrough. Lu Yu was a little surprised. He could sense that the purple flame emperor bird did not break through on its own initiative, but had reached the limit of the awakening level and broke through the realm very naturally. Extraordinary level. The beast you contracted, the purple flame emperor bird, broke through the extraordinary level and mastered the red star skill, the flame bird true body, flame bird true form, red star level skill, infinite purple flame overclocked and reorganized, transformed into a true flame bird. The number of flames it can control increased drastically. System prompt came. Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. In addition to the emperor form of flame soul, the purple flame emperor bird actually had a third form, the flame bird. When he looked at the purple flame emperor bird, he found that its body was indeed a little small, less than 20 centimeters. If the true form of the flame bird were to be revealed, its size would probably increase tenfold in an instant, and the purple flame it could control would naturally increase many times as well. Due to the special nature of elemental life, the larger the purple flame that can be controlled, the stronger the destructive power of the purple flame emperor bird will definitely be. The most crucial thing is that under the flame bird form, the scale of the god-killing heavenly fire that the purple flame emperor bird can integrate will naturally expand greatly. This flame bird's posture looks very powerful. While Lu Yu was sighing, he took the time to take a look. The world-destroying demon dragon was still training hard in the beast taming space, and he couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity. In the face of pure talent, no matter how hard you try, it seems like you can't catch up. Purple flame emperor bird and world-destroying demon dragon are both my pets? That's okay. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Cry. The purple flame emperor bird landed on Lu Yu's shoulder, its luxurious eyes sparkling. It was very satisfied with the taste of the red heart earth fire. From time to time, it looked at Lu Yu with a hint of desire. It will come later, don't worry. Lu Yu was very helpless, and suddenly remembered that the world-destroying dragon he had contracted loved to eat dragon meat, and it had to be the meat of giant dragons. In the future, he might want to eat the meat of divine dragons. The purple flame emperor bird is even more exaggerated. It feeds on strange fire. Just feeding you guys will make me broke. Lu Yu took a deep breath, deeply feeling the difficulties and obstacles of training the pet beast. At the time when he was most powerless, he contracted the two most noble pet beasts. The purple flame emperor bird didn't care. Elemental life was born between heaven and earth. Even without strange fire, it could directly absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth. Besides, the purple flame emperor bird can also absorb the god-killing heavenly fire. SSS grade, god-killing heavenly fire, is much more delicious than the red-hearted earthly fire. Even the one at the top of the strange fire list cannot compare to it. If it weren't for the core fire source of the red heart earth fire, which was of great benefit to the purple flame emperor bird, it might not have eaten it. Lu Yu put away the purple mysterious ice. He had no use for this strange ice, but he would not mind having too many treasures. Just collecting resources of this level would give him a great sense of accomplishment. He glanced outside the pet store and found that there were fewer students walking on the street than usual. He couldn't help but frown slightly and thought to himself, has the class at the Magic City Beast Taming University started? After carefully calculating the time, it seems that the military training has ended long ago, since the start of school. Even freshmen have to start classes officially. Most of the freshmen probably have contracted a starting pet. Lu Yu thought to himself, it will definitely be more difficult to sell pet cubs next time. He picked up the purple flame emperor bird, thinking that since there were no guests at the moment, he might as well upgrade the purple flame emperor bird's realm first. As for the customers of the pet shop, Lu Yu took a look and estimated that there would be no business today. He had long given up on the self-visitors. The only right way is for guests to recommend each other. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird absorbed the god-killing heavenly fire. Its realm continued to rise, and it immediately revealed a look of satisfaction. Chapter 28 Slime vs. Wild Werewolf. Not worthy of a fight? Demonic Beast University. Fanqing Teaching Building, Public Classroom. Dear students, this is your first class after entering the Magic Capital Beast University. You are all the chosen ones who have stood out from the college entrance examination. I will not go into too much detail about the basic knowledge. I guess most of you have already made a contract with a new beast. In the first class, we will talk about beast battles. Students who have made initial beast taming contracts, please raise your hands. I will select 2 students who raise their hands to demonstrate the beast taming battle and then explain it to you in detail. Lu Luo-chan stood on the podium, looking at the full classroom in front of her. Her already beautiful face, with a gentle and charming smile, was captivating. She was wearing a well-cut professional skirt, and underneath the skirt were her straight long legs wrapped in black stockings, which were still shining slightly under the pure white light. As the youngest beautiful tutor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, Lu Luo-chan, at the age of 26, is already a Manhwa level 6th rank Beastmaster. Lu Luo-chan also attended the Magic City Beastmaster University for college. After graduation, she worked as an intern tutor at her alma mater and was not officially hired until this year. This public class is not only the first class for hundreds of freshmen in the classroom who have been admitted to the Magic City Beast University. It was also her first class after becoming a tutor. Lu Luo-chan saw that most of her classmates raised their hands, and several boys even stood up excitedly. The Beast Taming Battle course is already the most popular course among students. Add in the stunningly beautiful Lu Luo-chan teaching the course. And who can resist the combination of these 2 joys? Students, please take your seats. Lu Luo-chan smiled softly, her eyes moving around the classroom. She pointed at a girl, then a boy, and said, please ask these 2 students to come up and have a beast battle. As her voice fell, there was a sudden noise in the classroom. Isn't the girl that teacher Lu pointed out Du Ruyin, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school from dormitory 301? It's the girls' dormitory 301. In our Magic City Beastmaster University, the freshmen voted for 10 campus beauties, and 4 of them were from dormitory 301. It's unjust. Why am I not a girl? Du Ruyin is so pretty. I really like her girl-next-door temperament. Du Ruyin seems to have awakened her talent for support. At the very least, she will be able to join the Beast Taming Corps in the future. She has a bright future. Wait a minute. Du Ruyin is an auxiliary beast master. How can she have combat effectiveness? Holy crap. The boy teacher Lu ordered is actually among the top 3 freshmen in this class, second only to Lu Su, Gu Tian, and Yin Xiaoping, the 2 dragon masters. Yin Xiaoping? I have heard that he has awakened the A-level beast-controlling talent armorization. He can give his pet beasts a layer of armor that can withstand all damage, so the pet beasts he contracts focus on absolute output. Yin Xiaoping's initial pet beast, Crazy Blade Werewolf, recently broke through the first level of Extraordinary. There was a lot of discussion. With Lu Luo-chan's mental strength, he could naturally distinguish clearly, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Sitting in the corner seat, Shen Yinyan gloated and said, I asked you to raise your hand. How miserable is it? Du Ruyin was a little bit frightened and whispered, I didn't expect that almost 100 students raised their hands, and they chose me. Oomph. Your opponent is Yin Xiaopeng, a first-level extraordinary crazy blade werewolf. He must not chop off your moonlight butterfly and its wings. Shen Yin covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh, you're still gloating. Du Ruyin panicked and said, please help me think of a solution. It's very simple. Shen Yinyan raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Is it okay if I go up for you? Is it okay?" Du Ruyin was still a little flustered. "Have you noticed that Teacher Lu is also a little panicked?" Shen Yinyan whispered. "This is Teacher Lu's first public class. I will go up in your place to help her out. Teacher Lu will definitely not refuse." "Of, please, Nyan Nyan. I told you I would protect you. Then I'll help the slime heal. Slime is very strong. How can he be injured? Just wait and see." After some exchanges, Shen Yinyan stood up directly and walked up. The classrooms in the Fanqing teaching building are very large in area, and there is also a spacious battle area that can accommodate battles between up to Fanqing Star Beast Masters. If the level is higher, it will be impossible to fight indoors. With the powerful destructive power of the manhwa level, or even the sun level, even if the walls can block it, the doors and windows will be instantly shattered, and the bulletproof glass will be useless. When Shen Yinyan stood on the battlefield, many students' eyes widened. They all recognized that the person standing on the field was not Du Ruyun at all. "Teacher Lu." Shen Yinyan smiled softly and said, "My roommate is an auxiliary beast master. She just recently contracted the initial pet beast, so let me help her on the field, okay?" "Sure." Lu Luochan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, glanced at Shen Yinyan gratefully, looked at Yin Xiaoping on the other side, and said, "This classmate, you don't have any objections, right?" "No." Yin Xiaoping's eyes flickered between Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun, and he found that these two girls were both extremely beautiful. One was a pure beauty, and the other was a girl next door. No matter which one you fight against, as long as you have an intersection, you will be considered a winner. With a slight thought in his mind, he summoned the Crazy Blade Werewolf. The Crazy Blade Werewolf is not a beast native to Blue Star, but comes from an alien space. Unlike goblins, the potential of the Crazy Blade Werewolf is truly star-studded. The Crazy Blade Werewolf was holding two sharp blades, and the extraordinary aura was suddenly released. "This classmate, please summon your pet beast," Yin Xiaoping said politely. "Good." Shen Yinyan nodded, and a white summoning circle appeared on the field. As the magic circle disappeared, all the students in the field couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Am I right? Is this an illusion? Slime? School beauty, Shen actually summoned a slime? I'm so stupid. A student from the Magic City Beast Control University would actually make a contract with a slime? Isn't this self-destructive?" It's over. Slime versus Crazy Blade Werewolf. The opponent is still at the first level of Transcendence. I'm afraid the slime will be cut in half with one strike. Even Lu Luochan was a little stunned and couldn't help but said, "Classmate, are you sure you want to let the slime fight the Crazy Blade Werewolf?" "Teacher Lu, I am still an awaken level beast master, and I have only contracted a pet beast slime." Shen Yinyan pursed her lips and smiled. Lu Luochan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. She just felt that the sky was about to collapse. It was already considered a classroom accident to select an auxiliary beast master. Who would have thought that Shen Yinyan, who came in as a replacement, was even more heavyweight and actually contracted a slime? Oh my god! Even a beast master from a junior college would not contract a slime. Is this classmate Shen Yinyan? Yin Xiaoping frowned slightly and said, "I advise you to step down. I have no interest in fighting a slime. It will only weaken the fighting spirit of the Crazy Blade Werewolf." "Sorry, I don't want to step down." Shen Yinyan shook his head slightly. "Didn't I make it clear?" Yin Xiaoping's voice was already a little cold, and he said slowly, "What I mean is that the slime you contracted is not worthy of fighting me. Do you understand?" Chapter 29. Slime defeats the dragon. Isn't it exciting? Yin Xiaoping's attitude caused an uproar in the entire audience. What's his attitude? How dare he be so disrespectful to the goddess Nian Yan? What kind of goddess is she? She's so beautiful. In the world of beast control, strength is the most important thing. Isn't Shen Yinyan contracting a slime to destroy his future? I support Yin Xiaoping. There are many beautiful girls in liberal arts colleges. Will you go to a liberal arts college to find a girlfriend? I suggest School Beauty Shun come down quickly. Slime versus Crazy Blade Werewolf? You're just asking for humiliation. Durian was sitting on his seat, his face flushed with anxiety, and he couldn't help but said, "Stop talking. Yin Yin Slime is very strong." Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to it. The girl sitting next to her couldn't help but sneered. "Slime is very strong? Why didn't you tell me that cotton worms are also very strong?" Durian was speechless for a moment. She really wanted to say that the cotton worm was also very powerful, but she couldn't. She could rarely argue with others. "Slime is not worthy of fighting you?" Amidst the chaotic sounds, Shen Yinyan looked calm and said, "You are all freshmen. I will teach you the first lesson. Don't underestimate any beast." Ridiculous. Yin Xiaopeng laughed angrily. He was already irritated and instantly released his A-level beast-controlling talent, Armor. Heavy Water. Shen Yinyan is also going all out. Yin Xiaopeng is an extraordinary beast control master. He uses the extraordinary beast control space to release his talents. Even if they are both A-level talents, the increase is far greater than Shen Yinyan's talent, Heavy Water. However, Shen Yinyan is more confident in slime. As the talents of the two beast masters were activated, the Crazy Blade Werewolf was covered with a layer of illusory and transparent armor, but no one would doubt the defensive power of this layer of armor. On the other side, the water surrounding the slime seemed to have become thicker, but it did not affect the slime's control and was still flowing freely. Bang! The Crazy Blade Werewolf felt Yin Xiaopeng's anger, and his eyes revealed murderous intent. This race was already known for its violent killings. The two long knives were stained with a lot of blood, and even murderous intent was released. Silver-level skill, murderous intent? Shen Yinyan made a judgment and said slowly, "But can you break through the slime's defense?" A large amount of water flows out of thin air, protecting the slime within it. All the fierce murderous aura was isolated. This is a silver-level skill, Water Flow Ribbon. As we all know, slimes only have one black iron-level skill, Softness. Doesn't it mean that slimes can't even learn bronze-level skills? Could it be that Shen Yinyan specially trained a slime and forced the slime to learn the Water Flow Ribbon? No. Are you blind? Where is the Water Stream Ribbon? It is clearly a gold-level skill, Aqua Blue Ribbon. Gold-level skills? Those are advanced skills that can only be learned by pet beasts with manhwa-level potential. The whole audience was shocked. In their imagination, the slime should have no resistance and be killed instantly. Perhaps with one strike, even the automatic protection of the beast control space cannot save the slime's life. The scene before them was beyond their expectations. The slime actually had the ability to protect itself. And for some reason, it had even comprehended a gold-level skill. Among the hundreds of students present, except Du Ruoyun, none of their contracted pets could comprehend gold-level skills. The potential limit of the pets that an awakened beastmaster can contract is the star level. Water Blue Silk. Lu Luochan was extremely shocked. She recognized the skills used by the slime at a glance. That's why she was even more surprised. The fact that the slime could learn the Water Blue Silk was completely beyond her understanding. All-round protection? Although Yin Xiaopeng was also shocked, as the opponent, he did not have much time to think about it. Now that he had participated in the beast taming battle, he had only one idea. Win it. Crazy Blade Werewolf. Fight in. Yin Xiaopeng said coldly. There was still contempt in his eyes. Even if you learn the Aqua Blue Ling, so what? Slime is, after all, a slime. The third-level garbage pet beast with the highest potential awakening level is far inferior to the Crazy Blade Werewolf in terms of basic attack power, defense power, and even speed. What's more, the level of the Crazy Blade Werewolf is the first level of extraordinary. Protection? Shen Yinyan smiled and said, "Slime, hang it." Hey! The gathered water flow instantly dispersed and turned into hundreds of satin-like blue water flows, strangling the Crazy Blade Werewolf from all directions. With the heavy water talent applied, the unusually heavy water flow was extremely swift. Chop it into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crazy Blade Werewolf had already waved his two swords and slashed at the water jets shooting from the air. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of water was cut off and flowed to the ground. Only a few strands of flowing silk crossed the curtain of sword light and bound the Crazy Blade Werewolf, but they were unable to break through the armored defense. Yin Xiaopeng said with a hint of ridicule, "Is this the only level? You lost." Shen Yinyan said slowly. "Lose?" Yin Xiaopeng was slightly startled. He was about to retaliate, but he found that the water flowing on the ground suddenly started to riot and turned out to be a bright red color. The scarlet water continued to gather and eventually formed a red water dragon. Gold-level skill, Red Water Spear. Lu Luochan exclaimed in surprise. A slime that has mastered 2 gold-level skills and is so proficient in the use of water? She even wondered if it was some kind of water elemental life that was born in the form of a slime. But when she sensed it carefully, she was absolutely sure that it was clearly a slime. "Will I lose?" Yin Xiaopeng sneered. "Even if you have a trump card, even if the Wild Blade Werewolf doesn't have time to resist, so what? My armor is an A-level talent, driven by the extraordinary beast control space. You can't even break the defense. Crack. He didn't even finish his sentence. The Scarlet Water Dragon has penetrated the transparent armor on the Mad Blade Werewolf. If it weren't for the shift in position, a big hole would have been opened on the body of the Mad Werewolf. Even so, blood was gushing out from the Mad Blade Werewolf's waist, making the water on the ground even more crimson. Yin Xiaoping looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The broken armor brought a slight backlash, reminding Yin Xiaoping that he had already lost this battle. The Berserker Werewolf, whom he was so proud of, actually lost to a slime. He thought his armor was unbreakable, but it was easily pierced. Impossible, Yin Xiaoping said angrily. You only contracted one slime. How could you possibly beat me? I told you not to underestimate any pet. Shun Yin said slowly. The world of beast control is full of infinite possibilities. Even if you are a slime, are you sure that one day you will not be able to compete with a giant dragon? She suddenly thought of the handsome and tall young man and whispered, Slime defeating the dragon. It's very exciting, isn't it? Chapter 30, the previous era? The terrifying suppression of Emperor Wei. Does this make you feel good? Yin Xiaoping didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He was defeated by a slime, and even the contracted Crazy Blade Werewolf would have been seriously injured if the other party had not shown mercy. Facing the gazes of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Yin Xiaoping just wanted to find a crack to get in. When Yin Xiaoping saw the harmless slime again, he couldn't help but think about Shun Yin's words. The slime that beats the dragon? Yin Xiaoping was dumbfounded for a while. He originally wanted to retort. After all, the dragon species is synonymous with power. It can easily leapfrog challenges, and even cross a large gap in realms to suppress its opponents. But then he thought about it. This slime was clearly at the awakening level. After careful sensing, he found that it was at the 10th level of the awakening level. Wasn't it a level-hopping challenge? Even crossing a large level, defeating the Crazy Blade Werewolf? What Shen Yin said seems not false. The entire classroom, after being silent for a few seconds, suddenly became extremely uproar. Holy crap! Slime defeated the Crazy Blade Werewolf. This is too fantasy. The Crazy Blade Werewolf is a first-level extraordinary person. Having defeated the Crazy Blade Werewolf, doesn't it mean that Shen Yin Slime is at least among the top 5 in this freshman class? No, this slime seems to be stronger than me. Can anyone tell me how this slime was cultivated? Even the geniuses at the Magic City Beast Taming University could not understand why a slime could be so powerful. Could it really be the special training that caused the transformation? If slimes can really be cultivated, given their huge population, why has there never been any news proving that slimes are worth cultivating? Yin, you are so awesome. Durian walked down and looked at the Wild Blade Werewolf beside him and said softly, Your Wild Blade Werewolf is injured. Does it need treatment? Yin Xiaoping's self-esteem was nowhere to be found. Seeing the injured and embarrassed appearance of the Wild Blade Werewolf, he nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble. Are you very polite now? Shen Yin snorted softly. Yin Xiaoping scratched his head in embarrassment and said sorry. He already knew that Shun Yin was even stronger than him. If you continue to be arrogant, wouldn't you be a clown? Du Ryun pursed his lips and smiled. The moonlight butterfly appeared from the summoning circle. Pure white light fell, and the Crazy Blade Werewolf's injuries were quickly healed. Gold-level skills, holy brilliance, Lu Luochan said in surprise. Classmate, is this pet butterfly of yours a white moon butterfly with moon-level potential? But wasn't the white moon butterfly completely extinct along with the larval form of the moonlight bug? In the long era of beast control, many pet beast races have completely disappeared. Some brand new races will be born. This is not a white moon butterfly, but a moonlight butterfly. Du Ryun held the moonlight butterfly in his hand and said softly, The moonlight butterfly evolved from the cotton worm. Moonlight butterfly evolved from cotton worm? Lu Luochan was a little dumbfounded, obviously not believing what Du Ryun said, and signaled to Shen Yin, Durian, and Yin Xiaoping that they could go down. Next, she focused on explaining the battle. In particular, Shen Yin used the aqua blue silk as a charm to quietly arrange the water field, and used the red water spear to sneak in and kill with a decisive blow, which was greatly praised by Lu Luochan. After a class, Lu Luochan looked at the serious expressions of the students and couldn't help but smile softly with satisfaction, and immediately announced that the get-out of class was over. After class, the more Lu Luochan thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She checked a lot of information, but could not find any records about the moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan specifically found Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyun, and said sincerely, I just thought about it. Even slimes can defeat the crazy blade werewolf, and green cottonworms can evolve into moonlight butterflies. It is not incomprehensible. Du Ruyun pursed his lips and smiled. Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to believe it. The world of beast control has infinite possibilities. Lu Luochan shook her head slightly and said, Did you know? Our beast-controlling civilization seems to be prosperous now. But in fact, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a beast-controlling civilization that reached its peak. Civilization of the previous era? Du Ruyun blinked. Lu Luochan continued. In that beast-controlling civilization that has multiplied to its peak, there is a profession that is no less than a beast controller called a trainer. In today's society, there are very few trainers. If an extremely brilliant person breeders may not be able to breed slimes and cotton worms, rumor has it that the most powerful breeder can even breed a loach into a giant dragon. A loach was bred into a giant dragon? How is that possible? Du Ruyun's face was full of disbelief. Shen Yinyin whispered, If you take the history department, you will know that what Teacher Lu said is all true. However, the profession of breeder is indeed lost. In today's society, the cultivation of pet animals relies more on big data summary, as well as various trials and errors, lack a lot of theoretical support. Could it be that the store manager is actually a breeder? Du Ruyun suddenly thought of something and said firmly, If you are the store manager, let alone a loach, even an earthworm can be cultivated into a giant dragon, right? Store manager? Lu Luochan was very confused. Shen Yinyin explained, The slimes we contracted and the cotton bugs that evolved into moonlight butterflies were purchased from the Mythical Pet Shop outside the school. The manager of that pet shop is probably you, the so-called breeder. She thought of her slime, Du Ruyun's cotton worms, and the little skeleton. The special talents possessed by these pet beast cubs all have one common characteristic. That is, they can change their fate against the odds, giving slimes, cotton worms, and little skeletons such incredible special talents. Wouldn't it be a method comparable to that of the strongest breeder? Extraordinary 10th level. Lu Yu retracted the god-killing heavenly fire and looked at the purple flame emperor bird, which had reached the 10th level of the extraordinary realm. He couldn't help but smile with relief. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon felt the breath of the purple flame emperor bird and found that it was the same as itself, both of which were extraordinary 10th level. His mentality collapsed immediately, facing the purple flame emperor bird. Even without the suppression of imperial power, it felt invincible. Roar! The world-destroying dragon was filled with grief and anger. Is it amazing that the innate race is stronger? The world-destroying demon dragon believes that sooner or later, Lu Yu will cultivate it to become stronger. Li, the purple flame emperor bird tilted its head. Why do I feel that brother dragon is a little strange? It landed gently on the back of the world-destroying dragon and rested comfortably. Roar! The world-destroying dragon wanted to cry, but had no tears. When you were lying on me, couldn't you consider my feelings? Don't you care about the dragon's feelings at all? Grievance.jpg. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and had to touch the head of the world-destroying demon dragon, which was considered a comfort. Outside the pet shop, a silver-white supercar stopped at the door. Straight long legs wrapped in black stockings poked out from the open car door. Exquisite high heels touched the ground, and Lu Luochan, wearing a sexy professional suit, walked out of the car. She took off her sunglasses, looked at the sign of the Mythical Pet Shop, and nodded. It should be here, Lu Luochan confirmed. She slowly walked into the Mythical Pet Shop, and at first sight, she saw a half-meter-tall black dragon standing next to a handsome young man with a wronged look on its face. On the back of the black dragon, a slightly petite purple phoenix was resting leisurely. As if sensing Lu Luochan's arrival, the phoenix slowly spread its wings and flew onto the handsome young man's shoulder. Lu Luochan's eyes have never left the purple phoenix since they came into contact with it. From the purple phoenix, Lu Luochan actually felt a sense of supreme imperial power. She was shocked to find that she couldn't move and even had a vague feeling. If the purple flame emperor bird doesn't allow it, even setting off a summoning formation would be a luxury for her. Chapter 31. Lu Luochan's shock, contracting a real dragon. Lu Luochan's whole body was stiff, her eyes always following the purple flame emperor bird, and her eyes trembled uncontrollably. It's like a pilgrimage. Under the emperor's might, Lu Luochan's reaction became slow, until the summoning array emerged driven by instinct, and the source power of the beast taming space surged, and she regained the ability to move. She looked at the purple flame emperor bird in great horror, her eyes full of disbelief. Lu Luochan was very sure that the purple flame emperor bird did not actively release any power. The purple flame emperor bird did nothing, but its mere existence was enough to control Lu Luochan for several seconds. If it happened in a battle, these few seconds of hard control would probably be enough to kill her instantly. Lu Luochan simply couldn't imagine how noble and invincible the purple flame emperor bird would be if it truly released its power. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Luochan, and with a slight thought, he put away the purple flame emperor bird. "I'm sorry to have startled you." Lu Yu couldn't help but smile apologetically. It was indeed because the purple flame emperor bird had not restrained its power that Lu Luochan was affected by the emperor's might. He said softly, "The purple flame emperor bird cannot fully control the power of its own innate talent." "That imperial power is actually a talent?" Lu Luochan couldn't help but be amazed, but she felt it was reasonable. After all, she didn't feel any fluctuation of power, as if that imperial power was innate to the purple flame emperor bird. There is no other possibility except talent. Yes, Li, you know that. The purple flame emperor bird's innate emperor bird is born with imperial power. As long as one's potential is not higher than that of the purple flame emperor bird, one will be suppressed invisibly. Even the world-destroying demon dragon, whose potential is only 2 levels weaker than the purple flame emperor bird, would be suppressed to only 90% of its strength. Lu Yu estimated that a pet with king-level potential could only exert 70% of its strength in front of the purple flame emperor bird. If it is sun-level potential, at most, it can exert 30% of its strength. Lu Yu had not expected that the purple flame emperor bird's imperial power could also have an effect on beast tamers, and it actually suppressed a Minghua-level beast tamer to the point where he was almost unable to move. This Luan bird pet has actually awakened its talent. Lu Luochan was amazed and thought to herself, "If you want to awaken your talent, besides your own mutation, you can only rely on the favor of heaven. The origin of the heaven and earth on Blue Star is very powerful. Unless you have the potential of a king, you can never expect to be favored by heaven and earth." As a Minghua level 6th rank Beastmaster, Lu Luochan is knowledgeable and knows many secrets. Among the 3 pets she contracted, the one with the greatest potential even reached the 10th level of Sun. Even so, none of Lu Luochan's 3 pets awakened any talents. Lu Luochan had heard some rumors. It was said that the Goblin Emperor who invaded Blue Star that year was favored by the world's will in the Goblin world and awakened a special talent. This talent, called Domination, can control the mind. After the Goblin Emperor surrendered to the Xia Kingdom, he was forcibly trained to the Sun level and commanded many foreign beastmasters, even alien races, as a spy, lurking in the other 5 countries and alien territories. A Sun-level pet beast played a strategic role at the national level and even at the racial level. It is conceivable that the innate rule is extraordinary. Unfortunately, the potential of the Goblin clan is too low. The resources needed to cultivate them to the Sun level are enough to cultivate hundreds of king-level pets, or even an overlord. When Lu Luochan learned about this, her first reaction was that the Goblin Emperor was probably the weakest Sun class in history. How powerful is the talent rule? Lu Luochan shook her head regretfully, feeling that a pearl was thrown into the dark. Isn't the Goblin Emperor also a goblin? It's such a waste that he awakened such a powerful special talent. If the national dragon awakens the talent of rule, Xia Kingdom may even be able to unify Blue Star. Lu Luochan pondered. She thought of the noble purple flame emperor bird again, and realized that the potential of the purple flame emperor bird was definitely not low. With its mysterious imperial power, it might be possible to dominate the world in the future. Many thoughts disappeared. Lu Luochan looked at Lu Yu and said seriously, "I am a tutor at the Demonic Beast Control University. My name is Lu Luochan. I know from Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyan that Slime and Moonlight Butterfly were actually trained by you." "Almost." Lu Yu shrugged and said, "However, I am only responsible for providing pet beast cubs. Slime and cotton worms can become or evolve into moonlight butterflies. They are all derived from the training of Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyan. It has nothing to do with me." He was a little happy. It seemed that this guest was recommended by a Shen Yinyin or Du Ruyan. Lu Luochan didn't believe it at all. Judging from her contact with Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyan, These two girls not only have beautiful faces, but they are also talented. If slimes and cottonworms have no special qualities, what's the matter? Will you make a contract with it? Looking at the huge blue star, the number of slimes and cottonworms is more than hundreds of millions? Why did only Shen Yinyan slime and Du Ruyun's cottonworm grow? I want to ask. Lu Luochan hesitated, but finally asked, "Are you a breeder? Nurturer?" Lu Yu was a little stunned, but he had read some historical materials and knew about the existence of breeders. That was a profession in the previous era, with an extremely noble status, even higher than that of a beastmaster. He thought for a moment, then said, "If you think so, then I can be." Lu Yu suddenly thought that the system not only has a mall module, but also a training module. When his authority is upgraded, the training module will be activated. Being a trainer doesn't seem bad, does it? Lu Yu's reaction confused Lu Luochan. "What do you mean if I think so? Then you can be one." "It's not about what you think, it's about what I think." She took a deep breath, and the tall mountains wrapped in her white shirt were slightly undulating. She said slowly, "Is this a pet store? I haven't contracted a fourth pet yet. Do you have any pet cubs that are suitable for me?" "Of course there is." Lu Yu's eyes lit up, and he finally got to the point. After Lu Luochan came in, her mind became a little complicated. He was still thinking about how to steer the topic over. "Sir, could you please tell me what you need?" Lu Yu smiled slightly. "I have awakened the A-level beast taming talent Dragon Wings, which allows the contracted pet to have a pair of flying dragon wings during battle. The dragon wings themselves also have excellent cutting ability." Lu Luochan's expression was a little complicated, but her voice was very gentle. She said, "If I contract a dragonborn pet, the dragon wings of the dragonborn pet will be greatly strengthened. In fact, the pets I contracted are all subdragon species with giant dragon blood." "A-level talent? Dragon wing?" Lu Yu was a little surprised and asked, "What is your relationship with the Lu family, one of the three great dragon-controlling families?" Lu Luochan struggled slightly and shook her head. "I don't want to say it." Lu Yu didn't say anything. This was not the first time he had seen the dark side of those big families. Besides, he and Lu Luochan had just met for the first time, and matters concerning the Lu family were obviously the other party's secrets, so he couldn't delve into them too much. Lu Yu thought about it, then took out a container containing a pet cub, chuckled, and said, "Since you have contracted 3 subdragon pets, are you interested in contracting a real dragon?" Chapter 32. The dragon cub I promised you, what the hell, is a red carp. A real dragon? Lu Luochan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her soft and charming eyes were full of shock. She couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that you have dragon cubs for sale?" How could she not be shocked? There are 3 dragon-controlling families in the Xia Kingdom, which almost completely monopolize the giant dragon species. Want to contract a giant dragon? Sure. As long as you sign the contract, pledge your loyalty to the dragon taming family, and become a guest of one of the 3 major dragon taming families, you can contract a giant dragon as your pet. If you have previously contracted other pets, you must terminate the contract. After all, how arrogant and greedy are the dragon race? Any dragon species will require to be bound to a beast taming talent. Unless you have awakened 2 beast taming talents, you can contract 2 giant dragons. Apart from this, you can only contract with 1 giant dragon, otherwise it would be blasphemy. If you can't accept it and still want to contract a giant dragon, then you can only take risks in the wilderness area, risk being hunted by an adult dragon, and sign a contract with a newborn dragon cub. In addition to these 2 methods, there is actually another method. That is to contract a subdragon species, devote countless resources, and try to purify the dragon blood to 100%, and naturally it can evolve into a dragon. This method is actually the most difficult. It is almost impossible to purify 100% dragon blood. Many king-level beastmasters who try to cultivate real dragons will get stuck when the blood concentration reaches 99%. For example, Lu Yu's ex-girlfriend Bai Yuewei. Although she contracted a subdragon species flame lizard, Lu Yu never thought that Bai Yuewei could train the flame lizard into a flame dragon. This road is really too difficult. As a Mingyue level 6th rank beastmaster, Lu Luochan actually had no hope that the 3-headed subdragon species she had contracted could evolve into a real dragon. She simply positioned the breeding route of the 3-headed subdragon pet directly towards the strongest dragon species, such as the golden dragon and the gem dragon. The most powerful types of dragons are level 10 kings when they reach adulthood. If the blood concentration can be purified to 99%, then it should have the potential to become a first-level king, right? This is all Lu Luochan hopes for. Now, hearing that she could contract a real dragon, Lu Luochan naturally understood that Lu Yu wanted to sell a giant dragon cub to her. Giant dragon? You really underestimate me. Lu Yu looked calm, pointing at the destroying demonic dragon beside him, and chuckled. This is the pet I contracted, the destroying demonic dragon. As you can see, it's a real demonic dragon pet. Giant dragon? It's just food for the demonic dragon. Demon dragon seed. Lu Luochan felt a little nervous. She looked at the world-destroying dragon beside Lu Yu. Although she didn't notice anything special, she felt inexplicably nervous. What's going on? Lu Luochan suddenly felt that the 3 sub-dragon pets in the beast taming space, among which the strongest sub-dragon pet had reached the 10th level of manhwa, were trembling at this moment. It was as if she saw her natural enemy. The invisible fear was shared into Lu Luochan's soul through the beast taming contract. Lu Luochan took a deep breath, resisting the fear in her heart, but her eyes became brighter and brighter. The species of the demon dragon. That is a bloodline comparable to that of a divine dragon. If she could contract a demon dragon, Lu Luochan shook her head slightly, not daring to hope for anything. But she had an extravagant hope that even if she could only contract a direct descendant of a demon dragon, she would probably be able to rival the strongest dragons. When Lu Luochan looked at the pet cub in the container with great excitement, the excitement quickly turned into great astonishment. Looking at the red carp swimming leisurely in the container, she was dumbfounded. Where are the descendants of the dragon? What the hell is this carp? What's your side dish for tonight? Manager, did you take the wrong item? Lu Luochan asked tentatively. Lu Yu took a closer look and said, I didn't take the wrong one. Ah! Lu Luochan's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but say, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a red carp, right? Isn't this a farmed edible fish? The adult red carp is the first level of awakening. She really couldn't understand it. She could accept that it wasn't a giant dragon species or a descendant of a demon dragon. So why would she want a sub-dragon species? What the hell is this red carp? This is no ordinary red carp. Lu Yu chuckled and said, have you ever heard of the fish leaping over the dragon gate? A fish leaps over the dragon gate? Lu Luochan was stunned and said, isn't that the greatest opportunity for the dragonborn in the ancient legend? As long as they cross the dragon gate, any creature, whether it is a loach or a carp, will completely transform into a dragon. It seems that you are very knowledgeable. Lu Yu's eyes were full of admiration. Lu Luochan looked at Lu Yu, then at the red carp in the container, with a look of disbelief on her face, and said, you don't mean to say that this red carp can cross the dragon gate and truly become a dragon, do you? That's right. Lu Yu did not hesitate to praise him, saying, you are not only knowledgeable, but also very smart. Yes, this carp, as long as it crosses the dragon gate, will completely turn into a dragon, jumping over the dragon gate and completely transforming into a dragon. Isn't this nonsense? Lu Luochan sighed helplessly, feeling a sense of powerlessness rising up, and said, any creature that crosses the dragon gate can turn into a dragon. But the dragon gate has disappeared long ago and has not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. How can this red carp turn into a dragon? My dear guest, it seems that you still don't believe it. Lu Yu chuckled and said, did you know that this red carp has awakened a special talent that can construct an ancient dragon gate? Constructing the ancient dragon gate? How is this possible? Lu Luochan looked shocked and said, the ancient dragon gate has long disappeared. How could it be constructed? Everything is possible. Lu Yu was calm and said with a smile, this red carp has awakened a special talent, leaping over the dragon gate. It can absorb resources to build a dragon gate that only allows itself to pass through. Once it crosses the dragon gate, the red carp will completely absorb the dragon gate and turn into a powerful dragon bloodline. Does this red carp really have a special talent? Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Any pet with special talents has extremely high training value. For example, the Goblin Emperor can reach up to the 5th level of awakening level. Wasn't it because of his talent of control that he was forcibly trained to the sunrise level? What's more, the special talent awakened by this red carp is growth type. This type of growth talent may not provide powerful combat power or special and weird abilities, but it can allow the pet beast itself to grow infinitely. Lu Luochan suddenly remembered that if Shun Yin Slime and Du Ryun's Moonlight Butterfly had special growth talents, everything would seem to make sense. Certainly, Lu Yu said casually. Even if you continue to provide enough resources, this red carp will build the dragon gate without limit. One day, this red carp will turn into a real dragon. Lu Luo-chan was a little dizzy. Looking at the red carp in the container, she felt more and more that what Lu Yu said was most likely true. Manager, please name a price. Lu Luo-chan took a deep breath and said, I'll buy this red carp. Chapter 33. The Red Carp Leaping Over the Dragon Gate. Venue fee, 5 million. Sincerely, 3 million. Lu Yu looked gentle, but somewhat happy in his heart. Finally sold another pet cub. 3 million received, 300 points credited to account. So wonderful. Hearing this, Lu Luo-chan was a little hesitant. It's not that 3 million is too expensive, but it's too cheap. A pet cub that can evolve into a divine dragon and rival the national guardian dragon is only sold for 3 million? If the selling price is 300 million, faced with such a huge sum of money, Lu Luo-chan might go to the bank for a loan after struggling for a while. The price of 3 million made Lu Luo-chan feel unreal. This is too cheap. Lu Luo-chan couldn't help but ask, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Lu Yu frowned slightly and said in a slightly cold tone, I have already explained the special characteristics of the red carp. If you don't believe it, I won't force you. Lu Luo-chan was a little anxious and said quickly, Buy it. I'll buy it. She was really worried that she had angered Lu Yu and that he would not sell it to her. Lu Luo-chan secretly cursed herself in her heart. Lu Luo-chan, you really are a big-breasted person with no brains. Whether it is the purple flame emperor bird or the world-destroying demon dragon, the peculiarities they display show that Lu Yu is definitely not simple. If he can make a contract with the demon dragon species and the phoenix that wields the imperial power, how could he be an ordinary beastmaster? How could I deceive myself? Quite the opposite. After Lu Yu's patient explanation and gentle treatment, Lu Luo-chan's subconscious questioning was actually an insult. Lu Luo-chan was afraid that Lu Yu would go back on his word, so she swiped her card to pay and picked up chili. Lu Yu didn't say anything. He also knew Lu Luo-chan's reaction, which was normal. At least she didn't curse the shop as a scam. She just thought the price was too low. Lu Yu had no choice but to accept this as he could not change the system pricing. I just hope that after my authority is upgraded, I can have the right to set my own prices. Seeing that his deposit increased by another 3 million and his points increased by 300 points, Lu Yu felt much better. Contract. Lu Luo-chan directly concluded a beast taming contract with Chili. She felt the attributes of the red carp, and her consciousness stayed on the talent column for a long time. She was so excited that her body trembled slightly. Special talent. Leap over the dragon gate. Lu Luo-chan said excitedly. As long as we absorb resources of a single attribute, we can cross the dragon gate an unlimited number of times and obtain the blood of the dragon clan. If we absorb resources of multiple attributes, we can even obtain multiple attributes. Looking at the red carp in her arms, she couldn't calm down for a long time. After calming down, Lu Luo-chan bowed solemnly to Lu Yu and said apologetically, Manager, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Please forgive me. She continued to bow, but Lu Yu did not respond for a long time. She couldn't help but look up anxiously, but saw Lu Yu turned his head away and scratched his cheek with his fingers unintentionally. Lu Luo-chan looked down and realized that when she bowed, the fullness of her chest had actually caused the buttons of her shirt to break off. She took her mistake so seriously that she didn't notice it at all. Through the opening of the shirt, one could see not only the softness and depth of the majestic figure, but also the edge of the black lace. Even Lu Luo-chan couldn't help but blush. In panic, she quickly covered her chest, looking helpless and charming. Lu Luo-chan looked outside the store and whispered, Manager, I have some spare clothes in my car. Can you help me get them? She handed over the key to the supercar and said sincerely, Please. Lu Yu took it reluctantly. There were people coming and going outside, and he couldn't let Lu Luo-chan, a girl, go out alone. Not only would she be seen naked by others, but rumors might spread tomorrow. What kind of pet store owner is threatening with sex? Wouldn't your reputation be ruined? Thinking of that possibility, Lu Yu was suddenly frightened. He walked to the silver supercar with a serious expression and looked at it with some envy. In this world, supercars are also luxury goods, priced in the millions. Lu Yu even heard that the top-level supercars would be implanted with intelligent chips, turning them into mechanical life forms, with both supercar and mecha forms, and they could sign contracts with beastmasters. Real mechanical life is the most cutting-edge technology in this world. A supercar mechanical life costs at least hundreds of millions, which Lu Yu simply cannot afford. When I opened the car door, I saw a bag on the passenger seat. When I opened it, I found some spare clothes, which gave off a faint fragrance. Yeah, Blue. Lu Yu took a look, closed the bag, returned to the store, and handed the bag to Lu Luochan. Lu Luochan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked at Lu Yu with some resentment. Her charming eyes revealed a gentleness that almost no man could resist. Lu Yu looked calm. Lu Luochan went to the bathroom and quickly changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing a professional suit, but a light blue long skirt, which brought out Lu Luochan's gentle and charming temperament to the extreme. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she thought to herself, he wouldn't have seen it, would he? What I'm wearing underneath is also blue, a complete set. All right. Lu Yu looked calm, as if nothing had happened, and chuckled. Since you have contracted the red carp, do you have any ideas for the training of the red carp in the future? When it comes to the training of pets, Lu Luochan didn't think much about it. She knew very well that the young store manager in front of her might be an extremely talented trainer. Even if you only give a few pointers, it will benefit Lu Luochan for the rest of her life. The 3 subdragon pets I contracted before were gold, water, and wind. These 3 attributes, the training route of the red carp will definitely not overlap with them. Lu Luochan thought for a while and said seriously, I plan to use the resources of Thunder attribute directly to build a dragon gate for the red carp, so that the evolved red carp will have Thunder attribute and turn into a Thunder dragon. Thunder attribute, the most young and the most powerful. Its destructive power is comparable to that of fire. Lu Yu nodded approvingly and said, this is a pretty good training route. I think so too. Lu Luochan smiled softly and said suddenly, Manager, I have a request. Huh? You say? Lu Yu was a little surprised. Lu Luochan looked serious and said, I want to let the red carp leap over the dragon gate in the Mythical Pet store. I am willing to pay 5 million as the venue fee. Is that okay? Site fee? Sure. Lu Yu had no objection. Just by providing the venue, you can earn 5 million. He would not miss such a good opportunity. Besides, he won't take the 5 million for nothing. As long as he is in the Mythical Pet shop, Lu Yu is absolutely invincible and can completely protect the red carp as it leaps through the dragon gate, ensuring that nothing unexpected happens to the red carp. Lu Yu also realized that the so-called borrowing of the venue was just an excuse. Lu Luochan's real purpose is probably to make Chili successfully leap over the dragon gate in front of Lu Yu. To this, Lu Yu could totally understand. After jumping over the dragon gate, the red carp will definitely evolve into a dragon. For such a crucial matter, she naturally had to make more preparations and not allow any accidents to happen. Thank you, Lu Luochan said happily. She directly swiped her card to transfer 5 million and left the pet store directly, ready to purchase a large amount of resources to prepare for building a dragon gate for the red carp. Lu Yu felt a little regretful. This 5 million inflow obviously cannot be recognized by the system, so naturally no points can be obtained. 26 million in deposits. Looking at the balance of his bank card, Lu Yu's mood suddenly became better. Chapter 34. Construction of the Ancient Dragon Gate. Leaping over the Dragon Gate. The #1 trading company in Magic City. As the largest public state-owned trading company of Xia State in Magic City First Trading Company always offers the most reasonable prices whether it is purchasing or selling various resources, including precious minerals, ferocious beast materials, etc., and it also has a very complete range of resources. As long as you are a student or tutor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, you will enjoy a certain discount at the Magic City First Commercial Bank. For example, Lu Luochan, as a mentor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, has a discount quota of 100 million at the Magic City First Trading Company. As long as the price of the resources purchased is within 100 million, she can enjoy a 30% discount. As for students, they can enjoy a 20% discount on a quota of 10 million. This kind of discount can even be cashed in. If she does not plan to purchase resources, Lu Luochan can cash out 20 million every year. If you are a student, you can get a discount of 1 million. It's just that few people do this. After all, breeding pets consumes a lot of resources all the time, and directly discounting them is undoubtedly a huge loss. They will still have to be spent on other things in the future, and there will be no discounts. Lu Luochan was in a particularly good mood and was constantly visiting various resource stores inside the luxurious business. As a 6th-level manhwa Beastmaster and a beautiful tutor at the Magic City Beastmaster University, many shopping guides respect Lu Luochan very much and take the initiative to help her choose suitable resources. Lu Luochan mainly purchased a large amount of Thunder resources, spending 50 million directly, and even bought several Platinum-level Thunder resources. As for dragon resources, she wanted to buy them and sent a message to the store manager, but received a disdainful reply. Dragon resources? No need. The so-called dragon resources are just the scraps of giant dragon species, such as dragon blood and dragon meat. Giant dragon species have not even jumped over the dragon gate, so the so-called dragon resources are not qualified to be used to build the dragon gate. Looking at the store manager's reply, Lu Luochan couldn't help but tremble. But she felt that it made a lot of sense, and her awe of the dragon species unconsciously dissipated a lot. Giant dragon species? Lu Luochan looked far-sighted and said softly. Just as the store manager said, the three great dragon-controlling families, in order to ensure the dignity of the family, deified the dragon. If those halos are removed, what does it matter if it is a dragon? She thought about her own life experience again. The Lu family, one of the dragon-controlling families. In Lu Luochan's impression, the Lu family is like gods. Now, all the halos have faded, but she still feels like the clouds have cleared and the sun has appeared. The noble dragon-controlling family? Lu Luochan whispered, compared to the store manager. What's that? No matter how powerful the Yulong family is, they will never be able to touch the dragon gate. When I train the red carp to become a dragon, one day, I will pull the high and mighty Yulong family off the altar. After taking inventory of the large amount of thunder resources purchased, Lu Luochan followed Lu Yu's suggestion and purchased a lot of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold level resources. The different levels of resources made it easier for Chili to absorb them step by step. The last 5 platinum level lightning resources purchased were not particularly rare, but they were strongly recommended by Lu Yu. According to Lu Yu, whether resources are cherished or not is just the definition of the Beast Master civilization. When Longmen was being built, it only cared about the concentration of energy and whether it was pure or not. Instead of wasting money to buy those rare thunder resources, it is better to buy more common thunder resources, save money to buy 2 more pieces, and allow the red carp's initial evolution to transform into a more advanced dragon form. Lu Yu's unique insights enlightened Lu Luochan. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she said softly, "Everyone in the world is ignorant. They determine the value of something by how much they cherish it, but they ignore that resources are only suitable or not." The store manager's insights are really profound. Although I am a mentor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, I still have a lot to learn. With admiration for Lu Yu, Lu Luochan brought a large amount of thunder resources and came to the Mythical Pet Shop again. When she slowly walked in, she found that the interior space of the Mythical Pet Shop had suddenly increased 100 times. She couldn't help but blink her moist eyes and wondered, "Am I lost?" "You're not lost." Lu Yu's voice came. When Lu Luochan saw Lu Yu, she found that he looked calm and didn't seem surprised at all. However, she was shocked and thought to herself, could it be that the store manager has contracted a powerful space-type pet beast, and in order to give Chili enough space to build a dragon gate and jump through the gate to become a dragon, he deliberately expanded the internal space of the pet beast store by 100 times? What she didn't know was that Lu Yu had invincible power in the pet shop, and expanding the space was a piece of cake. It's just that the expansion of space requires him to devote his energy to maintain it all the time, so he doesn't usually bother with it. He set this precedent because Lu Luochan spent 5 million. Let's get started. Good. Lu Luochan displayed all the thunder resources that she had purchased and classified them according to their levels. Among them, black iron level resources were purchased the most and so on. Red carp is different from slime. Slime can devour resources without limit and has a strong capacity. Red carp is also different from cottonworm. When cottonworm is cocooning, it is in a special state and can absorb resources without limit. Lu Yu looked at the large amount of resources placed on the ground, but his expression was very calm. He was used to seeing high-end resources. The red star resource, the devil's heart, had been used by the world-destroying dragon, so naturally his expression would not change. Lu Luochan also didn't think that with Lu Yu's status, he would have any thoughts about these resources. After listening to Lu Yu's words, Lu Luochan realized the special features of slimes and cottonworms. Infinite devouring of resources, and the possibility of cocooning and evolution. Lu Luochan was shocked. These 2 special talents were no less than Chili's leaping over the dragon gate. Lu Yu glanced at her and said slowly, "Red carp needs to build a dragon gate, and the foundation of the dragon gate must be solid. The higher the dragon gate, the higher the level of resources that need to be absorbed. Red carp's initial level is too low, and it must start absorbing black iron level resources. Otherwise, it will easily explode and die. Yes. Lu Luochan nodded. After remembering some precautions, she finally understood that compared to slimes and cottonworms, the red carp she contracted seemed to be more fragile. Lu Luochan was very fortunate that it was in the mythical pet shop that Chili built the Dragon Gate. If it was in other places, the loss of resources in building the Dragon Gate would not be a big deal. But if it damaged Chili's foundation, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Beep! The red carp spit out bubbles, and under Lu Luochan's expectant gaze, began to absorb some relatively mild thunder resources, and lightning flashed unconsciously on its body. Lu Luochan raised her head slightly and found that above the red carp, many lightning flashes gathered together to form an extremely miniature arch. You can put various resources into that thunder arch one by one. Lu reminded. It was also the first time he saw a dragon gate, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. The ancient dragon gate was indeed magical. Even if it was just a miniature dragon gate, it seemed to contain infinite insights into the great way. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the miniature arch, its eyes suddenly becoming dazed, and it almost instinctively revealed its true form, with a huge dragon body over 20 meters tall completely revealed. Even when fighting against the swift wind dragon, the world-destroying demon dragon only revealed a body of more than 10 meters. But now, its demonic dragon body has been completely revealed, and an evil dark aura is dancing wildly in the pet shop. Lu frowned slightly and restrained the power of the world-destroying demon dragon so as not to affect Chili's transformation into a dragon. Devil Dragon! Lu Luochan looked at the body of the world-destroying demonic dragon and felt extremely shocked. She couldn't help but say, I can't even muster the slightest desire to fight against a demonic dragon of the 10th order. She was extremely sure that even if her strongest pet, a subdragon species that reached the 10th level of manhwa, faced the world-destroying dragon, it would not have much chance of winning. Is this the species of demon dragon? She couldn't help but murmur. Don't be distracted. Lu said in a slightly blaming tone. As long as you cultivate the red carp well, you will evolve into a dragon species in the future. He hadn't said another word yet. Even if he evolved into a divine dragon, it would probably still be on the menu of the world-destroying demon dragon. There is also a gap between the divine dragon species and the demon dragon species. The weakest divine dragons and demon dragons reach the first level of overlord level when they grow up. For example, the world-destroying dragon is already the strongest species of dragon. When it reaches adulthood, it is a 10th level overlord and possesses two special talents. It can be called the embodiment of darkness. Can the red carp also evolve into a dragon? Lu Luochan had no doubts at all. She adjusted her mindset, no longer paying attention to the changes in the world-destroying demon dragon, and began to seriously invest resources into the micro-dragon gate. The micro-gantry is like a furnace. Any lightning resources thrown into it will be instantly dissolved, allowing the micro-gantry to continue to grow. When Lu Luochan took a deep breath, she used her small hands as white as jade to throw 5 platinum-level thunder resources into the dragon gate one by one. The miniature gantry continued to grow and reached a height of 10 meters. This is a small gantry. Lu made a judgment and said softly, as long as it jumps over the dragon gate, the red carp will evolve into an existence comparable to the top dragon species. Red carp, Lu Luochan said slowly. Beep! The red carp spit out a bubble, dived into the bubble, and leaped towards the dragon gate. Chapter 35 S-level talent, Shadow of the Flood Dragon. The closer the red carp got to the dragon gate, the more it was infected with the dragon's breath. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon stared at Chili. I'm greedy. Lu was speechless for a while, and was glad that he had isolated the world-destroying demon dragon. Otherwise, under the power of the world-destroying demon dragon, Chili would never be able to jump over the dragon gate. The world-destroying demon dragon gained too many insights from the dragon gate. It is now staring at the red carp closely. On the one hand, it wants to satisfy its craving, and on the other hand, it wants to observe the real transformation into a dragon and gain the most original understanding of the dragon from it. When transforming into a dragon, there will be a shocking scene of a mortal spirit evolving into a dragon. Ordinary creatures, even if they see leaping over the dragon gate with their own eyes, will not be able to gain any insights. The world-destroying dragon is different. It is the top-level dragon species, and it has absorbed a demon heart and gained the lifelong insights of a demon lord. From a high vantage point, The world-destroying demon dragon even attempted to thoroughly analyze the process of transformation into a dragon. The process of transforming into a dragon is the most core secret of the Dragon Clan, and can be called the origin of the Dragon Clan. The world-destroying demon dragon is actually trying to get to the bottom of the dragon's origin. How arrogant is this? Liu was happy to see this happen. If it is really analyzed by the world-destroying demon dragon, even if it is only a little bit, the world-destroying demon dragon will instantly possess the potential of the Holy Spirit level. Boom! As the red carp got closer to the small dragon gate, the resistance it encountered became heavier. Manager, what should I do? Lu Luochan panicked and asked anxiously. Will Chili fail in his attempt to leap over the dragon gate? Won't. Lu Yu shook his head and said, this dragon gate was originally formed by the red carp's talent. The heavy resistance now will sooner or later turn into a boost. That's good. Lu Luochan seemed to have taken a tranquilizer and immediately calmed down. She now trusts Lu Yu very much. But, Lu Yu chuckled and said, if you want to help Chili, there's a way. Lu Luochan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, Manager, what should I do? As a beastmaster, she would naturally want to help when her pet encountered difficulties. Lu Yu said slowly, use your beast taming talent, Dragon Wing. Indeed, the red carp gradually adapted and eventually overcame all difficulties and evolved into a dragon. This choice is the orthodox one. However, before jumping over the dragon gate, the red carp was Lu Luochan's pet, and they had formed the closest contractual relationship. Isn't it natural for a beastmaster to help his pets evolve? Liu also wanted to verify it. Perhaps the red carp with dragon wings would undergo some unimaginable changes after crossing the dragon gate. Good. Lu Luochan had no doubt about Lu Yu's judgment and immediately used her A-level beast taming talent, Dragon Wings. A red bone wing suddenly appeared on the back of the red carp. Most of the pressure from the dragon gate was actually borne by the bone wings. Lu Luochan half knelt on the ground, bearing the pressure of the dragon gate, but her eyes were slightly shiny, and she suddenly said, Chili, jump over. Boom! The red carp flapped its dragon wings and suddenly crossed the dragon gate. Lu Yu looked up and noticed the changes in Lu Luochan and whispered, after jumping over the dragon gate, not only the red carp will turn into a dragon. What? Lu Luochan was a little stunned. Perhaps, Lu Yu said slowly, you can also turn into a dragon. Roar! The power of the entire Longman is constantly being integrated into the red carp. With Chili's status, he was unable to perfectly absorb the entire Dragon Gate's dragon source power, and the dissipated part all poured into the dragon wings behind Chili. Lu Luochan only felt the pressure suddenly relieved, and a gentle red light enveloped her body. My beast taming talent seems to be evolving? She couldn't believe it, and sensed it several times before finally confirming it. Lu Luochan's eyes were filled with shock. Talent evolution. This kind of thing has only happened a few times throughout the history of the Xia Kingdom. Lu Luochan never thought that such a heaven-defying opportunity would actually appear in her life. The beast taming talent she awakened is already A-level. If it evolves again, S-level. Lu Luochan's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yu, but found that there was only pure admiration in the other's eyes, without any impurities, and her heart seemed to be hit hard. The evolution of the talent for taming beasts is such a rare opportunity that anyone watching would probably feel endless jealousy or even resentment. On the other hand, Lu Yu simply admired it. Lu Luochan suddenly realized that she was able to trigger the evolution of her beast taming talent under the guidance of Lu Yu. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the past. You are my daughter, the only direct descendant of the Lu family. But why did you only awaken an A-level talent? A-level, dragon wings? With the powerful physique of a giant dragon, why do you need to bless the dragon wings? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Among the three great dragon taming families, the Gu family also has an S-level dragon tamer in this generation. The Lu family even produced an unprecedented double S-level dragon tamer with talent. On the other hand, the only direct bloodline of my Lu family has only awakened an A-level talent. Your existence will only tarnish the name of my Lu family. Those beatings, scoldings, and resentments seemed to still ring in my ears. Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask herself, if her beast taming talent evolved to S-level, would she still go back to the Lu family? No, I won't. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of determination. Boom! Behind Lu Luochan, a pair of red dragon wings suddenly appeared. Under the dragon wings, a dragon slowly emerged with a ferocious dragon head, long dragon horns, and sharp dragon claws. That was a form completely different from that of a dragon. Like a snake, like a scale, like a dragon, S-level beast taming talent. Shadow of the Dragon. Lu Luochan instantly learned the name of the talent and its incredible effect. With the blessing of the dragon shadow, if it is a sub-dragon species, it will instantly have the combat power comparable to that of a giant dragon species. If it is a giant dragon species, it will instantly be comparable to the top giant dragon species. Lu Luochan was extremely excited when the dragon gate disappears. Under the chaotic thunder, a red dragon, whose shadow was exactly the same as that of a dragon, emerged from the thunder. Red Thunder Dragon. Attributes: Thunder Dragon. Level: Extraordinary level 6. Potential: King level 4. Talent: Leaping Dragon Gate. Skills: 1. Thunder Cannon 2. Dragon Wings 3. Shadow of Thunder Dragon 4. Red Thunder Dragon Soul. Status: Healthy contracted. Congratulations. Luyu took a look at the attributes of the Red Thunder Dragon after its evolution and congratulated Lu Luochan. This time, the leap over Dragon Gate evolution was undoubtedly very successful. The potential of a 4th level king is definitely a top-level dragon species. Second only to the top-level dragons are the Golden Dragon, Gem Dragon, etc., which can be called superclass dragons. Compared to the Red Dragon, Green Dragon, and the like, it is definitely much stronger. Lu Luochan only purchased 50 million worth of thunder resources. It was unrealistic for her to evolve into the top dragon species in one go. Red Thunder Dragon. Lu Luochan looked at the Red Thunder Flood Dragon in front of her, which was several meters long and took on the form of a dragon. Although she was extremely surprised, she was a little confused and wondered. Although the evolved Red Thunder Flood Dragon is indeed very strong, its form is completely different from that of a giant dragon. The evolved Scarlet Thunder Dragon is not a giant dragon species. Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, "You should call it Jiaolong species." Dragon species? Lu Luochan was a little confused. The dragon clan is also divided into many factions. For example, the giant dragon looks like a giant lizard. There are also dragons that look like snakes. Lu Yu explained. If the Red Thunder Dragon evolves to the Overlord level potential, it will evolve into a true dragon species that is comparable to the Divine Dragon species and the Demon Dragon species, but with a completely different form. True Dragon Seed. Lu Luochan's heart trembled. She suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a record in ancient books that a real dragon was no less powerful than a divine dragon. In the era when real dragons were rampant, the dragon clan was divided into 2 factions, and the evil dragon had not yet been despised. It was not until many powerful real dragons left Blue Star one after another that the dragon clan began to fight among themselves, and the evil dragon was expelled from the dragon world. Can the Red Thunder Dragon evolve into a real dragon? Lu Luochan's heart was trembling. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly let out a low roar. Lu Luochan was stunned and asked, "What's wrong with it?" Roar! The Red Thunder Dragon felt the pressure from the world-destroying demon dragon and couldn't help but reveal a look of fear. Even after evolving into a dragon, it still couldn't muster the slightest desire to fight against the world-destroying dragon. This is the difference in life levels. The Jiaolong and the Demon Dragon are species of completely different levels. Lu Yu showed a gratified expression and said slowly, "After the Red Thunder Dragon evolved, my Demon Dragon seems to be transforming as well." Chapter 36. The Phantom of the Dragon World descends. The gift of Holy Dragon. Any special talent cannot be defined by level. The process of leaping over the Dragon Gate is of great benefit even to the world-destroying Demon Dragon. Unfortunately, the Dragon Gate built by the Red Thunder Dragon only allows itself to jump over, and any other dragon species cannot seize the results. Even though the world-destroying dragon cannot leap over the Dragon Gate, it is itself a top-level dragon and is very close to the origin of the dragon. The moment the dragon eyes touched the Dragon Gate, the world-destroying demon dragon fell into enlightenment and gained a lot of insights into the origin. Especially the process of the red carp leaping over the Dragon Gate and transforming into a Red Thunder Dragon made the watching world-destroying demon dragon. In a sudden enlightenment, the demon dragon's soul fell into the origin of the dragon world. Behind the world-destroying dragon, an extremely majestic phantom of the world quietly emerged. In that vast world, countless powerful and majestic dragons are roaring madly. They hate a demon dragon, but they can trigger the arrival of the origin of the dragon world. Noisy, Lu Yu's expression turned cold. He casually waved his hand, and the boundless supreme power in the pet store instantly dispersed the prying eyes of the many dragons in a vast world. This scene shocked Lu Luochan. Among the phantoms of the dragon world, any phantom of a divine dragon made her feel invincible. They were at least at the overlord level. There were even quite a few Holy Spirit-level divine dragons among them, casting their eyes down. If so many dragons were to descend on Blue Star, even if the 6 major powers joined forces, they might not be able to resist them. But Lu Yu waved his hand casually, dispersing the many-eye projections. How strong is he? Lu Luochan sensed carefully and found that Lu Yu's realm was indeed only at the extraordinary level. But how dare she define it as extraordinary level? Could it be the rebirth of a strong man? Lu Luochan thought of a possibility and thought to herself. Could it be that the store manager is a powerful beast master from the last era, and also a top-level trainer, who has crossed the long river of time and been reborn in this era? Even if there is only a trace of power left, he is not afraid of the dragon realm? She felt more and more that the possibility was extremely high. Boom! The vast phantom of the dragon world suddenly pressed down. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon had an unyielding look on his face. No matter how he usually acts like a spoiled child in front of Lu Yu, the world-destroying dragon, as the bloodline of the most powerful dragon, will not change at all. At this moment, the world-destroying demon dragon was carrying the dragon realm on its back, constantly absorbing the endless original power from the dragon realm. I don't know how much time has passed, when the shadow of the dragon world completely dissipated. Boundless darkness suddenly erupted from the body of the world-destroying demon dragon. It was as if the Lord of the Dragon had arrived. The dragon's eyes slowly opened. A breath of Holy Spirit spread instantly. The potential of your contracted pet, the world-destroying demon dragon, has been upgraded to the first level of the Holy Spirit level, and the talent Holy Dragon has been awakened. The purple crystal level skill, Breath of Destruction, has been transformed into the red star level skill, Breath of Boundary Breaking. Holy Dragon, a sacred dragon, its aura is as holy as it is devilish. Any enemy targeted by the world-destroying dragon will be subjected to endless holy and devilish pressure. Breath of Destruction, red star level skill, releases a breath of destruction that can destroy the realm. After refining a trace of the origin of the dragon world, the world-destroying demon dragon did not evolve, but its potential level was completely transformed and reached the first level of Holy Spirit. Even though it was only an improvement of 1 level, it was the gap between Overlord and Holy Spirit, a huge realm. After possessing the potential of the Holy Spirit level, the world-destroying demon dragon was favored by the dragon realm and directly awakened its 3rd talent, the Holy Dragon. Judging from the introduction, the talent Holy Dragon is of the same type as the Emperor Bird of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird can release the majesty of the Emperor, while the world-destroying demon dragon can release the aura of the Holy Devil and overwhelm all enemies. In addition, the skill Breath of Destruction that the world-destroying demon dragon had practiced hard finally transformed into the red star level Breath of Destruction, and its power became even more terrifying, and it could even destroy an entire world. Roar! After the transformation, the world-destroying dragon regained its half-meter height and walked harmlessly to Lu Yu. Lu Luochan looked at the world-destroying dragon and could not connect it with the terrifying dragon that was a perfect combination of evil and holiness. The Red Thunder Dragon always hid behind Lu Luochan, fearing that it would be noticed by the world-destroying demon dragon and become its blood food. All right. Lu Yu looked outside. The red sunset was emitting its afterglow and said, "It's getting dark and our store is about to close." Lu Luochan finally reacted, put away the Red Thunder Dragon, and said sincerely, "Manager, thank you." "Need not." Lu Yu chuckled. The benefits gained by the world-destroying demon dragon from observing longmen were even greater than those gained by the red carp. Of course, after the red carp jumped over the dragon gate, it changed its fate and turned into a dragon. On the other hand, the world-destroying demon dragon, even if it does not observe the dragon gate and cannot obtain the origin of the dragon realm, it is still a very powerful demon dragon and will be able to transform sooner or later. Lu Luochan didn't say anything, but just bowed deeply. When she raised her head, she found that Lu Yu's eyes were a little wandering. She quickly lowered her head and found that her dress was not torn, but her pretty face could not help but turn slightly red. After leaving the mythical pet shop, Lu Luochan, who was driving a supercar, couldn't help but step on the accelerator. The supercar roared and sped away into the sunset. Roar! The world-destroying dragon roared. It was in a good mood, and its potential had been raised to the first level of Holy Spirit, which was only one level lower than the purple flame emperor bird. He even comprehended the third talent, which allowed him to compete with the imperial power. In this way, the gap between the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird was infinitely narrowed. If a fight really breaks out, it's hard to say who will win or lose. The purple flame emperor bird appeared and tilted its head, not quite understanding what the world-destroying demon dragon meant. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the world-destroying demon dragon possessed an extremely strong fighting will. However, the purple flame emperor bird was more Buddhist and had no intention of competing with the world-destroying demon dragon for status. He clapped his hands and went to the bathroom to wash his hands, but found a set of clothes in the clothes basket, including a set of black lace underwear, which was placed on the top. Lu Yu looked away unconsciously and couldn't help but complain, "It's just a cut. Why do you have to change your underwear?" He could only attribute it to his obsession with beautiful women. Lu Luochan returned to her dormitory at Magic City University. She is the only one living in this huge single-family villa. Lu Luochan was lying lazily on the sofa, and suddenly she realized that her professional attire, including her lace stockings, seemed to have been left in the bathroom of the mythical pet shop. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush and whispered, "Will the store manager think that I put it there on purpose?" She had never had a boyfriend before, and she didn't know how to deal with this situation, so she had to send a message to Lu Yu and said, "My clothes were left in the bathroom." Lu Yu quickly replied, "I'll keep it for you. Come get it next time." Lu Luochan thought for a moment and typed, "I really forgot. I forgot to remind you." Lu Yu replied, "Train the red thunder Jiao well. I look forward to the moment when I see the red thunder dragon." Oh! A look of longing flashed in Lu Luochan's eyes. True dragon. That is an existence comparable to the divine dragon and the demon dragon. Adulthood means being the overlord. Cultivate a true dragon. Even the three great dragon-controlling families couldn't do it, right? Although Lu Luochan had infinite aspirations, she also knew that she was able to breed the red thunder dragon, and even breed a true dragon in the future. All of this came from the opportunity that Lu Yu gave her to contract the red carp. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Soon, the phone rang. Lu Luochan took a look and saw that the caller ID was from the president of Magic City University, Duan Xianghua. Chapter 37. The president of Magic City University, Prime Minister Duan. Duan Xianghua has been teaching at the Magic City Beast University for over 50 years. 50 years ago, Prime Minister Duan was a true king-level beast master. To Lu Luochan, Prime Minister Duan was even more grateful to her. 8 years ago, Lu Luochan was admitted to the magic capital Beast Taming University, far away from the imperial capital where the Lu family lived. Prime Minister Duan admired Lu Luochan very much and even accepted Lu Luochan as his disciple. The pets contracted by Lu Luochan, except for the initial pet which had the potential of the 10th level of the star level, the second and third pets contracted thereafter were all subdragon species with the potential of the sun level, which were no different from some weaker dragon species. It was with the help of Prime Minister Duan that contracts were signed with many pets. To Lu Luochan, Prime Minister Duan is not only the principal, but also a relative who is like a teacher and a father. She quickly answered the phone and immediately got up to open the door. Prime Minister Duan looked like an ordinary old man with white hair and beard, cloudy eyes with a kind look, leaning on a cane, with a slightly hunched back, and walking unsteadily. But it was this old man who taught countless famous and powerful beast masters and suppressed countless ferocious beasts within thousands of miles around the demon city. In terms of strength and prestige, he is in no way inferior to the current governor of Magic City. Duan Xianghua sat on the soft sofa with Lu Luochan's support. His kind eyes fell on Lu Luochan's eyes, and he said warmly, "Luochan, you had your first class today. How do you feel?" "It feels good." Lu Luochan pursed her lips and smiled. In front of Duan Xianghua, she was always very well-behaved, without any charm of a mature royal sister. She said softly, "I have discovered 2 geniuses. Teacher can pay more attention to them." "Oh." Duan Xianghua became interested, stroked his beard, and said, "If you think you are a genius, I would like to hear it." Lu Luochan said solemnly. They are all freshmen in dormitory 301, Shen Yinyan and Du Ruyan. I know them. Shen Yinyan has awakened the A-level talent, Heavy Water, and Du Ruyan has awakened the rare B-level auxiliary talent, Holy Light, which is as important as an A-level talent. Duan Xianghua said gently. However, B-level talent and A-level talent are just the threshold for entering Shanghai University. Is there anything special about them? The slime contracted by Shen Yinyan has awakened a special talent of devouring resources and growing infinitely. The moonlight butterfly contracted by Du Ruyan was originally a cotton worm, but it has awakened a special talent of infinite cocoon evolution. This had just evolved into a moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan pursed her lips slightly and explained. When it comes to talent, they may not be the strongest among this freshman class, but after they contract with slime and moonlight butterfly, their future will be limitless. Special growth talent? Duan Xianghua's eyes flashed slightly. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally knew the incredible nature of such special talents. Any beast master who contracts such a gifted beast will at least be a king-level beast master in the future, as long as he doesn't die midway. There is even a high probability of achieving overlord level. A king-level beast master is already capable of serving as the governor of a province. Overlord level beast master? That is a national treasure. Is the news accurate? Although Prime Minister Duan believed Lu Luochan, he couldn't help but ask again. Exact. Lu Luochan hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, in fact, I have also contracted a pet that is no less powerful than the slime and moonlight butterfly. At first, it was just a red carp that was not even at the first level of awakening, but now it has evolved to the potential of the king level. What? Prime Minister Duan stood up in shock, his crutches dropped to the side, his eyes flashing with shock, and he said anxiously, let it out and let me see it. Lu Luochan had never seen Prime Minister Duan like this before. He was usually calm and composed, but now he had lost his composure. It is conceivable how much special talents are cherished. Even a veteran king-level beast master couldn't keep his composure. She soon realized that special talents are rare and need the favor of the world to awaken. Not to mention, leaping over the dragon gate is a special talent that grows. With a slight movement of her mind, she summoned the red thunder dragon. Its several-meter-long body snaked in the living room. The red bone wings behind it did not wave, but it could easily float in the air. This is a dragon species. Prime Minister Duan's voice trembled as he said, the dragon species and true dragon species have long since left Blue Planet and traveled to the vast universe. You actually contracted a dragon species. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Lu Luochan's words. If it weren't for special growth talents, how could a dragon-like pet beast that had never been recorded, such as the red thunder dragon, evolve? Next, Lu Luochan showed Duan Xianghua the ability of the red thunder dragon, and then played today's teaching video. Duan Xianghua's eyes were extremely complicated as he watched the slime leapfrog and defeat the crazy blade werewolf. Is this still slime? Duan Xianghua couldn't help but sigh. And that moonlight butterfly, how similar is it to the blue cotton butterfly? But in terms of ability, it is 1,000 times more powerful. Lu Luochan said softly. Speaking of which, it was only thanks to the favor of Shen Yinyan and Du Ruyan that I was able to contract the red carp and evolve into the red thunder dragon. Next, Lu Luochan introduced the Mythical Pet Shop. She did not mention the speculation about the rebirth of the strong or the transformation of the world-destroying dragon after the advent of the dragon world. Duan Xianghua was shocked and asked, you mean the slime, moonlight butterfly, and your red thunder dragon were all trained by the manager of that mythical pet store? Yes, Lu Luochan said softly. Teacher, the store manager only sold the red carp to me for 3 million. This shows that selling pet cubs is definitely not the reason why he opened a pet store. He may want to create a talented animal tamer and continue to lay out plans, and even establish a power in the future. This is the result Lu Luochan came to after analysis. So what do you think I should do? Prime Minister Duan looked at Lu Luochan with a serious expression. Even Prime Minister Duan felt that the store manager was extremely mysterious. He couldn't even think of testing it. I don't recommend testing the waters. Besides, the store manager is a really nice guy. Lu Luochan said with a gentle smile. I suggest that the teacher let the young beast masters who are trustworthy go to the mythical beast shop to purchase and contract pet cubs. As for those who are not trustworthy, I believe the teacher will not let them contact them, so as not to cause the disgust of the store manager. I will consider your suggestion. Duan Xianghua took a deep breath and sighed. It's a pity that I, your teacher, am old and can no longer contract any pets. Otherwise, I would have bought a pet cub." Lu Luochan looked at the kind old man and felt very sad. Prime Minister Duan suffered too many injuries when he was young. Even when he was old, he still let his contracted pets join the army and fight against many alien races. After all these years, he only had one pet left out of his contract. As for the beast controlling space, it was almost shattered and would not last more than a few years. The old man dedicated his entire life to the Xia kingdom. The only things he felt sorry for were the pets that died in battle. "Teacher," Lu Luochan suddenly felt an impulse and said, "My beast taming talent has evolved to S level." Chapter 38 SSS level talents. All become gods. Lu Luochan looked at the old man until he smiled with satisfaction and gently stroked the black hair on her forehead. "Because I have contracted the Scarlet Thunder Dragon, right?" Prime Minister Duan smiled kindly and said, "Since ancient times, why have special talents of growth been sought after by countless beastmasters? When you train the Scarlet Thunder Dragon to the Overlord level, even if you only have F-level talent, you will evolve to SS level." As for the evolution of Lu Luochan's beast taming talent, Prime Minister Duan had already guessed it by combining a lot of information and the changes in Lu Luochan's aura. What really made him happy was that Lu Luochan was willing to tell him. "What about SSS level?" Lu Luochan couldn't help but ask. "Where is the SSS grade?" Prime Minister Duan shook his head and said, "At least in this era, no one has ever awakened an SSS-level beast taming talent. But there are records in ancient books. Any beast tamer who awakens an SSS-level talent, without exception, will become a god." Lu Luochan was shocked. Has the SSS-level beast taming talent never appeared in this era of civilization? She naturally had no doubt that given Prime Minister Duan's position, he already knew many secrets. Until Prime Minister Duan got into the business car. The old man's extremely solemn and hoarse voice was still echoing in Lu Luochan's mind. The beast-taming civilization of the last era was destroyed by the hands of a god-level beast tamer with SSS-level talent. "Luochan, remember what I said? If someone can awaken the SSS-level beast taming talent when he becomes a god, there may be only two possibilities. Reach the starry sky with Blue Star or destroy the entire world. If you are lucky enough to meet one, you must make friends with him. It's extremely important not only to you, but to the entire human beast-controlling civilization." She couldn't calm down for a long time, but suddenly an idea came to her mind. Is the store manager an SSS-level talent? Lu Luochan thought about it for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She thought to herself, it's very likely. Even if it's not SSS level, it's at least SS level. In Lu Luochan's opinion, since Lu can cultivate pets such as red carp, slime, and cottonworm, there is no reason why he himself should not have SS-level talent. Lu Luochan even suspected that the SSS-level talented beastmaster who destroyed the civilization of the last era might be the mysterious store manager. Mythical Pet Shop. Lu sat on the sofa, looking thoughtful. When a pet that has awakened a special growth talent grows and evolves, it will actually drive the talent of the beastmaster to evolve as well. Lu couldn't help but shake his head. It's not written in the system information. He suddenly understood why Luo Tianyan suddenly gave gifts, and also used the strange fire and ice that were on the list. From this point of view, the beast control talents of Luo Tianyan and his sister Luo Jingqing, even if they have not evolved to S level, are probably showing an evolutionary trend. Dog system, are you out of your mind? Why on earth are you going to sell such a beastly cub for 3 million? Lu couldn't help but cursed angrily, feeling heartbroken. He was extremely convinced that even if the asking price was 1 billion, the beast masters who wanted to buy it would be able to squeeze through the threshold of the mythical beast shop. It certainly can't be given away for free. Lu took a deep breath and said to himself, those who don't like it won't sell it at any price. Well, those who know how to be grateful, such as Shen Yinyan and Yang Qing, can be sold. Many thoughts passed through. He quietly had an idea. Perhaps I can establish a power? Lu pondered and felt that it was highly feasible. He thought to himself, this power must have a very high threshold. Never mind, the threshold is useless. I can train even a waste. Well, the most important thing is loyalty, and the character must be assessed well. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I haven't really decided on anything. I just decided on a framework. With a slight thought, he expanded the pet shop 100 times and restored it to less than 100 square meters. Maintaining the expansion of the pet shop space requires Lu Yu's attention to be diverted all the time. He is now ready to sleep, so naturally he will not continue to maintain it. Before taking a break, Lu Yu opened the system panel and checked the achievement tasks. There are many achievement tasks, including business achievements, such as selling the first pet cub and selling a total of 5 pet cubs, which Lu Yu has completed. The achievement rewards are also very generous, directly a random SSS-level beast taming talent. There are also achievements related to killing, such as killing the first beast tamer enemy, which Lu Yu has already completed. After killing the dragon tamer Lu Hengde, he obtained an extremely precious red star-level resource, the Demon's Heart. A more advanced killing achievement is to kill 5 Beastmaster enemies. There are other similar achievements, such as killing powerful alien races and killing a large number of ferocious beasts, but the standards are higher. At least the mission target can be achieved by killing a king-level alien or tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. There are many achievement tasks which are varied, and the conditions for achieving them are quite stringent. However, Lu Yu saw that there was still an achievement task that he could complete at any time. Owning your first store? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. He couldn't see the reward for this achievement. But after completing 3 achievement tasks, he awakened 2 SSS-level beast-controlling talents, namely Dark Hell and God-Killing Skyfire. In addition, he also obtained a top-level resource of the Red Star level, the Demon Heart. Given the generosity of the system, the reward for this achievement task must be extraordinary. When he first opened the store, he simply took over the dilapidated pet store without even renovating it. He just changed the sign. The shop space of the pet store is naturally also rented. Monthly rent 50,000. In Shanghai, such shop rent is considered normal. Lu Yu estimated that the average price per square meter of shops near the Magic City Beast Taming University was about 150,000. With his current savings of 28 million, it would be easy for him to completely own the Myth Pet shop. Lu Yu chuckled and thought to himself, with 28 million in savings, I can't buy the flesh and blood of a giant dragon, nor can I buy a few strange fires. If I use it to buy a shop and directly convert it into a system reward, wouldn't it be great? The next day, after Lu Yu finished washing up, he sent a message to the shop owner named Jiang Shanhe to express his intention to buy the shop. He directly stated that he was willing to offer 17 million to buy the shop. Considering the current average price of 150,000 yuan for shops, the total area of this shop is 98 square meters, and the total price is 14.7 million yuan. In fact, many business owners are willing to sell if the price is 15 million. The real estate industry in Shanghai is not doing well these days. The entire real estate market, including all major industries in Shanghai, is monopolized by many big families in Shanghai. Many businesses are not doing well, and shop rents are falling again and again. In recent years, even housing prices have shown a downward trend. Lu Yu was willing to offer 17 million, which was undoubtedly very high and showed enough sincerity and face. He thought Jiang Shanhe would readily agree, but he didn't expect the other party to answer directly. Instead, he replied, "The price of 17 million is still a little too low. The specific price, wait until I get there, and then we can discuss it in person." Lu Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Boss Jiang, the price of 17 million is already very high." Jiang Shanhe quickly replied, "I told you, 17 million is not enough. Wait for me to come over for a face-to-face interview for the specific price. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Lu Yu didn't reply, put the phone away, but frowned. "I hope you'll be more sensible." Lu Yu looked slightly cold. He is no longer the college entrance examination failure who had not even awakened his talent for beast taming a few days ago. At that time, Lu Yu even had to rely on the inheritance left by his parents to open this mythical pet store. Today, Lu Yu is already an extraordinary 10th level beastmaster, and he has even contracted the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. In terms of combat power, his ability is comparable to that of a Manhwa level beastmaster. Things to know: a Manhwa level beastmaster could become a deputy mayor in some small cities. Leaving aside his combat power, Lu Yu had sold 7 pet cubs in succession, which was considered as a preliminary accumulation of connections. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Lu Yu's eyes were cold. Chapter 39? The strongest beast taming style? The violent army style. Lu Yu waited patiently in the store. Jiang Shanhe has not arrived yet. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Yu sent a message urging the other party to come as soon as possible. If Jiang Shanhe is really busy, then let's set another time. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Shanhe responded, "I have something else to do now. If we want to talk, let's talk today." You stay in the store, I'll be there soon. If I get there and you're not there, it will waste my precious time, so there's no need to talk anymore. Lu Yu did not reply, but a cold expression unconsciously spread across his face. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. When Lu Yu looked outside the pet shop, he saw two young men who looked similar, obviously brothers, walking towards the pet shop side by side. Are there any guests? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. In front of the guests, he completely forgot about Jiang Shanhe. It's not worth it to affect your mood because of such a person. Outside world. Duan Dongwen looked at the sign of the Mythical Pet Shop and said to his younger brother beside him, "Brother, is this the Mythical Pet Shop that Grandpa mentioned?" Duan Shiwu nodded and said excitedly, "Grandpa said that the manager of this pet store is definitely a real master, and the pet cubs he breeds are all heaven-defying. Both of us have only awakened B-level beast-controlling talents. If we want to catch up with those geniuses in the family, we must choose the best initial pets." Duan Dongwen muttered a little and said, "I think this pet shop is a bit too shabby. Can it really breed any high-quality pet animals?" "What do you know?" Duan Shiwu retorted. "Hiding himself in the city. How can a true master care about the environment? Do you know Shen Yinyan?" "I know." Duan Dongwen nodded and said, "I heard that Shen Yinyan contracted a slime and defeated the extraordinary first-level Crazy Blade, werewolf, with a slime. I really don't know how she cultivated the slime." "My stupid brother." Duan Shiwu smiled proudly and said, "I have already asked Shen Yinyan. The slime she contracted was bought from the Mythical Pet Store. Not only the slime, Du Riyun's Moonlight Butterfly also came from the Mythical Pet Store. Animal shop. Fuck." Duan Dongwen cursed and said in shock, "Slime and Moonlight Butterfly were both trained by the manager of this pet store? This is turning decay into magic. No wonder even my grandfather praises this pet store so much. Let's go." Duan Shiwu looked expectant and said, "If I can contract a pet cub that is comparable to a slime, even a grandfather would be pleased." Duan Dongwen is also looking forward to it. As the grandsons of Prime Minister Duan, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu had extremely high requirements for their initial pets. After being admitted to the Magic City Beast Taming University, even after they had officially started classes, the two brothers had not yet contracted a satisfactory initial pet. Knowing that slime came from the Mythical Pet Shop, and that their grandfather, who was considered an authority, highly praised the Mythical Pet Shop, how could the two brothers, who had grown up in a large family and received the most elite education, look down on it? When Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu walked into the Mythical Pet Shop, their eyes were filled with anticipation and admiration. Duan Dongwen looked at the handsome young man who was about his age and said, "Brother, we are here to buy pet cubs. Can you ask your store manager to come out?" "I'm the store manager," this handsome young man said in a gentle manner. "Ah!" Duan Dongwen opened his mouth and stammered. You were the store manager? But you are still so young. If you said you were a student at the Magic City Beast Control University, I would believe it." "I'm not a student." Lu Yu shook his head slightly. Duan Shiwu looked at Lu Yu's calm demeanor and quickly said to Duan Dongwen, "Brother, stop talking. Although the store manager is young, it doesn't mean he has no ability. Don't look down on him." "I'm sorry, manager." Duan Dongwen reacted and said quickly, "I just didn't expect that the store manager, who even my grandfather admired so much, was actually so young. I didn't mean any harm, so please don't mind it." Lu Yu burst out laughing. The attitudes of these two brothers really made people feel warm and relaxed. "Your grandfather?" he said with some surprise. Lu Yu didn't remember that there were very old people among the guests he received. When Duan Shiwu mentioned his grandfather, he couldn't help showing a proud expression and said with a smile, "Our grandfather is the president of the Magic City Beast Taming University, Duan Xianghua. My two brothers came here to buy pets because he specifically asked us to do so." Lu Yu was a little surprised. Prime Minister Duan? Lu Yu was naturally familiar with this name. Once upon a time, he also had the ambition to be admitted to the Magic City Beastmaster University, but he only got into a liberal arts college and unfortunately failed. Lu Yu naturally knew about Prime Minister Duan's deeds. He had only the purest respect for this old man who had made countless sacrifices for the Xia Kingdom. "I also have great respect for Principal Duan." Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, "However, even if you are Principal Duan's grandson, I will not give you a discount." "No need for discounts," Duan Dongwen said quickly. "We all brought enough money. As long as the quality of the pet cub is good enough, there will be no bargaining." Li Yu know that. He was just being polite. He didn't have the pricing power for the pet cubs yet, so even if he wanted to give a discount, he couldn't. He then asked, "Tell me what you want?" Duan Dongwen sighed and said, I have awakened a B-level beast taming talent. Accelerated growth. This beast taming talent is only suitable for assisting the growth of pet species. I don't even think it deserves a B-level rating, Duan Shiwu said quickly. I have awakened the B-level beast control talent, splitting. It can give the contracted pet the attack characteristics of tearing and killing. It is a good main attack talent. Your talent is much better than mine. Duan Dongwen sighed and looked at his younger brother with some envy. The talent destruction is considered top-notch even among B-level talents. The added attack characteristics are all very perfect and can greatly enhance the combat power of pets. In contrast, Duan Dongwen's accelerated growth. The name alone gives him a sense of shame and makes him often feel confused about the future. After graduating from the Magic City Beast Taming University, is he going to take over the family's pet business? Every day, you deliver babies, use your talent for taming beasts, and watch the cubs grow up under the effect of your talent? Duan Dongwen really couldn't accept such a future. My dear guest, there is no need to belittle yourself. Lu Yu laughed dumbly and said, accelerated growth can make blue stars will be rated as B-level, so its strength must be not low. Have you ever thought about following the most terrifying, violent soldier style among the many beast taming styles? The violent soldier flow? Duan Dongwen's eyes widened. He had naturally heard of the name of the Violent Soldier School. It was the most terrifying school among the beast taming schools. A beast master who is good at using violent troops will often be swept by a tide of beasts wherever he goes, and the terrifying tide of beasts will destroy all enemies. Of course, I have thought about going for the rapid military flow. With my talent for controlling beasts, I can speed up the growth of my pet beasts. However, the pet beasts that Xia country has announced that are suitable for the rapid military flow have at least the potential of the sun level. Duan Dongwen sighed and said, I have just awakened my talent for beast control. The awakened beast control space cannot accommodate such a young pet. If I wait until the future to change my school, the time wasted in the early stage will be impossible to make up for. Guests don't need to worry about this. Lu Yu chuckled and said, since I dare to say it, there will be pet cubs that are suitable for the guest contract and suitable for the Violent Soldier School. Chapter 42 Ants? Special talent engraving. Really? Duan Dongwen was extremely surprised and said quickly, Thank you, manager. Duan Shiwu looked at his brother and couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. That's a violent military flow. Despite the fact that a huge amount of resources are required, even many beast masters who specialize in the rapid-fire army flow, like dragon masters, only contract one pet beast for their entire life because the resources consumed are too huge. But all the disadvantages are nothing compared to the combat effectiveness of the rapid military flow. A beast master who commands tens of thousands of pets would be an absolute killer weapon on the battlefield of alien races. Lu Yu looked at Duan Shiwu and said, As for this guest, the B-level talent destruction that you have awakened is more suitable for contracting a pet cub with extreme destructive power, and can increase the destructive power to the extreme. Yes, yes, yes. Duan Shiwu's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. That's what I thought. As long as the destructive power is increased to the limit, attack is defense, and we will not be afraid of any enemy. It was not until Lu Yu mentioned himself and planned a growth path for him that Duan Shiwu's envy suddenly disappeared. No matter how powerful the rapid military flow is, it is not suitable for him. Among the many schools of beast masters, only the one that suits you is the best. Duan Dongwen smiled and said, My foolish brother, you still don't understand. In front of the countless troops of the beast tamer, no matter how powerful your destructive power is, you will be completely overwhelmed by the army of pets. Oh, Duan Shiwu sneered and said, Brother, you are the one who doesn't understand. In the face of absolute destructive power, no matter how many types of soldiers you have, even if you gather them into a legion, what can you do? I will kill all the legions. You know nothing. Duan Dongwen was anxious and angrily asked, Do you understand the value of one man forming an army? Teske, I think you don't understand what it means to fight against 10,000 alone and destroy the world. Duan Shiwu showed no sign of weakness. Okay, Duan Dongwen said angrily. Wait until I train up the army, and then I'll see how your pet will fight me. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Duan Shiwu snorted coldly. Lu Yu looked at the two brothers arguing and couldn't help but cover his forehead, saying helplessly, You two haven't even signed a contract with your pets yet. Why are you fighting? Duan Dongwen smiled awkwardly and said, Ahem, sorry manager, We both lost our composure. Duan Shiwu showed an expectant expression and said quickly, "Manager, please take out the pet cubs as soon as possible. We both can't wait." "Good." Lu Yu smiled and nodded. His mind moved slightly, and he took out two transparent containers and placed them on the long table. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could no longer restrain themselves and quickly walked to the front of the container, looking into the container with great anticipation. The next moment, both brothers looked surprised. "No, where are the pet cubs?" Duan Dongwen was confused and said, "I am destined to have tens of thousands of troops. Where are the pet cubs that make up the army?" "Yeah, where's the pet cub?" Duan Shiwu was completely dumbfounded and said, "There is nothing in this container. How come I can't see my original pet beast that is destined to destroy the world and never seen before?" Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They looked at it carefully. "There seems to be nothing in the container," Lu Yu said with interest. "Look carefully. The baby pet is in the container. It definitely can't escape." After hearing what Lu Yu said, the two brothers Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu had no choice but to observe the container carefully, not missing any corner. "Got it!" Duan Dongwen exclaimed, pointed at the transparent inner wall of the container, and said, "There is an ant here. This ant is too small. I just ignored it." "I saw it too. There is an ant in the container," Duan Shiwu said quickly. The two looked at each other, then looked at the ants in each other's containers, and were completely dumbfounded. "Two ants? This has nothing to do with the excellent pet they imagined." Duan Shiwu smiled bitterly and said, "Manager, you're not kidding us, are you? These two little ants really cannot be associated with pet cubs." Duan Dongwen was extremely anxious and said quickly, "Manager, you'd better take out the real pet cub quickly. We two brothers can't stand your joke like this." "I'm not kidding." Lu Yu chuckled and said, "These two ants are the cubs you want to contract with. They are also the most suitable pet cubs for your contract." "Ah!" Duan Dongwen opened his mouth so wide that an egg could almost fit in it. He couldn't help but ask, "Manager, these two ants are so weak that they are hard to detect with the naked eye. Is it possible for them to advance to the first level of awakening in this lifetime? How? Can we make a contract with them?" Duan Shiwu was in deep thought, thinking of the slime, the moonlight butterfly, and the serious instructions from his grandfather Duan Xianghua. He did not dare to show any disrespect. "Manager, are there any special features of these two ants?" Duan Shiwu suddenly realized that maybe these two ants were not what they thought, and perhaps they had some abilities that were beyond their cognition. "You are very clever." Lu Yu admired Duan Shiwu very much. The younger of the two brothers obviously had a higher IQ and better emotional management. Duan Dongwen also reacted quickly, and like Duan Shiwu, he listened attentively. Lu Yu chuckled and said, "The two ants in front of you have awakened a special growth talent called engraving." "Special and growable talent? Engrave?" Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exclaimed in succession. "That's right." Lu Yu smiled and said, "This special talent, engraving, can imprint the complete evolutionary route on the ant's body." "Oh my god!" Duan Shiwu was shocked. "Doesn't that mean that if I want the little ant to evolve into a certain form, it will evolve into that form directly? Then I want to evolve the little ant into a pet beast that can produce a lot of troops. Can I do it easily?" Duan Dongwen also understood, and his face was full of shock. In theory, it can evolve into any form. However, the evolutionary route must be reasonable, otherwise it will easily go wrong. Lu Yu pointed at the two space containers and said with a smile, "In order to meet your needs, I have imprinted a complete evolutionary route for you. You can take a look." Said so. He took out two sheets of A4 paper and pushed them in front of the two brothers. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu took the papers respectively and looked at the words on them, unable to help but reveal expressions of great shock. An ant can eventually evolve into the queen of the ant tribe, with the potential to be a 10th level overlord. Can I easily breed demon ants, army ants, sky ants, and other king-level soldiers? Duan Dongwen looked at the almost invisible ants in the container, but his eyes were full of fire. Worker ants, giant crocodile ants, sword-cutting ants, demon ants, the final form is the sky-splitting ants. They also have the potential to be at the 10th level of the overlord level, and they wield the terrifying cutting power that can split the sky. Duan Shiwu held the container tightly, staring at the little ant inside, and said quickly, "Manager, I will contract it." "Yes, yes, yes." Duan Dongwen immediately said, "Manager, please name a price. We will pay now." Chapter 41. The lion opened his mouth wide. It turned out to be a little jerk. These two ant tribe pet cubs are priced at 3 million each. Liu chuckled and said, sincerely 6 million. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu did not hesitate and swiped their cards to pay 3 million each. Immediately, he signed beast taming contracts with the little ants in front of him. At the moment of signing the contract, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu could both sense that a large amount of information was coming from the connection of the contract. From the weakest worker ant form, evolving continuously to the ultimate form of the 10th level overlord, the specific resources required for each evolutionary form emerged in his mind. What surprised the two was that they knew clearly about the many resources needed for evolution, no matter how precious they were. This means that even if they want to evolve the ant cubs to their final form in the future, whether it is the queen ant or the sky-splitting ant, they don't have to worry about not being able to buy the resources for evolution. With the knowledge of Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, they naturally knew that it didn't matter that many evolutionary resources were sold at high prices. The thing they were most worried about was that the evolutionary resources had become completely extinct. The evolution of pets is undoubtedly an extremely rigorous matter. Any slight error may result in a total loss. If the corresponding evolutionary resources become extinct, even if you find replacement resources, it will not be the same after all, and the success rate of evolution will be greatly reduced. In the worst cases, the pet's evolutionary path may even be cut off. Thank you, manager, Duan Shiwu said sincerely. The evolutionary route of the sky-splitting ant must have been specially selected by you, right? I have channels to buy any kind of evolutionary resources. This means, as long as I have enough funds, the little ant will definitely evolve into a sky-splitting ant with the potential of a 10th level overlord in the future. In the future, my little worker ants will surely evolve into the queen ant tribe, and there won't be any bottlenecks. Duan Dongwen said gratefully. I'm very grateful for the store manager's care. Liu Yu smiled. These two little worker ants had both awakened the engraving talent and were equipped with a large number of evolutionary routes. He just selected the two most suitable evolutionary routes. No need to thank me. Raising these two little guys well is the greatest reward for me. Liu Yu showed a gentle expression and said softly, You two should not bury their talents, understand? No, the two said in unison. Liu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Since he sold two ant cubs and took the trouble to select the two most suitable evolutionary routes, he naturally hoped that these two ant cubs, and even the two brothers Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, could grow up smoothly. Although the decision to establish power is not yet perfect, Liu Yu has already consciously made plans. In the near future, when many layouts come together, perhaps an invincible force that will shock the entire blue planet will finally surface. He still admired the two brothers Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu very much, especially since they were the grandsons of the president of the Magic City Beast Taming University, which was an extraordinary identity. As for why the two knew about the mythical pet shop, Liu Yu guessed that it should be Lu Luochan who told Prime Minister Duan. But he didn't know how much Lu Luochan told. The more elder Duan knows, the closer his relationship with Lu Luochan will be. Liu Yu pondered for a moment, but was not worried. Mr. Duan is a respectable old man, and he even let his two grandsons patronize the Myth Pet Shop, which is an obvious gesture of goodwill. How could he not know? Even though there was a hint of temptation, it was still within Liu Yu's acceptable range. After Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each contracted an ant cub, they carefully placed it in the beast taming space, nurturing it with source power at all times, fearing that the fragile and young ants would suddenly die. Liu Yu laughed in silence. The ant cubs they contracted were the weakest in their initial form among the many cubs he sold. In terms of strength, I'm afraid he is only 1/10,000th of the first level awakening level, a real ant. When it comes to future potential, it is not weak at all. If you can evolve into the queen ant or the sky-splitting ant in the future, it will not be the end. You can continue to engrave higher evolutionary forms. Liu did not tell them this, in order to prevent them from being too ambitious. For such a big blue planet, the evolutionary route that can evolve to the 10th level of Overlord is already the top level. What if it's higher? Even if their grandfather is Prime Minister Duan, I'm afraid they can't be protected. At this time, ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rings. Liu took it out and saw that the caller ID was Jiang Shanhe. After the call was connected, Jiang Shanhe's voice was heard on the phone. I'm already at the door of your pet store. Please come out and pick me up. Jiang Shanhe's tone was full of self-righteousness, and his voice sounded like fat squeezing his vocal cords, extremely unpleasant. Lu Yu frowned slightly and said, "Come in by yourself. I'm in the store. I asked you to come out and greet them. Don't you understand?" Zhang Shana yelled. "Do you still want to buy my shop?" Lu Yu said coldly. "I asked you to come in by yourself. I don't want to repeat it a second time." Okay, okay. Zhang Shanha was furious and said, "Lu Yu, do you think I haven't seen your information? You are a college entrance examination failure, not even a beastmaster. Even if you have a little money, you should never dare to provoke me." The phone was hung up. Soon, Zhang Shana dragged his fat body and stepped into the door of the mythical pet shop. His face was filled with anger. He walked quickly to Lu Yu and said coldly, "Lu Yu, right? The lease contract you signed before is now void. Now, get out of my shop immediately." Facing Zhang Shana's anger, Lu Yu remained calm. He looked at him calmly and said slowly, "Are you sure you want to terminate the lease contract? Why can't I cancel my contract?" Zhang Shana sneered, "It's never written in the contract. What will the price be if I unilaterally terminate the contract? So, you want my pet store to no longer be able to operate, right?" There was a hint of coldness in Lu Yu's eyes. Meeting those eyes, Zhang Shana's heart almost stopped. He looked at Lu Yu's eyes in disbelief as the dark realm and the devil realm emerged. At this moment, he felt his whole body was extremely cold, and the great terror between life and death seemed to be about to come at any time. So what? Zhang Shana forced himself to calm down. He was also an extraordinary beastmaster, and his psychological quality was not bad, but he was still frightened by the fleeting extreme darkness. He said, "If you want to continue to run the business, that's not impossible. As long as you can come up with 30 million, I will sell this shop to you." Hearing this, Lu Yu was so angry that he laughed. He thought that his offer of 17 million was sincere enough. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't appreciate it at all and asked for 30 million. Lu Yu quickly figured it out. Zhang Shanha had obviously investigated him based on the signing information on the contract. Zhang Shana arrogantly thought that he had investigated everything clearly. He thought that Lu Yu should have a large inheritance and had no ability to protect himself, so he wanted to blackmail him. After a moment of deep thought, Lu Yu finally understood the whole story. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his dark eyes. 30 million? Duan Dongwen couldn't help but say, "This shop is worth at most 15 million. You doubled it? You fat pig. Are you crazy about money?" Duan Shiwu stood up. His voice was filled with infinite coldness, and he said, "Who gave you the courage to speak to the store manager like that? What are you two boys?" Zhang Shana sneered, "This is my shop. I'll pay whatever I want. What other shop manager is there? If he can't pay 30 million, his pet store will be completely closed tomorrow. I really don't understand how you dare to be so arrogant." Duan Dongwen looked at Zhang Shanha and couldn't help but ask, "Are all the beast masters nowadays so brainless?" Zhang Shanha was extremely proud and said, "I am a 6th level extraordinary beastmaster. You two brats are probably still at the 1st level of awakening, right? Supernormal level 6? Duan Shiwu smiled and said, "So you are a little jerk." "Shut up," Zhang Shanha said angrily. "You don't understand the powerful strength of the 6th level of transcendence." All right. Duan Shiwu looked impatiently at Lu Yu and said, "Manager, can you let me help you deal with this? Dealing with such a small character will really dirty your hands." "Go ahead. Li, you know that." He looked at Zhang Shanha and felt that he had lost face. Although both of them are at the 10th level of transcendence, he and Zhang Shanha are clearly not on the same level. "Uncle Chun," Duan Shiwu shouted, "it's useless no matter who you call." Zhang Shanha looked at Lu Yu and knew that Lu Yu was not going to pay 30 million. He immediately said, "From now on, you can move all your things out. The previous shop lease contract is completely invalid." "Yeah." Lu Yu looked indifferent. He watched quietly as Zhang Shanha's fat body was lifted up by a giant bear. A middle-aged man in a suit stood next to the giant bear. His posture as elegant as a waiter, forming a great contrast with the rough giant bear. Chapter 42. Shuanya-level resources, Boundary Crystal Core. Zhang Shanha continued to struggle. When he looked back, his pupils shrank. The terrifying giant bear carrying him behind him actually possessed an extremely violent aura. Manhwa level. How is this possible? Zhang Shanha's voice trembled. When he looked at the waiter in a suit next to the giant bear, he felt an unspeakable fear. This waiter clearly possessed great strength, yet he acted like a subordinate. Zhang Shanha was stuck at the 10th level of the extraordinary realm for 10 years. Only after his path to advancement as a beast tamer was blocked did he start purchasing real estate. He knew very well what a noble status a Mythical-level beast tamer had, but why did he only appear as a waiter? Master. The middle-aged waiter saluted and asked, how should this person be dealt with? Duan Shuwu suddenly remembered that there was a flash of murderous intent in Lu Yu's eyes just now, so he waved his hand and said, just kill him. Yes. The middle-aged waiter Uncle Chun nodded slightly. As Duan Shuwu's bodyguard, Uncle Chun only needs to follow orders. The words fell. Jiang Shanhe was extremely terrified and asked quickly, you want to kill me? Do you really not care about the laws of Xia country? Even a small person like you dares to exploit loopholes in the law. Do you think I care? Duan Shuwu sneered and said, Grandpa said that we only need to protect those who are worth protecting. How can a scum like you be qualified to talk to me about the law? After saying this, Duan Shuwu turned around and said to Lu Yu, Manager, I will work as quickly as possible and let you get the ownership of this store today. I believe that even if Grandpa knows about it, he will support me. Lu Yu nodded casually. He naturally knew how big families operated, and the Duan family had a bottom line. If Luo Tianyan were allowed to do the job, no matter what Jiang Shanhe's character was, he would not be able to escape death and might even be tortured to death. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shuwu quickly said goodbye, and Uncle Chen left with the giant bear and Jiang Shanhe's fat body. On the way, Jiang Shanhe cried and begged for mercy, but no one paid any attention to him, and he was unable to break free from the giant bear's grasp. He stared at the two brothers of the Duan family, and his frightened gaze finally focused on Lu Yu. Lu Yu is just a young boy who opened a pet store. How could he get to know such a powerful customer? Jiang Shanhe was filled with regret. Why am I so unlucky? However, he didn't know that the two brothers of the Duan family would not help him easily. Just by contracting two ant cubs, they owed Lu Yu a huge favor. In the opinion of the Duan brothers, even if they did not take action, Lu Yu could probably solve the problem easily. After all, the store manager has entered their grandfather's field of vision. How could such a person have no energy? Lu Yu no longer cared about what happened next. When the sun sets in the west, Duan Shuwu sent a message saying that the matter had been resolved. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. In the world of beast taming, strength is respected. All power actually comes from strong strength. Jiang Shanhe, a 6th-level extraordinary beast master, dared to be so arrogant. Once he hits the wall, no one can save him. If I didn't have the ability and background, I would probably be bullied by this kind of people. Lu Yu had a cold expression, without any mercy at all. It was getting close to evening. The staff of the law firm, with many documents, transferred the ownership of the shop. After signing his name, Lu Yu took a deep breath. He just felt that the air in the pet shop had become much fresher. Achievement achieved. Own your first pet store? Reward, Xuanya-level resources, Realm Crystal Core. Do you want to receive it? Yes/no. Watching the system prompts coming, Lu Yu was so shocked that he could hardly believe his eyes. The system reward this time turned out to be a specific Xuanya-level resource. Looking at the entire blue star, this is also the highest level resource. Xianyao-level resources, corresponding to demigod. Get it right away, Lu Yu said immediately. You have obtained the Xuanya-level resource, Boundary Crystal Core. Boundary Crystal Core. The original crystal core that can only be born when the boundary is destroyed contains the purest world power and can be integrated with the beast control space to create the prototype of the world. Lu Yu looked at the crystal core in the beast controlling space that was shining with colorful light and felt a shock in his heart that was simply beyond words. It turns out to be a treasure that can only be born when the realm is destroyed. After the realm crystal cores are fused, it can create the beast control space into the prototype of the world. Lu Yu's breathing was rapid. He was extremely happy and thought to himself, even a Holy Spirit-level beast master cannot escape the structure of the beast control space. Only when you reach the demigod level, the beast control space will transform into the prototype of the world. Does this mean that my beast control space will have the essence comparable to that of a demigod? He naturally knew clearly what this meant. As long as you become a king-level beast master, the beast control space can be manifested. It can not only bless the beast master with endless power, but also directly suppress the opponent. Lu Yu was extremely surprised and thought to himself, once I break through the king level and gain the blessing of the world's embryonic form, I will have incredible power. The suppressive power of the beast taming space itself will also reach its peak, and I can even suppress and shatter other king-level beast taming spaces directly. Many thoughts flashed through my mind. Without any hesitation, He mobilized a large amount of source power to wrap the realm crystal core and absorbed it directly into the core area of the beast taming space. As the domain crystal core began to melt, it gradually merged into the beast taming space. Lu Yu's beast taming space is not only undergoing crazy transformation, but is also expanding rapidly. In just a moment, it expanded from 100,000 square meters to 1 million square meters. Starry Level 1. In the beast controlling space, a total of 30 diamond-grade sky-controlling crystals were completely melted at this moment and integrated into that one realm crystal core. The beast controlling space is still expanding, and in a blink of an eye it has reached 10 million square meters. When the width reached its extreme, Lu Yu clearly felt that the beast controlling space began to become heavier, and the space barrier became thicker. Even Lu Yu also saw that in the beast controlling space, soil and clouds were born one after another. A large amount of soil turned into the earth. Many clouds formed the sky. Wild grass grows on the earth. The sky above is extremely blue. This is the prototype of the world. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself, compared to the beast taming space completely transforming into the prototype of the world, my beast tamer level has been raised to the 10th level of the stars, which is nothing at all. That's right. In the process of fusing the realm crystal core, Lu Yu naturally reached the 10th level of stars. The cost was not small. At least 10 diamond-grade sky control crystals were completely consumed. As for the remaining 20 sky-controlling crystals, they were absorbed by the realm crystal core, helping the realm crystal core to completely integrate into the beast-controlling space. With 20 sky control crystals, I was able to dissolve about 2% of the realm crystal core, allowing my beast control space to become the prototype of a world. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said to himself, if I want to completely dissolve the boundary crystal core, I will probably need 1,000 sky-controlling crystals. Or if I reach the Holy Spirit level, I will be able to completely digest this boundary crystal core. As a Xian Yao level resource, the minimum threshold for using the realm crystal core is actually the Holy Spirit level. If Lu Yu himself had not awakened 2 SSS-level talents, the status of the beast taming space itself would have been extraordinary, coupled with the blessing of many sky-controlling crystals. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use this realm crystal core at all. In the beast taming space, roar! The world-destroying dragon is immersed in the changes in the world. As Lu Yu's realm broke through to the star level, the bottleneck that restricted the advancement of the world-destroying demon dragon was also eliminated. A powerful and profound aura diffused. Star level, level 3. He had clearly just broken through and reached the 3rd level of stars. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird was unwilling to fall behind, and endless purple flames filled the beast-controlling space. Boom! Breakthrough in an instant. Star level 2. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird's accumulation is slightly inferior. After all, the world-destroying demon dragon not only used the demon's heart, but was also able to comprehend the ancient dragon gate and absorb a trace of the origin of the dragon realm. Its conditions were much better than those of the purple flame emperor bird. Even so, the level of the purple flame emperor bird has also reached the 2nd level of the star level. In terms of combat power, it may not be inferior to the world-destroying dragon. At this time, a system prompt appears. Chapter 43. Second on the strange fire list, blue sky, purple flame. Your contracted pet, world-destroying demon dragon, has broken through the star level and mastered the red level skill, dragon realm projection. Your contracted pet, purple flame emperor bird, has broken through the star level and mastered the red star skill, sky flame tour. As the system prompts came, Lu Yu's eyes lit up slightly. After the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird broke through to a great realm, they indeed both comprehended a red star level skill. He checked it out immediately. Dragon realm projection. Red star level skill. Summons a projection of the dragon realm, which can bless oneself and suppress opponents. The deeper the understanding of the origin of the dragon, the more solid and powerful the summoned dragon world projection will be. If you can truly comprehend the origin of the dragon, you can completely control the dragon world. Lu Yu was shocked instantly. A pair of eyes were filled with surprise. You call this a red star skill? Lu Yu exclaimed. Indeed, only those with Holy Spirit level potential have the opportunity to comprehend red star level skills. However, the dragon world projection comprehended by the world-destroying demon dragon is too outrageous. Can actually summon a projection of the dragon world. Dragon realm. Among all the realms, it is also one of the most powerful realms, an existence comparable to the demon world. In the dragon world, there live countless powerful dragons, even divine dragons. Asian dragon species? Even the gate to the dragon world cannot be found. The dragon realm has given birth to countless dragons, and its own origin of the world is even more majestic. Summoning a trace of the dragon world projection to bless, it would probably instantly push the combat power of the world-destroying demon dragon to an extremely terrifying level. If we use the dragon realm projection to directly suppress the enemy, Liu Yu couldn't even imagine what kind of powerful enemy could be able to take on the dragon realm. Not to mention, if the world-destroying demon dragon could one day completely control the origin of dragons, he could use this skill as a key to control the dragon world and become the master of the dragon world. In the dragon realm, there are countless powerful giant dragons, majestic divine dragons. If they knew that the demon dragon clan, which was once expelled from the dragon realm, had the opportunity to become the master of the dragon realm, they would probably be completely furious, right? Liu Yu couldn't help but think. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon roared in surprise. He was very satisfied with his current strength and the skill he had learned, dragon world projection. Liu Yu estimated that the fact that the world-destroying demon dragon could comprehend the dragon realm projection should be related to its observation of Longman's enlightenment, which led to the arrival of the dragon realm's phantom. He had already sensed the clues. The world-destroying demon dragon's third talent, Holy Dragon, was obviously a powerful talent that he had obtained by being favored by the dragon realm. Now that he has been favored, it seems reasonable for the dragon realm to bestow a red star skill on him, right? Many thoughts flashed through my mind. Liu Yu began to check the new skills of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Sky Flame Tour. Red Star skill summons endless blue sky purple flames, falling to the ground. Compared to the Dragon Realm projection of the world-destroying Demon Dragon, the Sky Flame Tour of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird seems a bit mediocre, and even the introduction of its skills is very brief. However, Liu Yu felt an infinite sense of destruction from between the lines. Isn't the falling of boundless sky flames comparable to the legendary Forbidden Spell? In terms of destructive power, how could there be a single piece of intact land under the Sky Flame Tour? This is the real destruction of heaven and earth. Liu Yu's eyes instantly locked onto the 4 words Tsangten Ziyan. He immediately took out his cell phone and searched for Strange Fire List. Strange Fire List. 1. Stellar True Flame. 2. Blue Sky Purple Flame. 3. Holy Blue Lotus Fire. 4. To the Devil's Flame. 5. Bone Dragon Cold Fire. Really? Liu Yu took a deep breath. Sky Purple Flame ranked second on the list of strange fires. He had made some speculations before this. However, there are quite a few purple strange fires on the strange fire list, so it has not been truly confirmed. It was not until he saw the Purple Flame Emperor Bird comprehend the Heavenly Flame Tour that Liu Yu was completely certain that the flaming body of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird was the Sky Purple Flame, ranked second on the strange fire list. The Purple Flame of the Sky is second only to the number 1 ranked True Flame of the Stars. In terms of destructive power, it can be said to be the strongest in the world. In fact, according to historical records, the Blue Sky Purple Flame is the most powerful strange fire that can be born on the blue planet. After all, the Stellar True Flame, ranked first, is a terrifying strange fire that can only be born in the core of the sun. At least, the beast-taming civilization of this era has never glimpsed the power of the Stellar True Flame, and even the Sky Purple Flame originated from the records of the previous era. It is said that the Purple Flame of the Sky was born from the will of the Blue Star and represents certain authority of the sky. Even if it is just a legend, it is enough to explain some problems. In fact, among the top 3 strange fires on the strange fire list, only the Blue Lotus Holy Fire has traces to be found, and there is a chance to find it. Judging from the strength, the top 3 strange fires are at least comparable to the strength of SSS-level beast taming talents. Liu Yu pondered for a moment and said, the strength of the top 20 strange fires is comparable to that of S-level beast taming talents. I just don't know which is stronger, my SSS-level god-killing heavenly fire or the number 1 Star True Flame? The origin of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird has been partially clarified. Of course, Liu Yu was very satisfied with the Sky Flame Pilgrimage. When the boundless purple flame descends from the sky, it can't be described by a forbidden spell, but rather, the wrath of the sky. Cry! The Purple Flame Emperor Bird retracted the purple flame that was emitting a terrifying aura, landed lightly on Liu Yu's shoulder, stretched out its flaming wings comfortably, and gently pressed against Lu Yu's cheek. Lu Yu suddenly burst into laughter. The purple flame emperor bird, which represented the authority of heaven, was so intimate and dependent on him. This scene is really strange. Immediately, he summoned the world-destroying dragon as well. The world-destroying demon dragon looked at the purple flame emperor bird, and a smug look flashed in his eyes. It has begun to look forward to the scene in which it will completely take control of the dragon realm and become the lord of the dragon realm in the future, with the purple flame emperor bird as its younger sister, transforming into a totem in front of the dragon throne. By then, the stronger the purple flame emperor bird becomes, the more it will highlight the power of the lord of the dragon realm. Just thinking about it, the world-destroying demon dragon felt secretly happy. Suddenly, roar! The world-destroying demon dragon looked outside the pet shop and let out a low roar, as if facing a great enemy. It could feel that the person coming possessed extremely terrifying strength. Even the world-destroying dragon felt an indescribable sense of threat. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird spread its flaming wings and quietly protected Lu Yu behind it. Lu Yu whispered, "Don't be nervous." He looked towards the door and saw a kind, white-haired old man with a cane slowly walking in. Every step the old man took was slow, yet vaguely in harmony with the space. Lu Yu blinked a little, and the old man walked up to him and said in a kind old voice, "Manager Lu, Principal Duan." Lu Yu chuckled and nodded. The kind old man in front of him was none other than the president of the Demon City Beast Taming University, Duan Xianghua. Lu Yu had already anticipated the arrival of Prime Minister Duan. Prior to this, Prime Minister Duan had already conveyed enough goodwill to let his two grandsons come to buy pet cubs. Even the transfer of the shop was settled on the same day, probably because Prime Minister Duan personally intervened. The president of Magic City Beast Taming University personally intervened in a small matter of shop transfer. The entire Magic City law firm must be shocked and must solve this matter as soon as possible. Lu Yu naturally would not think that Prime Minister Duan's arrival had any malicious intent. However, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird did not relax. It had nothing to do with goodwill or malice, but simply because Prime Minister Duan was too powerful. If you are not fully alert, it may be too late when an accident happens. Lu Yu didn't care. As long as he was in the pet shop, he was absolutely invincible. Why should he be on guard? However, he was still very grateful for the kindness of his pets and gently touched the heads of the magic dragon and the emperor bird to express his satisfaction. Although Prime Minister Duan had known some information, he still felt very complicated when he actually met Lu Yu. Prime Minister Duan still couldn't imagine that the store manager who bred so many extremely precious pet cubs was actually a young man. When he looked into Lu Yu's eyes, he felt his heart and soul tremble. Those eyes filled with extreme darkness and boundless demonic intent made him instantly think of the great terror that came when he was fighting against the demon world and the will of the world. But he found that Lu Yu's demeanor was very gentle, like a gentleman. How could there be any evil intention in him? Manager Lu. Prime Minister Duan was about to say something. He came to the Mythical Pet Shop in person to win over Lu Yu on behalf of the Xia Kingdom. Prime Minister Duan hopes that Lu Yu can contribute to the strength of Xia State. As if seeing through his intention, Lu Yu said leisurely, "Principal Duan, since you are visiting the Mythical Pet Shop, do you want to buy a pet cub?" Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Duan was stunned. Buying a pet cub? After so many years of high-intensity battles, the contracted pets have died one after another. Under so many backlashes, Prime Minister Duan's beast-controlling space had already been almost shattered. After serving as the president of the Magic City Beast University, he is in a semi-retired state. How can he contract a pet beast again? Duan Xianghua sighed and shook his head, then slowly said, "Thank you for your kindness, manager. It's just that my beast control space is almost broken and cannot be repaired at all, so I won't buy a pet cub." Lu Yu looked at him strangely and asked in confusion, "Principal Duan, who told you that you can't contract a pet beast if the beast control space is broken?" Prime Minister Duan was stunned. Isn't this the truth? Even in high school textbooks, there are clear explanations. In the world of beast taming, this is almost an iron rule. Duan Xianghua suddenly realized something, and his old voice became extremely dry. He asked in shock, "Manager, do you have a solution?" Chapter 44. On the alien battlefield, no one remembers the martyrs. Certainly. Lu Yu nodded slightly. In the eyes of ordinary people, The damage to the beast controlling space caused by the continuous breaking of contracts and the backlash is almost an incurable injury. For Lu Yu, the beast controlling space was just broken. What's a mere fatal injury? His mind moved slightly, and he immediately took out a container. He undoubtedly had respect for Prime Minister Duan. For the strength of Xia State, Prime Minister Duan made too many sacrifices. A king-level beastmaster can contract 6 pets. During his lifetime, Prime Minister Duan contracted and trained 10 king-level pets. Among these 10 king-level pets, 9 died on the battlefield with foreign races. Every time a pet died in battle, Prime Minister Duan would train a new pet with grief. Over the past few decades, 9 beast taming contracts were passively broken one after another, and the powerful backlash brought about destroyed Prime Minister Duan's beast taming space beyond recognition. It's not that he can't contract a pet beast cub again, but no matter what pet beast he contracts, it will not be able to survive in the broken beast taming space, and it will also bring a greater burden to the beast taming space. Even Prime Minister Duan's last pet beast has not returned to the beast controlling space for decades, and is always stationed in the Demon City Beast Controlling University. Prime Minister Duan did not bring any pets with him this time. As a king-level 10th rank beastmaster, he possesses extremely powerful strength and is a king-level fighter in his own right. If he only considered self-protection, he would not need to rely on the power of his pet. Facing such an old man, Lu Yu felt a little bit reluctant. He just kept being depressed until he passed away several years later. He could see that the old man's life force had been exhausted to the extreme and he could die at any time, but he was only holding on with his strong will. When Prime Minister Duan received a positive answer, his long-withered heart seemed to see the dawn of hope. When he saw what was in the container, his old eyes unconsciously flashed with surprise. Duan Xianghua clearly saw that there was an ordinary seed in the container. He naturally knew that this seed was equivalent to the cub form of a plant-type pet. Any life that has developed consciousness can be contracted as a pet, and plants that have developed intelligence are no exception. Prime Minister Duan was not surprised, but the aura emitted by this seed was too weak. He instantly determined that even if this seed took root and sprouted and grew to adulthood, it would at most have the strength of the 3rd awakening level. This is the seed of the lowest level plant-type pet, the lush tree. Lu Yu did not keep the secret and explained directly. Of course, this seed is not ordinary. Like the ant cubs contracted by your 2 grandsons, they have awakened a special talent engraving, which can engrave any evolutionary route in their blood. Said so, Lu Yu pushed out a piece of A4 paper. Prime Minister Duan took the paper and looked at it, and a look of shock suddenly appeared on his old face. The lush tree, the floating tree, the endless tree, can eventually evolve into an ancient void tree with the potential of a 10th order overlord? Duan Xianghua said in shock. Principal Duan, you don't need to cultivate the lush tree into an ancient void tree. You just need to cultivate it into a giant void-suppressing tree with the potential of the 10th level of the monarch level. Lu Yu nodded and said, as long as you make a contract with the sky-suppressing giant tree, when the sky-suppressing giant tree takes root, it will naturally help you suppress the broken beast taming space. Everything you worry about is nothing. Prime Minister Duan had no doubt about Lu Yu's words, and his old eyes kept lighting up. Immediately it went out. I appreciate the manager's kindness, but no need for that. Prime Minister Duan shook his head and said, I don't plan to contract a pet beast anymore. Why? Lu Yu was puzzled. He exchanged for the lush tree and directly implanted a specific evolutionary route. So you said you don't want to buy it anymore? Are you not going to contract a pet beast in the future? If it were someone else, Lu Yu would have pointed at the other person's nose and said, why are you being so pretentious? When it came to the old man in front of him, Lu Yu was silent, with some vague guesses. I personally sent 9 pets to the battlefield. They are all my children, but I can't do anything. Even in some of the most dangerous battlefields, I would take the initiative to let them fight. Prime Minister Duan's eyes gradually filled with guilt. He said slowly, over the past few decades, I've figured it out. I'm not really righteous. I'm just too selfish. Between Xia country and pets, I did not choose them. Even if I can contract pets, it can even change my fate. However, it is too cruel for the pets I contracted. Since this seed has such excellent qualifications, those young beast masters are the best place to go, right? Lu Yu looked at Prime Minister Duan with mixed feelings. Only when he really came into contact with this old man did he begin to get a glimpse into the old man's inner world. His will was extremely firm, but now he was filled with confusion. Decades ago, the passages to all realms were opened. Among the 6 major countries, Xia, a newly emerging country with the shallowest foundation, was the first to bear the brunt and endured the greatest pressure. When the country was destroyed and the family was ruined, the Xia kingdom established 5 lines of defense on the battlefield of foreign races. In just a few years, the first line of defense was breached. The second line of defense lasted less than 2 years. The third line of defense, less than a year. The fourth line of defense fell in less than half a year. In the face of the survival of the country and even the race, any beastmaster will inevitably be called up and enter the battlefield of foreign races. Prime Minister Duan also wants to be selfish, but his position requires him to make sacrifices. The principal doesn't have to blame himself. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said seriously, "A gentleman judges deeds rather than hearts. The relationship between a beastmaster and his pets is a spiritual connection. I believe that when the principal sent his pets to the alien battlefield, he certainly did not want them to get hurt or even die in battle. It's just that the pressure on the front line was too great, and you had no way to deal with it, right? The alien battlefield is too cruel, like a meat grinder, where 10 out of 10 people will die without a single chance of survival." Prime Minister Duan had a complicated expression and sighed. "I was lucky enough to survive, so I became the president of Magic City University. But more of my compatriots died on the battlefield of foreign races, but they are only called martyrs. No one remembers their names anymore. So, don't blame yourself." Lu Yu shook his head and said, "Principal Duan, there is only one reason why you need to make sacrifices." "What's the reason?" Prime Minister Duan was slightly startled. "You're not strong enough," Lu Yu said slowly. "If you are strong enough, so strong that all the alien races in the world will be terrified, and even surrender, cede land, and become slaves, the entire Xia kingdom will not need any sacrifices. Isn't that strong enough?" Prime Minister Duan smiled bitterly and said, "The beast taming talent I awakened is the A-level war heart, which can give the pet a fighting heart. I have reached the 10th level of the monarch level with the A-level beast taming talent, and I have already exhausted my potential. Even if I want to become stronger, the next step is the overlord level, and I have no hope anymore. Overlord level, that is the real national treasure." Even Prime Minister Duan didn't dare to hope for it. Even if the lush tree can evolve into the ancient void tree, it has the potential to become a 10th level overlord. But a king-level beastmaster is already a powerful person who is almost at the top. With the allocation of national resources, it is not that difficult to cultivate a pet with dominant potential. Even so, beastmasters who break through to the overlord level are rare. Prime Minister Duan is already old and knows that he does not have much potential, so he does not want to waste this precious pet cub. "Principal Duan, do you know that with the beast taming space suppressed by the sky-suppressing giant tree, it will be much easier to break through the realm? The sky-suppressing giant tree can even extract the spatial power in the void and actively help expand the beast taming space." Lu Yu looked directly at the old man and said calmly, "Moreover, the sky-suppressing giant tree can never leave the beast taming space. If the sky-suppressing giant tree falls, I'm afraid you won't be spared either. Besides, I can train as many pet cubs as I want like the flourishing tree. All the problems you're worried about don't actually exist." He made it very clear. As long as the giant tree of sky-suppressing power evolves, all the problems faced by Prime Minister Duan will be solved. Unable to break through the realm, the giant sky-suppressing tree, and even the ancient void tree can directly help you refine the power of space. Any bottleneck will disappear. The giant Jinkong tree is directly bound to the beast taming space. If the ancient Jinkong tree falls, the beast taming space will also be completely shattered. It can be said that they live and die together. That's all I have to say. If Prime Minister Duan still has a grudge, Lu Yu doesn't intend to persuade him anymore. After all, no matter how much he respected the old man, if Prime Minister Duan did not buy the seeds of the lush tree, who knew if they would rot in his hands? Prime Minister Duan stared at the container in a daze, many emotions flashing through his old eyes. "I don't know how much time has passed. I'm old after all. I can't see things as clearly as the store manager." Prime Minister Duan smiled carefreely and said, "If I contract the sky-suppressing giant tree, or even the void ancient tree, I still cannot become the overlord. This only shows that I am indeed a useless old thing. Shopkeeper, please name a price. I will buy this seed of the flourishing tree." Chapter 45. Suppressing the Beast Taming Space, Principal Duan's Invitation. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded, saying sincerely, 3 million. Duan Xianghua had already anticipated the price of 3 million. He didn't question it, nor did he bargain, nor did he show any intention of raising the price. He just swiped his card to pay. Lu Yu smiled happily after seeing Prime Minister Duan finish paying. Achievement achieved. Sold a total of 10 pet cubs. Reward: a random SS-level beast taming talent. Do you want to receive it? Yes/no. Lu Yu took a deep breath and said, receive it. Receive it directly. Why did he take the initiative to sell to Prime Minister Duan and ask him to buy the pet cub? The reason is simple. Before selling the lush tree seeds, he had already sold a total of 9 pet cubs. So far. Finally, the total number of pets reached 10, triggering the achievement task. The reward for this achievement task was also within Lu Yu's expectations. It was a random SSS-level beast taming talent. Why should Lu Yu hesitate? Of course he would just take it directly. You have awakened the SSS-level beast-controlling talent life source. At this moment, Lu Yu felt very clearly that in the depths of his soul, at the same height as the dark hell and the god-killing skyfire, a light green supreme talent was imprinted on it. Lu Yu instantly understood the effect of this beast-taming talent. The divine source of life symbolizes the supreme law of life. Just letting out a wisp of the divine source of life can completely heal all injuries. Not only that, if you contract with plant life, you can cultivate it into a god of life, in charge of the highest laws of life. Under the divine source of life, there will be no disease, pain, and even death will be eliminated. Lu Yu glanced at Duan Xianghua. He could clearly sense that the other party's body was full of cracks. This was a projection of the beast taming space. Lu Yu even had a feeling that as long as he scattered a ray of the divine source of life, Duan Xianghua's almost broken beast-controlling space and all the injuries accumulated over hundreds of years would be healed instantly. In the end, Lu Yu didn't do that. He just watched calmly. After selling the seeds of the lush tree, Prime Minister Duan's injuries are bound to heal. So why should he do this in vain? Lu Yu awakened the SSS-level beast taming talent source of life silently. Duan Xianghua just felt that the aura of Lu Yu seemed softer and more full of youthful vitality. There is no connection with the existence of the source of life. Prime Minister Duan made a phone call, and soon the assistant in the business car came up to him, kept recording something, and soon drove away. I just asked my assistant to buy resources. Duan Xianghua explained. I plan to let this seed evolve into a giant sky-suppressing tree, and then sign a contract with it. He looked at the seeds in the container, and his cloudy eyes became much clearer, full of anticipation. Prime Minister Duan had never expected that he would contract and awaken a pet cub with the same engraving talent as his grandson. But he was absolutely sure that this day would be the moment when his destiny changed. The existence of the giant tree will be completely engraved into his beast-taming space and even into his soul. Not long. The assistant walked quickly into the pet store with a space container, then bowed slightly and left. So soon, Lu Yu was a little surprised. Prime Minister Duan seemed to see Lu Yu's confusion and said with a smile, I directly transferred resources from the #1 commercial bank in Magic City, so it was so fast. As for how much money is needed, I will add more later. Lu Yu suddenly remembered that Prime Minister Duan seemed to own a certain share in the #1 trading company in Magic City. He suddenly felt sour. That's the #1 trading company in Shanghai. Market value, hundreds of billions. Even 1% of the shares would be worth billions. The most important thing is that after owning a certain amount of shares, there will be a change in status. He quickly calmed down, watching Prime Minister Duan meticulously feeding the seeds of the lush tree, not being stingy with his beast-taming power, as if he were taking care of a child, full of kindness. With a lot of resources invested, lush trees soon began to take root and sprout, but their roots were not in the soil, but in space. The lush trees at this time have actually evolved. Floating tree. The potential is extraordinary level 10. The floating tree race possesses both space and plant attributes, and naturally takes root in the void. Prime Minister Duan looked at the floating tree and couldn't help but sigh. Space-type pets are extremely rare. Even the lowest level space pets can only be born in the rifts between worlds or even in outer space. Any beast master would desire to contract a space-type pet. There is no other reason. The beast taming space itself is actually equivalent to the beast tamer's original talent, and it is the original talent of the space system. Any beast master would have no difficulty in training a space-type pet. However, space-type pets are too rare. Even a Beastmaster who has truly awakened his space-type talent may face the fate of not being able to contract a suitable pet in his entire life. Our Xia country's research on space is still too superficial. Prime Minister Duan sighed secretly and couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu and found that the other party remained calm the whole time, as if evolving a space-type pet was nothing at all. This mentality made Prime Minister Duan feel mysterious, and he sighed slightly. 2. Duan Xiangwa thought to himself, this spatial evolution route must have been researched by the store manager himself. How could the store manager be emotionally disturbed by the second evolutionary form that has the potential of the extraordinary 10th level? I'm afraid he has long been accustomed to it, right? He did not stop, feeling the thoughts coming from the floating tree, and continued to invest resources with a kind smile. These resources are all precious space resources, but Duan Xiangwa does not feel sorry for them at all. He lets the floating tree absorb them as if they were free. Soon, the floating tree evolved into the endless tree with the potential to reach the 10th level of the star level. Prime Minister Duan still did not pause. Sky-breaking trees, sky-high giant trees, until it evolved into a giant tree in the sky. Even though it was still a seedling, it had already reached several meters in height. Prime Minister Duan looked at the remaining platinum-level space resources in the space container, and even a few diamond-level resources. Without any hesitation, he fed them all to the seedling of the giant tree. Boom! The space vibrates. The giant trees in the sky are constantly swaying, and their life forms are undergoing extremely huge changes. An unknown amount of time had passed before the vibrating space calmed down quietly, as if it had been suppressed, and even the air became filled with a heavy feeling. The green branches and leaves stretch out freely. If you look closely, the tips of the branches and leaves have disappeared. However, Lu Yu knew that the branches and leaves had penetrated into the void, entered the invisible space cracks, and were frantically absorbing the power of space. This exhilarating evolution finally came to an end. In the pet store, the tree that stretched its branches wantonly was no longer a low-level lush tree, nor was it a floating tree, but the giant tree that suppresses the sky. The potential is the 10th level of King. His strength has directly reached the 6th level of stars. Lu Yu even felt that as long as the Jinkong giant tree could completely refine the remaining spatial force in its body, it would have no problem reaching the 10th level of the Sun grade, and could even directly reach the 1st level of the King grade. The many space resources used by Prime Minister Duan are of extremely high value. Contract. Prime Minister Duan knew that there was no time to lose, and the giant Jinkong tree, which had just evolved successfully, was undoubtedly the best time to conclude a contract. If the giant Jinkong tree is to take root completely and move into the beast taming space, it will take a lot of effort. The Jinkong giant tree is very close to Prime Minister Duan. It has been living with Prime Minister Duan since it took root and sprouted. It has also consumed a large amount of precious resources, and its life form has undergone infinite transitions. As soon as Duan Xiangwa's spiritual power touched it, the giant tree accepted it, and the beast taming contract was concluded instantly. The giant tree was taken into the beast taming space. Feeling the giant sky-suppressing tree gradually taking root, the entire beast taming space gradually stabilized. Even if it was still in ruins, with the existence of the giant sky-suppressing tree, it would sooner or later be thoroughly sorted out and restored to its most prosperous state. A hint of redness appeared on Prime Minister Duan's old face. Although he still looks like an old man, he is brimming with vitality from the inside out. Prime Minister Duan could already foresee that the future would no longer be gloomy, but an infinitely bright one. He looked at Lu Yu, gratitude in his eyes. At this time, Prime Minister Duan finally remembered why he came here, and his old face showed an extremely serious expression. Manager Lu, do you have any intention to come to the Magic City Beast Taming University? Chapter 46. Become a tutor first, then a full professor? Let me go to the Magic City Beast University? Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He still clearly remembered that during the college entrance examination 2 months ago, he had an unrealistic delusion that he wanted to apply to the Magic City Beastmaster University. Considering that he hadn't even awakened his talent for beast taming, he finally gave up and only applied to 2 third-rate beast taming universities. When the college entrance examination results came out, he failed to get into either of the 2 third-rate beast taming universities. Only one liberal arts college, considering Lu Yu's excellent liberal arts performance, took the initiative to send him an admission invitation. How long has it been? The president of the Demon City Beast University actually personally invited you to enroll. If it had happened 2 months ago, even in a dream, this kind of scene would not have happened, right? Principal Duan, are you going to invite me to enroll? Lu Yu thought about it and said decisively, Motive Beastmaster University is very good, but I'm sorry, I refuse. The Mythical Pet Shop is already on the right track, and he himself is also a star-level Beastmaster. Now that he has become a student at the Magic City Beastmaster University, it obviously conflicts with Lu Yu's career plan. As long as he follows the procedures, he is destined to become a Holy Spirit-level beast tamer and have the confidence to establish the 7th major country. Even if Demon City University is one of the 3 major beast taming universities in Xia country, what can it teach him? Even if Principal Duan invited him personally, Lu Yu would still flatly refuse. There would be no other possibility. Enrollment. Principal Duan was a little confused and said quickly, Manager Lu, you misunderstood. Ah, what did I misunderstand? Lu Yu looked puzzled and said, Didn't you invite me to study at Magic City University? I admit that Magic City Beast Taming University is very good. It is the top beast taming university and has trained countless powerful beast tamers for Xia country. Unfortunately, Magic City Beast Taming University is not suitable for me. Principal Duan was even more confused. He was a little confused about Lu Yu's thoughts. Why would he invite Lu Yu to be a student? The magic demonstrated by Lu Yu means that Lu Yu must be a top-notch trainer. Invite a top educator to be a student at a university? This is simply an insult. With Principal Duan's experience, he would certainly not do such a thing. However, he didn't know that failing the college entrance examination was Lu Yu's regret. With preconceived ideas, he naturally thought so. Principal Duan did not delve into the matter and said sternly, Manager Lu, I am not inviting you to enroll as a student. I am willing to give you a full professorship, but the professorship still needs to be reviewed, and it will take some time. How about you start as a tutor first? Full professor? Lu Yu was suddenly shocked. The teacher titles at Motive Beast University are divided into 4 levels. Internship tutor, formal tutor, associate professor, and full professor. To be an internship instructor, one must be at least a Manhwa-level Beastmaster. Only a few Manhwa-level masters can serve as formal mentors, such as Lu Luochan. Under normal circumstances, only Sun-level beast tamers can become formal mentors. Associate professor title? Only Beastmasters who are at least at the 10th level of Sun are qualified to take the assessment. Above associate professor is full professor, representing the ultimate in educational titles. Only King-level Beastmasters can take part in the assessment, and they may not pass. Principal Duan promised to confer the title of Professor Zheng. Naturally not because of Lu Yu's level of Beastmaster, but because of Lu Yu's miraculous ability to train pet beasts. The profession of educator is almost lost nowadays. A top-level educator is more than qualified to hold the title of full professor. Of course, the title of full professor involves too many things. Even if Duan Xianghua is the president of Modi University, he still needs to go through the procedures and suppress many voices before he can pass it. With Prime Minister Duan's prestige and power, he can make the decision with just one word. It just takes some time. Therefore, he promised a formal tutor position, hoping to use it as a stepping stone so that Lu Yu would be promoted to the title of full professor without being too abrupt. Duan Xianghua said sincerely, The title of formal tutor is only temporary. The title of full professor will be approved soon. This promise will never change. I hope the store manager will seriously consider it. He had never considered Lu Yu as a junior. With the training methods Lu Yu had shown, coupled with his unusual calmness, and the 2 pets, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, which were obviously extremely powerful, Prime Minister Duan had already thought of several possibilities. Whether it's the rebirth of the strong, the awakening of the ancients, or the advent of the outer gods, he would only choose to win over others. Not to mention, Lu Yu has given new life to Prime Minister Duan himself, his 2 grandsons, and his disciple Lu Luochan. If it wasn't the title of full professor, it would be the limit that Prime Minister Duan could offer. Maybe even the vice president would have promised it. If Manager Lu doesn't agree, go and discuss with Lao Su and Lao Mo. How about giving up the position of vice principal? Or, I can just quit and there will be a vacancy. Prime Minister Duan thought deeply for a while. He looked sincere and waited quietly for Lu Yu's reply. Can I get a nominal position as a tutor at the Magic City Beastmaster University? After that, can I be promoted directly to the position of full professor? Lu Yu fell into deep thought. He was naturally tempted, but he also knew that there were risks involved. He changed his mind and realized what a risk. If I could become a mentor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, or even a full professor, would I still have to worry about the sales of my pet cubs? Instead of passively waiting for guests to come, it is better to take the initiative, screen the guests personally, and give them opportunities. I agree. Luyu nodded and said, however, I can only accept the nominal position. Teaching and lecturing cannot conflict with my pet store business. No problem. Duan Xianghua breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately, the position of formal tutor is only temporary. The treatment I give you is directly comparable to the full professor level. You have great autonomy. When the title of full professor is really given, you can even apply for scientific research indicators from Xiaohua. Listening to Prime Minister Duan's story. Only then did Lu Yu truly realize how generous the treatment given by the other party was. Just one scientific research indicator means that you can apply for scientific research funds worth hundreds of millions or even billions at any time. Lu Yu can even use these huge amounts of scientific research funds directly to cultivate his own pets. As long as the pet's strength increases, these funds will not be wasted. Not to mention the salary, plus performance, dividends, etc. Magic City Beast Taming University pays Lu Yu tens of millions in salary every month. Also, the treasure house of the Demon City Beast Taming University, the library that records countless skill secrets, and the unique secret realm, etc. They will all be open to Lu Yu. Correspondingly, a few teaching indicators are nothing at all. Until Prime Minister Duan left, Lu Yucai came back to his senses. My identity seems to be different. Lu Yu was slightly stunned, and then he was overwhelmed with joy, thinking to himself, I failed the college entrance examination and didn't get into college, but I became a tutor at the 3 top universities? Fate is really unpredictable. Think deeply for a long time. Lu Yu also understood that it was his ability to cultivate talents that won the appreciation of Prime Minister Duan, who was willing to go against all odds and give him the highest level of treatment. Correspondingly, the responsibilities Lu Yu needs to bear are very few. Demonic Beast University. In a garden, against the backdrop of the quiet scenery of the small bridge and flowing water, Lu Luochan, wearing a light yellow dress that outlines her sexy figure, is simply breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Luochan told the housekeeper that she was here to visit Principal Duan. The housekeeper told her that Principal Duan had not returned yet, and she could wait in the garden for a while. Lu Luochan didn't say anything. She sat under the pavilion, looking at the leisurely flowing green water, and couldn't help falling into deep thought. The teacher must have gone to see the store manager. She pursed her lips slightly and thought to herself, I don't know what will happen. Although Lu Luochan knew that Prime Minister Duan would definitely handle the matter flawlessly, she still couldn't help but feel a little worried. When she raised her head, she saw a quiet light flashing in the open space in the garden not far away, exuding an extremely deep breath. That is the light of evolution. Lu Luochan's eyes narrowed. Chapter 47. Queen Ant, Sword-Slicing Ants. Principal Duan returns. In the garden space, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu were each followed by an ant. Lu Luochan walked over and found that the ants around Duan Dongwen were more inclined to the posture of a queen ant. They even had their own nest that seemed to be made of mud, and they poked their heads out of the hole in the nest. The ants around Duan Shiwu were also very strange. They actually showed human-like postures, like powerful swordsmen wearing ferocious battle clothes and holding 2 swords, exuding an extremely sharp, murderous aura. Lu Luochan's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu. Sister Lu. Duan Dongwen's eyes lit up and he asked, Why are you here? I'm here to see your grandfather. Lu Luochan pursed her lips and smiled. She became a disciple of Prime Minister Duan 8 years ago. At that time, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu were still 10-year-old kids. She could be said to have watched them grow up. She chuckled and said, What are you doing? I just saw the light of evolution. Are these 2 ant pets newly evolved by you? Yes. Duan Shiwu laughed and said, Sister Lu, come and have a look. It took me a lot of effort to evolve the little ant into the sword-cutting ant. Sword-cutting ants? Lu Luochan was a little confused. Is this the evolutionary form you figured out? I've never heard of a race of ants called sword-cutting ants. I didn't figure it out. Duan Shiwu shook his head and said, This is the evolutionary route planned by the store manager. This is the 3rd form of the little ant. Sister Lu, let me tell you, when we first contracted the little ant, it was only as big as a grain of sand. I was really afraid that I would accidentally crush it to death. Fortunately, it has now evolved successfully. Manager. Lu Luochan's eyes were shocked. She suddenly understood and became very interested in the ant pets contracted by Duan Shiwu and Duan Dongwen, especially when she heard that the original form of the sword-cutting ant was actually a small ant as big as a grain of sand. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. The sand is so big. Aren't they just ordinary ants? Can this also be contracted? Duan Dongwen pushed his brother away and said quickly, Sister Lu, look at me first. This is a queen ant, a pet of the violent soldier flow. There is no other pet on the entire blue star. Ant queen? Rush troops. Lu Luochan was even more confused. She naturally knew about the violent soldier flow, but didn't the pet of the violent soldier flow have the potential of at least the sun level? Such a pet is not at all a novice awakening level and is not qualified to be contracted. Queen ant potential level is star level 10. You can breed 3 types of ant soldiers, namely giant crocodile ants, hunting ants, and flying ants. These 3 types of ant soldiers correspond to close combat, long-range combat, and air combat respectively. Duan Dongwen noticed Lu Luochan's expression and became even more proud. He said, among them, the giant crocodile ant is the previous form of the sword-cutting ant. Sister Lu, don't think that the sword-cutting ant seems good, but as long as my queen ant evolves again, it can breed and reproduce the sword-cutting ant. Said so. Duan Dongwen looked at Duan Shiwu provocatively and said, my foolish brother, you have worked so hard to cultivate the ant tribe sword-cutter ants, but my queen ant will be able to reproduce tens of thousands of them in the near future. Shut up. You know shit. My sword-cutting ants are not ordinary bloodlines, but the king of sword-cutting ants. Duan Shiwu blushed and said, we are both sword-cutter ants. It would probably take hundreds of sword-cutter ants to threaten my sword-cutter ants. What's more, you can't even breed sword-cutter ants now. Look, you're anxious again. Duan Dongwen smiled proudly and said, I know you are very unconvinced, but you have to know that the violent soldier style is the strongest beast control style. No matter how much you struggle, it will be useless. Sister Lu, please give us your judgment. Duan Shiwu looked at Lu Luochan and said, my sword-cutting ant is not bad either. It has the potential to be at the 10th level of the star level, and has even mastered several gold-level output skills. Ordinary sword-cutting ants probably only master silver-level skills. Isn't this the king of sword-cutting ants? Isn't the queen ant amazing? My sword-cutting ant will be taken down sooner or later. Lu Luochan's head was buzzing as she listened to the 2 brothers quarreling, but she also got a lot of useful information. She slowly said, did you buy the queen ant and sword-cutting ant you contracted from the Mythical Pet shop? Yes, the 2 brothers said in unison. Sister Lu, how do you know about the Mythical Pet shop? Duan Shiwu looked puzzled and suddenly thought of a possibility and said, could it be that you also bought a pet cub from the Myth Pet shop? That's right. Lu Luochan pursed her lips and smiled. She really wanted to say, it was me who told your grandfather to let you go to the Mythical Pet shop. Lu Luochan looked at the brothers Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu. But she also knew that since the 2 brothers had contracted their initial pets from the Myth Pet shop, their future was truly limitless. What's more, Prime Minister Duan is their grandfather. At least in recent years, he must have grown steadily. Maybe he can become a star-level beastmaster in a short time. A few years later, maybe it's manhwa level. How many years? Lu Luochan felt a pain in her heart. She knew very well that Prime Minister Duan was approaching the end of his life and would not live for many years. By then, the teacher she respected so much would also leave her. Sister Lu, what pet did you contract? Let it out quickly, so we can see it. Duan Dongwen's excited voice came from my ear. Lu Luochan put away her thoughts, smiled and said, okay. Boom! The red thunder dragon emerged. Looking at the winding and majestic red thunder dragon, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu both widened their eyes. Compared to the queen ant and sword ant who are still growing, the red thunder dragon is absolutely overwhelming in terms of both strength and potential. Duan Dongwen couldn't help but ask, this is the king, right? He was very knowledgeable and could clearly sense that the red thunder dragon exuded an aura that belonged to a king. This means that the red thunder dragon has the potential to become a king. Is this a top-level giant dragon species? Duan Shiwu said excitedly. Sister Lu, you can finally contract a real giant dragon species. This is not a dragon species. Lu Luochan chuckled and said, this is a top-level dragon species. The words fell. The 2 brothers were so shocked that they were speechless. They all knew that the flood dragon species, and even the true dragon species, had long since left the blue star and headed for the depths of the boundless starry sky. When they thought that this red thunder dragon was obviously purchased from the mythical pet shop, all their doubts disappeared. With the store manager's ability, even an extremely weak little ant can be trained into a powerful pet beast queen ant and an extremely sharp sword-cutting ant. The evolutionary route is extremely complete, and there is even an evolutionary form of the 10th level of Overlord. With the store manager's ability, it wouldn't be surprising even if he could breed a dragon species, right? Never mind. Duan Shiwu shrugged and said, "It's meaningless to compete with you. You're too weak. If you want to compete with the red thunder dragon. Your queen ant is still far behind." Duan Dongwen said with a smug look on his face, "You'd better break through to the extraordinary level before me. Otherwise, I will evolve the queen ant again, and then I can breed and reproduce the sword ant. By then, someone will definitely be embarrassed, but I won't say who it is." "Damn it, you're so cruel." Duan Shiwu gritted his teeth and said, "You absolutely cannot break through to the extraordinary level faster than me." "That's hard to say." Duan Dongwen looked at the queen ant. His eyes flashed with tenderness, and he instantly summoned the source of his talent and invested it directly into the queen ant. "What are you doing?" Duan Shiwu exclaimed. "Can't you see it?" Duan Dongwen said with a smile. "I want to completely merge the source of my talent with the queen ant. In this way, the queen ant and I will rise and fall together, and the degree of compatibility will reach the highest level. From now on, the growth rate of both me and the queen ant will be greatly improved. Would you do that just to win me?" Duan Shiwu had a complicated expression and said, "Once you have completely integrated your innate origin, you will not be able to contract other pets in the future. If the queen ant dies, you will no longer be a beast master." Duan Shiwu could naturally see through Duan Dongwen's behavior. After all, there was a more representative example of this kind of operation of integrating the origin of talent. Dragon Master. The giant dragon species has the support of the dragon world and has an equal relationship with the beast master. The condition for concluding a beast master contract is to integrate the source of innate talent. Therefore, a dragon tamer can only contract with one giant dragon. Unless one possesses two talents for taming beasts, one can contract two giant dragons. The disadvantages of fusing the origin of talent are obvious, but the advantages are also not small. The growth rate of pets and beast masters will be greatly improved, and the degree of compatibility will reach the limit. The physical fitness, mental strength, etc. reflected by the contracted pets are higher than those of ordinary beast masters. In Duan Shiwu's opinion, Duan Dongwen, as the grandson of the Duan family, would naturally not lack resources. Even if he took the most resource-consuming route of rapid military expansion, he would not have to resort to this approach. "I'm different from Grandpa." Duan Dongwen's expression suddenly became firm, and he said, "If one day the queen ant dies in battle, what will happen even if I don't become a beast master?" The words fell. Even Lu Luochan couldn't help but be moved. She really didn't expect that this usually slow-witted boy would have such a profound awareness. Okay. Not far away, Prime Minister Duan came over quickly and laughed loudly. "You are worthy of being the grandson of Prime Minister Duan." Lu Luochan hurriedly went up to him and said worriedly, "Teacher, please walk slower. Your health." "What's wrong with me?" Duan Xiangwa stretched his body and said with a smile, "Thanks to Manager Lu, I am doing very well now." It was not until all his close relatives were around him and Prime Minister Duan, who had regained control of his destiny, showed his joy. Lu Luochan looked at the calm and seemingly extremely healthy old man, but was suddenly stunned. Crystal tears flowed from her clear and beautiful eyes. This moment, there was only infinite joy left in Lu Luochan's heart. "Teacher, everything is finally okay." Chapter 48, Talent Fusion? The choice of the third pet. Prime Minister Duan looked at Lu Luochan, who was crying with joy, and couldn't help but sigh. After Lu Luochan left the Lu family, a royal family of dragons, she cut off all ties with them. Prime Minister Duan was her only relative. Prime Minister Duan's physical condition has always been a thorn in Lu Luochan's heart. The fear that her loved ones might leave at any time tormented her all the time. Until now, the worry and fear completely disappeared from Lu Luochan's mind. "Don't you have any doubts at all? Like, maybe I lied to you?" Prime Minister Duan looked at Lu Luochan, and a rare hint of gentleness appeared on his old face. "No." Lu Luochan wiped her tears and chuckled. "Since you said that it was the store manager who helped you, then it can't be false. The teacher's injury was so serious that he almost lost 300 years of his life. I'm afraid only the store manager can solve it. Prime Minister Duan was very interested and asked, then guess how the store manager solved it? Lu Luochan pondered and said, The store manager sold a high-level resource that happens to be able to repair the beast taming space. The beast controlling space is almost broken, but if there are extremely high-level space resources, there is still hope of repairing it. Just wanting to repair the king-level beast taming space, at least purple crystal-level space resources are needed. Especially since Prime Minister Duan's injuries are more serious, at least several purple crystal-level space resources, or even red star-level ones, are needed. Even the Xia Kingdom could not take out such precious resources for a king-level beast master. Even if it was just one piece of purple crystal-level resource, it would exhaust all of Prime Minister Duan's merits so far. Prime Minister Duan did not choose to exchange it, but used his merits to protect his family. Although Lu Luochan was considered to be very intelligent, she couldn't guess the answer. Wrong! Duan Xianghua laughed and said, The store manager asked me to contract a tree. The words fell. An extremely large beast-controlling space suddenly appeared in the sky. It seems to cover the sky and the sun, and this is its shrunken form, just a part of the beast-taming space. Lu Luochan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu all clearly saw that inside the beast-taming space, a giant emerald green tree took root inside and was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the sky-suppressing giant tree. It will completely suppress my broken beast-taming space. Given time, my beast-taming space will truly recover to its peak state. Prime Minister Duan said softly, So, you don't have to worry about me. The lifespan of a king-level beast master is a full 500 years. I still have 300 years to live, thanks to the store manager. Lu Luochan came back to her senses and smiled from the bottom of her heart. She suddenly thought of that young and handsome figure, and a blush unconsciously appeared on her beautiful face. She felt very complicated. There is gratitude, excitement, peace of mind, and even a sense of relief. Duan Xianghua saw some other emotions and said softly, By the way, I invited Manager Lu to come to Magic City University as a tutor, and he agreed. From now on, you two will be colleagues. He did not say that he invited Lu Yu to be a full professor. This is a serious matter. If it gets out, it will easily affect subsequent operations. Really? Lu Luochan's eyes lit up. Her first thought was to ask Lu Yu to remember to bring her clothes with him when he started working. Lu Luochan felt really embarrassed to go to the mythical pet shop again just to retrieve her changed clothes. The store manager wants to be a mentor? Duan Dongwen said in surprise. Then I want to be the store manager's student. Me too. I will definitely go to class. Duan Shiwu said immediately. At this time, no one cares at all. Lu Yu's real age is only 18. No one thought that there was anything wrong for Lu Yu, a college entrance examination fail, to serve as a tutor at the Magic City Beast Taming University, one of the 3 major beast taming academies. Mythical Pet Shop. Lu Yu is meditating. The so-called meditation is actually a method for beast masters to enhance their mental strength and expand their beast taming space. Until he became a 10th level beast master of the star level, he also contracted a 3rd level world-destroying dragon and a 2nd level purple flame emperor bird. Lu Yu suddenly realized that he had never meditated since he became a beast master. He meditated on a whim. The most basic meditation method is naturally to visualize one's own beast taming talent, which can not only improve the fit between the origin of the talent and oneself, but also is a practice method to enhance the power of one's own talent. In the meditation scene, Lu Yu was located in the boundless void, with the dark hell divided into the demon prison and the dark prison under his feet. In front of him was the god-killing sky fire that seemed to be able to burn the stars, and between his eyebrows was an endless ray of emerald green, emitting the ultimate source of life. During meditation, Lu Yu's understanding of his own talents suddenly reached a higher level. 3 SSS-level beast taming talents. Lu Yu took a deep breath and thought to himself, Normally, as long as one talent is awakened, one can become a beast master. But what about me? I have 3 SSS-level beast master talents that have been awakened directly, which represent 3 different attributes. Dark Hell is the ultimate darkness. The god-killing heavenly fire is the most powerful flame. The divine source of life? It also represents the law of life. My current use of the beast taming talent is just to draw on the original power to feed the pets, so that the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird can grow faster. This is undoubtedly a huge waste of SSS-level talent. Lu Yu pondered deeply. Perhaps I can refer to the dragon tamer, directly use the beast taming talent to merge with the corresponding pet. For example, let the world-destroying demon dragon and the dark hell completely merge, and let the world-destroying demon dragon become the Hades of the dark hell. Or, let the purple flame emperor bird merge with the god-killing sky fire, and the purple flame emperor bird will step-by-step master the power of killing gods. Many thoughts collide. Lu Yu's eyes gradually lit up. Judging from the nature of the system, he will probably awaken other SSS-level beast taming talents in the future, so there is no need to worry about a lack of vacant contract slots. Lu Yu naturally wanted to maximize the effect of his beast taming talent. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could only contract 3 of the most powerful pets for his entire life. Even if he could not contract other pets, with the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the third pet that was about to be contracted, Lu Yu was destined to be invincible in the world. The third pet. Lu Yu pondered. That's right. He was ready to contract a third pet. Breaking through to the star level will naturally unlock the third beast taming position. Lu Yu even awakened the third SSS-level beast taming talent, the source of life. Both the plant system and the life system are within the scope of Lu Yu's contract and can perfectly match the SSS-level talent's source of life. I now have 1,200 points. The pet cub I can redeem will be even better than the current world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Roar! Cry! In the beast-controlling space, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird noticed Lu Yu's thoughts and immediately raised their voices of protest. The world-destroying dragon was really protesting, with a look of anxiety on his face. It doesn't mind that Lu Yu contracts a third pet, but it must not be stronger than it. The world-destroying demon dragon finally became stronger and possessed strength comparable to that of the purple flame emperor bird. If Lu Yu contracts a stronger pet, won't it fall to second place, or even third place? Just thinking about it, the world-destroying demon dragon felt powerless. The purple flame emperor bird, however, thought it was fun and joined forces with the world-destroying dragon to cause trouble. Lu Yu smiled awkwardly and consoled them. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to contract a plant-type pet and have it take root in the beast-taming space. With a plant-type pet guarding the beast-taming space, my breakthrough will be much faster, and you won't have to worry about being stuck in a realm. Isn't this good? Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon thought about the scene described by Lu Yu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He has been stuck in that state for a long time. If Lu Yu's speed of breaking through the realm can always be ahead of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, then wouldn't they no longer have any bottlenecks and be able to become stronger indefinitely? Even if they reach the limit of their potential, I believe Lu Yu will help them improve their potential and even evolve into stronger life forms. Cry! The purple flame emperor bird, however, showed little interest. It doesn't care whether it's stuck in a certain realm or not. Anyway, no matter what you do, as long as you continue to absorb the god-killing heavenly fire, the purple flame emperor bird will become stronger. When it comes to competitiveness, the purple flame emperor bird is not that strong. Lu Yu thought about it and said seriously, plant-type pets can plant and cultivate various resources, such as some spiritual fruits and plants. In the future, we can open up dozens or hundreds of acres of resource points in the beast control space and plant many precious plant resources. Then we won't have to worry about food. Ho! The purple flame emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon looked at each other, completely attracted. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. After making the contract with the purple flame emperor bird and the world-destroying demon dragon, except for the world-destroying demon dragon eating the flesh and blood of the swift wind flying dragon, he basically directly absorbed the source power of the god-slaying sky fire and the dark hell. As for Lu Yu, the beast master, he is too lazy to cook and eats takeout every day. If a large number of precious spiritual plant resources could be grown, there would be delicious spiritual fruits to eat every day. Not to mention the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Even Lu Yu would be looking forward to it very much. Consensus reached. Lu Yu was very excited and said, in that case, let's start choosing the most suitable plant-type pet. Chapter 49, The Sacred Tree Where the Law of Life Was Born. Lu Yu is undoubtedly looking forward to the contract with the plant-type pet. Plant-based beasts, except for a few vine beasts. Basically, they all have the characteristic of being immovable. It's not that it is completely impossible to move, but every time it moves, it will cause irreparable damage. Despite this negative characteristic, plant-type pets are still sought after by many powerful beastmasters. The reason is very simple. As long as you contract a plant-type beast, such as the Skygening giant tree or the Yuanling giant tree, etc., and root it in the beast-controlling space, you can easily suppress and organize the beast-controlling space. The growth rate of the beastmaster will be greatly improved. The difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck will be greatly reduced. It is said that many powerful beastmasters who have reached the overlord level, even if they have not awakened their life-type beastmaster talents, will contract a plant-type beastmaster in order to better break through to the overlord level. Liu Yu wanted to contract a plant-type beastmaster. Naturally, part of the consideration was also to break through the bottleneck. Although he had no shortage of sky control crystals, his breakthrough in a higher realm seemed to be only one level, but the gap was actually 10 times. Even Liu Yu would be stuck for a long time every time he tried to break through a realm. It took about 5 days to break through from the 10th level of Transcendence to the star level. Liu Yu estimated that it would take him at least half a month to break through to the manhwa level. If he breaks through to the sun level, it will take more than a month. This speed is too slow. Liu Yu was very dissatisfied. It just so happened that the third SSS-level beast taming talent awakened by Liu Yu was the source of life that was most suitable for contracting life-type and plant-type beast taming. So, contracting a powerful plant-type beast is a natural thing. Also, the beast taming space with plant-type beast tamers suppressing it will be more stable and stronger than those of the same level. Once you break through to the king level, you can open the beast taming space outside and place the plant-type beast tamer in it. You can easily defeat the beast taming space without the plant-type beast tamer to suppress it. Liu Yu immediately opened the system mall and began to screen carefully. He now has 1,200 points, so he will not be stingy when it comes to contracted pet cubs. He uses 1,200 points as the standard and eventually selects several powerful plant-type beasts. Elf Mother Tree, 1,200 points. Holy Star Tree, 1,200 points. War Tree, 1,200 points. Ancient Tree of Life, 1,200 points. Looking at the system introduction, Liu Yu was extremely excited. Every plant-type beast he selected was extremely powerful. If he didn't have a contract position and didn't have enough points, he would even want all the contracts. The Elf Mother Tree, when fully grown, reaches the third level of Holy Spirit. It is the ancestral tree of the elves. As long as the Elf Mother Tree is willing, it can even create a tribe of elves by consuming a certain amount of resources. Liu Yu couldn't help but be shocked that there were elves on the blue planet. The ancient elven kingdom established by the elves was one of the most powerful countries comparable to the Xia kingdom hundreds of years ago. After the War of Demon Invasion, the ancient elven kingdom gradually fell silent. Rumor has it that all the elves in the ancient elven kingdom were created by a single ancestral sacred tree. To this day, the figure of the ancestor sacred tree has long disappeared. I don't know whether it left the blue planet or fell. Perhaps the ancestral sacred tree that created the ancient elven country on Blue Star is actually an elven mother tree. Liu Yu couldn't help but think. If the speculation is true, it would be a shocking archaeological discovery. If I contract the elf mother tree and cultivate it in the future, wouldn't it be possible for me to smoothly take over the ancient elf kingdom and turn it into my own vassal state? Liu Yu's eyes lit up. I just feel that there's a lot to be done. Liu Yu put aside the idea of contracting the elf mother tree and immediately looked at the other selected plant-type beasts. The star holy tree, when it matures, is also a third-level holy spirit. Taking root on a planet, it can even help a planet gradually revive its spiritual energy and even gather a large number of meteorites and space debris so that the status of the planet will gradually improve. Liu Yu was shocked and said, "This star holy tree has the attributes of space and plant. Its status is higher than that of the void ancient tree. Unfortunately, the best living environment for the star holy tree is not any realm, let alone the beast taming space, but a planet. Although it is extremely regrettable, the only option is the holy star tree. Since he has a choice, he will naturally choose the most suitable one." However, Liu Yu unconsciously had an idea and thought to himself, "Perhaps I can exchange for another plant-type beast that has awakened the engraving talent, engrave the evolutionary path of the star sacred tree on it, and plant it on Blue Star. With the star sacred tree taking root, Blue Star in the future can even achieve world upgrading." The more Liu Yu thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He gathered his thoughts and screamed again. The war giant tree is one of the few plant-based beasts that is suitable for the rush army style. Although the elf mother tree can create the elves, it only uses the elves to manage the territory. On the other hand, the war giant tree can create a large number of war demon trees and plant war beasts, which feed on the chaos of war. Liu took a closer look. Although he thought that the war tree was a very good plant-type beast, he still felt it was not right. The growth method of the giant war tree, Liyu's training philosophy, and the SSS beast taming talent source of life are all very incompatible. Even though the rush of troops was very powerful, Liu gave up without any hesitation. Immediately following, Liu looked at the last ancient tree of life. As for the ancient tree of life, just by looking at the name, Liu knew that this plant-type beast had the highest degree of compatibility with the SSS-level talent source of life. Whether you need a contract or not can only be known after checking. The ancient tree of life is a law-based life that was born after the law of life manifested, born in harmony with the laws of life, and mastering the ultimate use of life. Wherever the ancient tree of life is, death will be far away, and everything will be full of vitality. The ancient tree of life can take root anywhere, focusing on managing its own kingdom of life. It also has the ability to breed life and contract followers. Liu kept looking. The desire in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Indeed, the elf mother tree is very good. After contracting the elf mother tree, you will even be able to control the ancient elven kingdom in the future. However, the ancestral sacred tree that created the elves back then and the elven mother tree exchanged by the system are not the same after all. The ancient elven kingdom has long since declined. Today, the ancient kingdom of elves is facing suppression from various countries and is surrounded by foreign enemies. The demon world is ready to descend on Blue Star again at any time and demonize the entire elf race into night elves. Even if the ancient elven kingdom is still in its heyday, as long as I contract the elven mother tree, I can rule the ancient elven kingdom. I will still choose to contract the ancient tree of life. Liu looked solemn, thinking, the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird. As long as they grow up, I can easily establish the seventh kingdom. Why bother to inherit? The ancient tree of life is a divine life born from the law of life, and it is most compatible with my SSS-level beast taming talent life divine sourced. He could list many reasons for not contracting the elf mother tree, but there is no reason to give up the contract with the ancient tree of life. Liu made a decision immediately. Ancient tree of life, exchange. You have exchanged your pet cub for the ancient tree of life. 1,200 points have been deducted, and the remaining points are 0 points. System prompt came. Liu looked at the beast taming space, which was emitting wisps of the purest breath of life and the extremely emerald green seeds of the ancient tree of life, and his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Chapter 50, Contracted Ancient Tree of Life. Companion Plant Star-Slashing Grass. Ancient Tree of Life. Attributes, Life System, Plant System, Level. Awakening Level 1. Potential, Holy Spirit Level 3. Talent, 1. Divinity, Divine Life born from the law of life. Naturally highly compatible with the law of life. Can absorb life force. Grow and evolve infinitely. 2. Breeding, the ancient tree of life has the power to breed life. As long as you take a breath of life and consume a certain amount of resources, you can breed any life with a potential level not higher than that of the ancient tree of life. 3. Dependence, any life that is bred will become a dependent of the ancient tree of life, and will regard the ancient tree of life as the ancestor god and offer absolute loyalty and fanatical faith to it. Skills, 1. Plant growth, red star skill. Any plant will thrive in the healthiest way under the catalysis of the ancient tree's life breath. 2. Life domain, red star skill, constructs a domain filled with the breath of life. All injuries of the beings in the domain will be healed, and all negative states will be removed. 3. Law command, red star skill. Use perception to trigger the law of life and turn it into a command. With the blessing of the law command, all-round strength will be explosively improved. 4. Ancient tree projection, red star level skill. The ancient tree of life will project itself outside the territory in any posture. Depending on the projection distance, the projection can have the full strength of the original body. 5. Star chopping grass, red star level skill, can cultivate the companion plant star chopping grass. A plant can chop the sun, moon, and stars. Status, Healthy, not contracted. This is too strong. Lu Yu looked at the properties of the ancient tree of life, and even his breathing became extremely heavy. At this moment, he felt extremely shocked. The introduction to the system all is relatively brief after all. It was not until the ancient tree of life was actually exchanged that many attributes appeared before one's eyes. Lu Yucai deeply understood that the ancient tree of life was not just a pure divine life. To him, the ancient tree of life is an extremely pure auxiliary beast. In theory, the ancient tree of life itself does not have very strong combat power. However, the ancient tree of life has almost mastered the laws of life. Not only can it absorb the breath of life to grow and evolve infinitely, it can also give birth to any life. Any life that is born will become a follower of the ancient tree of life, offering absolute loyalty and even faith. In the world of beast taming, the power of faith is an extremely precious resource. Even demigod-level beings would desire it immensely. Why did the demon world invade Blue Planet and many other realms? One of the reasons is that the demons at the top of the demon world want to transform Blue Star and other worlds into demon kingdoms that believe in themselves. The ancient tree of life can directly give birth to life, and can also transform the life it gives birth to into its believers. Lu Yu could already imagine that his beast taming space would become the kingdom of the ancient tree of life in the future, with countless races of creatures residing in it, offering their most devout faith to the ancient tree of life. The many races of life that are nurtured will also become the foundation of the ancient tree of life, forming the army of the kingdom of God to conquer all realms. As the beast master of the ancient tree of life, the ancient tree of life's development of the kingdom of God is actually helping Lu Yu suppress and expand the beast master space. Many legions of the kingdom of God. It is also Lu Yu's private property. The three gifts of the ancient tree of life are divinity, nurturing, and followers. They complement each other and pave an incomparably magnificent path to becoming a god. Lu Yu was extremely shocked and thought to himself, as expected of a divine life born from the law of life, the potential of the Holy Spirit level is just the surface. The real potential is to become a god. Also, the skills of the ancient tree of life are all Red Star level, which is considered to be the standard of Holy Spirit level potential. However, Lu Yu saw a clue from the skills of the ancient tree of life. This is a pure auxiliary system. Plant growth is the most orthodox resource skill. With the status of a red star, ordinary black, iron, and bronze spiritual plant resources would probably sprout, take root, and mature in an instant. Silver and gold level spiritual plants do not even take a few seconds. Platinum or diamond grade. They will surely mature quickly and be harvested one after another. Only amethyst level or even red star level spiritual plants need to be carefully cultivated by the ancient tree of life to ensure their survival rate, while speeding up their maturity. You must know that truly precious spiritual plant resources, such as Blue Star's most famous red star spiritual plant red fruit, contain pure strange firepower. It takes 500 years to grow, 500 years to bloom, 500 years to bear fruit, and 500 years to mature. From seedling to picking, the growth cycle is 2,000 years. Lu Yu estimated that the ancient tree of life, using plant growth as a catalyst, might be able to shorten the growth cycle of the red fruit by 100 times, so that it could be ripe and ready for picking in 20 years. It is estimated that the next level diamond level spiritual plants can be cultivated directly from the seedling stage to the mature stage in about 2 months. A diamond grade spiritual fruit is 10 times more expensive than the red heart earth fire and the purple mysterious ice. You can't buy it without 100 million. Lu Yu was very excited, thinking to himself, I can earn a guaranteed 100 million in 2 months? No. How can a spiritual plant only have one fruit? Planting a diamond-level spiritual plant will earn at least hundreds of millions in 2 months. Lu Yu couldn't help but look forward to the scene in the future when the beast taming space would be filled with many precious resources. Plants grow and produce many resources that can be supplied to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Even Lu Yu, the beast master, can benefit from it. It is undoubtedly an extremely top-level auxiliary skill. Red star level skill, life domain. Like the dragon dark domain and purple flame domain, they are both domain skills, but they have no offensive power. Instead, they have the ultimate healing and purification power. Law command. It is also a red star level auxiliary skill. Under the law command, it will grant partners or followers the most extreme increase in strength. Liu took a deep breath. He felt more and more that the decision to contract with the ancient tree of life was extremely correct. The ancient tree of life does not need any attack capabilities, as the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird have already reached their peak. If the life field and the law decree are added, the power of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird will completely break the limits and reach an incredible realm. As for the last red star skill, it is slightly inferior to the other three skills. However, Liu could see the clue and differentiate the projection body into any form. This was undoubtedly a clone skill. The ancient tree of life cannot move, but it can differentiate into projections through the ancient tree projection, which is the manifestation of faith. The auxiliary ability of the ancient tree of life is no longer limited to the territory, but can be extended outward. In this way, the ancient tree of life will no longer have any flaws and can be called truly perfect. As for the last red star skill of the ancient tree of life, it can breed and cultivate the companion plant life star-chopping grass. One grass can cut off the sun, moon, and stars, and has the most extreme attack power. As a follower of the ancient tree of life, the star-chopping grass is absolutely loyal to the ancient tree of life. If a large amount of star-severing grass can be cultivated, the ancient tree of life, even as an auxiliary pet, will not necessarily be weaker than the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird in terms of combat power. Looking at the tree species floating in the beast-controlling space and emitting pure breath of life, Liu felt extremely satisfied. Contract. Direct contract. He immediately extended his mental power and concluded a contract with the species of the ancient tree of life. The SSS-level talent, Source of Life, was activated instantly, and the pure source of life force was infused into the tree species without any reservation. In the core area of the beast taming space, above the boundary crystal core that is not yet completely melted, the seeds of the ancient tree of life quietly fell, using the power of the divine source of life as nutrients, and quickly took root and sprouted. The extremely green seedlings began to thrive. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. It grew until it was more than 10 meters tall, and its crown blocked the sky. Then it slowed down its growth slightly. Liu suddenly discovered that the roots of the ancient tree of life seemed to have entangled the boundary crystal core and were frantically absorbing the world's source power from the boundary crystal core. The bottleneck of the 10th level of awakening was eliminated in an instant. At this moment, the ancient tree of life seemed to be completely integrated with the beast taming space. Chapter 51,000 Star Vine. Raise a daughter? After the ancient tree of life broke through to the extraordinary level. With each level increase, the compatibility with the beast taming space will increase by 1 point. It has been upgraded to the 10th level of transcendence, and the ancient tree of life and the beast taming space have long been indistinguishable from each other. Liu discovered that the connection between the ancient tree of life and the beast controlling space was completely and thoroughly integrated. It is almost impossible for the main body of the ancient tree of life to leave the beast taming space. With the ultimate fusion, Liu's beast taming space enjoyed all the benefits. He had a feeling that it wouldn't take a week for him to break through again and reach the manhwa level. It hasn't been long since I broke through to the 10th level of the star level, and now I'm preparing to break through again? Liu laughed in silence, but he was filled with endless joy. Who would complain that their realm breakthrough is too fast? The reason why Liu broke through the realm so quickly was not only because of the suppression and combing of the ancient tree of life, but also because he absorbed the Xian level resource Realm Crystal Core, and he himself possessed 3 SSS-level beast taming talents. With such favorable conditions, if it takes several years to break through to a higher level, I might as well just jump into the river. Your contracted pet, the ancient tree of life, has broken through to the extraordinary level and mastered the red star skill, 1000 Star Vine. 1000 Star Vine, red star skill, can cultivate the companion plant 1000 Star Vine, which contains the true meaning of the stars. 1 vine can suppress the starry sky. The system prompt sounded. Liu was slightly startled. After the ancient tree of life broke through to the extraordinary level, it actually comprehended another companion skill similar to the star-cutting grass. 1000 Star Vine? Can a vine dominate the starry sky? If we say that the star-cutting grass is more inclined towards cutting and strong attack, then 1000 Star Vine is more inclined to restrain and suppress. The star-chopping grass and the 1000 Star Vine complement each other. If you bless the law command together and are in the realm of life. Just how powerful will these two companion plants be? Lu Yu couldn't help but take a look at the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, staring at him with eager eyes, and felt sad for the world-destroying demon dragon. The ancient tree of life, which is exchanged for 1,200 points, is even more powerful than the world-destroying dragon, which is worth 600 points. Not only does it have 5 red star skills at the beginning, but it can also provide support, output, and resource supply. I declare that the ancient tree of life is the most perfect pet. Lu Yu made his comment. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was about to cry. Why is it so miserable? Fortunately, the ancient tree of life is only at the transcendent level and is still some distance away from the star level. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon was determined to become stronger before the ancient life tree caught up with it, and it would definitely let the ancient life tree know who was the most powerful and reliable among Lu Yu's contracted pets. At this time, Master, a clear and soft voice entered Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yu was surprised to find that above the extremely lush crown of the ancient tree of life, endless emerald green light was converging and eventually transformed into a young girl in an emerald green dress. She had long emerald green hair, and her light green eyes seemed to contain endless vitality. Her arms and calves, which were not yet covered by her dress, were as delicate and white as jade. The girl looked only 16 years old, with her crystal-clear bare feet, stepping lightly on the treetops, smiling gently with her lips pursed, exuding an intoxicating attraction. Lu Yu suddenly realized that the image of this girl was probably the projection created by the ancient tree of life. Unlike the original body, the girl, who is the projection or clone of the ancient tree of life, will not be restricted by the beast taming space. Not only does she possess all the abilities of the ancient tree of life, she can also freely move back and forth between the beast taming space. Are you the ancient tree of life? Lu Yu smiled gently. He could feel the friendly aura coming from the girl, which was the close connection brought by the beast taming contract. Yes. The girl smiled sweetly and said softly, Master, you can call me Yu. This is the name I got when I was born from the law of life. Yu. Lu Yu muttered in a low voice. The moment he spoke, a connection different from the beast taming contract was established between Lu Yu and the girl Yu. A breath of energy appeared in Yu's hand. She smiled sweetly at Lu Yu and said, Master, Yu is my real name. I will accept this breath of energy. If the master is in danger in the future, I will use this breath to revive the master. Lu Yu was a little stunned. Real name? He recalled that in the high school textbook, the knowledge about theology mentioned real name. Rumor has it that all gods in the world have a true name. Calling upon the true name of a deity will establish contact with it. If you call out the real name, the person behind the scenes is the devil or evil god, and you can even trade your soul to the other party in exchange for a change of fate. Lu Yu also didn't expect that the ancient tree of life, Yu, with its potential at the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit level, could actually have a real name in advance. Things to know. Even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird did not have real names before they possessed demigod level or even god level potential. It was precisely because of their real names that Lu Yu had not given names to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. When the potential of the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird reached the demigod level, the worlds would naturally bestow true names on them. 2. Lu Yu quickly understood. How is the growth path of the ancient tree of life different from that of the gods? Without a true name, there is no way to anchor existence. Naturally, it is impossible to become a god through faith. Can you revive me? Lu Yu couldn't help but be shocked. He could understand resurrecting ordinary creatures, such as his own descendants. Can he actually revive the contracted beast master? This is too unbelievable. Yes. Yu pursed his lips slightly and said, However, I cannot touch the master's 3 SSS-level beast taming talents yet. If resurrected, the master may just be an ordinary person. However, Yu will never abandon the master. Yu's clear eyes were filled with a hint of guilt. Seems to feel guilty about his own incompetence. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. If he couldn't be resurrected together with the 3 SSS-level beast taming talents, then this resurrection ability would be of no use to him. I can only say that I have given myself a layer of insurance. All right. Lu Yu was in a good mood as he looked at the brand new beast taming space filled with infinite life force, as well as the ancient tree of life that was thriving in the center and had reached a height of hundreds of meters. I'm going to rest. And you? You should get familiar with your current strength. I will prepare some spiritual plant seeds and the life sequence aura of some races for you tomorrow. I will trouble you then. Lu Yu said softly. Okay. And Yu was a little embarrassed and whispered, Master, my current form is a clone, which actually has the same status and senses as my original body. I want my original body to stay in the beast taming space, and my clone will stay in the outside world. Is that okay? Of course. Lu Yu smiled and said, You have already merged with the beast taming space, so your authority should not be much worse than mine. You should be able to enter and exit at will. Not only in you, but also the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird have the authority to enter and exit the beast taming space at will. Lu Yu had long been accustomed to the pets coming in and out every day. I'm afraid the master won't agree. And Yu was a little embarrassed, like a cute little deer in the forest. After getting Lu Yu's consent, her eyes lit up slightly, and she said happily, Then I can go out. Mythical Pet Shop. Lu Yu laid the sofa flat, and it became a simple bed. He was lying on the sofa, covered with a quilt, when he suddenly found a soft girl snuggling into his arms. Lu Yu was a little confused. And Yu, in her girl form, hugged him tightly in the quilt, curled up in Lu Yu's arms, with a look of relief. Owner! And Yu blushed slightly and said softly, Before you contracted me, I have been sleeping in the form of a seed for tens of millions of years. I won't move around and won't affect the master. Please don't chase me away, okay? Looking into the girl's light green eyes, feeling the loneliness and fear of the darkness contained in them, Lu Yu finally softened his heart. Don't worry, I won't chase you away. Lu Yu shook his head slightly and said softly, You will never be lonely again. And Yu nodded heavily and hugged him tighter. Early morning, Lu Yu picked up Yu, who was holding him like an octopus and almost out of breath, and put her on the side of the sofa. He took a few deep breaths before he recovered. Didn't you promise not to move? Lu Yu looked helpless and sighed. I almost suffocated to death. And Yu put her legs together, stayed in the corner of the sofa obediently, and said with a giggle, Master, I hugged you tightly without realizing it. I'm sorry. Lu Yu looked at Yu and couldn't get angry, but he was a little surprised. And Yu was the incarnation of the ancient tree of life and inherited all the abilities of the ancient tree of life. Its seemingly petite body contains all the power of an ancient tree that is hundreds of meters tall. Even without any offensive skills, he could suppress ferocious beasts of the same level with pure strength. Seeing that Lu Yu didn't say anything, and Yu suddenly became a little flustered. She walked barefoot to the bathroom, prepared toiletries for Lu Yu, and even squeezed toothpaste. Master, please don't be angry. And Yu whispered, I won't do that next time. Go wash up first, okay? Okay, I'm not angry anymore. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. He could hardly tell the difference. Did he contract a plant-type beast, or did he raise a daughter? Chapter 52 is 50% off. The amount is 1 billion? With the appearance of Yu, the entire Mythical Pet Shop was quietly filled with a strong vitality. After some understanding, Lu Yu realized that Yu was born tens of millions of years ago. Yu existed in the form of a seed for a long time and lived in loneliness. During this long period of time, Yu was not completely asleep, but was constantly absorbing the inherited memories. It's not just the ancient tree of life Yu. In fact, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird also have inherited memories. The inherited memory of the world-destroying demon dragon comes from the predecessors of the demon dragon clan. The inherited memory of the purple flame emperor bird comes from the will of heaven and the countless years of experience of the purple flame of heaven. As for the ancient tree of life Yu, the inherited memory is derived from the law of life, filled with scenes of countless lives from birth to destruction. When it comes to inheritance, Yu, as the ancient tree of life, is undoubtedly superior to the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. The evolutionary path of the ancient tree of life has even been arranged. It only needs to follow the steps to breed its followers and absorb the power of faith. Sooner or later, Yu will evolve into the tree of life, take root in the kingdom of God, and enjoy the faith of all living beings. In the beast taming space, small silver grasses are growing vigorously around the ancient tree of life. Under the effect of plant growth, these star-cutting grasses grew rapidly and reached the extraordinary 10th level in a blink of an eye, which was the same level as the ancient tree of life. According to Yu's introduction, the status of these star-cutting grasses is red star level, and their potential level is even higher than that of the ancient tree of life and can reach the 10th level of Holy Spirit. However, the star-cutting grass does not have any special talents, nor does it have many powerful skills. It only has one red star-level skill, star cutting, and you can cultivate up to 100 star-chopping grasses, and the level of the star-chopping grass cannot exceed that of the ancient tree of life. Now, and you initially cultivated 10 plants of star-slaying grass, and all of them were cultivated to the extraordinary 10th level. If the ancient tree of life advances, these star-cutting grasses will also break through. 100 star-severing grasses? Luyu took a deep breath. He could already imagine the horrific scene of 100 star-cutting grasses simultaneously performing the red star-level skill star-cutting and the terrifying sword energy spanning the starry sky. Who said that the ancient tree of life has no fighting power? The combat power of the companion plant star-chopping grass alone is terrifying to the extreme. If the law decree is added, even the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird would not dare to guarantee a sure win, right? Not to mention, in addition to the star-chopping grass, the ancient tree of life also has another companion plant, the thousand-star vine. Luyu was shocked to see that around the ancient tree of life, dark purple vines, as colorful as the starry night sky, kept rising from the ground. As the beast taming space swayed, it seemed as if it was suppressed. The sky, the earth, and even the air were all filled with a sense of heaviness. There are a total of 10,000 star vines, all of which are at the extraordinary 10th level. They are guarding the ancient tree of life like loyal escorts. The status of thousand-star vine is equivalent to that of star-cutting grass. At most 100 plants can be cultivated, and it comes with a red star skill, star suppressing, can suppress and restrain everything. Luyu could foresee that if they were within the territory of the ancient tree of life, probably no living creature would be able to escape safely, right? Owner, and you said softly, in my inherited memory, there are many precious spiritual plants' life energy. If I want to reproduce it, I need to consume my life force. At my current level, I can only breed platinum-level spiritual plant seeds in a short period of time. If I want to breed diamond-level, amethyst-level, or even red star-level seeds, it will take a longer time. No problem. Luyu chuckled and said, after all, you are only at the extraordinary level, which is considered to be in the infancy stage. It is not good for you to forcibly breed life at this stage. If you want to breed life, you must wait until you reach the monarch level at least. As for the seeds of spiritual plants, I can still buy platinum and diamond seeds directly without consuming your life force. The source of life force is very precious. Luyu estimated that within Yu's current level, the life force required to nurture platinum-level spiritual plant seeds would probably be enough to allow the platinum-level spiritual plants to mature several times. Why should you waste your own resources on something that can be solved with money? Luyu still has a balance of 31 million, as well as a piece of purple mysterious ice that is ranked on the list of strange ices, worth over 10 million. Purchasing some spiritual plant seeds is naturally not a problem. Luyu didn't plan to let Luo Tianyin do such a small matter. As there was not much business in the store, he decided to take Yu out for a walk and solve the seed problem by the way. Luyu looked at Yu, who was smiling sweetly and couldn't help feeling a little suffocated. He couldn't quite understand what it meant to be silent for tens of millions of years. He only knew that Yu, as his pet, really needed his company. The first resource company in Shanghai. Speaking of which, this is Luyu's first time here. Luyu was dazzled by the dazzling array of goods. Many beast masters were walking around the business. With Lu Yufan's star-level realm, he is really not conspicuous here. Luyu even saw several sun-level beast tamers bringing their pets to the business to buy resources. There are also wealthy second-generation royals who spend money like water in businesses and buy all kinds of precious resources. Only in the #1 commercial bank in Magic City can Magic City's lavish spending be revealed. Compared with purchasing resources to train pets, the so-called entertainment to death doesn't cost much at all. Faintly, Luyu also sensed a king-level aura flashing across the business. As expected of the Magic City, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Luyu sighed inwardly. Although he was born and raised in Shanghai, he left the Lu family when he was young, and then used the money left by his parents to go to school. Since opening the pet shop, he basically stays at home and is immersed in the training of pets and the improvement of their levels. Owner, and you followed behind him and said timidly, there are so many people here. Remember to follow me closely. Luyu chuckled and said, don't get lost. And Yu followed, gently held Lu Yu's little finger, and whispered, "This way you won't get lost." Lu Yu could feel that Yu seemed to be very afraid of unfamiliar environments, especially of loneliness. This might be the reason why she had existed in the form of a seed for countless years. It's just holding hands, so of course I let her do it. Who made you sign a contract with him? I can only pamper her. Spiritual plant store. Lu Yu saw a spiritual plant shop, which had many newly sprouted spiritual plant seedlings and even more seeds, which were usually extracted from the remaining fruit cores after the spiritual fruit was consumed. The price of these seeds is only 1,000th of the mature spiritual fruit, which is not expensive. Lu Yu even saw several diamond-grade spiritual plant seeds. In comparison, the price of a seedling is much higher, equivalent to the price of a resource of the same level. This is also a normal phenomenon. After all, the seedlings have been cultivated and survived. As long as they are not desperate, they can be cultivated to maturity and bear fruit. The only difference is the amount of harvest. Seeds are different. The survival rate is extremely low. From the moment of purchase, you have to bear great risks, so the price will naturally not be high. Li thought about it. The world-destroying demon dragon is of the dark plus dragon type, and the purple flame emperor bird is of the fire plus element type. He only needs to buy the corresponding spiritual plant seeds. As for the survival rate, with the power of the ancient tree of life, why should we worry? At worst, Lu Yu himself has awakened the source of life. It may not be impossible for him to come back to life, let alone make the seeds germinate. Boss, I want to buy 1,000 seeds of ultra-dark grass, dark spirit fruit, red flame flower, and white fire flower, Lu Yu immediately said. In addition, give me 100 seeds of the hell tree and the purgatory tree. The owner of this shop is a middle-aged man with a small mustache. After hearing Lu Yu's request, his eyes almost narrowed and he smiled and said, "My guest, please wait a moment." He was naturally delighted, because the 6 spiritual plants proposed by Lu Yu were all platinum grade. Even though the price of the seeds is only 1,000th of the mature resources, Lu Yu wants 4,200 seeds. It is equivalent to 4.2 platinum resources. Half an hour later, the mustache boss collected the seeds and put them in a space container. He came to Lu Yu with a nod and said, "My dear guest, the total is 32.1 million. I will give you 32 million as a discount. I'm a tutor at Magic City University, so I can get a 30% discount, right?" Lu Yu suddenly said, "That's right." The mustachioed boss nodded and said, "However, customers must show their ID and go through the company system, which will verify the customer's discount amount. Even if he gives a 30% discount, he won't suffer any loss, as all the costs will be borne by the business itself." "No problem." Lu Yu took out his ID and watched the boss with a small mustache swipe his ID across the computer interface. How is this possible? The mustache boss was shocked. 50% off? This. Lu Yu was a little surprised. It was not 30% off, but 50% off? It seems that the tutor at Modi University gets a 30% discount, the associate professor gets a 40% discount, and the full professor gets a 50% discount. Lu Yu quickly understood that at that time, Prime Minister Duan had promised that he would temporarily serve as a tutor, but the salary would be directly comparable to that of a full professor. It seems that after Prime Minister Duan returned, he quickly implemented the treatment. The boss with a small mustache came over respectfully, handed back his ID, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Your discount is 50%, and the amount is 1 billion. Within the 1 billion amount, you can enjoy a 50% discount. The price of these seeds is 32 million, and after the discount, it is 16 million. Swipe the card." Lu Yu smiled slightly. As the card swiping was completed, Lu Yu, who had been serving as the store manager, also enjoyed the pleasure of consumption. He put away the 4,200 seeds, but found that Yu quietly pulled at the corner of his clothes, as if reluctant to leave. Immediately, Yu's voice came into Lu Yu's mind. "Master, I sensed a purple crystal-level spiritual plant seed." Chapter 53, Amethyst-level spiritual plant seeds, deep space fruit tree. Yu walked into the store and started choosing seeds. She quickly found a few withered seeds in the corner and held them carefully in her hands. Immediately, Yu imitated Lu Yu and asked coquettishly, "Boss, how much are these 5 seeds?" The mustache boss looked at the seeds in Yu's hand and was stunned for a moment. He said, "Customer, these seeds are all withered, and there is no way they will survive. Are you sure you still want to buy them?" "Sure." Yu nodded seriously. The boss with a small mustache thought about it for a moment, and thinking of Lu Yu's 50% discount, he knew that the man must be rich or noble. so he gave up the idea of ripping the customer off. These seeds are all seeds of the purple crystal-level space spiritual plant deep space fruit tree. But forget it, these seeds are completely withered and have no chance of survival. I was planning to throw them away. The mustache boss waved his hand and said generously, "Why not? I'll just give it to you." "Yeah." And you smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle Beard." No need to thank me, just a few seeds." The mustache boss scratched his head and smiled, saying, "As long as you two customers come to our store more often, I will be very grateful." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Of course I will." He looked at the 5 amethyst-grade seeds in Yu's hand, and suddenly felt a sense of pleasure, as if he had found a bargain. 5 amethyst-grade seeds, or the space-type spiritual plant deep space fruit tree, which can produce amethyst-grade deep space fruit. When deep space fruit trees are planted in the beast-controlling space, they can produce a suppressive effect comparable to that of plant-type pets, and can also extract a large amount of space power from the void. In terms of value, these 5 seeds are comparable to a diamond-level resource. But the other party just gave it away for free. As for the problem of whether the plant will survive, since you didn't say anything, it means it can be easily grown. After leaving the spiritual plant store, Lu Yu placed all the purchased seeds into the beast taming space, allowing the ancient tree of life to uniformly allocate them. Soon, the seeds were planted in an orderly manner. If it were an ordinary beast taming space, I'm afraid it would be impossible to plant anything except some special seeds. Lu Yu's beast taming space is different. It has integrated the crystal core of the realm and has initially acquired some characteristics of a real realm, such as the sky, land, and climate changes. As a large amount of life force was sprinkled, the entire beast-controlling space became full of vitality, and the seedlings of the extremely dark grass, dark spirit fruit, red flame flower, and white fire flower gradually thrived. Even the seeds of the hell tree and purgatory tree, which were more difficult to grow, quickly sprouted, showing black and scarlet colors respectively. These 2 spiritual plants are of diamond grade. Although Lu Yu was wealthy, he only bought 100 seeds each, which was really too expensive. Secondly, after all, the ancient tree of life is only at the 10th level of the extraordinary grade, so it is enough to cultivate so many spiritual plants. If there are more, the burden will be too heavy and will affect the growth of the ancient tree of life. What Lu Yu cared about most were the 5 independently planted deep space fruit tree seedlings located in the center. They were absorbing strands of space power and growing every moment. With the ability of the ancient tree of life to cultivate spiritual plants, I'm afraid it won't be long before these spiritual plants can be harvested. Lu Yu was looking forward to it. When the harvest comes, he will have another way to make money. The most important thing is, there is no need to worry about the resources to cultivate the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. After solving the seed problem, Lu Yu took Yu to have dinner in a nearby commercial street. It was rare that they didn't eat takeout. I returned to the Mythical Pet shop when I was preparing for the afternoon. Sensing in the beast-taming space, the world-destroying demon dragon was sparring frantically with the purple flame emperor bird, trying to hone their own combat skills. The purple flame emperor bird was very reluctant at first, but it could not stand the world-destroying demon dragon's nagging. And since there was nothing else to do anyway, it just became a sparring partner. The ancient tree of life was silently cultivating spiritual plants and nurturing the plant families it created. The star-chopping grass and thousand-star vine were nurtured to become more sharp and heavy. Looking at such a thriving scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, drinking tea boredly in the pet shop. Before finishing the glass, Yu pursed her lips and poured Lu Yu's glass 7/10 full. How pleasant. Huh? Lu Yu was a little surprised. Are there guests? He quickly glanced at his phone and found no message saying that the guest was introduced to him, and his eyes lit up. Could it be a self-visitor? Even though he had given up on walk-in guests, how could Lu Yu complain about having too many guests? Qin Shuinjie walked into the pet store, looked at the slightly old furnishings, frowned, and said to Lu Yu, who came up to him, "Are you the manager of this pet store?" Qin Shuinjie thought, since he was already here, the worst that could happen was that he would visit a few pet stores and would always be able to choose a pet cub that suits him. He is 28 years old this year and has been working in society for 9 years. Qin Shuinjie had originally given up the idea of becoming a beast tamer, but unexpectedly a few days ago, he suddenly awakened his talent for beast taming. This made his already quiet heart instantly become hot. In today's society, who doesn't want to be a beast master? Even for an awakened beast master, it is much easier to find a job than for an ordinary person. Once you break through the extraordinary level, you can even hold management positions in the company. A star-level beast master? taking civil service exams, or starting a business will all be given the green light. In fact, many important positions require one to be a beastmaster before one can hold the position. Qin Shuanjie hit a wall too many times. In the past 9 years, he barely saved up over $1 million and bought a house in his hometown. Now he has nothing left. If I find a pet that I like, I would not hesitate to sell my house in my hometown. Qin Shuanjie made up his mind. I am. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded, saying, My dear guest, what do you need? Qin Shuanjie took a deep breath and replied, I have awakened the sea-level beast control talent spiritual wood. I want to contract a plant type or life type pet cub. Do you have any? He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Plant type and life type pets are relatively rare. Plants in nature usually have 2 evolutionary paths after the revival of spiritual energy. Most of them will evolve into spiritual plants with weak consciousness and become a resource type. Only a very small number will evolve into plant life. In terms of rarity, plant life is second only to elemental life and is rarely seen. Of course there is. Lu Yu thought about it and took out a container in an instant. It really exists? Qin Shuanjie's eyes lit up, and he quickly leaned forward, his expression instantly becoming strange, and he frowned and asked, Are you sure this is a plant-type pet? It's absolutely genuine. Lu Yu smiled. Fart. Qin Shuanjie cursed loudly. Do you really think I'm ignorant? This is clearly an ordinary willow seedling, and I can't even sense a trace of life. Is this considered a plant-type beast? I told you, it's the real deal. Lu Yu frowned and said, This willow seedling has awakened a special talent for growth, blood refining. It can refine the blood of different creatures and extract their genes to explore the most perfect evolutionary path. If this willow seedling is not considered a plant-type beast, then no plant in the world is qualified. Special talent that can grow? Qin Shuanjie sneered. I've never heard of a pet being able to awaken its talents. Do you think I know nothing about taming beasts? Lu Yu looked at the other party and was too lazy to argue. So far, almost all the guests he received were students of the Magic City Beast University or tutors and principals. Qin Shuanjie is so ignorant and self-righteous. It was the first time Lu Yu saw it. This willow sapling is priced at $3 million. Lu Yu said indifferently, If you want to buy it, just swipe your card. If you don't want to buy it, please don't make trouble. Thank you. $3 million. Qin Shuanjie was dumbfounded and said angrily, Scam shop. You are a scam shop. I will report you to the Beast Tamer Association. Whatever you want. Lu Yu said calmly. Also, since you said this is a shady shop, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave? As soon as the words fell, the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly appeared, with purple flames burning on its body, revealing its huge body, and looked down at Qin Shuanjie coldly. A pair of dragon eyes seemed to contain the ultimate demonic intent. Qin Shuanjie was so frightened that his face turned pale in an instant. He ran away, crawling away, without even daring to look back. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon snorted coldly. If Lu Yu hadn't reminded it, it would have killed this guy. Okay, let's go back. Lu Yu touched the scales of the world-destroying demon dragon. As the world-destroying demon dragon returned to the beast-controlling space, he looked at the pet container on the table and felt worried. He couldn't help but sigh slightly, thinking to himself, This plant-type beast cub is not easy to sell. I don't want it to rot in my hands. Chapter 54. Report with real name. I want to report this shady shop. Plant-type beasts are extremely rare in themselves. In addition, there are very few beast masters who have awakened their talents in the life and plant systems. After awakening life-related talents, I went straight to the auxiliary system. Lu Yu shook his head secretly and said, Plant-type talent? That's even less. And plants are almost unable to move. You can't contract several plant-type beasts. But you have to reach the king level, and the beast space can be revealed to have combat effectiveness, right? After all, most plant-type beast tamers are too awkward under the beast tamer system. Every time it is summoned, it will cause great damage. So even if it awakens its plant-type talent, it will still look for rarer vine beasts to contract. Lu Yu had a feeling that the willow seedlings that he exchanged for the blood-refining talent might really rot in his hands. Whatever. He shook his head slightly and thought to himself, the system's deadline is 1 week. If no customers buy it in these few days, I will go ask Principal Duan and Luo Tianyin to see if there are any customers. The worst-case scenario is that we sell it to other customers. Surely, they would not refuse, especially for Prime Minister Duan. If he contracts with another blood-refining willow tree, it will also speed up the recovery of the beast-taming space. Not to mention, Prime Minister Duan himself is at the king level, so the disadvantages of plant-type pets do not exist for him. Can't move? The beast taming space is revealed. Point and hit wherever you want. Moreover, Prime Minister Duan's talent for taming beasts, the A-level war spirit, is also a very mediocre talent with a wide range of applicability and is not limited to the types of beasts tamed in the contract. If possible, don't sell it to them. Liu thought secretly. The pet cubs he sells are all of the best quality, so why should he rush to give them to others? If there is a customer who is willing to buy and can get Liu Yu's approval, he will naturally not resort to such a bad idea. No matter what, Liu Yu was still in a very bad mood. He took out the willow seedlings, planted them in a pot, and even took a few drops of the remaining dragon blood of the swift wind dragon and fed them to the willow seedlings. Under the gift of blood refining, the willow seedling quickly absorbed the blood of the flying dragon. A breeze gradually flowed through its body, and it also emanated a faint dragon power. This willow tree will even grow into the god of willows in the future. Liu Yu sneered. It's only priced at 3 million. What's the difference between it and giving it away for free? The opportunity to change your destiny is right in front of you, but you don't know the value of it. Beast Master Association. Qin Shuinjie took a deep breath, and his face flushed with anger as he recalled how he had crawled and rolled after escaping from the mythical pet shop. Resolutely determined, Qin Shuinjie walked into the Magic City Beast Tamer Association, found the receptionist, and immediately said, "I want to report it with my real name." Real name reporting? The receptionist was a little confused and asked, "Who do you want to report?" "I want to report a pet store. I suspect this pet store is a black shop. The prices do not meet the standards set by the association, and the customers are treated extremely rudely." Qin Shuinjie said angrily. "Oh." The receptionist nodded, took out a form, and said, "If you want to report with your real name, please fill in the form first. If you want to know the result quickly, please wait in the living room." Qin Shuinjie took the form and didn't dare to complain about the indifference of the front desk receptionist. In the Magic City Beast Taming Association, even a front desk receptionist is an extraordinary beast tamer and is not someone he can afford to provoke. After filling out the form, Qin Shuinjie attached his ID and waited in the reception room, drinking several cups of tea. After a long time, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked up to Qin Shuinjie. This middle-aged man is Luo Yin, the director of the Magic City Beast Tamer Association. He smiled at Qin Shuinjie and said, "This citizen, are you going to report the mythical beast shop by your real name?" "That's right." Qin Shuinjie stood up angrily and said, "I am the one who wants to report this. Please deal with this pet store quickly and don't let this low-quality pet store continue to pollute the market." "Poor quality? Contaminated?" Luo Yin frowned and said, "This citizen, do you know, the president of the Magic City Beast Taming University, Duan Xianghua, came to our Magic City Beast Tamer Association yesterday to remind us that this mythical pet store is the best pet store in the entire Magic City, and asked our association to give it a green light. Although you reported it with your real name, it is hard to convince people." "What? Principal Duan?" Qin Shuinjie was stunned. No matter how ignorant he was, he knew Principal Duan. That is the backbone of the entire Demon City. Luo Yin said dimly, "Of course, if you still insist, I will also hand over the real name report. However, your real name report cannot be resolved by our Demon City branch. The headquarters must make the decision." Listening to Luo Yan's words, Qin Shuinjie's face turned completely pale. He realized that the seemingly shabby pet shop was actually in existence that he could not afford to offend, not to mention that he is an ordinary person. Even if he wants to deal with a mythical pet shop, he must go to the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association to be qualified to intervene. Forget it, Qin Shuinjie quickly said. "Maybe I made a mistake. I have decided to withdraw this real name report. Is that okay?" "Sure." Luo Yin smiled and said, "I just thought there might be some misunderstanding, so I explained it to you. Of course, if you are sure that this is not a misunderstanding, you can report it again with your real name at any time." "It's definitely a misunderstanding." Qin Shuinjie was terrified and quickly took back the report document, bowed and said, "Sorry to bother you." Watching Qin Shuinjie leave, Luo Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Prime Minister Duan gave specific instructions yesterday, and today a real name report was made. It's a difficult job for him to be the director of the association. Fortunately, Qin Shuinjie was more sensible and knew that the people related to the myth pet shop were not people he could afford to offend, so he tactfully withdrew his report. Mythical pet shop? Luo Yin thought for a moment and thought to himself, It's amazing that even Principal Duan praises it so much. Maybe there really is some excellent pet cub. My son has recently awakened his talent for controlling beasts, so I can go buy him a pet cub. The other side. Qin Shunjie left the Beast Master Association in a hurry. He was in a very complicated mood. As a small person, he suddenly realized that the background of the Myth Pet Shop was so incredible, and the managers seemed to have no reason to deceive him. Judging from Prime Minister Duan's style, if the Mythical Pet Shop was only good at cheating, why would he specifically instruct the Beastmaster Association to give the green light? Special growth talent. Qin Shunjie began to collect information and found that only authoritative scientific research websites had the corresponding knowledge, which required payment to read. He gritted his teeth, paid 2,000 yuan directly, and read the paper. A special growth talent. A terrifying talent that only a very small number of pets can awaken. Any pet that awakens this talent, as long as it does not die midway, has a great chance of becoming a king or even a hegemon in the future. The more Qin Shunjie looked at it, the more shocked he became. Such a heaven-defying pet cub, and a plant type 1, is only priced at 3 million? He made the decision immediately. Buy that willow sapling no matter what the cost. Even if I sell my house in my hometown, I can only raise 1 million at most, which is still a long way from 3 million. Qin Shunjie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can only go to the bank to get a loan. With the property as collateral and my own sea-level beast taming talent, I can definitely borrow 3 million yuan, which is enough to buy the willow seedling. Chapter 55, Two-Way Journey. The first employee, Mythical Pet Shop. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, looking at the outside world board. Next to the glass wall, there were potted seedlings of blood willow, and the more he looked at them, the more he disliked them. In order to promote this willow potted plant, several customers came in the past 2 days, but were all scared away by the willow potted plant. A willow sapling was priced at 3 million, and they kept boasting about its special growth talents. It was obviously a shady shop, and the customers ran away immediately. Liu didn't have anything to regret. These customers couldn't even accept willow seedlings, so even if other pet cubs were taken out, they probably wouldn't choose to buy them. Only more pet cubs will rot in their hands, resulting in even greater losses. As the 1-week deadline got closer, Liu Yu became a little annoyed. He didn't even have any points left. Not only have we not sold any pet cubs in the past few days, but the willow seedlings are also rotting in our hands. Isn't this a huge loss? Liu Yu was a little surprised. Outside the transparent glass of the pet shop, a young girl slowly squatted down. She was wearing a simple, light-colored floral dress, and her dark hair simply fell on her thin shoulders. The girl's expression was extremely serious. She stared closely at the willow saplings in the glass. Her bright and clear eyes flickered slightly and then dimmed again. Li Rui felt that she was such a failure. She was already 18 years old, but she couldn't do anything well. She failed the college entrance examination, and her talent for taming beasts had not awakened. She worked in Shanghai for 2 months during the summer vacation and earned a total of 9,000 yuan, which was also taken away by her adoptive mother. The adoptive mother said, I have raised you to this age. How hard it must be. You only earned 9,000 yuan after working for 2 months. Why are you still hesitant and unwilling to hand it over? Li Rui looked at her adoptive mother's harsh face, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. After the summer vacation, many students reported to the Beastmaster University. However, Li Rui bought a train ticket back to her hometown in a small city and packed her large and small luggage overnight. Before leaving this bustling city, Li Rui suddenly thought that she had not yet had a good look at this university town that all students look forward to. Demonic Beast University, an institution of higher learning that gathers countless gifted talents. Li Rui heard that as long as one graduated from the Magic City University, one would at least be a star-level beast tamer. In Li Rui's hometown, a star-level beast tamer is already a real big shot. At the gate of Magic City Beast University, Li Rui wanted to pretend to be a student to sneak in, but was told by the security guard that she needed to scan her face to verify her identity. She could only stand outside the school gate helplessly, looking at this majestic institution of learning. A school gate seems to separate fate. Li Rui looked for a long time and walked slowly in the commercial street in a daze. It was not until she walked to the door of the Mythical Pet Shop that she saw the willow sapling emitting a hint of blood at a glance. She couldn't help but squat down and look at it quietly. She seemed to be able to feel an invisible resonance. No one wants you either? Li Rui said softly. As if understanding her words, the willow seedling swayed gently as if in response. Li Rui shook her head slightly. She could naturally tell that this was a plant life. But she has not awakened her talent for taming beasts, so she may never be able to make a contract to taming beasts in this lifetime. So, Li Rui stood up slowly, but saw a handsome young man on the other side of the glass, who smiled sunny and nodded at her. She also saw the young man pick up a potted willow sapling and walk to the door of the pet shop. Do you like it very much? The young man said in a gentle voice. I am the manager of this pet store. I allow you to touch it. Ah, is it really possible? Li Rui was very surprised. For some reason, the young man's voice calmed her down. She unconsciously stretched out her hand and gently touched the branches and leaves of the willow seedling. That vague resonance seemed to become clearer. Li Rui's breath was choked, and she was about to pull her hand away reluctantly, but she found that the handsome young man's big hand had already covered her hand. This guest, Lu Yu said slowly. Didn't you hear the sound of this willow seedling? Ah! Li Rui didn't care about being shy. After Lu Yu's reminder, she suddenly realized that the resonance was becoming more and more obvious. She actually heard a faint childish voice. The willow seedlings are calling softly. Want her blood! Blood! Li Rui looked at the willow saplings. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he said softly, If you want it, then I'll give it to you. Anyway, the blood of someone like me is nothing worth cherishing. Crash! The willow seedlings sway quietly. Li Rui clearly saw that the willow sapling raised a branch and stroked her palm. The callous palm was cut in an instant. Scarlet blood spurted out, watering the willow seedlings, completely dyeing them bloody. Li Rui lost too much blood, and her already pale face became even paler. But she was not panicked at all, nor did she feel any pain. Li Rui just looked at the willow seedlings quietly, feeling the joy coming from them, and couldn't help but smile. The little tree drank the blood, so it must grow up quickly, she said softly. At this time, Li Rui heard the voice of the handsome store manager again. My dear guest, although I don't know what qualifications you have actually gained resonance with the blood-refining willow tree, and it even wants to take the initiative to make a contract with you. It seems that you and this willow seedling have a strong affinity. Are you really not considering buying it? Li Rui's face finally showed panic. She shook her head repeatedly and said in embarrassment, I don't have any money. Besides, I haven't awakened my talent for beast control, so I can't make a contract with it. Money is not an issue. Lu Yu smiled slightly, stared at her closely, and said softly, As for the talent of taming beasts, are you really sure that you don't have the talent of taming beasts? Li Rui was a little confused. The next moment, the blood filtered by the willow seedlings flows back quietly. Boom! Li Rui felt the countless blood in his mind gathering and finally turning into a brand. Looking directly at the brand, Li Rui instantly knew that this was her innate talent for taming beasts. A-level beast taming talent, weeping blood. Li Rui didn't have time to be surprised, but found that a large amount of energy and blood power gathered and continuously integrated into the imprint of talent. When she came to her senses, this mark of talent had already transformed. S-level beast taming talent. Immortal true blood. Li Rui was panicked. Surprise, shock, confusion filled her heart. She never thought that she would awaken the talent of taming beasts, and it was an S-level talent that represented the qualifications of a dominant leader. You have awakened your S-level talent, right? Lu Yu chuckled and said, I know that your original talent should only be A-level, but you have been recognized, and it is willing to consume dragon blood to transform your talent into S-level. Do you want to disappoint its expectations? Li Rui looked at the willow sapling in Lu Yu's arms and felt that a connection no less than that of the beast taming contract seemed to have been concluded long ago. This kind of connection is only possible when the degree of fit reaches the extreme. Lu Yu didn't even say that if Li Rui chose to contract the blood-refining willow, her beast taming talent would probably involuntarily merge with the blood-refining willow. From then on, Li Rui lost the opportunity to contract other pets. However, Lu Yu believed that neither Li Rui nor the blood-refining willow would care, right? Manager. Li Rui was about to cry and said in embarrassment, I don't have any money. These are all I have. She rummaged through the change and cash and found only a little over 500. Holding 500 coins in her hand, Li Rui looked extremely embarrassed. Her pretty face turned red and her eyes were filled with desolation. Li Rui had excellent grades in liberal arts, so she naturally guessed that the willow seedling must be extraordinary and worth a lot of money. I'm afraid she won't be able to afford it in her lifetime. Didn't I tell you that? Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, money is not a problem. I can lend it to you. This blood-refining willow tree is priced at 3 million, and I can lend you 3 million. So, if you have 3 million, would you still choose to contract it? Yes, I must contract it. Li Rue was very anxious and whispered, but 3 million is too much. I can't afford it. Then you should work to pay off your debts. Lu Yu laughed out loud and said, it just so happens that my store is short of a clerk. Are you willing to apply? Willing, Li Rue said quickly. I will do whatever the store manager tells me to do. I am very hardworking. That's decided. Lu Yu smiled, immediately drafted a contract and asked Li Rue to sign it. With the name signed. Achievement achieved. Having the first formal employee. Reward, a random red star resource. Do you want to receive it? Yes/no. The system prompt sounded. Chapter 56 True Dragon Blood. Characteristics of Qianglong. Get it right away. Lu Yu said immediately. He had anticipated the system's prompt. Signing a contract as a formal employee for the pet store is one of the achievement tasks. From the moment Li Rue arrived, he noticed the unusual movements of the blood-refining willow tree. Lu Yu naturally guessed that there might be a very high degree of compatibility between the blood-refining willow and Li Rue. For the willow seedlings, there is probably no more suitable beastmaster than Li Rue on such a big blue planet. He naturally went with the flow and turned Li Rue into an employee of the Mythical Pet Shop and also completed the achievement task. The reward was also very generous, which was an invaluable red star resource. You have obtained the red star resource, True Dragon Blood. True Dragon Blood. A drop of blood that contains the most fundamental power of the true dragon species, the Qianglong. Any creature that consumes it can choose to transform into a true dragon species. After consuming the magic dragon species and the divine dragon species, they will absorb some of the Qianglong's characteristics. After consuming the true dragon species, they will fall into madness and chaos. It's actually a drop of real dragon blood? Lu Yu widened his eyes, extremely shocked. Even among the resources remaining from the previous era, true dragon blood is the most precious one. It is said that the Xia Kingdom's guardian dragon took a drop of true dragon blood, which allowed it to truly break through the limitations of the dragon species and be promoted to the Holy Spirit level. The Xia Kingdom, which possessed a Holy Spirit level national dragon, was able to become one of the 6 major countries. Judging from the introduction of the true dragon blood, the effect of this precious resource does live up to its reputation. If the world-destroying demon dragon takes it, it will have some of the characteristics of the Qiong dragon. Things to know. Even among the many true dragon species, Qianglong is the race with the strongest body strength, almost without exception. If it could possess the characteristics of a Qianglong, the strength of the world-destroying demon dragon's body would probably reach an incredible level. Lu Yu immediately put away the true dragon source blood, preparing to use it on the world-destroying demon dragon when he was free. With the lesson of devouring the devil's heart, he dared not let the world-destroying demon dragon devour the true dragon's blood on its own. He had to escort it throughout the whole process to prevent the young world-destroying demon dragon from being eroded by the dragons contained in the true dragon's blood. Manager. Li Rue tilted her head. Lu Yu came back to his senses and said, don't you want to take a look at the contract first? Oh. Li Rue suddenly realized that she had already signed her name, so she started to check the terms of the contract. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. Fortunately, she met him, otherwise Li Rue would have been cheated. The contract terms he set were actually very strict. It is stipulated that Li Rue must work in the Myth Pet Shop for 20 years. The annual salary is 150,000 yuan, and the monthly salary is 12,500 yuan, both after tax. The total salary for the 20 years of work was 3 million, which was directly prepaid to the employees. In case of breach of contract, 10 times the salary will be returned. Lu Yu estimated that the possibility of Li Rue breaching the contract was extremely low. After all, salary and benefits were only the most superficial treatment. By becoming an employee of the Mythical Pet Shop, the benefits that Li Rue can enjoy in the future are absolutely beyond her imagination. If we recruit more employees in the future, the salary should be the same as Li Rue's. It will not increase or decrease. It will just be enough to contract a pet cub. Li Rue read the contract and couldn't help but said, Manager, there is nothing wrong with this contract, and the treatment is too good. That's fine. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded. There are not too many regular employees in the Mythical Pet Shop. If he hadn't seen that Li Rui's character met his standards, he wouldn't have signed her. As for the salary, Li Rui is now an S-level beast master with talent, and his monthly salary of 12,500 is a bargain. After confirmation, Lu Yu directly transferred the 3 million salary. Li Ruiru was in a dream, but before she could even warm up the 3 million, it came back to her. She bought the blood-refined willow saplings and signed a beast taming contract right away. Special growth talent? Blood refining? Li Rui was shocked, but more delighted, and whispered, "Little Willow, you are so talented, and you chose me. I will never let you down." Li Rui directly merged the S-level beast taming talent, Immortal True Blood, with the willow seedling. The potential of the willow seedling directly reaches the 10th level of the star level, and its strength also reaches the 10th level of the awakening level. This is the limit of what Li Rui can bear at the moment. Lu Yu naturally would not dissuade him. In his opinion, allowing pets to fully integrate the talent of beast taming is also a smooth road. It will definitely not be worse than contracting multiple pets. If he were inferior, how could the status of a dragon tamer be so honorable? The blood willow that Li Rui contracted is definitely not inferior to the dragon species. "Manager, what should I do now?" Li Rui said timidly. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "I'll transfer the money to you. Why don't you go buy some food and cook? I'll help you arrange a place to stay later, and you can eat in the store. If you sell a pet cub, I'll give you a certain commission." "Good." Li Rui's eyes were bright, and she quickly went out to buy groceries, her steps light and graceful. Lu Yu also saw that after Li Rui went out, she pinched her white and tender thigh hard. After she screamed in pain, she laughed happily. "Owner." And Yu's whole body was hanging on Lu Yu's back, and he said softly, "Last time, I was told to make tea from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine. I have already made it." "Really?" Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Since opening the pet shop, he has to stay in the shop every day and has become addicted to tea. But the tea leaves are of the lowest quality, and I really can't feel anything. After seeing the star-cutting grass and 1,000-star vine, Lu Yu immediately became interested. There is no need to think about the star-severing grass. Even if it is made into tea, it will probably be too chewy. 1,000-star vine is quite good. Although it is not a tea tree, its young leaves contain spiritual energy. After going through many processes, it can definitely be made into very high-end tea. The highest-end tea must be made from the tender leaves of ancient trees of life. Before Lu Yu could bring it up, and Yu looked at him pitifully, making it impossible for Lu Yu to speak, so he could only settle for the next best thing. And Yu took out a tea box and said softly, "I have been busy for a long time and have infused a lot of life force into it. I will definitely not let the master down." She began to make tea gracefully, and soon poured a cup that was 7/10 full of tea into Lu Yu's teacup. "Hoo-hoo!" And Yu blew the hot air off the teacup, handed it to Lu Yu's lips, and whispered, "Master, taste it." "Well, all right." Lu Yu couldn't refuse, so he had to take a sip. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he felt an extremely mellow aroma bursting in his mouth. It was as if he was wandering in the ocean of life, without any sense of restraint on his body. Facing in Yu's expectant eyes, Lu Yu didn't know that in order to process the heavy feeling of the tender leaves of 1,000-star vine, and you must have gone through many rigorous processes and worked very hard to make the tea. "Thanks a lot." Lu Yu touched in Yu's long hair and said with a smile, "It tastes good." "Yeah, I'll try it too." And Yu put her cheek against the back of Lu Yu's hand, took a sip directly from Lu Yu's teacup, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said softly, "It's really delicious. Let Xiao Rui try it later." At this time, Li Rui also came back carrying large and small bags of food. "Manager, I'm going to cook." She said hello and went to the kitchen to start cooking. Soon a rich aroma filled the air. When Lu Yu saw Yu holding a teacup, he went to the kitchen and soon heard Li Rui's exclamation. "It's so delicious." Li Rui's eyes lit up. "And you? Is it delicious? Have another sip." "Well, I can do it myself." "Don't move, or the food will get burnt." Lu Yu looked at the two girls fighting and playing in the kitchen and couldn't help but laugh. He held his head and looked at the sunset outside the door, but saw a figure emerging outside the glass door. Qin Shuanjie walked around outside the pet store but didn't see the potted willow seedling, and he immediately became anxious. He quickly ran into the pet store and asked Lu Yu, "Where's the willow seedling? You didn't sell it to someone else, did you?" Chapter 57. Why sell it to you? Are you worthy? Since leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Qin Shuanjie took his property certificate to the bank for a mortgage loan. The application was approved 3 days later, with a loan amount of 3.5 million. In the past few days, Qin Shuinjie often came to the Myth Pet shop and watched the willow seedlings from afar. Watching the willow seedlings grow continuously and even turn bloody made him more certain of his guess. He was almost certain that the special talent blood refining must be real. When the loan arrived, Qin Shuinjie was impatient and came to the Myth Pet shop again, only to find that the willow seedling under the glass was gone. Facing Qin Shuinjie's questioning, Lu Yu looked indifferent and said casually, "Yes, it has been sold to someone else. Do you have any opinion?" Qin Shuinjie's breath was choked. What opinion could he have? Behind the Mythical Pet shop is President Duan of Magic City University. Principal Duan's position is second only to the Overlord-level Beastmaster, almost reaching the pinnacle of power. Qin Shuinjie is just an ordinary person. Even if he has awakened a sea-level talent, how can he afford to offend him? Do you have any plant-type beasts that are comparable to the willow seedlings? Qin Shuinjie said quickly. I have collected enough money now. As long as it is not worse than the willow seedlings, I will pay directly by credit card. Yes, I have, Lu Yu said casually. Like young willow seedlings, I have as many as you want. Then I'll buy it, Qin Shuinjie immediately said. Money is not a problem. Can you please let me take a look first? Listening to Qin Shuinjie's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, You said you want to buy it? You want to take a look first? That's right, Qin Shuinjie nodded. Lu Yu maintained his smile, but the sarcasm in his smile was very obvious. But why should I sell it to you? You opened the door to do business, and as a customer, I also have a clear intention to buy. Why don't you sell it to me? Qin Shuinjie blurted out. He vaguely realized something, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. You are a customer of the pet store, so I have to sell the pet cub to you? Lu Yu stood up suddenly, looked down at him, and said coldly, How ridiculous! How can you be qualified to contract a willow seedling with the blood refining talent? Just based on your sea-level beast taming talent? Just based on your financial ability to scrape together 3 million and even have to take out a loan? Every word is like a sharp sword. Qin Shuinjie's dignity was completely hurt. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Ever since reading the paper, Qin Shuinjie knew that this was his only chance to change his fate. But he never thought that he had missed this opportunity when he crawled away. Manager, the meal is ready. Li Rui carried the plate, walked to Lu Yu's side, and said in a coquettish voice. Lu Yu said with a smile, Xiao Rui, show us your talent for taming beasts. Although Li Rui felt strange, she was still very obedient and displayed her talent directly. Suddenly, the scene of an endless sea of blood filled the entire pet shop. Qin Shuinjie's face was filled with shock. He really didn't expect that this timid-looking girl had awakened such a high-level talent for taming beasts. Is this a B grade? Or an A grade? Or, thinking of that possibility, Qin Shuinjie couldn't help but tremble. Did you see it? Lu Yu was very interested and said, She is the beast master who contracted Willow Seedling, and now she is an employee of my store. The beast master talent she awakened is the S-level Immortal True Blood. Most importantly, she is the beast master personally selected by Willow Seedling. With every word he heard, Qin Shuinjie felt more embarrassed. Regret filled my heart and soul. Manager, can't you give me another chance? Qin Shuinjie almost begged. Chance? Lu Yu shook his head and said, I gave it to you a long time ago, but you didn't cherish it. What I am willing to give you is an opportunity. If I am not willing, no matter who you are, don't even think about getting a chance from me. Qin Shuinjie was so desperate that he collapsed to the ground. When he met Lu Yu's cold eyes, how could he not know that he no longer had a chance and could only leave in despair? Manager, he looks so pitiful. Li Rui couldn't help but say, Is it pitiful? Lu Yu was in a good mood and smiled. If he wasn't pitiful, he would have bought your little willow tree long ago. Ah! Li Rui was dumbfounded and said quickly, Then he is not pitiful at all. Ha! Lu Yu laughed loudly and said, Let's go and have dinner. Ah! Li Rui nodded repeatedly. This dinner was basically eaten by Lu Yu and Li Rui. And you sat quietly beside Lu Yu, sipping tea peacefully. Li Rui's cooking skills are pretty good. Although they are all home-cooked dishes, it can be seen that she puts a lot of effort into them. Lu Yu was very touched, and finally, he didn't have to eat takeout anymore. Sister and you, Li Rui asked in confusion. Why don't you eat it? Is it not to your taste? I don't need to eat. And you said softly, Ah! Li Rui blinked, somewhat confused, and said, As long as we are human, we need to eat. Didn't I tell you? And you smiled mischievously and said slowly, I am not a human. as imagined. The scene where Li Rue threw away the dishes and chopsticks in surprise did not happen. Li Rue's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Could it be that Sister and you is an elf?" The textbooks say that elves are all very beautiful, which is very consistent with Sister and you. Lu Yu nodded and said, "Elves? Well, you can think so." He has no intention of revealing anything about the ancient tree of life. Anyway, before he reached the king level, no one else could know about the existence of the ancient tree of life. The elves? Seems like a good explanation. And you looked at Lu Yu with some resentment. What else? If she wanted, she could even create an entire race of elves as her own subordinate race. It's just that the ancient tree of life is still too weak and not suitable for nurturing a large number of life species. Even for the star-chopping grass and thousand-star vine, she only managed to breed 10 plants each. In terms of status, even the highest-ranking ancestral elf among the elves is not comparable to the ancient tree of life. Elves, Li Rue whispered. No wonder Sister in you is so beautiful. Her skin is so good. It looks like you can squeeze water out of it. She is much prettier than me. And you chuckled and said, Rue is also very cute. Once your beast tamer level is raised, many flaws will disappear. You have such a good foundation. Maybe even the store manager will be crazy about you. Li Rue's eyes widened. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly buried her head in her food, grinning silly and saying, "Yeah, the food is delicious." Ahem. Lu Yu coughed and said seriously, "By the way, I will go to the Magic City Beast University to teach tomorrow, so I'll leave the pet shop to you." Is the store manager also a tutor at the Magic City Beast University? Li Rue's eyes lit up, and she said admiringly, "The store manager is so young. I feel like he should be my peer, but I didn't expect him to be my mentor. I wanted to enter the Magic City Beast Taming University today, but I couldn't get in at all. There will be a chance for you to visit in the future," Lu Yu said with a smile. He had just received the notice. Prime Minister Duan only asked in an inquiring tone whether he could teach, but Lu Yu agreed directly. Now that there is a clerk named Li Rue in the pet store, there is no need to worry about no one looking after the store even if he leaves. If a customer comes, you can also ask him to wait in the store. What if you don't want to wait? Lu Yu didn't care. At most, he would sell one less pet cub, but the other party would lose an opportunity to change his destiny. "Master, can I go?" And you blinked and said pitifully. Just as Lu Yu was about to say no, and you had already grabbed his hand and came close to him pitifully. He had no choice but to say, "Okay, Xiao Rue will be in the store tomorrow, and you can come with me." "Yeah." And you chuckled. "I'm so envious." Li Rue was a little absent-minded, and then said solemnly, "Manager, Sister and you, don't worry. When you are not here, I will definitely keep the pet store in order." Chapter 58 Exchange. 7-star Cultivator Inheritance. Nightfall. After Lu Yu arranged accommodation for Li Rue, he returned to the pet shop, washed up, and covered himself with a quilt. And you curled up in Lu Yu's arms like a kitten, holding Lu Yu tightly with her fair and tender little hands. In the dim light, Lu Yu could see in you with his eyes closed, seeming to be trembling slightly. He sighed softly, hugged in you, and closed his eyes. After selling the willow seedlings, Lu Yu earned 300 points. "I will go to Shanghai University for classes tomorrow." Lu Yu has only been a student and has no teaching experience at all. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. Naturally, he has to prepare lessons. Lu Yu directly opened the system mall, but did not exchange the pet cubs. He directly locked on the knowledge resources. Suddenly, a wide variety of knowledge resources appeared before his eyes. 7-star Trainer Inheritance, 300 points. Holy Spirit Level Beast Tamer Inheritance, 300 points. Elf Mother Tree Memory Inheritance, 300 points. Many precious knowledge resources are actually inherited memory crystals. Just like the world-destroying demon dragon, the purple flame emperor bird, and the ancient tree of life, they were born with inherited memories and naturally did not need these inherited memories. Lu Yu was different. Before the opening of the Mythical Pet Shop, his knowledge was only slightly broader than that of ordinary college entrance examination candidates. He had only been a Beastmaster for a little more than half a month, so he didn't have enough time to learn much knowledge. The memory inheritance of a 7-star trainer is as valuable as the memory inheritance of a Holy Spirit level Beastmaster, both worth 300 points. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. A 7-star trainer actually corresponds to an Overlord level Beastmaster. In terms of status, a 7-star cultivator is comparable to the Holy Spirit level. In any era, the status of a trainer is far higher than that of a Beastmaster of the same level. Unfortunately, in this era, the inheritance of trainers has been completely cut off. Even low-star trainers, such as 1-star and 2-star trainers, will be valued by the country. As long as you exchange for an inheritance crystal, you can inherit all the experience and knowledge of a 7-star trainer or a Holy Spirit-level Beastmaster. Lu Yu smiled slightly and thought to himself, since everyone thinks I'm a top trainer, why don't I just become a top trainer? He never struggled. Exchange now. You have redeemed the 7-star trainer inheritance. 300 points have been deducted, and the remaining points are 0 points. Under Lu Yu's control, a transparent crystal quietly merged into his soul. How vast is the life experience and knowledge of a 7-star trainer? A dominant Beastmaster might not be able to become a 7-star trainer in his entire life. On the other hand, a 7-star trainer can easily be promoted to the Overlord level. Why was the beast-taming civilization of the last era able to flourish to its peak? The educator plays an extremely important role in this process. 7 cultivation laws, 6 resource matching rules, 9 realm theorems. Lu Yu was instantly overwhelmed by the vast ocean of knowledge. In his dream, he seemed to have become an apprentice trainer, following his teacher to constantly come into contact with various species of pet animals and spending every day in admonition and teaching. He started as an apprentice trainer and gradually revealed his extraordinary talent for training. He was gradually valued by the beast-taming empire, one of the most powerful countries in the era. He was admitted to the trainer position of the first university in the empire and gradually emerged. Decades later, he had entered the beast-taming empire's highest god-making program and became an inconspicuous trainer, even though he already had a 6-star training level. In the god-making plan, he continued to absorb knowledge and make continuous progress under the guidance of many 8-star and even a few 9-star trainers. He has infinite hopes for the future and believes that his future achievements will not only be an 8-star beast tamer, but he can even look forward to the highest 9-star beast tamer. He is the most gifted person of this generation, a 7-star trainer renowned throughout the country, a participant in the god-making project, and has countless halos around him. Until the god-making plan succeeded, the demon god walked out of the petri dish. The devil reigned supreme over the world and said slowly, "At this moment, the demon world should be established." Then, an incomparably huge plane emerged from the void and pressed down. He suddenly realized that in front of a true god, let alone a 7-star cultivator, even an 8-star cultivator, or even a 9-star cultivator, were as humble as ants. When he met the demon's gaze, his soul, and even his true spirit were shattered in an instant. His life ended here. Oh my God! Lu Yu suddenly woke up. The memories in my mind gradually fade away, leaving only some shallow impressions. Only knowledge and experience are still imprinted in my mind. The civilization of the last era actually created a true demon god? Lu Yu was extremely shocked and thought to himself, that demon god must be the ancestor god of the demon world, right? I remember that ancestor god seemed to still be in the demon world, but he had fallen into a deep sleep. Although it was just a glimpse, Lu Yu remembered the figure of the demon god deeply. Terrifying and domineering. That is the true, invincible talent. I'm still very weak now. Lu Yu sighed slightly. That involves the existence of the realm of God. He is now a star-level 10th rank Beastmaster. There is an infinite distance from that existence. But Lu Yu smiled slightly and said, I should be able to be called a 7-star trainer now. In terms of knowledge and experience, he has reached a 7-star level of training. However, due to his limited realm, Lu Yu might not be able to truly display his 7-star level, which made him a little regretful. He thought to himself, no wonder those 7-star trainers who have passed the star rating of the Trainer Association must also be a hegemon level Beastmaster. If one's realm is not at the hegemon level, one really cannot display his knowledge and experience. To this, Lu Yu didn't care. Even if it is a 6-star trainer level, it is completely sufficient. He even had some doubts as to whether there were any 5-star trainers on the entire Blue Star. Perhaps his training level is already the best in the world. The next day, after Lu Yu woke up, he picked up Yu as if following the usual practice. And Yu smiled embarrassedly. She had just had a dream and couldn't help but kick out her white little feet, hitting Lu Yu's calf. With the condensed power of the ancient tree of life, Lu Yu's legs were almost broken, and he grimaced in pain. You still have a nerve to laugh, Lu Yu said angrily. I almost ended up in a wheelchair. No, and Yu whispered, I have the life field. I can help the master heal. and will not leave any injuries. Lu Yu looked at her and was speechless. Master, please don't be angry. And Yu stretched out his arms, hugged Lu Yu's neck, and whispered, I promise I won't do it next time. You better be. Lu Yu snorted, putting Yu on the sofa, and turned to wash up. When he came out, and Yu had changed her appearance again and was elegantly making tea beside the coffee table. She said, Master, please have some tea. Lu Yu had no choice but to take the teacup and take a sip. It has to be said that the tea made from the tender leaves of thousand-star vine has top-notch flavor and aura. Lu Yu thought about it and said with a smile, And Yu, I will give you a task. What mission? And Yu asked puzzledly. You can also make tea from the young leaves of the star-severing grass. Lu Yu said with interest, Be sure to process it carefully and don't make your throat swell. Got it? I know. And Yu sighed slightly. This job is not easy. Lu Yu was very interested. After integrating the memory and experience of the seven-star cultivator, he knew how to deal with the tender leaves of the star-chopping grass. But this was a small punishment for Yu, and he had no intention of helping. Manager, Sister Yu. Li Rue clocked in for work on time and greeted everyone with energy. Just right. Lu Yu smiled and said, I'll leave the pet store to you. We're just about to go out. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Li Rue patted the steamed buns and said confidently, I'm leaving. Lu Yu walked straight out of the pet shop, and Yu followed obediently behind him. Immediately, a summoning circle appeared. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon transformed into a 10-meter-tall body, with Lu Yu and Yu riding on its back. It flapped its wings and flew away in an instant, and countless fallen leaves were blown up by the strong wind. Li Rue blushed and hurriedly pressed down the fluttering hem of her skirt, but with envy in her eyes, she whispered, Devil's Capital Beast, Taming University. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Chapter 59, Don't Call Me Luo-chan. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. Demonic Beast University. Shocking news. Have you heard? There is an open class today. The instructor is said to be new and only 18 years old. My God, a freshman is only 18 years old. How can he become an instructor at the Magic City Beast Taming University? Fucking 18-year-old tutor? Our beautiful tutor Lu Luo-chan from Magic City University is considered very young among the tutors. She's also 26 years old. I also heard that this young instructor was personally appointed by Principal Duan. It is said that Principal Duan will personally attend this open class. Principal Duan? Is this true? Isn't Principal Duan going to retire soon? He actually wants to come to the class in person. I really don't know who this young new tutor is. He is so important to Principal Duan. I think he is Principal Duan's illegitimate son, right? Shut up. Principal Duan is such a great man. How could he abuse his power for personal gain? If you dare to spread rumors again, I will challenge you to a life-and-death duel. For a moment, the entire Demon City Beast Taming University was in turmoil. Countless classmates, even instructors, couldn't help but become curious. What is so special about this young mentor? Fanqing Building, Tutor's Office. Luo-chan, this young mentor seems to have never come to check in. Have you seen him? Murong Feng found a topic and walked into Lu Luo-chan's office, chuckling in a self-righteous manner. In my opinion, this young mentor probably doesn't have much ability, and is most likely a relative. Lu Luo-chan glanced at him and continued to deal with the things in her hands, but her heart was slightly moved. Is the store manager finally going to come for the first class? I have. Lu Luo-chan replied. Murong Feng was about to say something, but when he heard this, he was surprised and asked, Have you seen him? He suddenly remembered that Lu Luo-chan was Principal Duan's favorite disciple, and the young tutor was also arranged by Principal Duan, so it was normal for them to have met each other. Yes. Lu Luo-chan smiled. Her expression softened, and she said softly, He is very good and handsome. Among the young people of the entire Blue Star, there is probably no one better than him, right? Murong Feng was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Lu Luo-chan would give such a high evaluation. In Murong Feng's impression, Lu Luo-chan has always been gentle and distant, keeping a distance from everyone. But Lu Luo-chan is very knowledgeable and talented, which makes Murong Feng more fascinated. I didn't expect Luo-chan to speak so highly of the new young instructor. Murong Feng pretended to be carefree and said with a smile, I will go to observe his open class today. Go ahead. Lu Luo-chan was very casual and suddenly said, By the way, don't call me Luo-chan. I'm afraid you will misunderstand. Murong Feng's expression froze instantly. Boys' Dormitory, 208. Brothers, This new young tutor is very popular. I must go to watch this open class. Nyeziyun was very excited and shouted excitedly to several other roommates in the living room of the villa. The other two students in the dormitory responded. Only the young man on the sofa, who was reading an ancient book indifferently, did not move when he heard the words. Brother Su. Nyeziyun came over and said with a grin, "Aren't you curious about the strength of that young mentor? He's the same age as us, both 18 years old. Strength?" The young man who was reading looked up indifferently and sneered. "What do you think?" Nyeziyun's expression froze. He suddenly realized, when it comes to strength among people of the same age, who can compare to the indifferent young man in front of him? Since he was 6 years old, he has awakened 2 S-level beast taming talents, and both are S-level. The unprecedented owner of double S-level dragon talents. He contracted his first giant dragon at the age of 7, which was a golden dragon, the top-level giant dragon. At the age of 8, the young man was already an extraordinary dragon master, and had contracted a second dragon, a holy dragon, that was in no way inferior to the golden dragon. At the age of 10, he broke through to the star level. Now at the age of 18, he was admitted to the Magic City Beastmaster University with the highest score in the National College Entrance Examination. Everyone says that as long as you are admitted to the Magic City Beast Taming University, you will definitely become a star-level beast tamer upon graduation. But no one knew that before the college entrance examination, the young man was already a manhwa-level dragon tamer who surpassed the star level. Such a peerless genius, both in terms of talent and strength, is enough to look down on all mentors. Under the light of youth, any gifted person will become dim, like a firefly to the bright moon. In fact, the young man has not attended a single class since entering Magic City University and has always been studying with an associate professor. Nyeziyun laughed at himself. How could such a peerless genius care about a tutor's open class? Lu Su looked indifferent, turned around and asked, "Anything else?" "No, no more." Nyeziyun shook his head and said, "Brother Su, if you don't want to go, then the 3 of us will go. If Brother Su doesn't go, then I won't go either." "Well, I won't go either. It's nothing special." The other 2 roommates observed Lu Su's expression and said quickly. Nyeziyun didn't say anything. The 2 roommates in dormitory 208 were all trying to please Lu Su, but he was the only one who wanted an equal relationship. He said seriously, "Then I'll go take a look and tell you when I come back." Lu Su seemed not to hear it. His eyes always stayed on the book. Until the other roommates returned to the room, Lu Su ran his fingers across the ancient book and said in a voice that no one could hear, "The dragon language magic of the last era is sealed in this ancient book. Why can't I channel the power of dragon language magic?" Lu Su seemed to be completely immersed in it and didn't pay attention to anything outside. The golden light of the emperor and the pure white, sacred light passed over the ancient book, and a page was faintly opened. Sun Tower. In the public classroom. This young instructor is so grand. He even opened the open classroom in Yaori building. This classroom can accommodate thousands of students and instructors, and the free presentation platform is even more spacious. Is this the first time this semester that the open classroom in Yaori building has been opened? I hope I can learn useful knowledge from this open class. Breaking news. It is said that this young mentor is the object of Mentor Lu's crush. TSK, that's really exciting. Next time there are rumors, please investigate clearly. As many students entered the venue, there were not only ordinary students among them, but also many influential figures from Shanghai University. Holy shit, Shen Yinyan and Du Ruiyun. Those are my goddesses, and they actually came to attend the class. Luo Tianyan is here too. I heard that he recently contracted a red flame chicken that can wield strange fire. If it is trained, it will be truly invincible. The red flame chicken controls the strange fire? What kind of rumor is that? So wild. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu. These 2 brothers are here too? That's right. They're the grandsons of Principal Duan. This young mentor was chosen by Principal Duan. So how could they not come to show their support? I heard that Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu recently contracted the ant tribe's initial pets. Duan Dongwen, in particular, is said to have contracted a violent soldier pet. It's just another rumor. Why are there so many rumors flying around in Magic City University recently? An awakened beast master who contracts a violent soldier beast master? Do you think it's possible? Rumors are bullshit. The slime that beat the berserker werewolf, the auxiliary moonlight butterfly that evolved from the cottonworm, the violent ant tribe, and the red flame chicken that controls the strange fire. Are they that weird? In the open classroom, many students and even the instructor gradually took their seats. Even Luo-chan came and sat in a seat at the front edge, waiting quietly. It was like a gentle projection of a goddess, attracting countless gazes. Immediately following, a young man with a stern look walked in slowly. Many students couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out to be the senior who ranked first in the junior year, Luo Hung, who was at the third level of manhwa grade. It is rumored that Luo Hung once threatened to challenge the new young mentor, believing that the other party was unworthy of the position. Chapter 60, she must be regretting it now, right? Luo Hung had a stern expression, as if he had long been accustomed to being the center of attention. Under the gazes of many awe-inspiring people, he sat in the center of the front row. This location also has the best view. We are both juniors, but I am only at the 10th level of Transcendental, while senior Luo Hung is already at the 3rd level of Manhwa. Comparing ourselves to others is really frustrating. What do you know? Senior Luo Hang's talent for taming beasts is undoubtedly the strongest among his classmates. He has awakened the S-level talent Jinjin. The pet that senior Luo Hung has contracted is also of the highest caliber, and is an extremely rare metal life form. It exists in the form of a sword, armor, and wings. When the 3 metal lives of sword, armor, and wings are added to his body at the same time, I dare not imagine how powerful senior Luo Hung will be. In terms of ability, senior Luo Hung is fully qualified to be a mentor. After graduation, if senior Luo Hung is willing to stay in school, I'm afraid he will be directly converted to a full-time employee, right? No wonder senior Luo Hung dared to challenge the new mentor. His talent and strength are both extraordinary. If I were senior Luo Hung, I would have no scruples either. All the whispers could not affect Luo Hung at all. Luo Hung. Luo Tianyan was sitting in the back row, looking at Luo Hung in the front row, and couldn't help showing a look of fear. As a junior student, Luo Tianyan was among the top students in his class. At the beginning of his junior year, he broke through the star level and reached the graduation standard. But he was in the same class as Luo Hung, just like the stars beside the dark moon, whose light was almost completely obscured. Luo Tianyan's expression turned firm, and he whispered, "Luo Hung, one day, I will surpass you." He contracted the red flame chicken, which allowed him to absorb the strange fire for his own use, and even feed it back into his beast taming talent, allowing his beast taming talent to evolve. As long as his talent evolves successfully, he will be a genuine S-level talent. Both have S-level beast control talents, and the red flame chicken has the potential to be as good as the top dragon species. It is not impossible to surpass Luo Hung. Just give me a little more time. Luo Tianyan's eyes were deep, but he smiled quietly and said softly, "It's a pity. With your talent, if it was a pet beast cub bred by the contracted store manager, I would definitely be helpless. But you actually want to challenge the store manager, I really don't know what to do." He looked away, closed his eyes, and waited patiently. Other side, Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyin sat together, looking expectant. "Yinyin, why doesn't the store manager come?" Du Ruyin couldn't help but said, "Yesterday the principal told us that the store manager will have an open class today. I almost couldn't sleep. Come here early in the morning to reserve a seat. Will the store manager be late?" "Probably not." Shen Yinyin blinked and said with a smile, "That senior seems to want to challenge the store manager. Do you think he can win?" "How is that possible?" Du Ruyin hummed. "The store manager is invincible. But if the store manager's pet animal is injured, I will ask Moonlight Butterfly to help treat him." "How could the store manager be injured?" Shen Yinyin pouted. "Don't talk nonsense." Du Ruyin suddenly said, "Okay, let's worry about whether the store manager will blame us when he sees that our slimes and Moonlight Butterflies are still at the awakening level." Shen Yinyin took a breath and said to herself, "It's only been a few days. It's still the awakening level, which is normal, right? Besides, Slime and Moonlight Butterfly have already reached the 10th level of the awakening level. Mainly the two of us, the expansion of the beast control space is too slow, which slows down the growth of Slime and Moonlight Butterfly." Durian looked at Luo Hung in the front row and couldn't help but said, "It would be great if we also had S-level beast control talents." "Don't think about it." Shen Yinyin sighed. "S-level talent is only 1 in 10,000. V-level talent is 1 in 10,000, and A-level talent is 1 in 10,000. The two of us should be content." By the way, Durian suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Didn't you say last time that the store manager's ex-girlfriend is also in our school? Do you think she will also come to take public classes?" "Here." Shen Yinyin gestured not far away and said, By Yue. She is the store manager's ex-girlfriend. Let me tell you, she thought the store manager had not awakened the talent of beast control, so she left the store manager ruthlessly. As everyone knows, the beast control talent awakened by the store manager is probably SS level beyond S level. Bad woman. Durian looked over and saw Bai Yue sitting very close to a boy. He immediately showed a disgusted expression and snorted. She must be regretting it now, right? It's included. Shen Yinyan smiled and whispered. If I were the store manager's girlfriend, I would be reluctant to break up. Alas! Du Riyun's eyes were full of disgust, and he hummed softly. Nian Nian, I found that you are very good at daydreaming. I just said it, and I didn't say I wanted to chase the store manager. Shen Yinyan's pretty face turned red. She pushed her best friend angrily and said angrily, What do you know? Believe it or not, when you take a shower at night, I will let slime bite your face. I'm honest, please let me go. Durian said pitifully. I can't beat you. The two women quarreled for a while, then looked at the empty podium, wondering what they were thinking. Shen Yinyan couldn't help but look at Bai Yue a few more times. Although she was very disdainful of Bai Yue, she was very envious in her heart. After all, Bai Yue's boyfriend for 3 years in high school was the store manager. Even if we break up, at least we have them for a short time. What about her? Shen Yinyan often chats with Lu Yu, and Lu Yu will reply politely, sometimes quite humorously, and help her answer many questions. But that's all. Shen Yinyan didn't dare to go to the Mythical Pet shop again. It's really, the gap in talent is too big. Over the past few days, Shen Yinyan has also acquired a lot of knowledge about beast control. He knows that the S-level beast control talent is definitely not as terrifying as the Dark Hell. There is only one explanation. SS-level, even SSS-level. Shen Yinyan knew very well that no matter what level Lu Yu is now, he was destined to become a dominant beast master in the future, possessing the most powerful power in the entire Xia Kingdom. This slightly budding heartbeat may wither before it takes root. Now that's good. The store manager has become a university tutor directly, at least at manhwa level, right? Shen Yinyan shook his head slightly. In the corner of the open classroom, Bai Yue felt the gazes of Shen Yinyan and Du Ruoyan. She couldn't help but frown, but instead of meeting their gazes, she turned her head away. Yue, what's wrong with you? Mu Yuan asked with concern. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want me to take you back to the dormitory? I'm fine. Bai Yue pursed her lips and shook her head. She glanced at Mu Yuan beside her. This was the sophomore senior she met after entering school. He was a 6th-level extraordinary beast master. He had also awakened his A-level talent and was considered a standout in his sophomore year. Mu Yuan had been pursuing Bai Yue since he entered school, and he was indeed a little attracted to her at first. After returning from the Mythical Pet shop, the slightest flutter in my heart was completely gone. No matter what Bai Yue thinks, she can only come to one conclusion. Mu Yuan and Lu Yu are not comparable at all. The gap is too big. The gap in talent is already huge. Lu Yu is far ahead in terms of pet animal resources. If the contract is similar to that of a slime or a little skeleton, the achievements in the future will be limitless. Especially after hearing about Shen Yinyan. Slime leapfrogged the level and defeated the crazy blade werewolf and became a man of the hour in the university. When Bai Yue came back from her dream at midnight, she felt even more regretful. This honor should have been hers. Bai Yue even heard that both Shen Yinyan and Du Riyan were appreciated by Principal Duan. This made her even more unbalanced, and she wanted to admit her mistake to Lu Yu, but many contact information had been blocked long ago, and she was the first to delete it. As for going directly to the Mythical Pet store, thinking of Lu Yu's determination at that time, she couldn't make up her mind, and she even had a vague hope. Maybe Lu Yu's determination at that time was just playing hard to get? What if he comes to find me? The instructor is here, one student said suddenly. Bai Yue quickly looked around. She was also extremely curious about the mysterious young mentor. How could it be him? Bai Yue bit her lip tightly, her mind trembling slightly, and she unconsciously distanced herself from Mu Yuan. Lu Yu, how can he be the tutor of Shanghai University? Chapter 61, Teacher Lu. Can I take your course? Lu Yu walked into the open classroom and saw Lu Luochan near the door at first sight. He smiled politely and walked to the podium. He rode the world-destroying dragon and rampaged all the way, attracting countless eyes. It wasn't until he arrived at the gate of Magic City University that he put away the world-destroying demonic dragon and started walking. He even asked for directions several times, so naturally he was a little late. Standing on the podium, Lu Yu first took a brief look at the classmates who came to attend the lecture and nodded slightly to Shin Yinyin, Durun, Luo Tinyin, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu. Lu Yu naturally also saw Bai Yuewei in the corner, and Mu Yuan, who seemed a little attentive beside her. Even Bai Yuewei's subconscious move to move away from Mu Yuan was seen by him. He ignored it and looked away. Bai Yuewei? He doesn't care at all. Lu Yu was a little surprised. He noticed some hostile gazes coming from the center of the front row. I just took a quick look and didn't care. Of course, he had a clear understanding. There were many sophomores and juniors present, all of whom were older than him, and being a mentor at the age of 18 would naturally attract some hostility. Why is there hostility from the instructor? Lu Yu felt a little helpless and looked towards Lu Luochan. Murong Feng was staring at him closely and occasionally looked at Lu Luochan, seeming very unwilling. Lu Luochan's eyes wandered and her charming face flushed slightly. Murong Feng saw this scene and almost lost his composure. Lu Yu was suddenly confused. What's going on? Considering the class time, Lu Yu had to give up the idea of investigating further. Dear students, this is our first meeting. Please introduce yourself first. Lu Yu retracted his gaze, laughed loudly, and said generously, My name is Lu Yu. You can call me Teacher Lu. I am in the Magic City Beast Taming University, and I mainly teach pet breeding. If any students want to take this course, they can choose to sign up. Of course, I don't have much time to teach students, so the number of places is limited, and it is only until the end of this class. As soon as the words fell, Luo Tianyan stood up instantly and said, Teacher Lu, I want to take your course. And me. Me too. Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyan stood up one after another. And our two brothers, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, raised their hands at the same time, with excitement on their faces. The students in the classroom were all a little dumbfounded at this moment. At this time, the 5 people who have confirmed that they have applied for the Pet Beast Cultivation exam are all influential figures in Shanghai University. Needless to say, Luo Tianyan is the best among the juniors. Shen Yinyin and Du Ruyan, contracted by slime and moonlight butterfly respectively, were definitely top-notch in their freshman year. The 2 brothers Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu are the grandsons of Principal Duan. This background is not simple. These 5 people actually decided to sign up for the course together. In the corner, Bai Yuewei bit her lip, stood up suddenly, and said, I want to sign up too. Yuewei Yu. Mu Yuan had some difficulty breathing. He didn't think Bai Yuewei thought that Lu Yu had real talent. Based on his understanding of Bai Yuewei, the other party probably thinks Lu Yu is handsome and promising and wants to create an opportunity for them to get along, right? Mu Yuan has been pursuing Bai Yuewei for almost half a month, but he hasn't even touched her hand. Recently, he has been unusually cold to her. Mu Yuan is about to give up. As a result, Bai Yuewei has to take a course with a mentor of the same age and the opposite sex. Pet breeding? Isn't this the basic skill of a beast master? There are countless similar courses in the Magic City Beast Taming University. Lu Yu glanced at Bai Yuewei, ignored her, and said softly, For the time being, let's reserve 5 places. If other students want to take elective courses, they can wait for the next enrollment expansion day. This moment, many classmates couldn't help but look at Bai Yuewei's position. There were 6 students who decided to take the course, but only 5 spots were reserved. The only one excluded was Bai Yuewei. Bai Yuewei's pretty face turned pale. She even wanted to lose her temper. She wanted to make her relationship with Lu Yu public and embarrass him. All these emotions were surging, but the moment she met Lu Yu's indifferent eyes, all her emotions completely subsided. What kind of eyes are those? It seems to contain extreme darkness, yet it is burning with endless flames. Beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Bai Yuewei's forehead, and she sat down with lingering fear. Teacher Lu. A soft voice sounded quietly. Oh, Teacher Lu, do you have anything to say? Lu Yu asked with interest. Although it was his first class, he was familiar with both the students and the instructor, so it went very smoothly and with ease. Feeling so many eyes on him, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel happy. He couldn't help but imagine that after this class, many students would probably be interested in pet breeding. By then, if a few students promoted again, will the Mythical Pet Shop still lack customers? Luo Chan Yu. Murong Feng wanted to say something else. Lu Luochan ignored him and said softly, I am also very interested in Mr. Lu's course. I just don't know if I can take it as an elective. As soon as the words fell, many students, even the instructor, couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Among the tutors at the Magic City Beast Taming University, Lu Luochan is famous for being aloof and keeping a distance from everyone. Her academic level is not bad at all. Yet, She would actually take the initiative to ask to take a young tutor's course? No. Lu Yu smiled helplessly and said, however, since Teacher Lu is interested, I can also reserve a seat for Teacher Lu. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Lu Luo-chan smiled. No one noticed that the stern young man sitting in the center seat became more and more indifferent. That's enough. Luo Hung stood up instantly and said coldly, what kind of young mentor? What kind of pet beast cultivation? In the final analysis, isn't it just a relationship? The Demonic Beast Control University is one of the 3 top universities. How can we allow people like you? Are you here to stir up trouble? The cold words instantly ignited the atmosphere in the classroom. That's right. Isn't it a related household? In terms of age, what's the difference between you and the freshman? Can you also be a mentor? It's okay for Shun Yin and Du Ruyin to look at him differently, but even Teacher Lu does the same. I'm so heartbroken. I support Senior Luo Hung, and I must beat this guy up. If you take a closer look, Lu Yu's realm is clearly only at the 10th level of Fanqing. 18-year-old Fanqing 10th level is very impressive. However, among the freshmen in our class, Lu Su is a Manhwa-level dragon tamer. Lu Su didn't choose to be a mentor, so why should he Lu Yu? Wait, the last name is Lu? Could it be related to the Yulong family? Many doubts came into my ears. Lu Yu turned a blind eye to this. As a 7-star trainer, he opened a pet training course at Magic City University. Why would he be afraid of being questioned? Lu Yu looked at the indifferent Luo Hung in front of him and said calmly, you think I'm a relative, right? That's right. Luo Hung said coldly. In terms of realm, you are not even as good as me. In terms of talent, you are only at the 10th level of the star level. Our freshman Lu Su at the Magic City Beast Taming University is a Manhwa-level dragon tamer. If you can't even beat a freshman, how can you be qualified to be a mentor? Lu Su. Lu Yu was very interested and chuckled. I didn't plan to come to Magic City University to be a tutor. It was because of Principal Duan's personal invitation that I came here to serve as a tutor. Principal Duan invited me personally. Just this one sentence made Luo Heng's expression freeze. Luo Heng took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, even if Principal Duan invites you, your 10th level of Starry Sky has not reached the minimum threshold for a mentor. It is superficial to regard realm as an absolute standard. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. Immediately, he looked around, smiled with interest, and slowly opened his palm. A purple flame slowly emerged. This is a flame from my contracted pet. Lu Yu chuckled calmly and said, if anyone doubts my strength, you can come up and try to face this flame. As long as you can hold on for a second, I will give you the position of mentor. Chapter 62. Can you withstand the wrath of heaven? Damn, this is too arrogant. You claim to suppress everything with just a flame from a pet. As long as he can hold on for a second, he will give up the position of mentor. He is a beast master of the 10th level of the Starry Sky, and the pet he contracts must also be of the Starry Sky level, not the moon level. Where does he get his confidence from? TSK. Can't you bear the pressure and want to take this opportunity to resign? Senior Luo Hung, I support you. Go up quickly and extinguish that flame. The whole audience was in an uproar. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu looked at each other, and neither could see what was special about this purple flame. Duan Shiwu suddenly saw Luo Tian not far away, staring at the purple flame, his head covered with cold sweat, and couldn't help but ask, Senior Luo, did you see anything? The red flame chicken I contracted is terrified. Luo Tianyan's pupils shrank, and he whispered, the red flame chicken can refine all kinds of strange fire, but it is extremely terrified at this moment. That wisp of purple flame is definitely a terrifying strange fire. Fuck. Duan Shiwu was immediately shocked. Looking at the ray of purple flame, he couldn't help but said, Luo Hung must go and try it, right? SK. I'm afraid someone is really going to be unlucky. Haha, even if he gets burned to death, he deserves it. Duan Dongwen sneered. How dare you question my grandfather and the manager's ability? You are too ignorant. Damn it. When my queen ant grows up, I will definitely let the ant army beat Luo Hung up. Luo Tianyin wiped the sweat off his forehead. His eyes reflected the purple flame, and he had an idea unconsciously. His face was filled with horror. Purple flame. Purple flame. It can't be that kind of extremely powerful fire, right? He looked at Luo Hung in front of him, with a hint of pity unconsciously in his eyes. If it really is that kind of extremely powerful strange fire, if it really erupts, even though the entire Sunrise Tower is made of special materials and has many magic arrays arranged in it, it will be completely destroyed. Luo Tianyin was naturally not afraid. He believed that the senior would be able to control the power well. But some people will definitely pay the price for their ignorance. I don't know what this is about. Luo Hung sneered. He slowly walked up to the vast podium. A long sword appeared in his hand. His body was covered with a layer of armor, and a pair of golden wings appeared behind him. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but be surprised by Luo Hang's attitude at this moment, and asked, "Have you contracted 3 kinds of metal life? Long sword form, armor form, and golden wing form? It seems that you are not without any level." Luo Hung had a cold expression, pointing his sword at the purple flame in the air, and said calmly, "But you should never, ever look down on me like this. You claim to suppress everything with just a wisp of purple flame? Once I break this wisp of purple flame, I will fight you in person." Many students couldn't help but look excited and expectant. Metal life can be regarded as a type of elemental life, but it does not have elemental characteristics and is known for its hard and sharp characteristics. Luo Hung awakened the S-level beast-controlling talent Gengjin and contracted 4 metal beings as pet beasts. Except for the 4th pet beast, which was not cultivated, the other long swords, armors, and golden wings were all carefully cultivated by him. Powerful pet beast. The 3 metal pet beasts are all blessed. Luo Hung is like the god of war, linking the 3 pet beasts together, and their combat power is greatly improved. When the combat power is fully activated, the S-level Gengjin talent will be added at all times. Even if he is at the 7th level of manhwa, Luo Hung dares to fight. With Luo Hang's arrogance, he would naturally not agree with Lu Yu's previous statement that as long as he could withstand Ziyan's suppression, he would give up the position of mentor. He wanted to crush Ziyan with his own hands, then suppress all of Lu Yu's pets, trample Lu Yu under his feet, and declare to everyone that the Magic City Beast Taming University is sacred and inviolable, and is definitely not a place that can be tangled by people who seek fame and reputation. A good sense of justice. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity that his brain is not very good." Luo Hung ignored him and swung down with the sword in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle. Luo Hang's expression suddenly changed. It was not until the sword fell that he suddenly realized that as the purple flame burned, the surrounding space was constantly breaking and healing. Before the sword touched the purple flame, it was swept away by the broken space. Snap! The tip of the long sword turned into powder in an instant. Luo Hung looked pale, and even the sword was broken, which undoubtedly brought him great backlash. "Go ahead." Lu Yu waved his hand gently and said with a malicious smile, "Feel it well, this is the wrath of heaven." Wow! A ray of purple flame suddenly descended. Luo Hung couldn't help but look up. He felt endless flames burning on his body, his armor was cracking, and his golden wings were melting. No, impossible. Luo Hung was extremely frightened. At this moment, he seemed to see the incarnation of the sky. The pure purple flames even invaded his soul, wanting to burn his soul, his beast-controlling space, and his proud S-level talent Gengjin into ashes. No! Luo Hung screamed in horror. The fear of death almost destroyed his will. In less than a second, he seemed to have gone through a cycle. When Luo Hung came to his senses, he saw Lu Yu's interested expression and the extremely complicated looks of many of his classmates. Luo Hang's diamond sword, iron wall armor, and golden wings are all manhwa-level metal pets. The moment the purple flame fell, they all melted and were killed instantly. They couldn't even protect the Beastmaster. Luo Hung is actually begging for mercy. Is his soul burned? This is too horrible. If the power had not been restrained in time, Luo Hung would have turned into ashes in an instant, right? Fuck. You call this the 10th level of the star level? Even if it's the 10th level of the moon level, or even the sun level beast tamer, it may not be able to withstand this terrifying purple flame, right? All the students present felt a sense of fear. Now, no one questioned it anymore. Just a wisp of purple flame, yet so powerful. How terrifying would it be if the pet beast that wields the purple flame showed up in person? Many classmates looked at the purple flame floating above Luo Hang's head. Even though it had restrained all its power, it still seemed to exude the breath of death. The broken diamond sword, iron armor, and golden wings scattered on the ground are infinite evidence. Hoo. Luo Hung gasped in pain. He was extremely sure that if it were not for the protection of the beast taming space, these 3 metal lives would have been completely destroyed. No, even the beast taming space cannot protect them. Luo Hung suddenly realized that if Lu Yu had not shown mercy, he would have been completely killed in less than a second. He thought of his ugly behavior, just now, and his cold face turned completely red. You don't have to beg for mercy. Lu Yu chuckled and said, I'm a mentor and you're a student. I won't bother with you. Luo Hung wanted to say something, but then he felt extreme pain and weakness. His eyes went dark and he passed out. So weak. Lu Yu shrugged, feeling bored. Owner. And Yu's voice came into his mind, saying, Do you need me to help him heal? I've controlled the power, so he can't die. Besides, the course time is limited. If we finish the class earlier, we can go back earlier. Lu Yu chuckled and said, Let him go to the infirmary by himself. This is the Magic City Beast Taming University, and there is no shortage of powerful beast masters in the healing department. Well, okay. And Yu nodded and said, He is so pitiful, but he is also so weak. Sister Di Niao didn't even control the purple flame. It was just the power that was naturally emitted, and he couldn't bear it. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. Purple flame emperor bird. What kind of existence is it? It looks like a wisp of purple flame, but it is the Tsang Tian purple flame, which ranks second on the strange fire list. Represents the wrath of heaven. This mentor. Lu Yu looked at Murong Feng, who was not far away, and said, Can you help send the student to the infirmary? I still have classes here. Murong Feng's expression changed. He met the gazes of many people in the classroom, and then saw the ray of purple flame. He asked himself if he could bear it. In terms of strength, Murong Feng is indeed stronger than Luo Hung. He is a Mingyue 7th level beast master, but his strength is limited. After all, he does not have S-level talent. Okay. Murong Feng gritted his teeth, helped Luo Hung up, summoned his flying pet, and rushed to the infirmary as quickly as possible. All right. Lu Yu put away the purple flame and said with a smile, There shouldn't be any classmates who still want to try it, right? There was silence in the audience. The students looked at each other and said nothing. Try to phase the in? Even Luo Hung was killed instantly, so they were no match for him. Since no one questions it, Lu Yu smiled softly and said gently, Then, let's start the formal lecture.